That screams.
Good afternoon. Hello, hello, hello. Good morning. Good afternoon. Good evening. Happy. Oh my God, it's the weekend. Happy Saturday. We are continuing today with our playoffs, day 3. This is the second to last day. And we have got a very, very long day for you. We're going to be going back to covering both Americas and Europe today, kicking off in about 30 minutes. First game starts at 2 o'clock, so in about half an hour. And we have 4 best of 5s for each region. So we've got a lot of potential games. If my math is right, potentially 40 games of Marvel Rivals today. So holy shit, we've got a long day for you. Hi, Max. Welcome in. We'll be kicking off with EMEA, of course. No worries, Yanni. Much loves. I'm obviously not going anywhere. I also have the drops on Twitch as well. If you guys are on Twitch side, I have the exclusive Magic drops available for the entirety of today. So it's going to be a good day. We've got some banger games for you. Just to have a little look at what we're looking forward to today. I'm not sure. I think you can see this on TikTok. Yeah, I think you should be fine. So, first series of the day is going to be Virtus Pro versus Team Peps. This is going to be our first best of 5. We saw VP a little bit yesterday in that epic series. Probably, arguably, one of the best series we've had in this tournament so far. It was fucking mental. Then that's going to be followed by Z10 playing L9 in these 2 lower bracket quarterfinals. We're then going to be zipping over to our upper bracket finals here, where Rad EU are playing BBP. This should be an absolute fucking banger of a game. I'm super looking forward to that one. I think this is going to be super good. And then to finish off the EMEA, we're going to be doing the lower bracket semi-finals as well today, which will be the winner of the first 2 best of 5s. Then we're going to be doing the same again tonight for the Americas. Starting about 11 o'clock tonight, so in about 12 hours. No, that's not math. 10 hours, roughly. And then we're kicking off there with Ego Death versus Envy as our first lower bracket quarters. Techie XD versus Shroud X as the second. Into our upper bracket final, which is going to be Sentinel versus 100 Thieves. I think this is going to be a banger game too. I have not kept up. I have not watched the last 2 days of Americas, so I'm not sure what form everybody's in. I can only go by the results. The Sentinels look like they've kind of swept a little bit, so they're looking really good. And then followed by the lower bracket semis once again for the Americas. So we've got a very long day of Marvel Rivals games ahead for you. Hi, Woo. How are you? I am going to try my absolute utmost to give you everything I have. Stay energetic for the whole thing. Keep up. I have gone out to the shops. I've got as many snacks, drinks, energy, whatevers I could find to try and help me get through this. Get through this 16-hour day plus. So it should be a lot of fun. We've got some great games. FlyQuest Envy was crazy. I mean, I can only tell by the results, but it looks like it was a bit of a crazy series. All the others look like they were a bit of a wash. But FlyQuest Envy looked really good. Is it worth me going back and watching, Woot? Like if I go back and cast it with Robbie, is it worth going back and doing or no? I feel like playing a game, chat, before we get into the watch party. I could lose GM for this, but I feel like just playing a quick game without any warm up. Without anything else, we're just going to quickly hop into a game before we start the watch party. Because I feel like I don't get to play anymore, you know? Hi, Gail. Oh, it's another reverse sweep? God damn. Okay, we'll definitely watch it. That's on my list.
Now, who am I going to banish for this match?
I agree with the BP ban. Fuck that guy. Fuck that guy. How you doing, Gail? Hi, Snake. Good morning. How you doing? Welcome in. I just squirt that in my mouth. Cool. I think this is going to be an Emma game for me, y'all. How you getting on, Snake? I'm currently taking a shower just to go to the gym and get sweaty because brain says must be clean to get dirty. So are we going for the double shower strat today, Gail? Is that the look? I respect it. I respect it.
The right heroes could make all
I mean, you
the
go into the
difference.
gym. I mean, that's mega as it is.
The more
Like,
dazzling the diamond.
speaking of which, I did my weigh-in this morning before I started stream. I did my little weigh-in. I am currently today 10.5 kilos down from when I started. So I'm now 111 kilos. And that is, I started around my birthday in April, end of April. So May, June, July, 3 months.
We'll be coming in 30 seconds. Stay strong.
3 months. So I'm feeling pretty fucking good about it. It's not like incredibly speedy. You know, it's not like the fastest weight loss in the world, but it's steady. So I'm a fucking take that all day, every day. So I'm pretty fucking chuffed.
The battle starts
And doing
in
great.
5,
Been cleaning up my room since
4,
yesterday. I'm building a new
3,
L-shaped table.
2, 1.
Ooh. I always liked the idea of L-shape, to be honest. But I've never had a place where I felt like I could have it. Do you know what I mean? Lag? I'm gonna fuck up this thing, dude. Wow. The thing literally just ran at us. Okay. Interesting.
There's 2 diver.
All they did was make me angrier.
Be careful, healer. He's still.
Chance to stop them.
I've always loved the idea of an L-shaped death.
Matches behind us.
They hit a checkpoint. Now
I'm fucking dead, actually. The healing on this thing is crazy. I'm currently down 22. Oh my god, Gale, what? In how long?
Iron.
That's
I don't know. If you
insane.
take maybe a moon knight or something else. Regroup, regroup, regroup.
Now's the part where you thank me.
Oh, that hits me. There's no way he gets out. Oh my god, that rocket lived. That sucks.
Silly little girl. You call this our fun, a thing.
Oh, Winter Soldier, do something, please, man.
I need a way to burst through and get on these healers. Why does he keep throwing that? The fucking strange, dude.
Iron, use your ult to cancel dagger ult me.
This Iron Man's a fucking idiot. Oh, this is my one game today. I think it's been 4 months. Dude, that's so good, Gale. Holy shit, dude. That's so fucking good. Got him. Okay, no help here. Yeah, it sounds like it. I mean, 22 kilos? Because you're also, like, working out and stuff as well, which is, like, what I'm not doing. I haven't started the working out bit yet. Got him. Got him. Okay.
Come on.
We stabilized, chat. We stabilized. Rocket's trying to be cheeky. Nice. Nice. Now we're stabilizing. Here we go. Hi, Visions. Thank you very much. I wanted something just cooler because it's quite hot today, so...
Bottle.
Hi, Alex. I know it's not. I wanted to play a quick game before the pro games start. Because we're going to be, like, watching so much of it today. 16 hours-ish of games. So I was like, you know what? I want to play some fucking games. I want to play a game first, at least.
Judge, jury, executioner!
Fucking... Stupid fucking rocket. Stupid fucking rocket. I think that's, I think they've got that half, but we got the timer down. Oh, that's a big Agamotto. Oh, that's a big Agamotto. That's a big Agamotto. Hi, Artoria. How are you?
2, 3.
Hi, Generic.
Time to switch things up, including which side you're on.
16 hours of MR legit sounds like torture. I've been enjoying it.
The god of thunder and the mightiest avenger.
You'll need a top-notch team to
I've been
win this
enjoying
one.
it. Do we go back? Yeah, Dick Fingers is playing like shit, to be fair. Dick Fingers is playing awful.
Round 2, go!
The higher
We'll try the
the
ammo
White
still.
Queen always gets what she wants at any cost.
We'll try the ammo again.
you attack. Get ready.
He's playing like he has dick for fingers. Yeah, for sure.
The higher the pressure.
He's playing exactly like he's got dick for fingers. What are you up to today, Alex? How you feeling?
I would lay down
How are
my
you,
life
Visions?
to save it.
You get to that point, it's easier once you've lost some of the weight.
Battle starts
Oh
in
yeah,
5,
yeah.
4, 3,
I think it's also
2, 1.
I think it's also just like timing. It's gonna be a lot easier for me now. I have an editor, so it takes a lot of the pressure off like my downtimes and making sure that I've got plenty of time to do stuff around streaming. Oh, fucking nailed him. Oh shit. I fucked up. I fucked up. I got stuck behind my own Groot's walls. Silly Billy. The Thor is good here though, because I can burst through the thing. Who's a problem. Ooh, nice. Nice! I actually got killed with my ult. God damn. How are you, Generic? What are you getting up to on this lovely Saturday? Are you working, or are we chilling? Chill maxing, some might say.
By the eye of Naruto, executioner!
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. We're going to back out of that. Oh, yeah. Oh, shit. Oh, shit.
Iron Man who's throwing, man. I'm not killing anyone, bro. The
Yeah,
fuck?
I'm going to swap. We're having a really hard time getting on the
TP,
healers,
TP.
so I'm bursting through the tank.
TB,
So
TB, man.
I think this is the play here.
Bottom.
Oh, shit.
The vehicle reached a checkpoint. Keep up the momentum.
Fuck!
Fucking
She fucking rezzed! If she hadn't have rezzed, I'd have got that stupid fucking rocket. Hi, Law. 90 stream streak?
I have reawakened.
Oh my god. Thank you, thank you. 90 is crazy. What? 90 is actually ridiculous. Okay. Not gonna lie, she kind of dodged me for a little bit.
Judge, jury, executioner!
Against the world.
Got him. Okay, watch this. We're gonna go around. Come on.
Magic's behind us again.
Okay.
Got him.
Focus on rocket. Focus on rocket.
Oh. Ah, punish a shotgun. Fuck. Hi, Mariam. How are you? Still under the weather. Oh, shit, dude. Are you feeling better? Oh, he's still feeling a bit shit. How does it feel to be the most consistent man in my life? Yeah, good. Good. Never been accused of being consistent in anything, so...
By the eye of Agamotto.
I'm too exposed.
I unleash the Vishanti's power.
Punisher's behind us.
So should I deal with Punisher and Magic every time as a tank, man? D-Base, do something, man. Fuck.
Bro, I damage alone. Wallahi, I damage alone. Iron Man do nothing. He just dies for nothing.
Bro, he's
I
bro,
tried to
this
kill
guy outs like, oh my god.
Everyone's mad.
Go, 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 go. I'm touching.
10 seconds.
Us against the world.
You'll have to keep fighting until we have a winner.
Judge, jury, executioner.
GG's.
I'm here!
GG's, man.
Wow.
1, 2.
Well, that
3.
puts me back into diamond, I think.
Well, you can't expect to win.
I just got home from work. Feel like I've been in Satan's armpit all day. Oh, how bad. Our Iron Man, like, I watched him do at least, I don't know, 3 ultimates straight into a strange shield. At least 3, I think. Yeah. Yeah, pretty fucking wild. Anyway. Right. Good timing. I think we should be pretty close to the first game, I believes. All right, looks like they're still finishing the Asia games, so maybe not. But we'll see. He owes you royalties? What, I do? Crazy. If I got him on the opportunity to ult after breaking his shield, I'm switching. I mean, just don't throw it at the Strange. You know he's going to have a shield that blocks most of it. There was a cloak and dagger that he could have very easily ulted and killed every time with the Iron Man. That's pretty much what you're supposed to do. I've become addicted to frozen frubes this week. Are they the like yogurt things? Are they supposed to be frozen? Or am I thinking of something different? Maybe I'm thinking of something different. I'm sorry, Mariam. That fucking sucks, by the way. That fucking sucks. But at least, have you got air conditioning at home? Are you able to cool off or no? I had a cloak and dagger in my rank up game last night, not healing anyone unless they had a Lord Icon. Some people in this fucking game are ridiculous. Honestly. So do you what? Do you eat it like an ice cream, Alex, if it's frozen? But you know what Strange is like, man? Appears everywhere with that pissing shield. True. I mean, I'm a Strange player, so I can't even be mad about it, you know? This looks like it's a really intense game.
これで5点リジェクト獲得なんならばまだこの有利を広げるとノームとガーゴイルさらには
Overtime, 5-3.
ここは一旦ここまでと
I've not been following any of the Asia region, by the way, so I have no idea about these teams.
残りわずかというところから持ってきましたねなんかなんなら最後までいきそうな勢いを
I'm sat in front of a full blast fan and I've had a cold shower. Do you know what works really well, Mariam? And I don't know if you're willing to do this, but if you haven't got aircon, like wet yourself and sit in front of a fan. Because if you like splash some water on your face or something, or on like, oh, that's a massive fucking Psylocke ult. If you throw water on yourself, and then, like on your arteries and your hotspot arteries, and then fan it with the cold air, it'll cool you down really fast. I don't know if I phrased that right. I feel like I phrased that badly. But it's like healthy, innit? It's like healthy, innit? And it's so like tasty if you like yogurt. I know you don't sound like that. I don't know why I gave you that accent. Crazy Raccoon is one of the best. Yeah, I've not followed them at all. What, you didn't like my accent for you, Alex? No? Crazy. Something about the language makes casters super engaging. Oh yeah, Asian casters that like they have like a weird ability to just like create hype because the speed at which the language is spoken anyway tends to be very fast. So they're super hype. I didn't even dry thoroughly after shower. Yeah, exactly that. Yeah. Giggity. Cold shower plus industrial fan in the bathroom. Yes, sir. So literally generic, like just wet yourself, right? And then just stand there in front of a fan. And it will cool you down instant. Shut up! Do you know what? I think that might just be... I'm going to read every one of your messages in that voice, Alex, now. From here on in. Welcome back, Yanni. Just for shits and giggles, you know? Wet myself. Last time I did that, my dad had to come get me from school. Last time I did it... I don't know, last week? That's not true, by the way. I don't regularly wet myself. But I'd be lying if I said I hadn't done it as an adult. Here's the thing, right? Okay. Oh, do you want to talk about this, Nick? Are you sure you want to talk about this? I don't think I do. Anyway, what a crazy game we've got here for overtime. Woo, wild. It's not like a regular thing, but there are circumstances where it involuntarily happens, you know. Involuntarily? Is that the word? Involuntarily happens? Yep, that's the one. That's the one. There's no way that count is accurate, by the way. 369? I've done it way more. For sure. For sheezy. For those of you who joined a little bit later, I weighed myself this morning before streaming. And I am down 10.5 kilos from where we started. 10.5 kilos. So I'm very happy. I don't feel like I see it yet. I can see it in my face. I think my face is a lot less puffy than it has been. You guys might disagree. I feel like I see it in my face for sure, but I don't really see it anywhere else yet.
負けなしでこの優勝まで駆け上がってほしいところですが
Not the worst thing I've heard from Nicholas. True.
は
True.
こう一番
That's actually pretty tame, for the most part.
過言ではないんじゃないでしょうか
I've just blended 3 blue ice pops into a slushy. Not even more lag packs.
MVP はもうか
Man, maybe I should have got something like that
ダメージ的には
when I went to the shops earlier.
この
I've only got
まあ
ice.
ソルジャーがとんでもない
So I bought like 2 packs of ice, but I haven't bought any like ice treats.
69キルこうやって見るとそんなにそのダメージ
I didn't want to have things that are like too sugary
なんか大きな差ないです
because otherwise I'll just like sugar crash halfway through the day.
そうですね
You know what I mean?
これ逆にされてもわかんないですもんね
So I've just got some sandwiches, some
ダメ
apple,
ージの差じゃないんですよ
some apple slices again,
はい
to try and
でもまあそれだけ
try and keep myself awake for this fucking marathon that we're about to do, by the way. So just so you guys know, oh my god, that was so fast. Okay, see you later. Jesus. Did they just fucking insta-go as soon as that was done?
に与え合います
Okay, awesome. Okay. What was I saying? What was I just saying? My brain's just stopped. What was I just talking about, chat? Fuck. Okay. GG, well played. Fat scared of you. Thank you, thank you. Face is always first. Yeah. Yeah. The big one is the belly, but annoyingly, the belly is always the last to go, isn't it? The belly is always the last to go. I wouldn't mind keeping a chunky face if my gut would get smaller first. Exactly, that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. If the belly went first, I'd kind of be happier, to be honest, but here we are. My son's addicted to ice pop, so we always have them in. Okay. Could be worse. Could be addicted to much worse things than ice pops. I made a Skyrim character last night. He's one of the lizard people race. I called him Steve Harvey. Okay. Okay. You do make yourself laugh, Generic, don't you? Dementia strikes. Don't joke about that, Yardi. My mum's getting tested for it right now, and I'm pretty sure... don't quote me on this. Is dementia hereditary? Like the things that cause dementia? Is that... isn't that hereditary? I'm actually not sure. You were saying about marathon and snacks. Yeah, I've just got like quick and easy things for today. But we are going to be doing 8 best of 5 series today. 8 best of 5, okay? Yesterday, it took 8 hours to get through the EMEA games, so we're looking at a fucking marathon today. So please bear with me. I'm going to try my best to stay on top form, stay awake, stay active. But yeah. You did make me laugh, Generic, yeah. There will be plenty of breaks. There will be toilet breaks. There will be snack breaks. Okay, so obviously, so bear with. I'm even going to try and throw in some exercise breaks if I'm feeling tired. Do some jumping jacks. Not jumping jacks, because that's really bad for my knee. Other things that aren't jumping jacks. Yeah. We'll do my desk in standing mode, for sure, a little bit today. It can be, but it's not necessarily hereditary. Okay. Kind of like diabetes, right? Like some diabetes is hereditary, some is like dietary. Which I also have a family history of, so I'm expecting that one to hit me soon. 2 hours per game. Roughly that, Generic, yeah. Obviously, it depends if we go to 5 games or not, and if the games are close. These are the series that we've got. And if you want to see it in bracket format, VP Team Peps is first one up. I expect VP to fucking roll this, so I think this should be a 3-0. Z10 L9 might be a little bit closer, but if Z10 are on form, they should kind of roll that one. Then we go to a mega upper bracket final, which is going to be sick. And then we're going to do the lower bracket semis as well today, which is the winner from both of these. Tomorrow will just be the lower bracket final best of 5, and then the grand final best of 7. So tomorrow is the last day. Then next week, I'm obviously going to take a couple of days off after tomorrow. So next week, we will only do 2 streaming days. I'm going to have a little bit of a semi-week off. So I will do Wednesday, we'll go back to Claire Obscure. Thursday, we're going to do some community games with y'all. We'll do some community rivals games. And then I will take another couple of days off. And then we'll reset my schedule back to normal. Yeah. I hope that's all right with you all. Toilet breaks right after you told me to wet myself. Yeah, but the problem is, if I wet myself right now, I'm going to have to sit in it. The whole time. And, like, you guys won't smell it because smell-o-vision isn't invented yet. But I will. And I don't think that's going to help me much. So, yeah. Squirting in my mouth.
Europe, the Middle East, and Africa at LAN.
Yes, it is do or die coming on for a lot of these teams, and unfortunately,
we will definitely do some standing for sure when I start to feel tired. I don't really use my my fancy standing desk. I can't believe we're saying this, Harry. So I need to utilize it more. Season. Yeah. Virtus Pro are in the lower bracket, which means that they have a task of destiny ahead of themselves too. Guys, what games are you buying on the Steam Summer Sale right now?
Lucky enough to meet Virtus Pro in the lower bracket when elimination is on the line. Here's a quick look at how everything shaped out. That Berber Palapin versus VP game yesterday.
Have you guys bought anything from Steam Summer Sale? I love people giving Finzy shit in the chat.
Timeout. It was possibly one of the best games we have seen in competitive Marvel Rivals.
Yeah, not just in the EMEA region, but just in general. That one was a barn burner, and I'm happy.
So for those of you who don't know, Finzy
here is
one of the tank players for Virtus Pro. And yesterday we had like 4 or 5 pauses, and a few of them were because Finzy's internet went.
Because Virtus Pro had already been defeated by Rad previously, but it's all on the line for all of these.
I think I'm gonna go on Steve Harvey Adventures.
To those grand finals and manage to secure the position for those China LAN qualifying spots. As we
my
can
son
see
always jumps up and down.
Exactly the teams are that are left in the tournament.
When whatever game he's playing gets intense, you could try that.
Positions. Peps versus Virtus Pro.
I could, but here's the thing, Mariam. Jumping is not good for me.
Are a little bit like the Punisher meme right now.
My knee's pretty weak.
Wait.
So there's like a 50-50 chance that my knee will buckle under my weight if I do jumping jacks or something.
That's going to be our first match.
And there's a 50% chance that I buckle and stack it.
Have really raised our estimations.
Yeah.
After knocking out Insomnia yesterday, which,
I bought completed
honest, we all
Detroit Become Human
in
one day.
Fucking hell! In particular,
I might pick up Meta for
being
Re-Fantasio. No idea what that is.
Just how far
no idea what that is.
Dedication can get you when you've got the talent to try and make it work.
I was thinking about 7 Days to Die. I think I might buy 7 Days to Die
without needing the pick and bans to be able to take Demon
because it's 40% off right now.
Speaking about the pick and bans, we can have a
how long is the summer sale going on for, guys? Does anybody know? When's it end?
Runs off of the advanced pick and ban system, which is very
it tells me right here, July 10th.
The ban system that you yourselves have at home in your ranked gameplay. For starters, we have save slots. Those shield positions means that if you lock a hero there, your opponent can no longer ban them. And the other thing that's different is that all of these bans affect
Subnautica
only the enemy. So if say you
what
ban
for me?
Loki, the other team doesn't get access to him, but you
50%
absolutely
off?
can still run him.
I mean, I know people really like Subnautica. Liza P is on sale, yeah, 50% here.
If you're so inclined, we have seen teams.
I think that's the original though, not the updated one.
Earlier on by getting rid of that, and it really has added a lot of volatility to power rankings, to be honest.
This
Some
is
teams have
supposed to be
adapted
good, Lords of the
better than
Fallen. Did
others
anybody play
to,
this?
The overall band structure.
It looked really
We'll have
good
to
from the
see
trailer,
out of
but
Virtus Pro
I didn't
Team
really hear
Peps
much after
who
that.
has managed to figure
actually
things
any
out
good?
a little bit more easily, though. Virtus Pro, their first series that they fell with, they kind of
I've
didn't
got
have a great
Liza P
grasp
already,
on them.
Mariam.
They kind of got outbanned by Rad after Cloak and Dagger, Luna, and Loki were taken away. Kind of forced onto
And we
some
played it for
comps they weren't
like
quite as comfortable with. Maybe
like
can
2
try and do
weeks.
the same thing to let's have a quick look.
And then I got really annoyed because I couldn't beat a boss.
Peps are very versatile when it comes to all of the
and I
heroes
got
that
really
they can
pissed
play.
off and
Hard
quit.
as the Punisher and also
And never went
the
back.
Winter Soldier. He's very, very adept at both, but so too can Leaf flex over to things like the Winter Soldier, and we actually saw him yesterday really getting to pop off against all business, utilizing the fact that AB like putting Snost on that Loki, which just means that Leaf on the Winter Soldier got reset after reset after reset when we headed over to
Lego Star Wars is only
Yeah,
£6.
both Leaf and Hardest actually both being able to flex onto the Winter Soldier is a great asset for Team Peps as well. Means that there's always the flexibility to maybe pivot over to having Leaf on the Storm or the Wolverine.
This is supposed to be really good, isn't it?
Soldier with the Punisher as well, because Hardest is often happy to flex on over to the Punisher. That is one of the priority picks for Team Peps. This is a team that does seem to be very centralized around their duelist players, but the X Factor can
Do you know
really
what?
come
I'm
from
gonna add
Beetle
that
as
to my
well.
wish
Beetle's
list
going to
and keep an eye
have
on
their
it,
work
'cause I
out
might
for
buy
going
that.
up against this legendary Vanguard line.
Who was talking to me? Was it
X-Factor
Ricky
is pretty
talking
much
to me
the
about the Star Wars?
definition of Virtus Pro.
The
Look
Lego
them up
Star
in the
Wars?
dictionary
Said it
and
was
you
really
will just
good?
see star power listed.
Yeah, 7
under
Days to
that
Die, I'm
meaning.
definitely
This is
looking
also
at.
that a lot of players have said is the best in the world.
I was talking
And
to
we have
Sword
see
about it
whether they
yesterday a
even
little
get the
bit,
opportunity
because
to
he was playing it on
prove that.
stream.
Because Harry, they're in the lower bracket
We were
right
talking
now.
about
It was
doing
a
like
grueling
potentially a
matchup
7 Days to Die
yesterday against
server.
Ber Padapim, with Ber Padapim even getting the better of Virtus Pro with their
I don't know how you
star
guys would
roster, their
feel
normal
about
comp
it.
With Sparker on the Psylocke,
But we
Trio
were
on
talking
the
about
Luna,
potentially doing a 7 Days to Die
and
server,
Nevix
which
on
would be
the
fun.
Amethyst as well. It was not enough to come on through, but the last time we saw VP fall to a team like Rad,
DBD is
well,
on
the game
sale.
afterwards, they came back swinging.
Is
We
this
thought
the
it
start
might
of
be a
Nick's
little bit close between
DBD
themselves and
era?
Canada in the group stages. Nah, that was one
Fuck
of the
no,
fastest
by the way.
matches we've seen
Absolutely
in Ignite
fucking
history.
not. Just in
Yeah,
case
that
anyone was
was
wondering.
a big stomping. It happens. Like,
It's never gonna
Virtus
fucking
Pro,
happen.
When,
Okay.
when they get mad, they get kind of mad.
Um,
And currently, like, they are feeling very threatened. As you talked about during a highlight reel, a lot of people
What else
consider
is
this
there?
team
Should we have
the
a look?
best in the world. But there's only 2
Which boss did
slots
you get
for
stuck
LAN
at?
from EME. Which
I-
means
okay.
Currently,
It's quite
Virtus
early
Pro
on.
have quite the mountain to climb.
There's
to
like,
claim one of
there's
those
like
2
a
spots.
little.
Not only
Oh,
will they
the
have
only
to
thing
beat
I
one of the
remember,
teams in our
Mariam,
winners'
is there's like a
finals,
little
Alpha
fucking
Rad and
lava
Burbo
thing
Padapim. They're gonna have
where
to
there's like a big
possibly, then
fucking
break their way
Indiana
into the
Jones
grand
style
finals by
ball that
winning
goes
the
down
lower
the
bracket.
down this
Winning the
lava
lower bracket
tube.
is the only
And then in
way
one of the
that
side
Virtus Pro
rooms,
go
there's
to
this
LAN.
fucking
Yeah,
fast
which
little
means that they're
bitch
going to have to
fucker
go
with
past
swords
Berber
that I
and
just
Rad.
couldn't
One
beat
or the
at all.
other is going to end up in the lower bracket,
And I can't
we'll
remember
have
who
to
it is. I
find
can't
out
remember
who it
like
is
his name or
when we head
something.
to the
But it's
second
just
half
like you're
of
in like
today
a
and get to
little
see those
dining
2
room
teams
off
interact and
of
duke
it.
out for
And then
the
there's just this
title
little
to
zippy
continue in
little
that upper
wanker
bracket.
who just
But I
runs
definitely think
around
a
and I
lot of people are
couldn't fucking
expecting
kill him.
Virtus Pro to
I think
come
we
out
did
on
it for like a
top.
full like
Peps are definitely really
4
strong when it
hours
comes
or
to
some shit, and I just
flexibility
couldn't
of their
kill him, and I got
dualism.
really
mean,
annoyed.
Beetle is a very strong Captain America. We've also seen him
And
flex
so I gave up.
onto the Doctor Strange, but I do worry about just the capacity of Finzi on
I'd be so
that
happy.
Emma.
You'd be happy
As,
if I got
you
into
know,
DBD.
It's been a little bit tricky for some Doctor Strangers to bypass the Carbon Crush, the CUC immunity.
I
to
just
block out
don't
Agamotto
like
and
from
just yoink
everything
him
that
out
I've
of the
watched you
Maelstrom
guys
Smash
play
follow
or
through.
like watch Luna play or something.
There's kind of like a
It
stalemate
just
in Ultimates
doesn't
between
like the
Doctor
gameplay
Strange
loop
and,
just
and
doesn't
Emma,
appeal
right?
to
Because
me.
the Shield of a Seraphim, very good
Because
for trying
it's
to block
like,
out the psionic seduction.
I don't
can
know,
shield
you
so
don't
many
really
players from the
have-
AoE and create a little bit of cone of safety to allow your
How do I put this?
strategist to ult in return. But also on the other side, it means landing an
It's
Island
like-
Agamotto is bloody difficult because you're always worried about both the CC
Because you're
immunity
just running
and the
all the
instant
time,
hardstone
and
that
like
can come through
you're
from
just
Emma,
avoiding
because
and running, and
generally
you
your
have
ult's gonna be
abilities
fairly
and stuff to help you do
telegraphed unless
that.
you've got that Wolverine in you, and you can just roll out.
I don't
an
know.
invisible
I don't know how
boundary.
to explain it.
Well,
It's not
gonna
like
be
combat
round
in
one,
like a
Hell
traditional
of
sense,
Heaven.
you
This
know.
has typically been what Virtus Pro like, running elements of the res composition. We've even seen Fi go
I love
over
the
to
player
Star
names
Wars,
you got,
even
guys.
without that
I
res
love the player names you
composition
got here.
due to being banned out of some of his favorite hero picks. The torch is likely not going to
VP
be able to
Team
make
Peps,
it
game
through the
one.
pick and ban system. As Emma Frost is
I have
going to be
no idea,
immediately
Mariam.
removed
I have
for
no idea.
Peps, as Peps will be able to
I just
secure
remember a
themselves
lot of
one-sided
lava
Magneto,
and
however.
stuff, and then some little
Yeah,
side
one-sided
room.
Magneto, definitely a big asset, especially when we know how DRP plays with that as well.
It was a while ago.
Of
It was
course,
like
as
a
always,
year
we're
or
gonna be
so
starting
ago
off
at least
on
that we played it.
domination. And it looks like Virtus Pro are
Yeah, that's the thing though, Laura, as well. Like, I wouldn't solo queue it.
Yeah, there goes Sparker's
Like, it's
Psylocke,
DBD
but
seems like the
he's
type of
gonna
game
be
you
more
have
than
to
happy
play
to
with
potentially
friends.
flex over to
And
the
like,
Adam
it'd be
Warlock.
so
Just now we get
fun
to see
if
the
you're
bans
with
come through at
friends,
the
but
same
otherwise, it
time.
fucking sucks.
Virtus Pro are going to be removing Hardest's Punisher.
And it feels like a game
duelist
you've
who
got to
can
invest quite a lot of
very
time in to
quickly
learn
generate into that
as
final
well, you know?
judgment. And even with all of the defensive capabilities that you have of something like the res composition, can very quickly be
Human with a
torn through
mask?
with the damage that a Punisher
Maybe?
or a Terror Cape hit is able to
I just
provide.
remember it was some kind of like dining room kind of
we could be
thing.
seeing a double eternal
I think, or
bomb
there's
come
like
out
a
from the
table in the
side
middle or
of
something.
Virtus Pro.
And it's like a
Shutting down
really
their
small
visibility
room,
in
and
the
it's a
backline
guy
will
with
be quite
swords.
valuable with the,
And I just couldn't fucking beat
with the
him.
removal of it. Oh, okay. Getting rid of Adam is somewhat interesting. This is gonna like shut down potentially the res composition.
Not
I feel like
really. I
Virtus
mean, the
Pro,
Adam's a really
like,
good
when they
ban
have the
here.
option, they prefer
We
to
know
run
Virtus
the
Pro
double
really
with
love the
all
res
this.
com. It's not really that
and
They
surprising.
generally pivot to a res when they're kind of forced to it.
Sorry, that was
Yeah,
really
and Fire's
bitchy.
Human Torch
Okay.
is actually
Yeah.
still safe too.
It's
currently,
unnecessarily bitchy.
As perhaps they're going to be able to protect one character, so Cloak and Dagger. So no one-sided Cloak and Dagger, which is a strategy that Virtus Pro have started using against their opponents come week
It's all
2.
good, Mariam, all
after
good.
Rad
I just can't
actually
really
were
remember
able
the
to
game
deal
very
them
well, to
their
be
losses
honest.
with a one-sided Cloak
I'm
and Dagger
not very
pick
good at
coming out
Souls
from
likes.
Fate, as Luna Snow is now going to be
I think
taken
you
out
probably
of
know me
rotation.
well enough by
Perhaps
now
their side
already
is
to
Virtus Pro
understand
decide to
why.
lock this in,
I
but
just
then
have
again,
such little
it's actually
patience
not
that like
immediately locked, so it does look like
I
there's
don't
a
know.
little bit of discussion, debate. I wonder.
I
if they were
never
thinking
never
about
make it to the
potentially
point
taking
of
least
getting that
Kraken
really good
impacts
gratification
away,
of killing a
given the
boss
fact
because
that
I usually
Virtus
get
Pro
I usually get
have
pissed
secured
off
that Loki,
like
which
before that
means
point, you know.
that the doppelgangers are
I
going
don't
to
have the patience
supply
for
a
Souls
awful
games.
lot of resets
or
for
the
Winter
mechanical
Soldier.
skill.
Remember, guys, in our Ignite bans, they're one-sided. So if it's not a mirrored ban on both sides, only one team has access to that hero.
All right,
or
Peps
villain
did play really well
to bring out
yesterday,
their
but not gonna
whole,
lie, I kind of expect
kit
VP
against
to
this.
roll
I'm
this
not surprised
series.
to see Nevix move over onto a Hulk, considering that Captain America's ban.
I
That
would be
similar
very
ability, but
surprised
also
if Peps
allows for
beat
talented
VP here.
minimal players to really get
It would
lot
be
of
a
damage done.
mega
Yeah, and
upset,
they've
like
also been able to secure the Luna Snow
unprecedented
too, which
upset.
means one-shot potential up against Larry when he uses the Cloak and Dagger Eternal Bond.
Law
So
was
you are
saying
gonna
the
have
same,
to be
right? Because Law, you
careful
play a
about
lot
that
of
one,
Souls
but
like
then
as well,
again,
and you really
Pepper
enjoy
tries
the
to Magneto over the Emma, so they
I
should
know
be able
it's
to
torture
utilize
is the right word,
full
but you
and
really
mitigate
enjoy that side of it,
one-shot
don't you?
capacity
Like the
against
challenge
our
and then the
strategists
overcoming
if
of the
they're able
challenge
to
and that like
coordinate the cooldowns.
adrenaline release of
Yeah,
overcoming the
considering
challenge.
that they're
you know?
going up against a Meteor M.
I just
Love
never
see
get
if
to that
Virtus
point.
Pro opt into the.
You played it 9
Cloak and
times.
Dagger here.
Jesus. I assume you
Slightly-
played the.
I imagine we probably
the
see a loaded
update
key
then,
Luna,
Mariam, right?
just for classic backline that Virtus Pro got so much value out of previously.
TM Peps actually going to be running the
No
Ultron, so
level
triple
up, no
strategies lineup
upgrades?
coming on through from them. Full pocket on Hardest and Leaf, so that they can have the space that the duelists are going to be looking for.
That sounds
Speedo on that Captain
ridiculous.
America is going to be going into the backline solo to just play disruption.
That sounds like my
And
worst
Nevix
nightmare,
might be
to
just
be honest.
assigned to constantly marking Beetle here. Just making sure that Dredro is constantly free to pump out these heals on the Luna Snow. Already with Metallic
Can't
Block has
afford
been
it
used
till
here
payday.
to
Oh,
ask Leaf to go on forward. Look at
fucking
that full
sucks.
pocket going onto Leaf as well. You can see the Ultra.
I'm assuming
sitting
that
on
one's
him
not
over
on
there.
sale either,
And
'cause
Leaf is
it's
going to be in a position
very
to really
new,
shut
right?
down these squids rather quickly, which is going to nerf the ult generation that Spark is going to have to try and work with.
So we
here.
see VP
Yeah, but
running
People's
this,
not going to
we've
do
seen them
anything.
run
Like you
this
said, he's being full
Hulk
months by
Namor
Nevix, which
duo
means that
quite a lot.
Sparker is free to keep up the pressure on all of the
Nevix, we
players
saw
in the
yesterday,
sky,
just
and
be
Fire is also
demonic
being
on
able
this
to
Hulk.
zone out. Two of the strategists coming through
With some
from Pep's
insane
backline,
stuns.
and that is going to result in both of the vanguards going down.
And Pep's
Alright,
going
Leaf
for
feeling
the
pressure here, gets
Ultron
the Guardian Shield
Human Torch
and
vibe.
the bubble. However, the grab from Fincy is all that you need.
Really
And a
nice grab
fly
from
low
Finn,
now
though.
is hardest just to try and stop that point going over too quickly.
Larry is going to have a turn.
I don't mind the
bond,
idea
but
from
for
Peps, you know.
it's potentially
We
gonna
talk
have to
about
just
this a
be
lot,
used
is to
give
try
them
and
a free
take on this
passage
aerial
into
duel,
that fight. They don't
right?
have a
Leaf
Punisher
versus
to be able to
Fee
just
in this
play right in
Human
the
Torch
midst of
matchup.
it.
The
Nor
Ultron
is
helps that a
actually
lot,
gonna
but on
be
the
swapping
flip
on
side,
over
you
to
got the Namor
Mantis, so now we
squids,
have even more damage boost potential.
which can
We
make it
forgo the
really
shield,
irritating.
But the 12% damage boost can mean that Leaf and Hardest's damage output
And Aura,
just
so I
spikes
actually like this
drastically.
Mantis swap.
Well, it's certainly going to be a
I
great
think
way
they
to
just-
try and
yeah, they
make
did
this
just swap
Rage
to
of Ultron
Mantis.
all the more deadly.
I do like this
Opens
Mantis
up
swap
with
a
it,
lot.
And Cypher is going to be answering out with a copy onto the Eternal Bond, actually stealing away the enemy's cloak and dagger. We know that Virtus Pro love to play it. It's going to be Larry in the back. Druidra could be in trouble here.
Been
With the tower king, but
looking.
indeed, Larry quick to follow up on that one.
Nice pick
But
from
now
Larry.
Sparker on the
If he gets
offensive
Leaf though in the
noticing
1v1.
the unfortunate movement of the point has
Aura gets
separated
Finn, that's a
team
big
from
pick.
their strategist ultimate. The healing won't be delivered as easily, but Fire's can always just run
Here goes
up into
Nevix,
it if they're so
though.
inclined. Team Peps get a quick flip.
Yeah, get a quick
There's
flip
a
as
lot
well.
of ults
Spike
for
didn't want to
VP.
commit the Horn of Proteus, given the fact that Druidra went down, so no damage boost, one-shot potential. DRP is
That's
gonna be
such
able
a
to hold
nice
the space
timing
with
from
Meteor
DRP
Ram and
actually,
throws it directly
because
at
he
the
just
Hulk, and Nevix
stopped
is
Fee being able to
taken
do
out of his
anything with that
ultimate bullet into the
supernova.
banner, into the reach
So that was actually a
now.
really nice
As well as
timing,
Pro
and it
have
allows
not been
Leaf then
able
to pick
find
off
the damage
Nevix.
to take Peps down.
Yeah, Fi really feeling the heat as Leaf starts to erode the space that Human Torch was counting upon. And for now, Virtus Pro is back to the drawing board until Nevix returns.
This is really
Finzi
nice
should
from
be able
Peps
to open
actually.
this up with Psionic
They're in a pretty
Seduction,
good
but
spot.
Peps should be
They
able to
Hardest
hide
has nearly
behind
got
the
the
strange
Ultron
wall. As well
ult.
as the distance, there's an awful lot
Beetle,
of really
Leaf,
good
and Aura
terrain
have
that
got
you can
theirs.
use. The pillars around the point itself to dodge the LOS of that Emma.
They're in a
ultimate,
pretty good
but
spot.
It really is going to be up to Sparker
The
to
only problem here
coordinate the
might be
fate of
Finn
both
with his
pillars.
Emma
Horn
ult.
Proteus needs to be huge.
And there we go. I thought she was going to pop it to try and deal with the supernova, but playing the pillar really nicely to stop that being a problem. Doesn't get a pick with the supernova though. Nice lunar ult to keep everyone up. Beetle with a nice Agamotto. Takes Nevix out. Oh, what a fucking timing from Larry. Still gets Aura, but Larry with that cloak timing, avoiding it as well, is clutch. Because he nearly got both. Oh, how does he get that? What? Dude, Sparker is ridiculous on this Namor.
Back in control.
Yeah, DRP
It's only
couldn't
25,
commit
but I won't
Meteor
buy it in
Ram,
case
knowing that
kids aren't
High is
needing
so
anything.
close to Supernova, and that flip does come through. However, there's still 2 fights for Virtus Pro now to take one more, and they'll put them
Well, I would
equal
say I
to
understand
Pep's
that, Marion, but
percentage, so there
obviously
is a
I don't
little
have
bit of
kids, so I don't
downtime for
understand
Peps
that
to
at all.
potentially build up a win condition.
But I respect that a
Another
lot.
Soul Resurgence paired up with that Rage of Ultron.
It's
Potentially
always
the
it's always the
Eternal
one
Bond, but they have
thing,
to
you
be
know,
so
that we
careful
talk
about how
about with
they
parents
approach
and
the point
stuff,
this
and the one
time
thing that I can
because
never
that poke coming on
really
through from both
understand
the
is
Torch and
how
that Namor is
your
absolutely
how much it changes your life and how much everything you think about then becomes about what doing everything you can for your kids, not for yourself, you know.
In midair by Sparker, using the blessing of the deep to eat up all of that danger coming through from a Meteor Ram. I believe it's a constant grab here from Nevix onto the Ultron, manages to survive and get back up into the air. Looking down
That was a nice
over the
block.
battlefield, sees
Sorry, I'm
that
going off on
Beetle is
crazy
in trouble,
tangents.
has the Eye of Agamotto,
I'm focusing,
but no
chat. I'm
chance
focusing.
to pop
I'm
it.
watching.
Grabbed by the throat by Fincy, and the remainder of the Bears just look up at this totem macabre.
Sparker gets
and
a
they
nice
claw
pick.
at it, sink their teeth in. Sparker's getting even more Larry. Oh no, the Eternal Bond interrupted by Fincy. Too much.
Hardest is having such a hard time.
And
And VP pull it back again. They're so good on this domination, pulling this back.
And Virtus Pro bring it back.
Yeah,
I
it's
think
rough
VP are
when
one of the
Peps
best
lose those
domination
vanguards, lose
teams.
those anchor
They're
heroes on
just,
that point. They have
even
to
if you
try and
think you've won
overcome
it, they're
with the
so good at
sustainability
finding
that
any
free strategists
angle
can
to
bring
win
your
it. You know what I
team,
mean?
but unfortunately,
Like
without
any
those
tiny
ultimates,
morsel of
they
victory,
just
they'll find
don't have
it.
the heals per second to stand up to the amount of spam
The
that is
1%
coming on through
play.
from Virtus Pro, and whoever steps up to try and bounce the point off of their fallen teammates gets immediately ripped off of the ground and held by the throat by that Emma Frost and Carbon
shit, we
Crush
didn't
is
run
truly
ads.
a
Fuck.
brutal cooldown.
Holds up a sacrifice to Ursa Major.
Even if you guys are not really
Smiles
interested in Marvel Rivals, if you feel like just lurking around, it does help me out a lot.
Team Peps, though, they did make it
So I
close.
super
If they
appreciate you
win
all.
the
And if
first
you're
fight,
here
it
looking
becomes
for drops,
infinitely
please
easier for them
enjoy.
to hold the space with the amount of
We do have the
damage that
exclusive
they
magic
have
drops
over
on
Virtus
all
Pro's
day
heads.
today
Having both
and
the
tomorrow.
Mantis and the Cloak and Dagger and the
And I'll be
Ultron,
live for
you do
around
have an
16
awful lot of
hours. You've
sustain,
got
but the
more than enough
spam
time
damage that you can
to
do that
finish
Virtus
those
Pro have
drops
to
off.
pick themselves through is definitely a lethal combination. But speaking about lethal combos, we're going
Early
to have
TP.
on the Proteus, potentially for a damage boost, but what they're not going to have is Human Torch is
Taking that high ground,
just got extinguished.
taking that high ground and trying to hold it.
A character as nimble as the Human Torch.
An early
Great
prior.
heads-up play there from Team Peps, and that's going to give them early control over this mission area. Shouldn't take too long for Fire to get back. And
Nevix doesn't want to give it for free.
Gonna try and play this one out, investing the regeneration domain as well.
Oh, he
Into
just
the
goes
back
straight
with
for
the
it.
Worldbreaker Hulk, and oh boy, the world of
Oh, the
France
Mantis
in
ult is
great
clutch,
danger
though, to
right
keep
now.
these two alive, but I don't know if it's going to be
Coming through.
enough.
Plenty of healing
He's
for
kind
all
of
them.
bullying the fuck out of him in this corner.
Point cap.
And Nevix just creates so much room, dude. Even if he doesn't get the kills, he just creates so much room by keeping them in that corner. Oh, well. Nice target selection. Oh.
Cast a doppelganger next to their co-strategist in order to make sure that healing can come through quickly. The Rage of Ultron is yet
Oh,
another
Beetle, Beetle, Beetle.
It was the flame prism.
That wasn't the play, dude. That was not the play, dude.
About how hot it was going to get under the collar.
Oh, that's so unfortunate. VP really wanted
That's a
that
big
point
feels
cap.
bad.
They understand that they can't full
That is a
and
big boy
re-push
feels bad.
into space when Peps have that much damage potential above their heads. Hardest now is actually going to swap over towards the Winter Soldier, something that we expected to see coming on through, as Nevix has been a thorn in this team's side right now. If that Hulk tries to commit and take down the back line, Bionic Hook is going to be there to grab him back into the mix.
I like this switch. I like the switch onto the Winter Soldier. They need something.
Proteus tries to put a stop to the Eternal Bond push from Peps. Larry dodges it, and finally Peps.
And I think Winter Soldier's also
Yeah,
not
Nevix
bad at
being
dealing
down
with
the regen domain
the
as well. That fight might have been cooked from the start. Wishful thinking
Namor
from
squids
Sparker,
either.
honestly. Didn't even have the,
And he can
the
start to put in
combination
some
with the
work
flavor
into
both worlds to
Nevix,
get the
and
damage
Finn on
boost.
these
The Vespro
tanks.
hopefully
One of the
wishing
things
they
Winter
had that one
Soldier, I
back.
think people maybe don't like traditionally think about as a hero. He is a fucking tank buster. This guy does so much damage. You can burn through tanks very fast with your cooldowns.
We've also got Invisible Boundary coming on through from Aura Stealer, and there's nothing really from Virtus Pro.
Oh, Fee's just gonna pop it?
So it's a supernova to start things off, so they can just isolate DRP.
Oh, DRP too far up, didn't have any LOS from the strategist. The healing couldn't be delivered, and now his flame tornado is so difficult to
Stays
deal with.
alive.
Fire just forced to
Oh,
dash
and then
away
turns around and
quickly,
smacks
even
Leaf.
inside the invisible boundary.
Woof.
Leaf never stood a chance. Weak to the fire type damage as a grass type player. That much is certain to see. An attempt to try and
Did we
chase
just
down
become
Beetle.
best friends?
Pesky Captain America
Syrian.
constantly
Am I
charged
saying that
across
right?
Banner.
Syrian,
And now Nevix takes his
Syrian,
duty
welcome
very
in. Thank you for the
seriously
follow.
when it comes to chasing
lovely to
down
have
the
you.
cap. In times such as these, Virtus Pro flip the point.
Oh, and they're looking for more. Hardest with Silas.
If you
so
do want to
can
lurk,
use the
that's
Kraken
totally
impact
okay,
in
don't
that
worry.
fight due to the
But if you want to say hi, it'd be nice to get to know
Virtus
you.
Pro still having so many
Nevix has got this ult. I don't see how Peps get in here. Hardest would have to have the biggest fucking ult of their life, but there's two support ults here. Drydro and Cypher both have their ults.
This is going to be a really rough fight.
I think Leaf needs to try and bait him out with the supernova at least. Larry's used theirs already. Aura's not close, but Beetle does have theirs. Oh my god, Sparker. How did they burst them through it? Nah, Nevix is in the back line here. I don't see how they fight this. I don't see how they fight this. Oh my god! Hello! Oh my god, thank you so much. Hello. Welcome in. I was not ready for that at all. That's really, really kind. Thank you. Wow, I was super not ready. Welcome in, everyone. Oh my god, I'm Nick. It's lovely to meet you all. I play a lot of Marvel Rivals, mostly. We do a little bit of variety here and there, but mostly Marvel Rivals. And at the moment, we are watch partying the Marvel Rivals Ignite tournament that's happening at the moment. And we have been watch partying that pretty much the entire time, all the way through groups and stuff. So if you're interested in Rivals, you're definitely in the right place. If you're interested in Pro Rivals, we have a ridiculous ridiculous amount of games for you guys today. 8 best of 5s we're going to be watching today. So it's lovely to have you all. Welcome in. Thank you so much for that raid. That is really, really kind. I appreciate it very much. What's up? Am I saying this right? Euphoria, welcome in. We're just in OT, so give me 1 sec, guys. I just want to see what happens here, and then I will give you the proper rundown. Nice freeze on Beetle. Huge from Nevix. I think VP are just going to wash it, no? Leaf gets Sparker, though. Nah, it's done. It's done. VP take game 1. We're expecting this to be a bit of a VP wash, but GG's. Big love, I dig your name. Thank you, thank you. Believe me, this is like, I think the 4th iteration of my name, maybe, that I've tried. And this one is sticking. So please feel free to go have a nap, do your post-stream stuff. I appreciate the raid very, very much. And if you feel like dropping back post-nap, I'll still be here. We're doing like a 16-hour day today, so I appreciate it very much. For everyone else who's just in, if you do just want to lurk and obviously, you know, see if you enjoy it and stuff first, please feel free to do so. The only thing that I will let you guys know in advance is this is very much an 18+ stream. I do swear a lot. I do talk about, let's use the term mature subjects. So this is very strictly 18+ over here. But apart from that, I'm pretty open. So feel free to ask me any questions, anything you might want to know, like who my Marvel Rivals mains are or anything like that. I've played this game since Season 0. I don't know, I assume Syrian, if I'm saying that name right, I apologize if I'm not. I assume they were playing Rivals before. Or if you want to, you can type !new in chat as well if you want to have a random question that we can talk over or bond over if you're not sure how to start a conversation. That's also there as an option. But welcome in, everyone. I also have exclusive magic drops, so if you do play Rivals, I have exclusive magic drops on for the whole weekend. So you just got to stick around and enjoy. This was so smartly thought out from the side of Virtus Pro. And that's game 1. When they saw the advanced pick and bans, they knew. Yeah, I would expect VP to kind of watch this series a little bit. I wonder if you start banning the Hulk from Nevix. It seems that after the loss yesterday to because like Nevix seems like he gets this every game because the prio is so much on Magneto and Emma. And Finzy's Emma is ridiculously good. And we know how good Mag is as a tank. But I wonder, do you... I mean, I assume if you take him off Hulk, does he just play Cap then? Because I'm pretty sure he's confident on Cap. Or Venom, but I feel like this Hulk is putting in so much work. Especially in combination with the Namor. So if you guys, for all of you guys that have just come in, if you've not been following this tournament, I'll give you a very, very quick rundown of how this is going to work. Or what's happening today. So this is the current bracket of what we're watching today. We've done all of this over the last 2 weeks. This is the group stages that we've been following over the last 2 weeks. And this is Marvel Rivals Ignite. So this is their kind of first big tournament, their first big kind of foray into esports. They had like a little invitational stuff before, but this is the first like officially backed tournament that they're doing. And they're kind of running it similar to a League of Legends idea. So they've invested $3 million as a prize pool over the course of the year. So this first stage is, I think there's $1 million for this first stage. Let me turn this down a little bit while we're chatting away. So we went through all the group stages the last 2 weeks, and this weekend we're doing playoffs. This is day 3, if you've not been following it. So we've had, let me switch my camera over so you guys can see this properly. So we had all of these games yesterday. We had these games on Thursday. We had these games yesterday. And today we're doing the 2 lower bracket quarterfinals. So these 2 series here. Then the upper bracket final. These are all best of fives as well. So best of five games. Then the lower bracket semi-final as well today. So we're doing 4 best of 5 series. Then tomorrow, we'll be doing the lower bracket final, which is a best of 5. And then the grand final, which is a best of 7. First place takes home $70,000. Second place, 35, 25, etc., etc. Here. So it's like, that's a good amount of money on the line for these group stages. And then, I don't know if you guys watch League of Legends or you know League of Legends esports, but then we're moving to what they're calling mid-season finals. Kind of like MSI, which is happening right now for League. I think it's happening this weekend, actually. Next week. So the top 2 teams, I believe, it depends on the region, but the top teams from each region then face off in their first LAN event, which I believe is happening in China. So I'm not actually sure how that's going to work because as far as I know, they've not been allowed to broadcast the Chinese group stages and stuff. But I assume it's going to be different for a LAN because otherwise it'd be kind of pointless to run a LAN and not be able to show anyone. So I'm not sure how that's going to work. So this is the European region, and we're also covering the American region as well tonight. So we'll be doing the same series tonight, but for Americas as well. So that's why we've got such a long day today. And that's why we're watching 8 best of 5 series.
Yeah, and I mean, Hardest maybe left a little bit motion sick as
I'm also a caster. Part of the reason that we're doing this is I'm a shoutcaster as well. I applied to be an official shoutcaster. Like these guys up here, and just lost out at the last stage. So I love shoutcasting, so that's why we're also watch playing it all, because I really enjoy it. So there you go. That's the full lowdown for you all. I hope that's giving you all the information you need. That was a bit of a comprehensive go through right there, but I hope that's giving you a brief introduction to the tournament if this is your first time joining us here for it. So yeah. And I hope Siren's stream was really good. I just dropped her follow, so we'll go and say hi for sure.
Spider Island's the pick here off Team Peps. For those of you who haven't been keeping track of the ancient lore, Spider Islands was the first map that Virtus Pro ever
hi, Cal.
in an official tournament, and they lost.
I saw a streamer the other day. He does customs for community games.
And some of the original
just put 6 viewers versus 5 plus himself.
Oh,
I'd totally do that. I'd totally do that. Yeah, we'd definitely do some. If we have enough people, we'd totally do customs. Yeah.
Could be pro. So I reckon they go for the MSA here.
Oh, did I get it right? Is it Siren?
Peps pivot their ban strategy because obviously
awesome.
They banned Psylocke Cap last time, which is very good on Hell's Heaven.
Were you doing rivals today?
Much of a concern on Spider Islands, where it's a lot more linear. Oh, they still want Spark.
I dropped you a follow, and I really appreciate the raid. Very much. Thank you. Oh, Siren. Oh, as in the mythical creature. Yeah. Gotcha. That makes sense now. I'm not very good at words. I'm sure you find this as well, right? I don't know if you have this in your chat. I'm really bad at reading names the right way, so I tend to just give people nicknames. They're much easier for me to say. So for you, for example, I would probably end up just calling you Sai, because it's just, do you know what I mean? Like if I just did it off the top, right? So I tend to give people just shorter names because it's much easier for me to remember and then deal with.
a
'Cause
lot
I'm
of teams
terrible.
actually used this
Terrible.
against VP yesterday.
I'm also really
on
bad, and this is
Midtown,
probably not a
where
great
there's an
quality for a
overtime fight
streamer to
approaching on
have,
B, and they
but
just
I'm
swap
really
in and
bad
out
at
on Warlock
contextualizing
so that
people's
they can have
messages.
the self-res, the soul
So
bomb
I
if they're behind in terms of
misunderstand
ultimate charge, and
people's
you've
tone
immediately
and
got a
stuff in
defensive option
messages
against an aggressive
all
ultimate.
the fucking
Coming
time.
through from
All the
something like,
time.
say, a duelist, as it looks like VP will actually utilize that last ban system slot to take away
saving the torch
cloak
again?
and dagger from the side of Peps, but they have been able to secure
What map
the
are we
Lunar
on?
Snow
We're on
Run.
Spider
And
Islands?
since VP don't get the Loki, there is no opportunity to
Wait,
copy
Peps
that
chose
fate of
Spider
those builds.
Islands?
Yeah, no access
No
to the Terror
shot.
Cape, no access.
Are they gonna triple
To-
Vanguard this then?
The,
Also,
Eternal
Siren,
Bond as well on the other
who
side.
do you play in
Gonna be
Rivals?
entirely
I assume you play in
unmirrored.
Rivals.
As
So
we
who's your
are
fave
gonna
to
see
play?
Nevix is going to pick up the cap here. It wasn't banned out this time, and Nevix is a fantastic
There's
cap
no way
player.
they're sticking with an
But I
Iron
feel,
Fist,
I feel
right?
like Nevix is getting a lot of value out of the Hulk. Has crazy mechanics.
He balances
on
it
the
by,
ultimate.
by mixed
Yeah,
match and
but
rank.
the
so
Hulk
bronze
is
is
very,
Celestial.
very strong. However, can be somewhat of a pin cushion, especially if Invis is
I do,
still in play where you jump
I
in
do
and then she
custom
waits for
games
you
with
to try
a
to
streamer
jump
friend
back.
called
And
Nat,
boom, force physics. All of a sudden,
who,
you're right back at that Invis woman's
I'm gonna
feet,
be
and
working
the
with,
entire rest of her team is
in the
just
future.
there waiting to take you down and immediately
Nat's
gain
super
so
lovely, but
much
he
ultimate
does
charge.
he
The
does a lot of
Captain
like
America
streamer
is so much
customs
more
and
of an
stuff, so I
annoyance
tend to play with
because he
them
still
quite a
has
bit.
that high level of
I just haven't been able to
mobility,
do it
but
since
that
we've been in the
opportunity to
tournament.
just
But I'm
bounce
definitely up for
projectiles back,
putting on some
including
custom games if you guys are up for
in
it.
terms of things like the Iron Man
I was gonna do
Maximum
that
Pulse
on
or the
Thursday
Neuron,
this
which we
week
have seen
anyway.
actually
We're gonna
come
do
on
some
through in Ignite is
quick
just
play,
invaluable.
some community games. So if we have enough people,
Unbelievable
I'd
stuff.
totally be down for
I'd love to
customs.
see it happen. Once again, here
Cake
at
and
Marvel Rovers against
Cake and
EMEA.
Dagger?
5 course just going to be sitting up in the air. It's not going to be having
Wait, that was
additional
intentional, right?
sustainability
That's
from
what you
the team
call
up,
her?
though.
That's
Virtus
so
Pro vaulted
funny.
into the
Cake and Dagger.
Balloon and Cloak and Dagger.
I like it.
Virtus Pro not going for the
Invis a
triple
bitch,
Vanguard strategy,
Rocket,
so not
okay.
taking free fights minimum on this one. We're not even seeing
So I'm
the
a bit of a
Strange come
flex,
through at the moment,
but
what we
I
are
play a
seeing
lot
is
of
a counter-fire
Invis if I have to
composition
support.
coming on out. They'll be able to deal with the Star-Lord
She's so
and the
much fun.
Torch
She's by
off
far
of
my
just
fave.
spam pressure coming
And I
on
do
through
need
from
to
that
learn
Namor,
Cloak and
at the
Dagger.
same time as
She's
being
kind
able
of
to
on my
dispatch
list
Beetle
to
if he
learn,
tries to overcommit into that back
like
line.
at a deeper
Yeah,
level.
DRP could be in major danger here as well off the back of a Carbon Crush and Terror Cape in tandem.
I did
already Silver Terror Cape come out just constantly.
I did an
displacing
A
these
to Z
crosshairs.
challenge
Oh,
Siren
danger right here.
in
Leaf has
season
to
0
disengage away.
when the game
Using
first
that
came
hot
out,
drop down to her back, 100 charge
where
for
I had
Fency.
to play
This is where
every
you
single
really start to
hero
fear for Team
in
Peps. They need to
the
start winning
game,
these
and I had to
fights
get
early
3
before things
competitive
can
wins
get
on each
charged up.
hero before I could move to the
Spark has already
next.
got Horn of Proteus off of all
So
of the
I've
damage
played
he's been able to
everybody,
do.
and I
The
know the
Phaser
game very, very
fall
well.
from the absolute zero onto be
Spent a lot of time learning the game.
Proteus.
But I need to go
Team
back
Peps are
and
forced to take
like
a big step
deeper
backwards.
learn,
It's got
you
to
know.
be a commitment of fate of
But,
both
I'm a
worlds, though,
Thor
where it's
main.
hardest to finally take
God, I love
Sparker
playing
down.
Thor.
And Traitor's Eternal Bond,
He's
unfortunately,
my
was
boy.
not in time to save the Nemo.
Outside
Although
of the Eternal
no
Bond,
one
yeah.
is playing him in
Some
pro,
Nemo saves
because
him
apparently he
down to
just
five,
sucks.
solo DPS for now.
Right, let's
The
catch
Doors
up with the
trying
game.
to get it done.
Let's see where we're
Beetle
at.
forced to bring up their shield. It's not going to last for too long. That's multiple players going to be mind controlled. Hardest a little bit
Oh,
shy
that's tough
of
for
the
Hardest.
AoE. DRP gets too little off the back
So
of
VP
the
going
terrain.
back to this,
It's a full in
going back
investment
to
for
this
the
Hulk
side of
Namor
Team Peps.
duo.
Once everything's cleared out here, it could be Leaf who makes it work.
The only
Supernova
difference really from
top
game
five
1
is
is
gonna
that
be
Hardest
Lancer
has
as
gone
well.
onto
Rita's
this
already taken
gone
down
onto
the
this
Beetle in the
Star-Lord.
back, managing to smash them
Which
away with
I
this
don't mind.
slimy carapace. Leaf going up
We have
to
seen
try
a
and
lot
get
of
that
Star-Lord
mid-air
into these
fight
flyers,
against
particularly
their
with
counterpart.
Human
Is
Torch.
keen to get even more here. Larry's seen in the back. The Worldbreaker Hulk is over, returning to the cart for a solemn duty of stopping the objective from moving into this nasty
Peps have got a
little
good
zone.
first push
Leaf
though.
has fight kind of exactly where he wants him, but in this unsupported battle
Oh,
over here, the 2v1,
nice
it's hard to
duel up
come
with
in to
Hardest.
strike the final blow.
This
But
is where
Pro,
Invis
while
really
options,
shines,
maybe
right?
fight comes
And this is
back
why I
here
quite like
on the
Aura
Doctor
on
Strange.
this
Could play for a
Invis.
quick portal.
She gets a
The
nice
damage has already been
pull
done,
on
though.
Cypher as
Cyber
well.
blasted off the back by Aura Stealer. What a great read
So they're
on
kind of
the
going for the air
physics.
dominance, right?
Strange is
You know,
gonna be
Star-Lord,
coming back
Human
potentially,
Torch,
but
and
no,
then
they
also an
take the
Invis
battle
shield
off of
over the
it.
top.
And
Fee is going to
unfortunately,
lose
they're
this
not going
fight
to be
9
able
times
to
out of 10.
Traitor or Bold and
If they
Eternal
focus
Bond
on
to
Fee
stop
and
the
taking
momentum,
Fee out,
perhaps because Tritro is already dead.
I think this is a
Waiting for
good
Pep
strat from
already all the
Peps.
way at the end
And
point
I
of
mean,
the
look at how
just
far they're
even
pushing.
more staggers. Nevix froze
What?
himself off of
They're
the
being
map so
so
that they can regroup
aggro.
a little bit faster and try and minimize the
Yeah,
amount of
leave
distance
9
that
and
Pep's going to
0?
pick up on this payload.
God
As a
damn.
full reset
Showing
needs to come
up
through
on this torch.
immediately if the defense want any opportunity to hold.
Yeah, coming down to just having two phases
Cindy is
to
pretty
each fight.
straightforward. Cindy is
First
broken,
progressing
by the
a
way.
little bit too resource
Like,
heavily
listen,
to the first
I
one, seeing that eternal bond.
am
And
not gonna
the
sit
thing
here
that come out
and
before
like,
the
you
flame
know,
tornadoes.
They've got so
talk
many
about a
options
bunch
too.
of different
Oracle's
heroes and
gonna be
stuff
able to use Invis
that I
Dagger
think need
against
nerfing in
Invis
season
Reduction
3.
because DRP
But the fact that Cloak and
has
Dagger has a 28% vulnerability on top of all of their other abilities is fucking insane.
They do manage to find the pick, but now that Galactic Legend and the Supernova from Virtus Pro is looking a little
It looks
bit
like,
more
yeah,
dangerous.
Sparker's full switch. Also, by the way, guys, I apologize for the quality when the fights are popping off. It's not me. That's directly from the feed. So it's a problem with Twitch bitrate or the streaming bitrate that they're using. It's been happening all groups.
Like an Icarus from a flight too high, and now it's going to be the backline under siege.
They're doing like they're being so aggro peps, and I really like it. I think this is what they need to do. If you let VP set up and take the fights on their terms, they're gonna win, right? They're just gonna beat you. But if you play really aggro, get in their face, force them into uncomfortable positions and uncomfortable fights, I think this is the way to do it.
Absolute Zero and Ice
And we're seeing it work.
From Saipei just to get a little bit more sustainability. By playing Peel, they've been able to carbon crush out Beetle, but they capture them.
I can go full caster mode if you guys want me to go full caster mode. But at the moment, we're just kind of chill watch partying.
For another 10 seconds or so, yet another incursion into the backline coming through from the side of Beetle, and that gives enough of a
Leaf again, winning that 1v1 against Fee. This is big for Hardest though. The cloak is down. Larry, not Larry. Cypher does have the Lunar Roll. If Hardest can wait this out, bait out the Lunar Roll, they're gonna have completely free ult, and I think they're gonna roll over this fight. But Hardest has to be patient with this.
It's gonna be following up from that fourth and final dash, but like you said, having that Galactic Legend on the line for Peps,
It's pretty much a mirror
pretty
comp.
soon a Supernova 2 is going to give Virtus Pro serious pause for thought about how they utilize this fade.
There goes Hardest over the top. Oh, but look at DRP. Oh, nails him. Oh, that was Sparker, sorry, not Hardest. DRP nails the dunk. Oh, am I saying it wrong? Is it 5? Who spells it like that? You see what I mean about names? I literally just talked about it. Yeah, that was a really nice dunk from DRP. We've seen that a lot yesterday as well from DRP. Really good dunks in general with this mag. I love it. I love it. Keep getting aggro. Look at the DPS that Starlord can output if they can get onto these targets. Nice pick from Sparker.
We finally see Virtus Pro bring out one of the most high meta picks at the moment to help out with that mid-air battle that's constantly been going the way of Leaf, who's had to swap over now onto the
good stabilizing though from VP. I think they might full hold.
4 seconds remaining. It's going to be all up to the stretch.
Oh, what a push.
And he doesn't get through.
What a crazy push. Hi, Simply Manic. That's a great name. That's a great name, by the way.
Denied the touch. And that is where the payload finishes.
We should do some full cast today, right? I feel like I'm a little out of practice. We haven't really been casting the last couple of days.
Torch versus Torch.
We should maybe do some. We'll do a game where I'm full casting it for you guys.
The Invis Leaf always has the upper hand in terms of that armor that he can utilize off of the team up. And even
I feel like it's been a hot minute. I'm hoping that my co-caster can come and join me tomorrow for the grand finals, and we can do some proper full duo cast for you.
Finally, they had enough of it. They were just like, let's just put him on the Punisher and pull out the shotgun.
But welcome in, Manic. That's such a cute Jeff emote as well.
Against that 40 bullet clip.
Was that Siren?
That Punisher has now.
That's such a cute emote.
The Guardian shield as well as that team up ability was a constant thorn in the side of his 1v1 duels. And honestly, there was great.
I hate playing against Jeff.
When it came to finding 2v1
I love Jeff.
Especially how they opened up
the shoes emote is just
onto Fi when it felt like it was just going to be a Leaf versus Fi.
Did you guys see? Have you guys seen the Reddit post? We'll try and find it after this game. Have you guys seen the Reddit post that Marvel put out, or the Twitter post, showing a bunch of Jeff costumes and asking people to vote on which Jeff costumes they want next? I don't know if you guys have seen it. It's so fucking cute. I'll see if I can find it after this. Also, what do you guys want to see season 3? If you can pick one change that you want Rivals to make in Season 3, what do you want to see?
So is the RP going to be the one to swap now?
We're like 2 weeks away.
Stranger, they're going to go for their 3-fight minimum. Keep your eyes on that top.
All right, Spark with a nice pick. You see the Ultron switches? And it's all going to come down to this aerial duel.
Come back for a fight later.
Sparker, Fee, Hardest Leaf, Ultron, Johnny. I think the big advantage here, though, is Aura. Aura could be a big difference maker here. Mantis is really good into flyers, and we've seen a lot more Mantis prior because of how... Excuse me, because of how good they are into this flyer meta.
This is all about draining that time back, and you certainly need to when you've only got 1 point and most of
no
progress
flyers.
On second.
Well, guys, I got some bad news for you. We'll talk about it after this game. I got some bad news for you. What's up, Bolly? Leave the game after it's done. What do you mean? Oh, is in without having to go to like the MVP screen and stuff?
With that damage. But now the Eternal Bond is Streetdro grabbing all of the space. Has to be careful to stay within this AoE. The Terror K makes things a little bit more difficult.
Nice pushback.
Star-Lord. Fire lays down fire tornado after fire tornado. And caught out in a corner.
He's going to get railed.
Ideal for the Invisible Woman. Still in this 1 versus
he gets the health though. That's big. Sparky gets lead.
Unbelievable plays there.
Nevik swapping off the Hulk as well onto this cap is interesting. I'm assuming because they've swapped off the name, all right.
Just about managed to get into cover. Staying away from Fincy.
Gets a big ping on the Luna though. That's a big ping.
She's so cute though. How could I resist?
Dude, Finzy is just not being touched on this Emma whatsoever.
That's exactly what Peps needed to do.
Good amount of time off though. That's a good couple of minutes off the clock. But they have used their strange portal, so I think that's going to be it.
And spam damage. Of all
we've
of
had
these
dive
chokehold
comp, we've had
approaches
fly
that Peps
comps,
are
and
going
swim
to be
comp.
forced to try and approach for
So
DRP
just Jeff?
also has that Eye of Agamotto, and Virtus Pro lacking that Invis woman don't have the means of
a
mitigating
Jeff
it.
6v6.
It's going to have to be a block from Finzy coming on through, or potentially just taking the Strange down.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, guys, I don't think dive's going anywhere. Unfortunately, and I'll talk about why in a minute. It's a big topic of conversation, the dive meta right now.
50% ult charge seems like that's going to be a necessary sacrifice. Yeah, DRP gives
there's a lot of discussion around Black Panther, particularly. I have my own opinions on it.
You can try and match pace with Vi when he hits the supernova, but Virtus Pro definitely have momentum on their side currently. Rage of Ultron to be able to push ahead.
Okay, Leaf nearly got supernova. Aura, Larry, both building up to the support ults. Drydra is pretty close again with this cloak, which should give them a lot of room to walk up on. Nice peel. Really nice peel from Nevik. Jumps back into the opposite cap, make sure they can't get value.
It's putting damage down range. At the moment, it's more like suppressing fire onto a strategist. It actually forces out the answer here in the form of the Fate of Both Worlds. Virtus Pro probably just going to disengage.
Yeah, I mean, this is just a popping. DRP doesn't have it yet either. 97. I think he's just going to have to wait and save it. This is big, though. Watch out for Hardest here. Here goes Hardest. There's no support ults. The Emerald. Oh, the Emerald is crazy from Finn. Oh, how does DRP get that again? This guy is fucking LeBron. How does he hit Sparker again in the air like that? Who is this guy? Dude, genuinely, DRP might be like the best fucking dunker in this game from what we've seen the last 2 days. This guy's ridiculous. What?
The staggers are coming on for Beetle's Freedom Charge baits out Saipe to have to match sustainability with the Fate of both.
Oh my
wolves.
god,
So
those
Virtus
Jeff
Pro at least
emotes are
down
so
that
cute.
ultimate in the fight that comes next, but
I
Team
want
Peps
them.
are so many players down because of those staggers.
Do we have any
Down
Jeff
to the
emotes
last final
from 7
fight.
TV in here?
DRP's gotta come
I
back
can't
on
remember
the
if I
Strange to
added
teleport people
in.
back, but VP have the max amount of players
Not making
on
me
the
keep playing
payload,
comp when I have
and it's going to
levers.
have to be
I'm
a
not seeing points off
desperation
me
back from
either.
Leaf.
We'll talk about that. That's interesting, Marion. We'll talk about that.
Look at the chase out coming here from Beetle. Fincy picked off by The human torch.
They're
This
holding
engage was
like pretty
strong.
well for the
Virtus
most
Pro,
part, but
they had to give up Fincy in order to make sure
it's
their
really
pipeline survived
close.
a retake from Team Peps. Now 1 minute 30 remains.
Yeah, but
One
Peps had to
team
sacrifice
fight
Fate
wins
of
this for
Blood Claws to make
VP.
sure that they got through that portal safely without losing a player. Since
Hardest
they had no
nearly got the ult
information about
again.
Virtus' position.
Drydro
And now
nearly
if
got
they
there.
don't
Sparky
have it,
goes.
to the Rage of Ultron, as Virtus
But wait.
go, try and answer
They're
back.
just
It's up to
sending it.
Hardest with the Galactic Legend to keep the
Oh, I
Ultron
don't
in
know.
check,
That
but the
felt a bit
Aegis
early from
Aegis
Hardest.
comes on through from
I'm
Fincy,
guessing it's
and
to
Sparky's
protect
able to
Larry, though,
survive the
because
attention.
Larry was getting domed by
Aegis,
Sparker's
It
ult.
was just perfect there from Fincy.
There's the
Now
walk
Drew can
in.
move on forward.
And there's the answer from
Unconcerned
Invis.
about a Meteor M because
Just
the
to keep
LPs
everyone
had to go
holding,
once
but here
again.
come the picks.
Oh,
It's
fine.
over.
Landing a hot
It's
drop
over.
onto Larry, and now raining
Yeah,
down
VP
from
roll
above
it.
all. Once again, the Stormfront has
VP
been
roll it.
opened.
2-0
Open
for
the gates of
VP.
hell and stare into Avernus, 'cause
We
it's
did
fire
think
and
this one was
flames
going to be a
that carry
wash,
Virtus
guys,
Pro to
so
a
we did
victory.
expect this to be a 3-0.
Virtus Pro just so good at suppressing.
For any of you guys
Just
who
every
are
single
not
time
following
when you
the pro
call
scene,
the suppressing fire coming on out, that
VP
Rage of Ultron
are
was used to entirely
considered
suppress
one of the
the
best teams
Supernova.
in EU.
From
They were
Team Peps, and Team
undefeated
Peps
going
are
into
trying
this
to use
tournament,
that
so
Supernova to stabilize, to
it's
give
kind of
themselves a little
surprising
bit
they're
of
in the lower
breathing room
bracket
to set their
after
players
some
up in
after a
positions where
crazy
it's harder for
crazy
Virtus
series
Pro to
yesterday.
pick them off as the fight begins, and potentially
But
they
we
can
expect
use
them
spam
to we
pressure
expect them
too
to 3-0
to
this.
put VP's hands to have to overcommit some of those vital cooldowns.
Let's
before
talk
the
about
fight
some stuff.
properly kicks off, and unfortunately they never got
Let's talk
the
about some stuff.
opportunity to do so. Virtus Pro did such a good job of keeping Peps
Right.
constantly uncomfortable every single
The
time they come back.
not taking points off, I fully agree with. I think there should be a ranked, what's the word I'm looking for? Not benefit,
We can immediately turn back in again.
I mean, it's
rebuttal?
like,
No.
it's
Do you know what?
like
Do you know what word I'm getting at?
again,
Refund.
the main difference is in
Fucking
that
Nick
particular
ADHD
map.
brain.
Within the Luna
Refund.
versus Luna,
So there should be a ranked refund if you have, let's say, a lever partway through, or a cheater, or something like that, right? I'm definitely on board with that. I think all games should do that, really. Because there's nothing worse in a game like this when you feel like your time has been completely wasted and it's out of your control. And I think that's one of the difficulties with this game, is a lot of it feels out of your control. But no, refund was the word I was going for. He's the only mag that hits their ult consistently. Yeah, teams are getting better, I will say that for sure. Remember, this is still very early on in Marvel Rivals' life cycle, especially for their esports life cycle. Let me tell you what I want. Let me tell you what I want from Season 3. We should get our first kind of Season 3 dev diary and stuff in a few days, actually, if they stick with the same pattern.
Yeah, it's still such a wide hitbox that I
They've
found
released
as
it
well.
8 days
Beyond,
before
you
the
know,
season
really
start,
impressive
usually.
Captain America.
And the season is due to start on the 11th of July, so in about 2 weeks.
It could be a little bit of a nuisance to try and hit.
So we should get some info soon. But here's what I want.
Just an absolute
Placement
fire
games.
hose of damage with that sonic beam was so difficult.
Placement games are an absolute must-have, I think, at this point. I like having ranked resets. I think ranked resets is very healthy for the game. I think it's a very good idea to do at the start of seasons, so that there's no like staleness or people just sitting in ranks and stuff. But the current, without placement games, it becomes an absolute mess of shit in the lower ranks as people climb back up. Like, you can't play, like, the ranked experience, you can't play for, like, a week. Because it's just ridiculous to try and climb up. Bronze games feel like fucking GM games. Because everyone is, back. So what that means, Mariam, is basically, when you do a ranked reset, for example, at the start of a season, you do 5 games, or 5 or 10 games, however much they want to do. And then an algorithm, or whatever it is, determines where you should start off, what rank you should start off at based on those placement games and how you play. So, for example, let's say I'm going to take myself here. I don't know what rank. I don't know what rank Siren is, or if Siren even plays ranked or anything. I'm a GM player at the moment. So let's say I start the season again. I play 5 placement games, and maybe I don't play well in a couple of them, so it places me in, like, plat. So then I obviously have to climb back up to GM from there. Or you play 5 placement games, you play really well. And it's also based on your previous rank as well. It's not gonna like, it's not gonna suddenly throw me in Celestial if I'm a GM level player for the like previous seasons, right? But instead of throwing me back to bronze to then work my way up back from bronze, or throwing me, I think season 2 they did 9 divisions. So if I'm GM now, let's say I'm GM 3, it would throw me back to gold 3. And then I would have to rank up from gold 3 again. The placement games just like assess your kind of your skill level at the time, so you can skip a lot of that bullshit in the beginning of the season. For me, I think that's a must. I'm also going to run some ads, guys. I hope you don't mind. I'm going to run a quick 1 minute of ads so that you guys don't get ads in the game and the people don't get pre-rolls for about 20 minutes. So any of you that are joining on the raid or not subbed, I apologize. I hope this is okay. But this is just to make sure that you don't miss anything in the games. So placement games is one. I think that's a big must for me if you're going to do ranked resets, which I think they should. I'm not going to rant about this. We've talked about it at length, but much, much harsher punishments for people. I think we are going to see that, if I'm honest. They've already started cracking down a little bit on it. We've seen it's easier to surrender now. I don't know if you saw that in the latest patch notes. So I'm hoping we get to see that, but much harsher punishments for like throwers, trolls, cheaters, stuff like that. Big advocate for that. I think we need it in the community to try and breed out some of the toxicity that's in it right now. And Squirrel Girl Kill Cam. Sorry, Squirrel Girl Kill Cam. If I die, we talked about this yesterday, if I get killed by Squirrel Girl's ultimate, by these little fucking squirrels rolling around on the floor, I want the kill cam to be from the squirrel's perspective, not from the Squirrel Girl who's 50 miles back firing down a lane. I don't care about that. It means nothing to me. I want to see how these little shitheads triple bounced off a wall to one-shot me. And I want to see it from their perspective. So give me a fucking Squirrel Girl kill cam. That's it. That's like the basics of what I want. Also, okay, one last thing. I also would really like damage numbers, like a toggleable damage numbers option in the practice range.
Never a truly fun endeavor. And you just get so much value out of the Emma, in particular on BP, just because Nevix is so flexible.
And, sorry, while I'm on it, damage numbers in the range, so we can, like, figure stuff out a lot easier, rather than trying to guess from the health bar. Guess from the health bars. Also,
it's been too much, too fast.
They have been able to secure the Magneto, but it's likely that
shit, what was I going to say? It was to do with damage numbers.
Magneto, they might be able to secure one-sided
Loki. Also, give us the numbers on the skills. So maybe have like an alt option where you can hold, you know when you bring up the skill screen, like in-game when you press F1 or something, give us a toggleable option to show the numbers for the skills. So that we can see exactly like how much damage does each thing do. Like how much damage does a right click or a thing do? Like, I want those numbers.
All
right, here we go. Game 3.
Symbiotic
is where we're going for game 3.
Of the strategist removal. Yeah, this is very targeted. Virtus Pro targeting hardest with the Punisher removal, and
I don't mind this from Peps. We saw this yesterday in the Rad series, and it worked out really well for Rad. So I'm guessing like a Luna ban here. Oh no, they saved the Luna. Invis ban.
With an Invis, if he wants to play the Torch as team pets,
they're going to take out the Atom.
You constantly do have to worry if you go for a strategist heavy ban line.
I feel like this doesn't work anymore because they've already saved the Luna, so they've already got a power pick. So it doesn't really make sense to keep banning more supports. But the Psylocke I like.
Given the fact that the Luna was able to make it.
We saw how ridiculous Sparkle was on this yesterday.
Probably
So
gonna be a
I
pivot
quite
to a
like
double
this ban.
strategist. Not going to be as much value potentially.
What
off
do they
the
save?
Adam. Now for the protect.
They're gonna save Cap.
Keeping Beetle's
Okay.
ability to run around on the Captain America now, but you're not getting hit by that carbon crush all the time. I think is a very valuable thing to add.
Yeah,
but
it
do
is
vote
better
Spartan,
into
I'd go
the
for
into
Cloak and
Mag, I
Dagger,
think.
So that Team
Oh.
Peps have a rough time of it in terms of the strategist line.
But also,
yes, you absolutely do. So no eternal bonds. They've been promo broken for both of these teams. But we are going to be seeing
I think
Fire
Mag
on
also
that
can
torch,
do a
potentially
lot against
getting
a
full
Cap though.
pocketed
Like the bubble
if they
can be so
decide to
good.
go and put Sparker onto that Ultron.
But it
then
is
again,
much
since
easier
they
to
were
play
able
into a
to
Mag
secure
as a
the
Cap
Luna
than an Emma,
and the
so I
Punisher,
get it. I get
They
it.
might have the lead in terms of just damage that they can output
Add
consistently.
a stat to show how many heals
since
each
Peps,
hero got,
unfortunately,
because everyone
don't have
complains
access
don't
to
get them
Frank
all.
Castle. They've been barred from it entirely.
Yeah, and on
Oh,
symbiotics,
that's
Surface, Frank
interesting,
Castle
Mariam.
is a monster. He gets such good use.
Do you know
of
what
high
would be
ground, so killing
cool,
turrets so easy to
actually?
set up and really attacks the approaches of a team that doesn't have that much shielding.
Is it Valorant
And,
that does this?
Usually you're going to be looking
Have
at
like a
single Vanguard
second
able to
tab
shut that
of
up
the
as a Captain
scoreboard
America,
at the
who's,
end game
constantly trying to set up on and off angle
where
while the remainder of the
it
team
has
goes for
like
their
your
commute.
performance
True,
against
but Magneto in
individuals.
play does make it a little bit harder for the
So, like,
Punisher to
how
find
much
value
damage
with the
did you do to
reaction
each
checker.
enemy hero
Your
individually?
end to final judgment timeline
How
is
much
correct,
healing
but
did you
that
do to
does often
each
come down to a coin flip, and there is an awful lot in play as
each
well nowadays
team member
that shuts down
individually?
Meteor M to the point
So,
where
like,
it's
a
just,
a
little
cleaner
bonus
breakdown of the
factor
stats,
if
I
you
think,
are
would
able to
also
find
be
a
really
pick with
nice.
the Coleman hit.
But like maybe not in game, but like half time
Alright,
maybe,
DRP
or like at the
Steel.
end of the game,
What's
you
the
can have
pivot
like a
here?
separate tab.
Is
That'd be
of course
cool.
going to be
The only
Fine's
worry
trying
with
to set
that,
up
the
already
only
to
worry I have with that
make
is
sure
people
there's that
focus on
constant
stats
damage.
way too much in this
Free
game
ult charge,
anyway.
really, onto the double
And I feel like that would
Vanguards. It's gonna be a
only
cast of the
exacerbate
portal.
that
Nevix
problem
ready
a
to
little
answer
bit,
this one.
but-
Juju and Finzi already falling low, but this should be fairly easily
Okay, so
answered
VP
with the
going
triple
back to
strategy
this
setup.
Ultron
We have seen,
Human
however,
Torch
teams
combo.
like to just box themselves onto that high ground so that they
And
can
Leaf's
do
gonna
get
try and
fast build
contest
up the
this with their
strategist
Storm
ultimate, but with Cloak and
instead.
Dagger out of the way, it's not going to be an eternal bond, which allows you past the Johnson point. It will be the invis boundary that Aura Stealer is trying to hypercharge up.
So let's see how
currently.
this goes.
The Sparker on that Ultron is the one with the idle Aura, playing entirely off of the sidelines, out of sight entirely, as Fi is the one taking all of the attention and receiving
Yeah,
all
these
of the
Mad Bubbles are going to
resources.
make it
So
really
she
hard,
remains
but
not
they've
so much
corralled them
to
back.
deploy.
This is really nice. They've got them in this
Fire's really
corner.
taking so much damage here, but Druid
I
as
think
well
they're
on
going to
top of
look
it
VP
from
are waiting for
Luna
Cyber's
Snow
ult. Cyber is
POV.
building it
Great
really
mechanics
fast.
coming through
Holy.
from the
Cyber's
Luna
just going to
Snows
pop it on
across
site.
both
There we
of our
go.
teams already. An invisible
Finn
boundary
gets the pick
pulled
already.
on up.
Nevix got another one,
Aura
and that's
Stealer and
all.
Larry
That's
instantly
done.
picked off.
It's
The
done.
Vanguards managed to
That was
find
really
the
nice
opening
patience from
right
VP.
there. And for
Honestly.
just a singular ultimate, Virtus.pro stands strong.
Oh, and that was the teleport approach as well, coming on through from Peps, which means that you're going to be laid down a gauntlet.
Yeah, that's a
of
toughie.
quite literal
They can have both
fire.
support ults here, though,
The
Peps, so they can
Ultron,
definitely
the
walk
Human
in with
Torch,
it.
they're all going to be spamming
Fi
so
right
much
here is going
damage
to be
in
a
your
problem though with the
direction, and you don't
Supernova.
even
The
get to
Supernova can
utilize
burn
it
through
to
it
charge up
quite
the strategist
easily.
because you've got 100 on both of them.
So the gameplay here, I think, is to try and force that.
Are they going to be forced? Yeah, there we go. They forced the Luna. That's big. That's big. They're going to have to walk in with this.
Disengage. They're going to burn some of the time here. Likely go back into their cubby, losing Saipe. Wasn't part
That's a
of the
big pick
plan,
from
though.
Leaf.
So Fire is forced to use even more to try and keep this one at bay. Invisible boundary brought on up, but the healing isn't quite as
There's both.
comprehensive as the fate of both worlds. And Drew just popped their own here.
Oh, Hardest
This
could
will
do
bring it back
so
to
well
healing.
here, but
Hardest has perfect timing to try and counter out this ultimate.
they,
The
oh
second
my
it
god, the
goes away,
cap ult
Hardest
though
laying
is
down
like,
fire, but
the
free
cap ult
charge
is just a
still
fucking
such
third
a
support ult
annoying
at this
pest
point,
that
isn't
needs
it?
to be dealt with in the back. And speaking of annoying
And here we go
pests,
over the other side as they
who's
push them
occupied his
really
role
far
for
back
Black
into this
status.
corner, but
Fi just floats away. Doesn't want to
they've
get hit by
abandoned
the
sight.
UM.
Where are they running to?
Dreidra and Saipo are trying to keep each
That's
other
huge
safe,
from
but
Peps,
Team
actually.
Devastation's
That's a
like
really
their
nice
entire
take in the
ultimate
end.
bank.
Larry's down though.
That's really nice in the
Virtus
end.
Pro still have their
Damn,
Luna
they just
up,
ran
but
them
it
the
is
fuck
gonna be
down.
Team Peps finally able to take a, given the fact that they pushed Virtus Pro all the way
Add a
back
stat
into
to show how
parts
many
of
heals
B
each hero's
with
got.
the ultimates that
Yeah.
came on through.
Mantis damage
And
boost.
Virtus Pro
Yes,
not going for the
Mantis damage
teleport
boost would also be
route.
really
He's
nice.
gonna be prioritizing holding this
Yeah,
high ground so
I
they
agree.
have that position to keep the flyers in check from Pep so that it doesn't bleed more momentum and free payload push equalized off of the back of
And they're
it.
taking this
As
high ground.
Fi
We see this.
tries to
We see this a
utilize
lot.
all of the damage. Sparker also utilizing the terrain to just hide
Sparker,
his
Saiper,
hitbox,
two 2 ults.
Provide a little bit
Peps
of
don't
damage
have
and then fall
anything
back
yet.
before it can be returned
Aura's
this way.
building pretty quick, though. Aura and Larry are going to have it really
Mosquito
soon.
Flitting around in the air. Saipo can't afford to be picked early again.
But they're going to have it right
And
now,
there it
so
is.
that's
The
some
Razor
good
ultimate
timing,
already
and
trying to
Aura
force
drops it
out the
instantly.
strategist ultimates. Oh, Larry
Oh,
was not
they do get
inside.
Larry, though.
Saipo slowed down the commute into the invisible boundary, utilizing that Psionic Vortex. And now Team
And
Pepsi
you guys
has
leave.
decisions
Yeah,
to
this is a
make.
bit of a
Down
wash.
2, down 3, surely they got to call it here.
Virtus Pro still have strategist ultimates too. They're up one entire defensive against Team Peps when it comes to the Pro fight.
Oh,
And that's
boy.
before we even talk about the damage that Team Peps are
This is
going
what
to be
VP is
forced
so
under
good at.
to just
Like,
get back to the
their
payload.
ability to get these
Virtus
pickoffs
Pro
and
with Nevix under
stabilize
Captain
is like
America
second to
can meet all
none.
of these
It's so
approaches
crazy how good they are.
uncomfortable. Hardest is going to have that galactic
Okay, there
legend
goes
since
Hardest.
he
The
uses
Supernova
meteor
popped though
and
at the same
gives a free
time.
pass to leave Supernova, so he holds off
Lunar
on it.
popped as
And
well,
instead of
so
Traitor and Fire, you
Hardest
want
is
to
not
get
going to get
off at the
anything
same
from
time.
this.
Defensive to I love the galactic legend and still
Here
have
goes
the
Finn.
damage boost
He's looking
after
for Larry.
Supernova.
Oh, they try and double dunk him.
Still fails to find Payda at the moment.
The RP gets a really nice pick on Finn though. Hold up, 1 for 1.
Has to instead deal with the RP on the other side. The Rage of Ultron. The damage is good, yes, but can they try and finish off
Beetle.
A great pull in.
Nice assemble. Oh, this is big. Beetle gets Hydro.
Can't be saved. Sniping too late on the trigger.
Can Leaf get this finish on Nevix? It doesn't. Oh, blocks him.
Nevix is disengaged. Complicated stuff.
Yeah, he's
Slightly
done.
hit
He's
by
out.
Leaf. Can't afford to be
But
stabbing.
really good
Hunted
push
down.
from Peps. They get round the
He's able to
corner.
make it out. There are so many corners, but he's still being tracked by this torch. However, they have to back away given the peel and presence of Fi. Now, Virtus Pro have been able to
I like
regroup,
this from Peps. They're
and it's
playing
up to
aggro.
Beetle
This
to
is what I
buy
want to
Team
see.
Peps the space to stabilize on this
Nice
high ground
pull.
once more.
Fire's taking so much
Oh.
damage here. Hardest trying to cut off.
How
the
is Fire
escape.
alive?
As
What?
well as the Sonic Vortex to try and keep both of these airborne DPS down on the ground and stymie their
Beetle
approach
is
to
just
follow up
creating
on the
so
fight.
much
It
room
worked
on
out
this
there. The
cap,
healing's
dude.
good from Cypher, but now it's down to Nevix with the animation counts to really deliver some pain onto this backline. An Ultron drone applied to the Lunar Snow.
Like,
Triage
Beetle is
to
putting
try
in
and stop
God's
that backline
work
from
here on
once
this
again
cap,
being
for
picked
sure,
off
for
too
real.
early. But Nevix
Leaf
has
gets
to focus
Hydro.
elsewhere.
That's
And
big.
Hydro
Here goes
falls
Hardest
through the
again.
cracks, and Hardest
No
is seen
support
the
ults. This is a really nice timing, actually.
He digs his nails in with the Galactic Legend, and he tries to tear the defense
Really
of
nice from
Virtus
VP,
Pro
though.
asunder.
Their disengage was
Reinforced now
crazy
by the
good.
invisible boundary, but Larry is more than ready to
Their
answer this.
disengage
50%
was
extra
so
damage
fucking
onto the
clean
Meteor
and
Ember.
so
Still, the
fast.
RP grabs nothing off the back of it.
And now they
Finches
can
on
just
duty
re-engage
to keep
here.
this one contested as Nevix goes
The RP gets
elsewhere.
feed. That's a
Ensure
big
his
pick.
backline's reinforced, both the
Ultron
human
trying to
soldiers
get the
fall
picks on the
down.
supports, but the
Spidey
invis
getting up
boundary's
close
still
and
up.
personal. Larry
Oh,
chases
Finzy gets Larry in the back. How'd he get that one? These dunks are crazy today.
Oh no.
Oh, Leaf messed up the portal as well.
Strange TP. They wasted the cooldown. There's 30 seconds
Leaf
left.
fucked up the
Team Peps don't have
portal,
strange TP back.
so they're gonna have to walk
That's
it.
Desperation hour now. DRP's got to go into the
I don't think
just to be
VP
able
know
to
this,
place the
but
swing
there's
and
no way
touch
for
the
them to
payload.
know that
They're
he
gonna
fucked
be
up the
running
portal, I
right
don't think, unless they
directly
saw him
into the
quick switch.
Supernova. Beetle with the freedom charge.
They might know.
Is going to evaporate under the focus coming on through, and the Venom might be able to
13
make
seconds.
it
This is
through.
going to be on
For the rest of the
Beetle
team,
to
the
touch,
same
I
can
think,
be
but that's a
said.
big pick.
Finches already picked Aura Steel.
Oh
Team Peps
boy,
happy
that's a
to
big
move
pick
without the
already.
strategist.
Say goodbye to Exodia or say goodbye to Aura Stealer. It's all the same as far as Team
They
Peps
can
are
touch,
concerned.
so
They're
we
gonna
do
be
have an
down
OT
just to try
here,
and do. There's no quick
but these
returns
picks
on
are
the
proving
docket.
a
Larry's
problem.
down as well. All
No
damage
TP
taken
to get
out
back
by
in,
Team
and I
Peps
think
is
VP are just going to
permanent.
walk it.
Going up against Virtus
Oh
Pro
yeah,
strategy,
oh yeah.
and you just can't make
Oh
it
yeah.
work. Leaf had a
Oh yeah,
celebratory
it's done.
announcement, but they were diving into the backline, but Fire just shoots him in the back of the head and gets the frag that's necessary.
Ooh, this
Virtus
looks like a bit of a
Pro
wash.
hold on second.
Oh, that TP attempt is going to be haunting Peps.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, that's a bit of a slip up.
Devastating because
That's a
they
bit of a
thought
slip
about
up.
going for the Venom and then they realized that they just couldn't. There
We've
are
all
so
been
many
there.
things
For
that can
anyone,
just
any of you
stop
guys
a
that play
Venom, and also
Strange,
if
we've
you
all been
move
there.
off of that Magneto when the fight begins, if it does go to the brawl factor, you're not going to have Bulwark, you're not going to
Yeah,
have
honestly, Kel,
Meteor
what
Am, you're going
makes
to have
VP one of the
less
best in the
shield
world is
to
that
be
they're
able to
like
try and
their
cover for the
ability
Meteor Am that comes through
to
from the other side.
coordinate
unfortunately
and
for
peel as
Peps,
a team.
everyone from
Their team
VP just
coordination
understands the
is
situation.
absurdly good.
Someone's got to keep running,
They have a
regardless of
really
what
good
goes on around them
understanding
from the
of the
side
game,
Peps.
obviously, but
So what better
like
time to just
they have
jump on
such
the
a
unprotected
good
back line because Beetle's got to
like
use the entirety of Freedom Charge just to guarantee
read
that the map
of when they can
continues.
push forward and when they need to back out as a
There's a
team
catch-22 for Team Peps.
and leave no man behind, right? No,
Fincy
no one getting caught. And
having
it's
a
so good.
brief tourist spot here on the Magneto as it's usually banned away from them.
And you'll see it a
Managing to get
lot.
huge
You'll see it a
value out
lot.
of Meteor Am. Picking Larry in that penultimate fight.
Also, for any
could
of
have
you,
been everything when
any
it
of you
came
that
to
are newer
securing
here,
that overall fight.
say hi to
Unfortunately
Bruce.
for DRP, who usually we know
This
is
is
one of the
this
best
is Bruce,
Magnetos
or to
in
give him
in
his full
EMEA.
name, Keanu
The
Bruce
Meteor Am just yet
Treves.
to deliver the value.
who is
for
currently
Team
all dressed
Peps,
up for
there's
Pride.
So many win conditions, but the number one has to be don't lose a
This was my
immediately
Christmas
to a
tree
powerful
that is
play
now
from
an
a Doctor
all-year-round
Strange.
tree
I mean, Virtus Pro, they're not
that
even
we're
going
just
to
going to
attempt
dress up
the
throughout the year.
French TP
And
just
obviously
yet.
he's
They're gonna save it
rocking
for
the
if
Pride
fight
colours
starts
right
going
now.
a little bit away from Peps' side, and they can have one of their players come back in immediately.
And
on the
happy
advantage of the
Pride
point
to any of
itself.
my
It's just gonna be
LGBTQ
spam
plus
pressure, spam pressure coming
people out there.
for both of these sides, but that does mean that Team Peps get a lot of map space for free.
Both teams going to be utilizing this Ultron. It's going to make
Nevix has already got behind them, though.
Torches dangerous, but remember that it is going to be both torches with that C ability as well, provided
Oh,
by the
early
where
pick
did the
from
backline
Dry.
go?
Okay,
Where's
it's
the
just a wash.
backline going? Team Peps being
Dry
celebrated
Drew
just for target focus
just
was so good.
fucking
I guess everyone
just
looked
got
away
triple
from
kill, by the
aerial
way.
for a second, and
In
the
case anyone's
all-in
wondering, this
alpha
Luna just got
strike
triple kill on the
onto
first
both
attack.
Stealer and Larry.
Okay.
Yeah, Nevix might not be on the Doctor Strange, but
My
he
God.
was an absolute magician with
They
the way that
are
he was able to jump into the
monstrous, this
backline and
team.
make them all absolutely disappear off of a really nicely
Remember,
coordinated
we're going to see
ice
VP
arc
again
coming
today
on through from
in
Trigger
the
at
last
same
series of the
time.
day if they
Just
win
get so
this
much
in
damage
the lower
onto one
bracket
target and move on to the
semis.
next. And that's immediately picked up. Team Peps were at least able to match some of the damages coming on through, so Hardest can still light this fight if he decides to hit emergency and come on through with the Rage of Ultron, but Sparker wants the opposite right now. VP want to continue the push, and it becomes a mirror.
Spark not really getting much value
Neither
from that,
one
but
getting too much in the way of frag feed.
The RP
Larry
gets
is still
feed, that's a
five,
big
falls
pick.
through the cracks as the rest of the team were distracted by
This
Beater,
might be
and
a-
Beasley
this is a
still
pretty nice
back
hold
there,
from Peps,
but this
honestly.
engagement actually getting body blocked here by
Listen,
Nevix, trying to complicate
we
the
have to
path
give
in.
credit to
We'll have to get
Beetle,
out in
like,
their own right as they fall low and run out of shield.
we're not seeing it all the time on
Gonna have
screen,
to
but
have
Beetle
VP
is
keep
putting
themselves
in
mobile while
so
they have
much
that heal
work
sustainability.
to keep them in
This
this.
Foundry a little bit more static and tied to one
There's the
position as
supernova from
Fi
Fate.
comes on through with the supernova.
Kind of
Trying to
wasting it on
find
trying to kill
fire
Leaf,
right
though.
now. They almost find Leaf.
Waste quite a lot of the
Fell low,
supernova
so
in trying to do that.
into that Fate of Both Worlds. Aura still is taking so much damage yet again. Has to stay out of these flames.
Here goes the
And now it's
dunk.
DRP's turn for a little bit of redemption.
Nice
But
shield
you
from the
surrender,
mag.
it's straight
Good
from the
protection.
curtain of Fincy saying, absolutely not, mate. I am the one.
Gets the pick on
who
feet
knows when
on
it's nice to
fight
meet the ball.
afterwards,
But
though.
it's DRP again finding that iron volley frag onto the Human Torch. The aerial accuracy of DRP cannot be understated.
Yeah, this mag
But
is like
disengage
this mag is
covered
putting in a lot
by
of
the
work.
usage of
This
the
is why we see
metallic
mag
bulwark.
ban
A
pretty much
mid-air
perma.
attempt here from Sparker. It's a little bit risky to try and play with. Fi comes
Like,
back.
by the way,
Hard
season
Fi's
3,
aimed
if mag doesn't get a
wide.
nerf, they're
Leaf
fucking
falls down,
throwing.
cannot stay in the
They're
kitchen
fucking
for too
throwing.
long. Inside of this invisible boundary, you can see Nevix using that freedom charge
We
to
heard a
constantly
rumor
try
that they're
and
bringing
push
back the
Aura
Scarlet
out
Witch
of
mag
the
team up,
AoE.
and if they do,
Unsuccessful in
I'm
this case.
deleting the game.
Team Peps, they are having to slowly
I'm not
disengage
dealing with that
before
shit.
they're reinforced by
Unless
their
they
freedom
mega
charge.
nerf mag
They've got
as a
freedom charge,
result.
and it's the only ultimate current in the field for all of the teams, so they have to make it count. Beetle
They
goes
just
the
need to
first
nerf
set
his damage is
against
all. I think the rest of his kit is
Blizzard
fine.
from Dorito, and all of a sudden, Peps, this push is
He will still be
absolutely
insanely
not
strong. They just
one-sided.
need to nerf his damage. He should
Alright,
not be
fine,
able
looking
to
for a
like
target,
one-shot
not worried too
combo
much about Leaf until they
pretty
see
much
an
anyone that
opening.
isn't a tank.
Forces with disengage, and now Leaf could actually be a tricky customer to try and deal with. Finzy holds the line. Beetle under strain.
Dude, how is
Needs all
Beetle
the
like
strategy
surviving
right
in
bloody
these?
now, and it's going to be Larry who answers the call.
His
With
in and
the
out
call,
is
it's the fate
so
of both
good on
worlds
this cap. It's
answers, but Leaf is
crazy.
still having to dodge inside of that aura. Virtus Pro in control of the car is going to start rolling on forward.
Oh, that's a
Range of
good
Ultron
timing from
perfectly
Sparker,
timed.
but
It
look
might
at the mag
overwhelm
bubble
the
soaking
neutral
up.
M, and it seems that Fincy may have actually caught it right there, but damage not proving to be fatal. Larry and Aura Stealer again.
It's just
falling
too
in
much,
tandem in
though,
the back.
consistent
A swell of
damage.
The cross ceiling is not enough, and Hardest, the last remaining strategist.
This is gonna be a TP angle now, I think.
Ready to just cook it up.
Don't be surprised to see a
VP
strange
are
swap
so
here.
vigilant of the fight that comes afterwards. They know that
This is
Team
gonna have
Peps
to be a
have
strange, TP in.
They might just try and navigate into this next fight on their feet alone, so they can have it.
Oh, they're
if
not.
it
They're
comes
gonna
down
try and
to
raw
a
dog
all-out
it.
brawl when
Okay,
start
they feel like
losing
they've got
players,
enough
but
time.
Virtus Pro are going to have high ground control. They're going to have so many avenues as well to spam damage from this Torch and Ultron.
I'll wait
into
for
Team
Halloween
Peps'
Breeze.
push.
Nevix making
I don't
sure
usually
moving
do
through
anything
this
for
choke.
Halloween, but
It's
we'll
far
definitely
from
dress
easy
Breeze
just on
up for
a physical
Halloween.
level. Getting these body blocks is down to be
First, I need
fearlessly
to
off
dress
the
him up
top.
for summer because
Leaf
Pride's
under
ending
pressure.
soon, so
Could
we need
have
some
actually
summer
been a bait right
vibes.
there. Might well be able to turn it around with the help of the Ultron going for a 2 versus 1, but elsewhere it's going to have to be Aura Stealer drawing up the healing from the invisible boundary. 5 backs off for about a
Okay.
moment. Virtus Pro still have 2 minutes left. Nevix
No
has got the
support
freedom
ults, though, after
charge
this.
And Vortex here takes Sparker down to terra firma.
Finn soaking up the Supernova tries to get Leaf, but good dive from Leaf. Good dive from Leaf to stay up, but the Supernova's pretty much exhausted.
Is able to just stare from above.
Hardest is about to get their ult. They could cycle this if they can stay alive, Peps. Hardest needs this ult right now. There it is. But he goes down as soon as he gets it. Oh, that's a massive pick. There's the Lunar ult. That could keep him in it. The TP is out. DRP gets back in using that. If they can cycle these ults well, Hardest, if they can get back in and cycle these ults, they can win this for sure. This is not over. Leaf gets Sparker. That's a big pick.
Looking for a way to try and shut down Aura Stealer and Larry, but Team Peps have held strong in the midst of all of this. They've used their resources.
Is this really nice from Peps, actually?
Supernova doesn't find the picks that it's looking for.
Dryjo got an ult. Nevix got theirs. Ah, this is going to be tough for Peps. Aura needs this ult right now as this invis. Larry goes down. That's one. Aura goes down. That's huge picks from Fight. Nah, Fight just smurfed it. Fight just smurfed it. It's done. It's done. There's no TP. There's no way to get back in. Beetle cannot hold this alone. And that's a straight 3-0 from VP. That's a straight 3-0 from VP.
The Polar Bears roar with victory as they finish off Symbiotic Surface and go deeper into our lower bracket.
They gave it a good fight though, Peps. And unfortunately, that is Peps out of the competition. These are elimination games, these first two.
To stop VP from regrouping, stabilizing, and then coming back in with 2 defensive ultimates of their own to win the brawl fight and just push over to that payload past all of the players on the defense to force their hand. Suddenly, you're not thinking about
I think it'll be enough for the mag stun to be shorter. No, they need to reduce mag's damage for sure.
I need to get my body onto that point so that we don't lose off of a lack of presence, and that's exactly what VP are able to take full advantage of.
Yeah, Fire just crazy torch performance as always. It's really hard to ban against VP, man, because like we talked about this yesterday. You know, if you take out this torch from Fight, right, then Sparker just goes on this Psylocke and absolutely rails you completely. They chose to take out Sparker's Psylocke. Then Fight just goes nuts on this Human Torch. They've got so many deep strats, you know, the res comp we've seen them be incredibly effective on, so that's why the Adam bans came out. There's just, you only get 4 bans. Like, there's not enough bans to deal with this team. I'll deal with every problem from this team, so it's tough, it's tough.
In map 1 and map 2, it's Nevix map 3. That Captain America was able to force so
Nevix on the other side. Both Caps did really well, but honestly, we're seeing a lot more Cap prio, which is good to see. I think Cap is in a pretty good spot in general. Maybe they need a very slight nerf, but you don't want to nerf him too much. But I think Cap is in a pretty good spot.
In comparison to Virtus Pro, when they pulled back, waited out the 8-second duration, and came back in with their own, that entire objective was fully blanketed. It was direct center of the invis boundary from VP side.
Yeah,
just making sure that vision being obscured. We've seen just how powerful, as well as the vulnerability that the Terra Cape blinds.
Let's talk about BP
in pro play when you're so reliant upon that awareness and really able to leverage.
Let's talk about BP
that you have when some of that is taken
while
away.
we wait for the next series.
Complicated. Virtus Pro coming back with a banger, showing that they are.
I think BP needs a rework, and I know that sounds wild, but hear me out.
Animal in this forest.
Yeah, you do not poke.
There is no possible way, in my opinion, that you can balance Black Panther to be anything other than really bad for the health of the game.
The next day we've seen them swinging.
If you keep him as really bad, then he's kind of a dead, useless hero, right? And I feel this way about like things like Spider-Man and stuff as well. The problem with these very high skill heroes in a game like this, you need them in the game because having high skill heroes creates a really like a really good challenge for very mechanically skilled players. But it's really bad for the health of the game, and I will expand on that in a minute.
Well, congratulations
from 10.
on the win, Finzi. Let's talk about Ammo Frost, because it finally got banned against you guys on Symbiotic Surface. Was that something that you were anticipating to come through sooner?
Maybe not sooner, but we expected it on the third map, since I was doing a lot the first two maps. And I kind of decided to shut that down because I was winning the frontline battle like against 2 tanks just by myself. So they kind of had to ban the Emma at that point.
Keeping on the third map here, we often saw both Orestilla and Larry going down at the same time very explosively. How are you guys as a team kind of manufacturing those double knockouts onto the enemy backline?
Yeah, this guy's a monster on Emma.
I do a lot of like 3-2-1s and dive the backline, and then in like when both teams are ulting, we just call one target and I try to grab it, or we all try to focus it with cloak blind or other abilities. So it's mostly just communication.
And was communication how you were able to deal with Beetle as well? Because a lot of the time we even actually saw you guys utilizing the Captain America on Symbiotic Surface, just pressuring the backline, permanently pushing them back. When we saw the performance on Spider Islands, it felt like you guys were really adept at just shutting the Captain America down immediately.
Yeah, if you don't focus the Captain America, like especially on payload, then he's just gonna stall it for a while. So you can't have to like at least 3-4 people focus the Captain quickly, get him out so he can keep moving and taking space.
After the tragic loss yesterday in the long series against Berber, were there any adjustments you had to make coming in for today, or was it just running some Ethernet cable?
Yeah, I just went to the store and bought a long Ethernet cable to run through my entire house. Like yesterday, I was DCing like at least half the maps.
That's funny.
It was really rough. I don't really count that as a loss that much because I barely played the maps. So, I mean, we'll see when we play them again. It will be different now that my internet is working.
And Enzo said in the interview yesterday that the win that they were able to take against you guys was entirely different to the win that Rad were able to take. Do you agree? Do you think that Berber and Rad were like on the same level in terms of those defeats, or were the matches closer?
I think Enzo is right. Against Rat, when we lost, we just we read the meta very wrongly and we played horribly. But yesterday we played well. I think we should have won. We won way more fights, but they were good at stalling with ults and stuff, and I was DCing all the time, so I think it will be different next time we play them. But they did play well yesterday.
Oh, hoping we get to see that. Thank you so much for joining us, Fincy, and congratulations on being so back.
Thank you.
That was Fincy from the Virtus Pro, moving deeper into our lower bracket, still facing elimination. Incredibly scary opponent for anyone who's going to come on down. And
cool. Right, game 1. Series 1 done. Now we're into the second lower bracket. Z10, L9. And for those of you that were here yesterday, Z10 got fucking rolled yesterday by Rad. Absolutely fucking rolled. So I'm hoping that they show us their old form. Because they won groups. They played really well and they won their group. So L9 could give us a bit of a shock series though. So I don't know. It depends what form Z10 are in. So we'll see.
Their wins coming on through with an amazing performance off of all of their players, but definitely the standout for me was Crisis yesterday.
Yeah.
So
while we wait, yeah, carrying on that conversation that I was thinking about before. I think in a game like Rivals, particularly, having any one-shot mechanics is bad for the game. So we're just talking about the mag damage. Things like that make it really difficult to balance or to play. The problem with Black Panther over any of the other very high skill heroes, and you get this with Spider-Man a little bit, but the big point of contention about Black Panther, which I think is a massive problem, is that there is no counterplay to a good Black Panther. There just isn't. There's no the speed at which he flies across your screen and the speed at which he dashes for a good Panther player, there's no way to damage him or track him apart from just getting lucky, right? You kind of have to get lucky with a push from an invis or like an Emma choke or something like that. But most of the time, you're not going to be able to grab him because he's just fucking zipping across. And I think that's just not good in general for the game. There's quite a lot of dive. I think dive as a whole is very difficult to balance properly because of the nature of dive naturally, but it is a necessary evil in a game like this. Because otherwise you would just play hella Hawkeye and no one would ever be able to touch them, right? And you've got things like Psylocke, which are really strong. I'm a Psylocke player, so you know, I do really enjoy like diving and bursting people and stuff. I just think they need to change BP in some way so that it doesn't feel impossible to deal with, you know? Because as a support, right? As a support player playing into that, you get focused a lot of the time anyway. So naturally, it's quite a frustrating experience anyway. But at least with most people diving on top of you, things like cap and stuff, there are ways to counterplay it. It's just about timing and like, you know, your team being around you and stuff. Anything that is uncounterable is bad in this game. So I think they need to take a long look at BP and maybe find a different, like rework him and find a different way to do it. Because if you nerf him into the ground, it's better for most people, but then the character's just dead. No one's going to use him ever, right? Because he's useless. You want people to want to play these very high skill heroes because that's the enjoyment of it. But you need to do it in a way that doesn't make people hate themselves when they play into it. Spider-Man is the same a little bit. Spider-Man one-shot combos as he flies across your screen is also a little bit frustrating, but you should... and the thing is, when you're playing these characters, you should be rewarded for your high skill. So you should be rewarded because you have to work a lot harder to get the kills on Spider-Man or BP than you would on, let's say, Squirrel Girl. So you should be rewarded for that skill cap, for that skill expression. But yeah, that's just my my take on it. Do you guys want to know who we're getting in season 3? By the way, do you guys want a little spoiler alert of who we're getting? So if you don't want to know, just mute the stream for the next 20 seconds while I talk about the 2 new heroes we're getting. Because I think it's pretty much confirmed at this point. So spoiler warning, mute the stream now if you don't want to know. It's pretty much set, as far as we know, that the first hero is going to be Jean Grey. And the second hero is going to be Blade. We know Blade is a DPS hero. What we don't know is if Jean Grey is going to be a Vanguard or a DPS. Or a pseudo-Vanguard DPS. She is also another flyer. So bear that in mind. We're currently in a flyer meta. And they're about to add another flyer into the mix. I don't know how you guys feel about that. A lot of people have been saying a flying tank would be really fun. And I semi-agree. But then you might just end up with a full flyer comp. And no one touches the ground. Don't know how I feel about that. But anyway. The Spider-Man punch needs to... The hitbox needs to be fixed. For sure. That I fully agree with you. I think the reason for that is because of the speed at which he moves past you. Like from the swing. So they made it like a bigger hitbox so you can actually hit it. But I agree with you. I think they took it a little bit too far. Yeah. The thing is, we could sit here and we could talk about balance all day long. The truth of the matter is, here's the big crux of the issue. And this is what I want to see from their dev diary more than anything, actually. And we talked about this the other day. They need to decide their identity. Because right now, their identity is very split. And it's causing a lot of problems. They need to decide if they're going to be a casual game. Or if they're going to be a competitive esport. type of game. Because right now they're trying to do both and it doesn't work. They're obviously investing in esports, which is what this Marvel Rivals Ignite is, but they're still trying to tout themselves as this casual, fun game. The problem is most people, like, it means their balance philosophy is completely out of whack. And they're continually, like, buffing the heroes that have been strong the entire time. Hela, Hawkeye, Mag, Strange. You know, these heroes that have been consistently strong from Cloak, right? It just doesn't work, is the truth of it. It doesn't work. So they need to decide if they're going to be casual, stop the esports, because your esport is going to be dog shit if you want to appeal to the casual, but you'll probably make a shit ton more money because there's a lot more casual players than there are competitive players. But for the majority of the player base, I guess, you know, a lot of people are going to lose interest pretty quickly if they don't decide on that. I feel like anyway. Hi, Rack. I'm good. How are you, my love?
Go after just seeing Virtus Pro versus Team Pubs open up with Zero Tenacity here, coming up as I believe our Group A winners. And that was a little bit of a surprise. Managed to get whatever on Berber Padapim.
I think that's the point, Yanni, right? From everything that we see online, and it's hard to tell because usually it's the competitive players and stuff that are going to have the loudest voices, right?
They're also very consistent.
But I feel like the majority of the outspoken community, at least, want it to be a more competitively focused game.
Fluctuation. You know, we've had Lugia come through on things like the Thing. We've seen the Wolverine come
and
in.
have the casual stuff be like in the quick play, or have a separate mode that is purely based on enjoyment. Because quick play is just mega sweaty at the moment still anyway. You know, continue to have these very casual fun game modes to appeal to the casual crowd, but for the main
oh yeah,
gameplay loop,
we have a touch of Lugia on the Thing.
I think they need to change their philosophy.
Iconic pick from a Marvel Rivals Invitational as well. We really started to see Ecstatic break out of, like, no offense, Ecstatic, who were trashed here. When they stopped being trashed here, and started really showing some good improvement. A lot of it came down to Lugia moving over onto the Thing, like shades of Never.
I think the problem is though, if they didn't put ranked in, the game would have died.
Of this team, but when it comes to potential, low 9 over.
Like everyone would have gone, why the fuck isn't there a ranked in this game?
Who just kinda
the whole game is designed around competition. It's a PvP game. It's really hard to have a PvP game that doesn't have any kind of competitiveness. Like almost impossible at this point, I would say, in the current gaming climate. The whole game design is based around a PvP element. You're not going to do that without having competitiveness in it. And I think it's not a good idea to try.
L9, they perfectly counter-stratted coming up against Insomnia, who were known for having one of the best Wolverines, Demon. And
anyway,
Demon got to do absolutely nothing because we got to see Crisis move over.
Let's see what happens in a few days.
Maybe you didn't think
I'm excited for season 3. Apparently there's some really good changes, and apparently it's going to be a good season. So I'm excited to see what they've done.
0.3 seconds stun doesn't
as long as they don't buff Hela again, I think we'll be fine, right?
In comparison to Wolves Grab, which is on a
or buff Cloak and Dagger again.
Well, we start to see moments like this occur as Demon found out when Low 9 and Insomnia matched up on Central Park, and every single time that Wolverine tried to come on through and find a grab
the healing might be from the passive, from the team up with Loki.
Yeah, that's all.
Because whenever Hela gets a kill, she gives overshield, but I don't know if that counts. She gives overshield or reses the Loki, so maybe it's that. But I don't know if that counts as healing. Or whether that's just health packs.
Against Insomnia, and really put Insomnia off guard when we went in thinking that Insomnia should be the preferred team. And honestly, I think
how you doing, Rack?
Alone, I just have so
you okay?
much versatility. I was singing Wolves.
I'm feeling a bit better today.
Won multiple fights off the back of 4-man Iron.
Oh, how did your day go, by the way?
In organized pro play.
Yeah,
because you went on a date this week, no?
those overtime fights off of Iraq.
All good, Mariam. I'm not going anywhere. I'll be here.
Coming on through.
I'll be
It's
here.
fair to say that this one has the potential to go the full distance, but then when you go up against Zero Tenacity, we don't know what this team is exactly going to be coming out with. So adaptation and evolution.
Yeah, I'm
is
not
going
sure
to be
about
the
Overshield,
continued
Yanni.
storyline as these two match wits over and over again.
Yeah.
All right, let's get into
I
it.
do not know what to think. Zero Tenacity.
We're
can
locking
be,
in.
Like they can absolutely pants Boba Patapim, or they can completely drop the ball. they're
L9 Z10 game 1.
That way, their lows get pretty low, but their
Oh, it was
highs
last
are
night.
incredibly high.
Bought me flowers and stuff my
Now,
face
do
off.
Zero Tenacity prioritize taking the low key ways?
Is there gonna be a second
was
date?
An absolute standout with that strategist to the point that Lone
All right, mag bans, probably Emma save, Loki save.
Zero
One of the
Tenacity
two.
actually prioritized the Magneto. Right now, having the ability for the first save being on that attacker side, they're going
Emma
to be
save,
able to secure
pretty
the Emma
standardo.
first
We know
before
Ducky
Lone
likes
Nine
his
get
Emma.
the ability to ban something else out, and then they can save. So if they want a
Let's see
one-sided
what
Loki, they
what
absolutely
Z10
can
we get
gravitate
today.
towards it. And since we're seeing the
L9 are no
being
joke,
teased on
right?
the ban
Jerky
selection,
is an
it feels like that's the
incredible
direction we're
Psylocke.
headed.
Yeah, the thing about
Wolver
Lone
is a
Nine is they're not too
demonic
fussed about saving the
strange.
Emma, because
Pinclin is a
Saint
crazy
an incredibly
invis.
good cap player. It kind of forces
Saint
a
on
later
cap,
ban
like,
for
yeah.
Zero Tenacity. So
They've got some
makes
fucking
Saint
gamers
go
on L9,
elsewhere,
so this
but
could go
Wolver's
either way.
Incredibly
Honestly.
Yeah, they're messing with me. They're messing. I mean, I ain't
There's
falling
no
for the
way they
bait.
save
I
Penny.
ain't
Get the
falling
fuck
for
out of
bait,
here.
Guys. Lone Nine,
There's
let's get a
no
real
way
pick
they
over
save
here.
Penny.
What
Get
are
the
you talking
fuck
about?
out.
They've got that Will of Galactic magic skin. That makes it viable, right?
True, and they're actually going to protect the Emma here. Maybe we see.
Yeah, definitely
a
second.
pinnacle from Saint
Good
Amata, which
stuff.
would be interesting.
I'm so
considering
happy for you,
just how
so
effective
happy
the
for you,
cap has
Rack.
been on Hell 7 from every
Nothing
team so
quite
far.
like the feeling when you have a
I feel
really
as
nice
well like
first
Saint
date,
Tomato might
is there?
not want to be running the
The little
Captain America
butterflies.
into the Emma Frost, the Zero Tenacity made
There's
sure
the
to
Jerky Psylocke
secure,
ban.
As we're now going to see Jerky's Psylocke be prioritized as a ban.
Pretty to be
Interesting that
to be
Smash
expected,
Bros.
pretty much.
Torch has so far been able to make it through, as that has been a high priority.
Taking out
to
the
remove
Punisher
from
as
teams
well.
that have run against Zero Tenacity in the
They
past.
struggled
So it
against the
looks like it's
Punisher a little
actually
bit,
gonna be a
Z10, haven't they?
Punisher ban coming
So
through
double
from both of
Punisher
the
bans,
teams.
both sides.
Yep, unsurprising given how threatening both Knuten and Crisis are on that hero. First Protect now going to come through from Lone Nine. This is going to give us some real insight into what they have designed on their side. And it
Loki
is going
save.
to be Gonski's Loki, I imagine. We
Not
had
surprised at
it'll be
all.
an early
Gonski
Protect
played really, really
for
well on this
Loki.
yesterday.
Was not punished by Zero Tenacity, which they were a little bit more worried about the combination of maybe the cap and the Psylocke together, and didn't want to invest the ban on the cap
They're
itself.
really banning heavily on the
There
DPS.
goes the torch, so Zero Tenacity might be able to secure Smash Mouth
Okay,
getting
they're gonna take out a
Human
Luna.
Torch, but no. Luna Snow is going to be taken out instead for the side of
And they're gonna
Lone Nine.
save
Now
the
they're gonna be able
torch
to
for
protect the torch,
Smash.
however,
Okay.
as if they do get
I don't
target
like
banned out
it. Does
over
make
the
sense
Luna
on Hell's
Snow, they
Heaven.
can still fall
It
back
does make
onto the
sense on this map.
Invisible
We've seen a
Woman
lot
or
of
the
torch
Cloak
on
and
this.
Dagger or vice versa.
Probably,
As
we're
Lone
either going
Nine
to see a
have
res
little
comp
bit
from
of a question to
Z10.
ask
There goes
themselves.
the
I
Mantis
actually
ban. I was
really like
expecting
this.
some kind of res comp
If you
ban.
remove the Mantis, because we've seen teams go for
And maybe they
something
then
akin to
pivot
Rescom,
into
where
like
they
an
actually put in the
Ultron.
Human Torch over the
Yeah, there we go.
Star-Lord, because teams have sort of identified now that Rescom doesn't have all that much damage outside the ultimate cycles if the Atom and the Star-Lord don't get the in when Magneto
Yeah.
is taken out, and you don't get your Blaster Barrage with your Bulwark bubbles coming on through.
Yeah,
so taking out
I
the
don't
Mantis
mind it
removes
from
the potential
Z10.
of both the Rescom,
We'll
but
see what
also
people
means that if you
fully
try and
lock.
pocket something like an Ultron, Ultron's going to
Don't
find
get
far
baited by
less
what you're seeing right
value
now.
when you have a Soul Resurgence to pair up with the
Oh,
Rage.
legit, it's actually the best one I've ever had. No, ladies, that's
Yeah, that extra movement speed can be so good for the Ultron as well with the Soul Resurgence. Just allowing it to wrap
That's
around
so
corners so people
cute.
are looking to take cover and
That's
find
so
them in
cute.
a less evasive area, let's say.
Was this an
Once again,
online
it's going to
meet,
be our
Rack?
opening
Is this
matchup
someone you met
right
like through a
here.
dating app?
Zero Tenacity and Lone Nine are facing down the barrel. Only
super
one
cute.
can
I
survive,
think Overshield
but there's
cancels damage
still
blocked.
all the chance in the world to make it to China.
I believe I
Yeah,
saw
that would make
Crisis as well,
sense, Johnny.
just
That would
before
make
we headed
sense.
into map overview. Go over towards that Hela, which is going to be lending extra support coming on through for Gonski's Loki. So
Okay,
if he
Crisis
falls
is gonna rock the Hela.
Crisis getting a pick will be able to bring him back up immediately, and that does not have a cooldown. And we know that Crisis is able to
Yeah,
come on through and
Facebook.
hit those shots, and that Hela can definitely.
Oh, yeah, I
be
remember
a
you saying
threat
actually. Yeah, yeah,
to
yeah.
the Flyers coming on through if you win the first
I've
fight
not
for
posted on
both of these
Facebook for
teams.
like
It is
3 years
crucial
now.
that they win the
I don't
first
really
fight
use it
so
ever.
that their duelists have the room to breathe.
Okay,
That's
so
what
let's
Zero Tenacity
look over the
are
comps
already
here.
investing the portal here to try and get
Hella
advanced positioning.
Star-Lord
Still
to try and deal with
It's
this
not really playing too far afield here.
this
On the
flyer
Star-Lord
comp.
just yet, playing more of a frontline duel.
This might
Star-Lord
force
just laying
Z10 to
down
make
the
some
potent
changes
damage
early
to
and
try
change to
open
something
things
like a
up for
Winter.
Oasis. Remember that Soul Drainer in the back pocket. Oasis and Winnie being able to play together.
Smash gets a nice early pick on Wolver though. That's going to give him early prio.
Must have been some suppression onto the low 9 strategist to allow them to fall through the cracks. Now Saint Tomoto is feeling very isolated.
And Canute with a nice pick. Saint does get isolated there on the point, and that's an early take for
Canute just
Z10.
getting to play around map geography perfectly. Also splitting on the angle from
But he's
Smash now,
used
so
to be
that
the
Crisis
thing.
can only see one flyer at a time. So it does look like we have a little bit of a pause coming on through. But that allows us to sort of really look at how these compositions are going to interact, because Hella takes a lot of resources to make work, right?
I mean,
you either play her on an off angle with a
yeah, I mean, social media wise, I
or
focus
you
mostly
play
on
her in the
YouTube,
stack of your
TikTok,
team.
and
If you play her
Instagram.
with the
I don't really
stack,
use any others.
You lose the space of an
I don't
off-angle
use Twitter
pressure.
that
If
much.
you
I
play
really
her on an
should,
off-angle,
because
yeah,
I
you've
know
got
how
another
much of a good
direction that you
resource
can
it
send
is to
damage
connect
for,
with
but
people
you've
and
also now got a
like connect with
vulnerability,
other
which is going to
streamers and
bleed
stuff in the same
resources away
space
from
as
your
you.
front
But
line. So there's give and
man,
take
I just
for
never really
both
understood
playstyles
Twitter,
with her.
and every time I try,
Yeah.
it doesn't fucking work.
And are you going to want to invest something like the Snowflake when usually that's going to be going onto the hypermobile Star-Lord, who's a little bit mechanically harder to heal and is often going to be in those little nooks and crannies away from the LOS. One of the interactions we saw in that first fight as well was the use of Emma's Aegis shield to block off healing coming the way of the Vanguards that were on point for low 9. And that can really be troublesome for a Cloak and Dagger in particular. Who
Honestly, I have a hard enough time
damage
keeping up with
output
just
with
3
the Light
social
Force
media
daggers, so you
platforms.
can't break through that Aegis at all. You've got to do a
And
full
we're also about
reposition.
to start
Yeah,
another
you
YouTube
can
channel as well for
somewhat
me
finesse
and
the
Robbie
situation, though, with the Cloak
for
and
our
Dagger
casting
primary actually
content
being able to
together.
bounce.
So
So if you find a wall,
I already have way more than
then you
enough
can
to be keeping on
actually
top
bounce
of.
the
I don't need to add more into the mix.
player from behind the shield regardless. Though it can be particularly tricky on this map though, because the map that changes, right? Sometimes the point is vertical and sometimes it starts descending a little bit further, and that
start to
verticality
do
can definitely
a
interfere with the LOS that is
podcast. I
open
did a
to
podcast
some
with
of
a
those
friend of
strategists,
ours,
forcing them into some
Prof.
really
It's
rough
on my
positions
YouTube.
where
It's
they
still
have
on
to
there.
hard swing out away from those corners, which
if
would
you want to
normally
look at
provide
it, it
them
was called
cover
Here's the
from
Thing.
all of the damage that would be sent their way otherwise.
And the idea behind it was we would bring each other
We're
like
just gonna figure
random
out
facts and
who's
random
been
topics
calling
to
for a
talk about
pause.
each
I believe
week.
We did have a couple of technical issues from Low 9 yesterday.
About different subjects, and we
when
just
were
chat
playing Din
shit
into
basically
T'Challa.
for a little bit.
Luckily, we
But
called a pause a little bit
we
earlier this
stopped
time,
doing
so
it because it was
all's
quite a big.
fair in love and war, and you do
It
not
was
want
quite
to
a
be in
big
position
investment for us to
where
do.
where your tournament live is on the line for a little bit of a technicality. So we'll give them time to sort everything out.
I'm
In the
not
meantime,
adverse to
you're
doing
trapped in the,
podcasts, but I think it would have to be.
Hydra-based
There's so
podcast
many
with two
podcasts
Brits.
now.
And
Everyone
there
and
we
their
go.
fucking
We are
mother has a
back in the game,
podcast, so
baby.
it'd have to be something that
Yeah,
would be
it's all business now, as
super
Canute
interesting
gets
to
play on
me
all of these different
and super
off-angle
worth
Saint Tomoto is
doing
actually gonna
because
be
it's something
going
that I'm
over
really
towards the
invested
Captain
in,
America,
you know?
so they can try and put pressure on that backline and provide
Like,
Crisis
there's already a
little
bunch
bit
of, like,
more room
Rivals
to be able
podcasts
to
and stuff,
breathe
so I'll
without
definitely
being
do some, like,
instantly focused
guests,
down in these retake situations.
guest stuff
However,
on
that Captain
those
America
kind of
does have
things,
to
but
contest with Ducky and the Carbon Crush.
I
that
think
will
at
be
the
sending his way if
moment
he
I'm
gets a little bit
focusing
too
on too many
close.
things as it is.
Yeah.
You know, I'm trying to build my casting portfolio and all of that as well, so I don't want to split my focus too much.
On their way through. It feels like going up against the Ultron as Captain America can very much stymie your backline pressure. You have to be constantly careful about shifting around that drone though.
Fun's good. He's very hardworking. He's working a lot of hours in his new job, so he's not able to come around very often. But I'm pretty sure he's doing well. I do miss him. It's a really nice take from L9.
Yeah, I mean, Gonski as well had all of the Loki doppelgangers. The army very much had been assembled on that high ground too, so that you had 3 Lokis all looking at the Ultron the second that the rage came on out.
What do you mean,
and
Rat?
then they can burst from the high ground to the point
Let's
itself,
absorb
off of the
self.
back of the eternal bonds coming up
Is that what it
from Pink
is?
Clone
I
as
didn't know
Saint
that.
Tomoto is pushing
That's actually good to
even
know. I didn't
further
know
into
that.
Zero Tenacity's face to make sure that all of the angles can be developed before a retake situation can be put
They're
into
pushing
motion.
pretty aggro
For
here,
Ducky
L9.
1
This
or
could
even
this
Smash
could
Mouth
bite
with
them in the
the
ass if they
Supernova.
get
This
picked
Human
off.
Torch is going to be so exposed. And Jerky
Oh, that's
sees
nice
the
from
split.
Jerky.
Canute is a little bit
Oh,
too
but
far from the rest of his
Canute
team,
gets
and
round.
Galactic Legend. As with
Oh, and he
that
uses
Ultron's
the
actually
whole
going to
thing to
have
try and get
also got to
Ultron.
get the Atlas with an ult.
That's really nice from Knuten. That's a huge waste.
In the midst of all of this, Crisis rains down the strong crows upon the coalesced forces of Zero.
Crisis as well. Doesn't get anything from their ult. L9 are bleeding ultimates. Wolver gets a nice pick on Knuten finally, but Smash gets Wolver.
Try and defend themselves as it's going to be a trade out between the Emma Frost. Smashness still reigns above it all and rains down.
Crisis trying to get away, but Smash runs them down. That was really nice from Z10. Man, did they play that well. Nala, thank you for the gift on TikTok. I appreciate it very much. Welcome in. That's very kind. Thank you. I hope you're doing well.
Behind the map itself and potentially a well-placed shield. It's last fight though, and Low9 have no choice but to walk directly into the ultimate. And Zero Tenacity are going to use the
People want to see
second
more
that
of
this
the
fight opens
streamers
up.
and gamers on who they really are.
The Sonic Seduction is going to be so brutal to try and deal with when you do not have a hugely reliable shield once that Aegis goes
It's
down.
an interesting
Jerky
idea, right?
already noted on the outside, Saint Tomoto just plays around the
I am
outside,
trying to do a
Saint
lot
has to
more
make a
like
decision. Do you want to try and intercede on behalf of your team to try
unfiltered
and
content.
stop this play coming through from Ducky, or do you want to try and move in towards the back line itself? This seems like Oasis.
I'll talk about it in a sec. Knuten gets a
But
double. That's huge.
guess what? The damage has already been done. The Rage of Ultron needs no anger management. He's equal to the Hulk when it comes to the burning lambast that he has.
They don't really have anything left in the tank L9 either. They got no ults. Gonski needs to get theirs real fast. Knuten gets well, but yeah, it's done. Z10 are going to take this for sure. Okay. Nice to see from Z10. Nice to see.
Is bought upon Low9.
Yeah, Low9.
They're looking pretty good. Doesn't look like yesterday shook them too much.
Even starts, thanks to a well-placed crush coming on
yeah,
from
sorry, right. I'm
Ducky,
trying to
which is
do a lot
followed
more like
immediately by both
unfiltered kind
of
of
the
content
shields,
on the other
Emma's
socials.
Aegis and the
Because you
Seraphim
guys get
shield
it all the
coming
time,
through
right?
from
If
Lugia
anyone who
to just
hangs around and
block
watches my
the
live,
LOS of any
it's
shield
all
that could be
unfiltered,
sent their way,
right?
and
All of
with
it
the Loki lamp removed, the Eternal Bond unfortunately does
but like
not
clips
have
and
the
stuff, like
space
when I'm
to keep
posting
the
clips
team
and
sustained
montages and
for
stuff,
all
that's
of
like
that
very
Rage of Ultron.
curated
That is being put down onto the players that are still
kind of content, you know, and I
rotating
think people
onto the
want a
point
bit more
itself.
just
And now
natural,
they're going to be down
genuine
that ultimate. Pin clone is at least
connection,
going to be able to
genuine
take
conversation kind of
advantage,
stuff,
swapping on over
you
to the
know?
rocket to provide the armor
And I feel like
bags.
people respond
Zero
to that a lot better,
Tenacity,
so
a little
I'm
bit too
trying to
close
kind of
their
move away
ultimates to
from
sacrifice
just
the charge.
doing stream clips and kind of more into
Zero Tenacity.
a bit more
Seeing their path to
relatable
victory here.
connection type content.
And it
you know?
is most certainly paved with very successful Rage of Ultrons. That might be one of the most successful Rage of Ultrons we've seen thus far. When it came to VP, they really didn't put that much stock in the
getting it
frag power,
early.
and instead was using it to force out strategist ultimates on the other side. And once again,
Using
Zero
that
Tenacity
TP to get the
being
high
early
ground
investment
for
of their pawns to claim the
Z10,
high
as
ground.
we see pretty common.
Saint Tomoto on the low ground now tries to wrap around, but he's instantly marked out by Smashnez on this torch.
Now,
and he has
Jerky
to give up
does
that
have
position
Star-Lord ult now.
immediately. Smashnez is
But
keeping an eye on
Z10
every single
also
angle
have
that Crisis could potentially
4.
pop up on.
And here we go. Big Agamotto. Oh, Lugia gets 2. That's such a nice Agamotto. And that's going to be definite first point for Z10. That's 100%. Don't waste your ults. Oh my god, they're going to do it. Okay, L9 are going to pop it anyway. Oh, and Z10 rolled. This is really bad for L9. I think that was a big mistake. I don't know why they popped their ults there. Like, you already lost 2.
But it was also something that Low9 knew that they had to
You
invest
lost the
into.
DPS and the
hell of
support. You
Star-Lord,
should have
the
just
Captain
backed up there and
America
saved the
can all
ults for the
find
next
value
push.
if you're in control of the space before the
Now
fight
they're in
begins,
real
but
trouble.
Now you're going to be walking
Smash
into
15-0.
a fight that you're going to have to pay a toll of numbers, of resources, of ultimates before you can even get to your
Now they've got
goal
nothing
of
to
that
work with.
objective.
Prices
And Zero Tenacity
close,
are going to be able to drop a body
80%.
surely before this fight begins with the range, with the spam from the Ultron.
If Crisis can build this up,
even
they
from
should
the
pop
threat of the
this.
Emma if you get too close.
There's no support ults for Z10. Ducky's close though on that Emerald.
Low9 could start capturing the point already, waiting for a Terror Cape here from Pinklone to try and make everyone a little bit more vulnerable, but still in the back.
Jerky, nice pick. This could be what they need. Saint gets another one.
Already been done to the remainder of your strategists though. Oasis and Winnie have fallen on down. Lugia and Ducky.
Yeah, this is gonna be a nice take for L9. All right, not bad.
Smart currency
Not
exchange
bad.
coming through from low 9. Translate the spam pressure from
Crisis and Gonski still have their ults as well.
Pin clones, so you can open up the fight.
Still
and
no
then
support
once
ults to
the Eternal
Z10,
Bond
but
is
they
expanded,
are
you
about to
still
get a
got
lot
the
of them.
regen
So
domain from Gonski on
if
this
Z10
Loki
can
to
poke
anchor
a little
onto
bit
this
without
point,
without
and
getting
now
anyone picked off
Crisis is
here,
in
they
position.
might be in a
Jerky
good
can
spot
jump
to
onto
take
Zerus
this next
Nasty
fight.
mid-rotation, and Saint Moto can
With a bit of an
permanently
ult dump.
be there to pressure and force the team to turn.
And that's exactly what we see them doing. They're going to take this high ground. There's 4. And here they go. Big pings from Ducky. Massive pings from Ducky. There's 2. Yeah. Yeah. And I don't think they need to pop anymore. They can hold on to Knutons, Lugias, and Winnies. I think they can just watch this fight without it. Save that ult economy. And there we go. Pretty much even Stevens here.
Zerus Nasty have such a good read of the situation. They know that they can't stall, that they can't hesitate. And so they just send the fight immediately.
And here we go,
into
3-piece.
Brawl, breaking out with both Sonic Seduction.
This
and
next fight, I
both
think, is going to be
ults.
pretty
As
game
Low9,
deciding.
They've got hesitation, they've got stall, but
Who
what they
can
don't
make
have
their
is
ults work
power
better?
when it comes
Winnie's
to the
ult is going to be
6v6
key
slug
here.
Fiesta.
If
Zerus
I'm
Nasty
L9,
take
I use
full
one of the
advantage.
2
Now
DPS
goes
ults to
over
try and bait out the
point, drawing
invis.
Lugia to have to contest. They know
And
the
then
strangers, they
wait,
don't have to
and then
worry
pop
about
the other
either
one,
Emoto
because then
for
they've got
now.
no
As
support
Lugia on the
ults.
low ground to get to the high is going to have
Oh,
to
they do have
burn
Knut,
that
I
shift, the
suppose.
levitation, and that's going to telegraph the ult.
And here we go. That's the first bait right there.
Inside the invisible boundary now. Smashnet is going to come inside and try and take that aerial duel. Slowed on the exit means that it has to be a disengage.
Oh, Lugia again! Lugia again with the Agamotto goes massive over the top.
They were up on the catwalk, and there was only
Oh,
one cat in town you have to
disgusting
worry
play.
about. Lugia with a 3-person
Disgusting play.
Agamotto and 0 tenacity. Perfectly played.
Nice
that fight.
take
Don't
from
even
Z10.
worry about the healing coming through from
First
the
game,
Eternal Bond.
1-0.
2-0 on Hell's Heaven.
This is the Z10
Yeah,
we
no
wanted to
9
see,
lives
right?
To save you there. That is a dominant performance coming on out from the end.
I like
of
it when I can
Zero
see the players.
Tenacity.
Yeah,
the
yeah,
Hellish
yeah.
shenanigans worked into the Wolverine, but
The
Soldier
production
never
for the most
quite
part has been
found
pretty
the target.
good. I
Now,
just wish they'd
Smash
fixed the
was always
quality
quite
issue of the
literally
games,
on
but
top of things. There is a reason
apart from
this
that, the
torch has been
production's been really good.
barred from Zero Tenacity's end as much as teams coming
I
up
can't
against
wait
them
for the
have
LAN.
been able to secure it, and that's because
There's
Smash
something, I don't know if you guys
went
watch a lot of
25-0.
esports, like,
He did
you know,
not
other
drop,
esports
was
and stuff.
never extinguished a singular
I
time.
love just the atmosphere in the crowd,
Heads right there.
you know?
Zero Tenacity, they definitely were more of a kite and
I
fight
think
than a
it's
tank and
because-
spank team. You know, we saw great rotations.
Not to
coming
get
through
like
from Lee in a
super
way to
deep
just
about
buy
it or
time
anything, but I
for
think it's
Knudsen and
because
Smash to really leverage
growing
the off
up,
angles that they were gaining on
gaming,
Low9's more,
you know,
more
I talked
front
about
to
my
back
mum the
kind
other
of
day
combos,
and
they
how
were
she felt
always
about gaming.
chasing
She's very
after
traditional.
the main
So
core
gaming was
of Zero
always
Tenacity,
seen as
who
like a
often
waste
were
of
just
time.
outspeeding them on those
You know,
counter rotations due to the
we just
information
become
that
best
was being
friends.
gathered by the Flyers
Angel,
and
thank you
Lugia
for the
in these
follow.
defense
Welcome
positions.
in. It's lovely to have
It
you.
was essentially just
I hope you're doing well.
constant detective game coming on from Zero Tenacity, having those eyes in
Yeah,
the
like I
sky
was always
and
brought
giving
up,
them
you know,
constant
under the
feed
impression that
of
gaming
where
was a
Saint
waste of
Emoto
time,
was
and
positioning, of which
you know,
angle
it's
Crisis
always
could
just going to
potentially
be
and if Ella wasn't
something that
playing an off
I should
angle
try and avoid, and blah
vulnerable
blah blah
to
blah.
being dived
And
on the
having
board
like
by
seeing
a
all these people
duo
get
team-up
together in
squad
like a
of an
stadium
Ultron
and
a
stuff,
Torch. She
and
was
bring
therefore
that like
playing with
roar
the
and
core,
excitement
she
and
is
atmosphere is
incredibly vulnerable
it's pretty
in a
special.
brawl fight. We don't often see Hellas
I really
involved in
enjoy
the
it
brawl
because it makes
you
it
need
feel
her
less.
to be on that off angle,
It makes me
having
feel
that
less
two-tap
alone in that. You know what I mean? That
potential
there's a
coming
lot of
on
other
through.
people out there
As
who
unfortunately, the second that
also
you've exhausted
really
your shift,
enjoy
your reposition Raven form,
gaming
you do
as
tend
more
to
than
get
just
taken out pretty quickly as Hellas
like a
hitbox
time
is
waster,
pretty
you know?
sizable.
Yeah, she can be very vulnerable. That large head as well does mean plenty of crits can go
thank you very
her
much,
way.
Angela.
Let's see
I
if
appreciate it.
L9 will
If
be
you do
able
just want to
to
lurk, if you're here
find
for the
the
drops,
variation, but really gives them
please
an
feel
edge
free
up
to
over
just to
on
hang out.
Z10
That's totally
after
okay.
this break.
And if you feel like saying hi, that would be also super lovely. All right, 1-0 Z10. I am getting this Thor skin, 100%, by the way. Can we talk about how big his fucking feet are? Look at his grippers. That's some like Hulk level feet. It's got some nice sound effects on it as well, doesn't it?
My power grows. Behold the god of thunder.
Wait, his hair lights up? Dude, his hair lights up. Okay, that's pretty sick. I'm gonna run another 60-second ad. I hope that's okay with you guys. I do this in between the games to make sure that you don't get any ads or pre-rolls during the game, seeing as we're in a bit of downtime anyway. So I hope that's okay, especially if you just jumped in. I apologize. But this is the best way to do it. I don't want you to get ads mid-game. That's the worst. I was watching someone yesterday who shall remain unnamed. I was watching a large streamer, a larger content creator yesterday. Just for like, while I was kind of getting into bed. And at the apex of a very intense game in overtime, gets smacked with a 3-minute ad. And I get it. There's obviously like, you know, if you don't want to deal with it, you can subscribe, blah, blah, blah. Of course, of course, of course. But the majority of people are not going to sub, right? And then to smack a 3-minute ad at the end of a game before it's even over is crazy to me. I don't know if they controlled that or not, but just thought I'd point that out. I hate that shit. So, anyway. We got a super long day ahead for you guys. If you're enjoying watching the games with me or watch parting the games with me here, you can head over to my YouTube. We have posted a few of the games from the group stages. If you missed the group stages, we've just posted the NA Grand Final of the groups today, which was a banger series. So you can go ahead and watch that one too. We're also going to be posting a couple of the really good games from the past couple of days, as well as we'll be posting the upper bracket, lower bracket final, and the grand final from each region from this tournament. So lots and lots of watch party content on there. So if you're interested, it would be super nice. And there's lots of stuff on there for you.
But they see no heroes nor salvation, only villains up there like Knuten.
I'm also going to be doing some educational stuff once this tournament's done. I'm going to do some hero guides and things.
The ban system this time around, Harry. It's definitely something when your Human Torch goes 25-0. Granted, Smashness had a pocket.
We'll be doing a Thor guide is the first one I'm going to do.
Just calling and catering to his every beck and whim. But when you have a Torch who is that accurate and doing that much damage to Saint Timothée from the Captain America, you give him every resource.
Is it normal that my jaw's hurting?
Yeah, Smashness
from talking.
Smashness receives.
Is that normal?
I think they've read very well here, pivoting into a flyer composition against a Cap who is as good as Saint Timothée.
I thought you said foreskin.
It's just, it can be fairly easy to shut
not
down
doing that
Cap
intentionally
just
at all.
The Ultron drone, it doesn't really drain resources either, because the Ultron drone has no cooldown to reposition, so it's fairly easy to track that approach.
All right, here we go. Game 2.
The Psylocke has followed through as well, given the fact that Psylocke was targeted. Does mean that Captain America on his own does not have to be dealt with as rapidly as is required when he has a backup.
I would expect some more Torch Prio on a map like this, and Ultron Prio. This is a really good flyer map, especially on the first 2 points.
As the Vanguard instead.
Emma save, I would imagine.
Yeah. Prioritizing that Emma. We did see it prioritized.
Emma save into Loki ban from Z10. Into a potential Emma save from them as well. And this is probably going to be Emma, Loki ban, Emma save. There's the Emma save.
So much value thus far. Wouldn't mind seeing Low 9 go for a Zero Tenacity. Look for a Hulk pivot if things start to get a little bit dicey. Whenever Lugia is fantastic.
Oh, Psylocke.
Central Park is, of course, the map choice. Yeah, this was Low 9's choice. They're going to go for a very
They really don't want Jerky to get the Psylocke. That is very early pry on that one.
They do have quite a bit of
they're gonna Loki save
and runway before they
I like it.
Have to really address that.
I like
Psylocke.
it.
Yeah, but if you want Smashness on the Torch,
I like it.
The Psylocke is definitely going to force Low 9's hand into having to look at a Torch ban a little bit earlier than they potentially would have wanted. It very much feels like
There's the Emma ban.
Are heating the pressure up for Low 9.
I don't think this is worth it, if I'm honest. Like with such a Vanguard focus. We talked about this yesterday. There's so many good Vanguards now. I just don't. I don't think this is the right play.
From Zero Tenacity. likely unbothered by
I'm
those.
gonna guess, yeah, Punisher or Torch,
into
one
the
of the
thing
two.
though, given that
Hi,
Crisis
Jazz.
is generally going to be
How are you?
playing over the Punisher, the Winter Soldier, or the Hela. Would be unsurprising to see the Punisher ban, and there it is. We might have to see a Punisher Protect here from
Yeah.
Yeah,
Zero
maybe.
tenacity. I think that is the direction that you could go for sure, since you've
Strange
not been able
ban?
to make it.
I mean, if they're
But
gonna
yeah,
go for the
Knuten
Vanguard
is gonna be
focus,
the
go
only
all out,
Punisher
right?
on the scene, and Cloak and Dagger still being in play as well.
Oh,
But
maybe
no,
Punisher
it's
ban
a
now if they
Lunas
give,
no save.
if they're leaving it.
Instead, as Low 9 now really have to scratch their heads
Huge
to try and figure
support
out
prio
what to exhaust this last
for,
ban on.
for Z10.
Because Psylocke is still up for zero tenacity, and so too is Punisher and Wolverine, and it looks like they're actually going to be going for the
should we do a little
Punisher
stand-up? Should we do a
prioritization,
little stand-up
which means
action,
that
guys?
Luna now allows that Psylocke so much more value, as Low 9, anticipating a Psylocke coming through, are going to instantly be saving Gonski's Loki, so they have the doppelgangers to at least be able to try and absorb some of the pressure that comes from the Dance of the Butterflies.
Oh, if we see a Wolverine ban here,
Ugh.
I would not be surprised to see
I
Luki
feel like I need
actually
to,
make the play onto the Hulk. The Hulk really
feel like I
thrives
need to
with
stand
Luna
up
on
for a
the
little
field because she's so good at just sustaining through the meat sponging that he does. You know, the long range healing, really not suffering that much from damage drop off, and
Okay.
the capacity to give over that
Just get some energy going.
that Snowflake, the Idol Aura, can be so important. And there
Rough
it is,
day
Lugia,
night yesterday.
locking in the Hulk.
I'm sorry to hear
also
that,
for
Jazz.
Ducky one on the Groot. Wolverine.
DMs are open
is
if you
not
need to
really
talk.
what you want to have
As
in
always,
play
love.
when Groot is gonna
I'm
be
good. I
coming
did not
on
get the
through.
amount of sleep that I would
But
have
then
liked
again,
going
we
into
have
this
seen that
very long
Cersei and
16-hour
Lana have been
day.
able to deal
But
with Wolverines in the
I'm
past.
good. I'm good.
And it being Central Park, we have seen Zero Tenacity in the
Angel,
past
thank you for the
utilizing
third
Ducky
to
with
stream.
that
Can't
Groot.
believe no one's
And then
redeemed
you
that
can
yet.
get even more value with
Thank
the
you for
Hulk
that.
coming through, as well as getting to see
Enjoy your
that
PP.
Namor. Strangling Prison, Horn of Proteus is not an ultimate that
What are you
you
up to
want
today,
to
Jazz?
see get paired together. If you're a strategist on the other side, because it has enough damage
Okay.
to pass, to break through all of the
Nah.
heals per second.
Central Park.
It's just the regen domain that's going to be able to
So
bail you out.
Z10 going towards the Hulk Namor, which
Regeneration
I don't
domain
mind
might
on
be the only
defense
option, but it
necessarily.
was stolen away in advance by Zero Tenacity. They went for a prioritized ban on the Loki.
Does
if I remember
make a
correctly,
little
their
bit of
second
sense,
ban
but I like
after
what
that
L9
Magneto.
are doing.
Which
We have
could
not
be
seen this yet, but
incredibly
Wolverine has been a
important. Lone
monster.
Knight gonna
Ducky
be
doesn't
attacked
know it
first.
yet,
Question is, do they instantly
but this is a
invest
really
themselves
good read
a
from
portal
L9.
here from Wolver, or they just walk it down slow and
Ducky
see what
is
they're
going
dealing
to
with?
pretty
Now it's
insta
gonna
switch
be a
off
little
this
bit of a
Groot, I
scout
think.
To come through first. Winter Soldier on the field
Winter
as well, with both of
Soldier
these teams,
and
given that Loki is in play
Wolverine.
for both of these
This
teams.
Groot
Well, the
is
shield
never
gonna
going to
be
live.
breaking a little bit, but allowing Crisis a perfect angle to start building up to this first Kraken impact.
And it's interesting to see like no flyer prio really on
Crisis
this at
is going
all.
to be able to, of course, really
No Torch,
move
no
the- well, both
Ultron.
Crisis and Knuten
We
are
might
able
see
to
that later
tear
on
through
point
these
2.
clones with the Rotterstern at range, and of course the
I mean,
Kraken
Ducky's
impact when
just
it
getting
builds up,
fucking
already
run at.
50%
Look at him.
here.
He's going to
Ducky
instant
isolated,
switch.
must have been pulled in
He's
by
going to instant
Pink Clone
switch.
right
There's
there.
no
He's
way he
been
stays on
having a
Groot
lights
right
out
here.
week on the Invisible
Probably
Woman so far.
strange
Smash
to
has already
TP
had
in
used their blessing
contest.
of the deep and has to be extricated from the situation by the usage of the
Oh,
regeneration
what a
domain. You
pull.
can't really survive too easily though when you get hooked
There we
on
go.
in
There's the
to
strange
the
switch.
territory of Low 9. Great play off the back.
Ah, it's already
of
gone though, isn't it?
Saint Tomoto following up, and this is what I want to see. Saint Tomoto pivoting.
I mean,
over
they can
onto
maybe
the
contest.
Emma.
It's too late.
Ducky one
It's
going
too
down,
late.
It does mean that they're going to be able to strange TP recontest and
Oh.
never mind.
Ruh-roh.
Strange TP and
Ruh-roh.
was not on the point in time.
And then switches
that
back
is
to the
now
Groot. I don't
Low
know
9
about this,
breaking into
Ducky.
B, and Lugia
I don't know
has
about
been
this.
found separated from the team,
Oh my
and a
God, Lugia
separated
just got
Hulk
rolled.
is a weak Hulk. That Vanguard is now going to get
Long day
staggered
babysitting,
even
building
longer.
desk.
What a grab from Jerky. Just
Ah,
giving enough
that's
time
so
for Lugia to reach
annoying.
the cart and stop it before executing
Is the desk
once
finished, though?
Again. And it feels like right now the control onto Ducky has been absolutely sublime.
Saint Tomoto keeping up the charge on
Nice
that.
pull.
Emma does get grabbed out by the bionic hook. Has the diamond form to pull back.
Yeah, there we go.
onto.
Lunar roll.
Zero tenacity,
Knuten
trying to
over the
pull this
top.
one back. Knuten with the ultimate.
He needs to get some
How
resets.
the fate of Flow form
That's a
potentially
nice
shut down
Agamotto, though.
the
That's a huge Agamotto from Wolver.
It is the Maelstrom of Madness takes the Winter Soldier down.
Quick tap of the purple
Nice
aura.
Groot
Guess what?
ult, but
It's a missed
I don't
timing
think... Is
when
there
it
any
comes to the
follow-up?
strangling prison and the horde
Crisis
of
is just
approaches. They
sat
can't
up
piece
here.
together.
Really nice
Zero
pull.
tenacity. I don't know
Dude,
the
how
hell
did he
this
get the
fight
right
survived
Loki?
it.
What the
Everything
fuck?
they needed. And now with so many players down, Lugia is using the World Breaker hold. This has got to be a comp pivot, right?
Yeah, Smash
Yeah,
now
Smash has
is
already
coming
switched.
back
That,
on the
yeah.
Psylocke, just so they
It
can
has to be.
potentially
It
hit
has
that
to be.
backline, maybe turn Low9's heads to have
I mean,
to kill for
I'm
one
assuming-
of their strategists to drain the momentum and resources
I
that
don't know.
Crisis is going to have heaped on
I
their
don't like
shoulders
this group
for the
pick, dude.
Kraken
This
impact.
group just feels like it's not going to get anything done.
Doesn't find the grab, but still finds the damage onto Ducky.
Hi, Ghost. How are you?
Status serves them well here. I believe it was an attempt
Power
at a troll
tools.
portal coming through from Wolver, but it was grabbed, stunned by the Bronze
I
Hook
bought
of
myself a
Newton.
drill when I moved
Race
in
to go yet again with
to my other
another
house.
smash. There's on the
So I actually
offense
have a
to give
drill
over that
now.
drone, but Ducky won, overwhelmed
At
once
37
again,
years
going up
old,
against that
I
Wolver
finally
is
have a
so
drill.
difficult when you are the wooden creature.
Nah, these guys are getting
Only the next one
fucking
forward.
rolled,
Now it's
dude.
Wolver claiming all
This
the
is a
space. The
really
pullback once
nice
again
comp
is
from
right
L9.
in fourth, and Low9, they are setting a record time here on Central Park.
This is a
Yeah,
really
they are fucking
difficult part of
walking
the
them
map
over.
too, to use
They are
the Kraken
walking them
impact,
over.
As Knuten has to worry that he'll pump his head in the first.
This is what we
aspect
saw
of third.
Z10
He's
yesterday.
gonna
They
swap
just
now
could
over
not get
towards that
any,
Iron
like...
Man, having all of the spam
They just
pressure as well
got
as the team up
steamrolled.
nanotech from Smashness so that he can get that beam that damages. And
So I like this
heals
adaptation
enemies
from
and
Knuten. I
allies
like the
alike
Iron Man
as we can see
adaptation.
him to start to farm
You're still
those
pretty
Loki
vulnerable
points
to the
towards
winter,
the first maximum pulse.
but I think this is definitely
All right,
better.
Lugia, back on
Oh,
his
that's a
feet, as it
nice
were.
ult from
Absolutely
Ducky, but
big.
no
Aegis coming
follow-up.
up. What a shield from Emma Frost. Ducky just forced to move away after using the strangling prison.
And there's the
Street
kidnap
charge, that
again.
might be Ducky off
Look
the
at
map right there
Knuten.
from Jerky's
Look
play.
at
Didn't have
Knuten.
much
He's
survive for now, but
looking.
guess what? Lugia's claiming a bunch of space.
And there we go, the
Too
flyers.
much to
And I
deal
think
with.
we might see a
Zero
pivot from
tenacity,
L9 here.
investing the
I think
Ranger
Jerky
Ultron,
might pivot
rewarded
off.
for all of the dividends that they tried so early to purchase. It's a big investment.
Was the
but
Punisher
Zero
banned
Tenacity,
for
the most
L9?
important commodity
I
and
can't remember.
ability.
The investment of strangling prison.
What is a
not in
Dremel, Jazz? I don't know what that
coordination
is.
with the Iron Man ult, though. I wonder if they're going to use it to just try and lights out, shut down.
Just
this
watch
Kraken
whatever
impact coming
format
through
you
from
want, Ghost.
Low9, 'cause you do
I have
to worry
vertical
either
and
the
horizontal
Kraken
format,
impact is
so
a
just
lethal
whichever one you prefer.
combination that Oasis might not be able to heal through, as Jerky's already gotten his hands on
Oh,
it.
that's a nice
And
push,
that's the
though.
last stand.
That's a
Really able to
huge
get
push
the
from
regeneration
Pinclone.
remain off in time.
Oh my
And
god,
Knuten is
Pinclone
on
just
the other
fucking
side.
smurfed that against the Wolverine.
Takes down two.
That was so
Low9 have
nice.
to back away.
Otherwise, Wolverine gets like a double there at least.
Menacingly with the armor overdrive, Wolver's gonna have trouble getting back into spawn right
He's
here.
still holding
Crisis
onto
needs
his
to be
Iron Man
avoided.
ult as
Oh,
well.
Ducky's a little bit far away. Must have
Oh,
been pinned
Ducky,
off the
that
map.
is
Jerky with the
aggro against the
perfect
Wolverine.
picture
What are you doing?
of the Wolverine has to be disengaged here. A lack. Oh, hello around the back. Newton's cooking. Newton's cooked actually. Gonski grabs that one. Plenty of doppelgangers allow him to roll on through. But Nano Beam, the DPS isn't great. You were hoping to try and heal instead.
Jerky's
Lugia
doing a
isolated
lot
inside
against these
the
two
invisible
tanks though,
boundary.
so
But
this is
Jerky
going to be the
just had
push
no
up.
idea where their Vanguard was.
Oh, that's devastating. Zero
Gonski,
Wolver
Wolver with ults.
One. It was awful for them. They need the Strangling Prison combined with Knuten. And now Low9 get the opportunity to split the two ultimates from coming on through.
Oh, is that like the desk saw thing, Jazz?
The group down early. Lugia jumps at Knuten to provide.
Oh, just, I mean, the shield straight. Like, Wolver was there ready, dude. It's a nice attempt at the combo, but Strange was ready for that one. The Emma was also ready. It's really hard to pull off that combo with those two tanks up, no? Because doesn't the Iron Man ult just get instant, like, insta-blocked by either of them?
This guy is the one and only. And when he found that out the hard way,
Oh, nearly got him as well with that.
Knuten manages to dodge around behind that pillar, but you need to get on to a point right now. Afflicted with the culling debuff.
I mean, considering how this started, like, they've done a good job of whittling down the time, honestly. Z10 here. Another pulse? Oh, Z10 gets two with that. What? Dude, his Iron Man is so good. Okay, Z10 have stabilized like a motherfucker. They had like 5 minutes going into this point. This is really good from Z10. This is really good adaptation, and I like the Iron Man swap a lot. Knuten looks really comfortable on this. He looks way more comfortable.
Knuten already is hovering above the door frame, getting that damage, getting the accuracy markers that scouts out
It's
the
so
position.
easy to
And
ult
out
build on
comes the
this hero
Oracle
as well with the
Overdrive
consistent
to slow
damage.
the rotation down yet
There's
again.
another Groot ult.
Regen domain before
And Knuten and Ducky going over. This is so nice from Z10. This is a great hold. Great hold.
5 minutes of a time back, Mox. Only 45 seconds remain.
Wolver does
L9 are
have
gonna have
that
to do
strange
something.
teleport, but Low9 is saving it for when
At the
it's
moment,
at
they're
its
throwing
most
spaghetti at the
valuable.
wall.
When they have the least amount of time, they're going to have to deal with Knuten coming on through with another invincible pulse. And
like
it
a thick
feels
pen.
like this armor core overdrive
Oh,
has
okay,
been the
gotcha,
thing that's
gotcha.
allowed Zurich and Nasty to come back into this fight. Yet again, it comes on through, and Low9 pay fate of both worlds just to pave their way.
Yeah, the exchange.
Yeah,
here for the
they're
Rage
having to
of
try and
Ultron.
walk it
It's gonna
in,
be all
but
about where Knuten
it's
decides to
kind of
try and put this
early.
invincible pulse on and going up.
Oh, Knuten again. Oh, that's a really nice angle. That's such a good angle. Jerky says fuck you. And he survives. Incredible hold from Z. My god. How the ever-living shit did they hold that? That's
Knuten
wild.
just waits
Really
so
good
patiently
adaptation.
for the Emma Aegis to be placed. And from there, he
Super
just gets to
solid.
utilize the AoE of the ultimate. You can finesse it. Even if there's a shield in the way, you can place your ultimate ever so slightly to the side of it or potentially behind it, and it will still be able
Welcome to
connect
everybody
onto
just
a
hanging
player
out.
that
I hope
from
you're enjoying
their
the stream.
POV, they should be shielded from.
We've got a lot of
the
games
second
to
that
come.
Saint Motor places that Aegis, their fate is sealed. And back to the underworld they head.
This is series 2 of 8 that we're doing
It's getting
today.
real populated. Over the course of this series, many a frag between them. Knuten walking away with, I believe, more final
let's see if
blows than the
they,
rest of their
what
team.
changes we
That's
see
just what
here.
happens when you put all your resources into the Iron Man. The Knuten Avengers
Are they going to
rising
try
up.
and stay on the same
I mean, if you
L9?
take away the resources from Smashness, they just get rerouted over to Knuten, and he got everything that he
They
could
are on the
possibly
defense, so I
want.
understand what
Low9
they're
were
doing
just
here,
never
right?
able to find
If you
the
think about
Iron
this
Man
first
when we
point,
headed into third.
if
Jerky
Crisis
could
gets one pull
potentially
in,
have been a
pushes
problem for him
over,
to deal with, but that building
if
on
Jerky
the
gets a
last
kidnap
part
on
of third just
Wolverine,
provides
the
so
push is
much cover
done.
for the Iron Man to
So
hold himself around.
I
But you
don't
even
mind,
have to
but
worry
like,
about lacking
I
the
mean,
Invis
Knuten's
woman
just
to
going to
be
go
able to
ham,
force
isn't he, on this
physics
Iron Man
knock the
again?
Wolverine back from his connection.
Isn't he just going to
And
be,
if it ain't
like,
broke, don't
untouched?
fix it. Out comes Knuten in the
Because
Iron Man
Crisis
armor
has
once
to
more.
focus him then. Because otherwise,
Tony
he's
Stark
just
takes to the
so
skies.
free.
The hero that
And he's
Zero
also
Tenacity
really
needed
good at
made
like just taking out
demanded
these Loki clones
after being
from very safe
absolutely
distance, you know?
flummoxed on points 1 and 2.
You can see
Old
Jerky on the right.
trying to
Look at
get
him.
a
He's
connection,
looking.
get a grab onto Knuten. Might well be a bait. Instead, it's going to wrap around behind the Vanguard.
They're already in, though.
The thing a little bit harder to grab.
They don't give a shit. They just storm in Z10.
Already the damage has been
Oh
done.
my
You were
god.
so worried about the duck,
What?
You didn't look at what was in the rest of the bathtub, and it was filled with
Oh my
danger. That
god.
bubble bath, it was acidic.
Lugia just fucking legs it on point, and between him and Ducky just steamrolls them. What?
Run away back towards the point they go, and they funnel directly into one.
Damn, this
small
thing is
hallway,
doing a
which is an
crazy amount of
absolute
work.
gallery for
Hi,
Ducky to
Tom.
come on through with these
How's the warm weather
grapples.
treating
And
you?
Knuten off the
Very
first
sweaty.
fight is already gonna have the
And
first
costing me a
ultimate on the field.
fortune in electric bills
During
to have
the
my air
overdrive,
conditioner
the
on.
heal from Renano being very effective.
But I prefer the heat to the
Even when
cold.
Facing down 6, Crisis falls down to a miscellaneous
I don't do well when
purchase.
it's really cold.
The absolute smorgasbord of pain that's being pushed out here by Zero Tenacity once again. Yet another invincible pulse cannon, good to go, making sure to break through that Guardian shield.
Yeah, like Knuten knows his
Aegis
job
is
here.
gone
He
too.
knows his job.
Oh, Pinkline taken down
Oh,
before
and he gets
everyone else
he gets
could roll
Saint.
on through. Saint Tomoto unable to
How's
Aegis
Knuten
themselves.
living?
And
What?
while it was a valiant attempt from Jerky to drag Knuten inside of the invincible
Oh,
pulse,
because Smash
inside of
is
the
using the
invisible
team
barrier,
up.
it could
I
not work
forgot about
out.
that team up.
Knuten's just playing connect the dots right now. Every single time there's a regen domain
He's
coming
so
on through
free,
from
dude.
Gonski.
Like,
Out comes Armor Overdrive,
Knuten is
and
so-
all the
look at
rounds,
this.
100 HP,
He
just
has not
immediately
stopped
disappear in
pressing
the
this
blink
W
of
key.
an eye. And
As an
speaking of
Iron
disappearing
Man.
in the blink of an eye, Low9 are caught out. Half of that team is still in the B spawn, which means
I
that
feel like
Zero
Knuten
Tenacity
is the
gets so
only
much
one that
payload
is making this
distance.
pick
Oh,
look
they have to
broken
touch
as fuck,
with the
man.
Winter Soldier
His
ultimate.
Iron Man
Just
looks
not what they
disgusting in his
wanted from
hands,
them.
doesn't
There's
it?
no one else there to try and follow up thereafter. The remainder of Low9 just have to stagger on in, and now they have to meet
5
what
minutes,
Zero Tenacity did.
45 on the
A
clock is
6-minute hold
outrageous.
on third
It is
to bring
outrageous.
themselves into this series.
They've got invisible boundary, but Knuten has the one shot, and Ducky won with the strangling prison. Can even utilize the Groot CEC of the ultimate
Lucky's
and bring them
positioning.
out of
He's
it.
so
Someone's
ready.
got to clear Knuten on this angle. Jericho's going to go over to the Hela hit scan to try and take the flyer down and clip his wings, but the hubris is going to be there. If they all walk out, then they don't know that the Iron Man's behind them, and here it is.
Oh, I love the attempt, dude. I love the attempt. So, if you guys are wondering like what just happened, so because of the Emma shield, which is really easy to like block the Iron Man ult, he goes in from the backside to try and like navigate that, and unfortunately just doesn't quite work through the invis. But it's such a like smart attempt. Like I mad respect it.
Fate of both worlds.
I mean, one fight win. That's how Zero Tenacity was able to claw their way through.
Okay, good team fight win though from L9.
Low9 get that one fight
No
that they needed.
ultimates for Z10
so much
either.
harder now to maneuver the mechanical flyers into a
So
position
actually,
where
Crisis
Knuten
could
can
go
get
fucking
away
crazy right
with
now.
all that he was in first and
No
second. Jericho
support
Crisis are
ults
going
to
have
save them from
immediate
this Winter
access
Soldier.
To the health bars coming through from all of these secluded chokes.
Winnie's about to get theirs
It's going to be
though.
real difficult now
If
for
they can
Lugia.
stall it.
Going up against the double poker, both a Hela and a Winter Soldier. Still a pocket going in onto Knuten. That forces out the regeneration.
Here we go.
Loki. And here comes the first of a Fate of Both Worlds. This time, courtesy of Winnie. Maybe a way to try and shut this one down. You cannot heal through the environmental frag. So
I think they're holding too long, man.
An invincible pulse cannon raised
Oh,
up already.
they get Knuten. No, that's big. That's big.
And when Knuten falls low, Wolf is there to deliver at the final.
But look at the Ultron. Here goes Crisis. Got two, but then gets taken out by Lugia really quickly. There's so much potential, but really nice read from Lugia. And these two tanks, with this triple support behind them, are fucking rolling forward. Ducky. This triple support just allowed these tanks to go fucking crazy.
Could not make it to the end, and 6 minutes was just too
Good
much
stuff
to
from
ask
Z10.
for. Low9 are
Really
down
nice
2-0
adaptation
in their
after a pretty
elimination
poor
match.
start.
It costs so much to keep
that puts them
an eye on
2-0 up in the
Knuten,
series.
that once that
Hi, Angel.
problem had been solved, nothing was left. There was an economic
This thing was a
crisis
mega
in
pick.
terms of ults and resources
This thing was a
that
mega
everyone
pick.
had access to. Once Ducky and Lugia started really rolling on through, with the Groot and the Thing just frontline brawling
Against,
into the
like,
space,
you know,
still
against the
having
Winter
strategists
and
up
a
as well
Wolverine,
to make sure that they
mega
had that
pick.
area, that level of sustain to continue the
I used to
momentum
join streams
pushing on
just to
through.
spawn that
And that
front.
was such a fast day.
Any
for
particular
first and
reason, Angel?
second. And even though they got slowed down temporarily on third,
I just
they
like
were
the
able
frog.
to come on through with the fights, utilizing
Hi,
Fate of
Katrina,
Both
how
Worlds
are
to
you?
get an aggressive angle for Knuten and force Low9's hand into having to deal with the Iron Man immediately.
Oh, so difficult to try and deal with that. I'm like, honestly, finding those angles again and again. Respect Gonski being able to shut down.
Yeah,
that
this is
flank
also a
one,
pretty good
but for
Iron
not
Man map,
getting a
right?
Cast into the regeneration domain just to make sure that all of that damage was converted into healing. Oh, that's what
Yeah,
happened.
that was,
Crisis body blocked it.
Yeah, he triple
We used to have snap camera.
Jackie must have been trying for a leap as
Before
well
they
with a leap to
removed
try and
it,
stun Knuten out of
where
it
you
to be
could turn
in the
me into
blast
potato
radius
and
for
stuff
that.
like that.
Both duelists thought they had the hero moment,
It
but
was really
turned
fun.
into
People enjoyed that
Knuten
one a lot.
just managing to take them both
But they
out
stopped
at once.
supporting it and they stopped allowing it, so
And that too, the Emma Aegis
Big
just
Sag.
a little bit
we
too
do have some
far
really
off
great
of the
emotes in here, to be
ground,
fair.
so that the AoE splash can still find the connection onto the players beneath. And Zero Tenacity, we talked about it, right?
Solid
the
game too.
flexibility of this
How are you,
roster.
Katrina? You doing all right?
You're gonna feel like you have them pinned
Looking
down.
at the accuracy as
and
well.
give them like 2 minutes. They'll come up with an entirely new game plan, an
Yeah.
entirely new composition,
Tough.
and all of a sudden you are flunked
Crisis
for
played really
5
well as
minutes,
well, I
where
think.
you're just scratching your head, looking.
Winter
at the
Soldier's
being
one
like,
of those
"What
that,
do we
like,
do
you have
into this,
such a
guys?"
crazy potential to,
I mean, Luna is more
like,
and more
solo
commonly
carry,
making the draft now
but
as
it's
well and getting
kinda
into a
tough
game, which
into
means that
triple
we
support,
still
right?
haven't seen Knuten's patented pivot onto a
It's one of
Hawkeye
the, we
with
talked
that
about this
icy
yesterday,
arrow
right?
team
It's
up,
one of those
so
ultimates
maybe
where
that
you
could
have
kinda
to
things
try
get a
and
little
play
bit
around
more
support
complicated.
ults,
Low9 keep throwing these new
because
looks.
otherwise
I
it
like
becomes
seeing the pivot
completely
over
useless.
onto the Saint
And when you got triple
Emma Frost
support,
myself,
all popping
but I
ultimates,
think there's
it's
still
so
so
hard
much
to
more
find the
to
right
play through
timing
here. We're gonna
where
have
you're
a
just
quick
not going to
break,
get
and then
hard
map number 3
counted.
is coming on the other side.
Same with Hela ult as well. I feel like both of them are kind of that. Damn, this might be another sweep. This might be another straight 3-0. which is a big confidence boost for Z10 after that pretty devastating loss yesterday. So if this plays out as a 3-0-3-0, that would mean that the last game of the day would be VP Z10 as the lower bracket semis for the last game of EMEA today. If Z10 take this series, which they look pretty on par to do. I don't know if Z10 are going to be able to stand up against how good Virtus Pro looks, but we'll definitely see. Rad BBP is going to be a fucking banger. I'm going to run another 60-second ad, guys, just so you don't get any ads in the game. Same as always in between the break. Hope that's okay with you all. Who's on the lead at the moment? What, in this series? Z10. You can see it here. We're in this series at the moment. Great, just arrived home. How's it going? Games are pretty stompy so far, Katrina. But yeah, all good. All good. I actually don't mind this too much to start with because we have a very long day. So I don't mind the first couple of series being a little bit stumpy. It means we might get a small break before the America games tonight. So I'm okay with it. Because I think the next two series after these two are going to be potentially could be really long ones. Yeah. This is such a banger of a tune as well, by the way. Who told me? Who was it? Who told me yesterday that this is copyright, or this song was stolen? Was it you, Kel? I don't know if you're still here, but I feel like you told me that it was taken from something else. Was it an anime or something it was taken from? I don't know. I'm not sure. Oh my god, I need to pee. I'm gonna very quickly pee. Sorry guys, give me 1 sec. 1 sec.
Oh no, I'm feeling real low right now after fumbling a 5-minute time bank on Central Park C. But they can still rise to new heights as this series is far from over, Mox.
True, but I mean, it's going to be a really tough time of it, right? Because we were talking in the break, you can't ban Zero Tenacity out of Iron Man, because then something else is able to get through. And if you give Knut, say, Punisher or Smashnez Torch, then you're not going to have a fun time off of it either. And this is where Zero Tenacity's true strength has come through. Undeniable highest flexibility, I think, of one of the teams in the EMEA region, right? Doesn't matter if you ban them out of Vanguards, doesn't matter if you ban them out of Strategists, doesn't matter if you ban them out of Duelists, they always have a composition they can fall back onto.
Yeah, the flexibility is one of the main power points that Zero Tenacity have coming into any of these games. And like Newton, I think we can pretty much consider unbannable, which is why Smashnez often is catching the ban.
Okay, perfect timing.
Which I believe is Smash's best hero.
Fucking planned it
down
to a T.
right now, despite receiving the nerfs,
down to a P.
to start getting played.
All right, game 3.
Well, it's Araco. That low 9 are going
to we're going to
Araco. Going to start letting them expect more flyer
Prior.
Sweep is entirely possible.
Maybe Wolverine Prior here, because this is a very good Wolverine map.
Ban draft system coming on through.
All right, so probably Emma save.
That both of these teams prioritize keeping
Psylocke ban
rotation,
if they want to keep banning the Psylocke from Jerky.
Things like the Captain America circulating once more.
This is where we saw.
There's the Emma save.
Slay
Z10 probably looking at Psylocke ban.
I believe Zero Tenacity actually likes
What's up, Bayou? Yes, I've seen the Thor skin.
They may like it more in theory.
I'm buying it
practice. I don't think
immediately.
Actually, that great on it.
Well, we saw them with the solo Vanguard all the way back on their first
It
day
looks
of
solid.
play in the group stages where we got to see the triple duelist.
All right, so there's the
composition,
Psylocke ban into the Emma
from
save.
their
Pretty
side with
standard
Lugia
from here
and
on
the
in. So this is
Wolverine,
where it might get a
given
little
the fact that
spicy.
Magneto and
Are they going to
Invis
take out the
all
Torch, the
actually
Punisher, the
removed from
Psylocke,
Karyudo
the
in terms
Ultron?
of that pick
Okay.
and ban draft system? So it's definitely going to be something that Lone9 have to
So
be
the Ultron ban's
cognizant
kind of
of
nice
as a
because it also
potential
dissuades the
pop-up.
Iron Man pick.
All right, so it's actually going to be protecting.
Yeah, they go
their
full flyer.
Emma Frost here.
Yep,
Both teams
yep,
opting
yep.
into that
L9 are
one.
like, nah, fuck
And
this.
just removing Crysis's opportunity.
I
to
honestly
pivot
would
over
not
onto
be
that
surprised
punch. I
with
think
an
it's
Iron
always
Man
gonna be a
ban.
smart ban against Lone9, given what Crysis can achieve.
But
on that one.
probably going to be a
Smash
Punisher
is on the
ban,
other side.
I would
Oh, we're actually
imagine.
seeing Ultron ban
Or
as well. But
Cloak,
Fighters
maybe.
going to bed. I mean,
There's the
this
Punisher
is also like a pseudo
save.
ban onto Canuten's Iron Man as well, which you
Ooh.
don't really want to waste a ban on because it's
Spicy.
too much of a pocket
How you
strat
doing,
to
Ayub?
invest in.
Well, when Smashnaz gets rid of Torch, he pivots onto the Ultron.
Thank you for the follow.
Tends
I
to
thought
be
you were already
Hazard
followed, no?
tenacity, recoup that loss. So, like you said, this is a shadow
thank you.
nerf to Canuten's Iron Man if that comes on through. However,
The
what's
Luna
not
ban.
a nerf is the fact that Zero Tenacity secure
Okay,
one-sided
do they
Punisher.
fire the
so Canuten's
Wolverine?
not going to be going on to the Iron Man in the slightest when you have a Premier Duelist pick like that coming on through. And more
'Cause I do think this is a
importantly as
very
well,
good
Cloak
Wolverine
and
map.
Dagger has been able to make it through for Zero Tenacity's side too, given the fact
Loki.
that Lone9 put so much
Loki does
stock
make
into
sense.
double banning
Loki
against
is pretty
Smashnaz
much
instead.
the number one healer,
Gonski being
number
able to
one
get away with
support
a
right
Loki,
now.
That is a huge asset to Lone9. Whenever Gonski is a fantastic Loki player.
Yeah,
The streets were
Gonski is
talking up the
a
Gonski
monster
Loki.
on this pick as well.
And it's time for it to deliver. The investment of the Protect. The hero Lone9 needs
Expect to see a Cloak and Dagger,
The god of mischief.
or an Invis
You
for
could
Pink
actually
Clone.
see the Squirrel Girl
Probably Invis.
come
We know
through
how good Pink
for
Clone
Zero
is on this
Tenacity.
Invis.
This
It's
is a
fucking
strategy that
insane
has
how
been
good
popularized a
they
couple
are.
of
Yeah,
teams
there's
that
the
have
Invis.
run it for multiple regions actually on the
I
attacking
cleaned a lot of my
rounds
following.
of Raqqa,
That's
where
so
you
good,
take
Ayub. That's so
advantage
good.
of all of the narrow
I appreciate
hallways,
it.
the
I'm glad I
projectile
made the
banks,
cut.
the
Thank
ricochet
you.
off of all of those projectiles coming on through from
Don't
Durant
get
to be
baited
able
by the
to
Squirrel Girl, guys.
incredibly quickly build up
There's
that
no way they do the Squirrel Girl, is there?
tsunami that just stampedes through a defense that is too
There's
static.
no way they do the Squirrel Girl,
The question
surely.
is, if we do see double Squirrel Girls, is anyone going to be using Orion's Lancaster Bomber Crosshair?
Oh, please, no.
Oh my god.
You know, that clip actually went viral.
That's so funny.
Oh, wow. I was unaware of that.
I was minding my own
For you guys who have got
business
no
the
idea
other
what's
day,
happening, by the way.
just
We just become
watching
best friends?
all the Rivals content,
Arc
and
the
all of
Fox,
a
thank you
sudden,
so
I
much
get
for the follow. Welcome in.
flashbanged by Orion's
I hope you're doing
coming
well.
on
Thank you.
through. And
For
so,
any of you guys that
no,
missed it,
potentially we see it from the
we
attack
in the
side,
group
defense might
stages,
also go
we saw
for
a
it just to
Squirrel
have a little
Girl
bit of a
who had the
pressure on
most
regroup situation from the
disgustingly
attackers, but it's much
massive
more common when
crosshair
we've seen
that
on
it
the attacking
literally
side with the
covered
defenders
like
preferring for a
3/4 of the
spawn camp
screen.
composition,
And it
more
was
vanguards in the
outrageous.
mix to stall things out
So that's
properly.
what he's talking about.
Smashland's going to be rolling
All right,
over
here we go.
on
We're gonna get into it here.
Namor, just to get some value out of his Lugia.
So
team up.
no Squirrel Girl,
They've got
unfortunately.
Oh wait, hold on. We're going to be
But
seeing
we do get
play
Wolver
the
on this
once again. We actually
Storm.
saw this yesterday in conjunction with the Johnny Storm to try and combine their ultimate.
And we see Z10 going back to this this Hulk Namor. We've seen Hulk Namor on Araco be so strong. It's such a ridiculously good combo on this map. So I think Wolver's going to have a pretty rough time on this Storm. And we see Crisis staying on this Winter Soldier. Jerky grabs Canute though. That's a nice little kidnap. And we see Smash immediately actually swap to the Psylocke. So I wonder if Lugia is going to swap off then and go onto the thing maybe, and that's why they're looking at it.
Able to try and pivot to take advantage of Saintomoto being that solo vanguard, but it certainly is a little bit easier to do that with Lugia in the bag, distracting all of your strategies.
Dude, look at how disgusting this Hulk is. Oh, it's so oppressive, man. It's so oppressive.
So that's going to be a
Crazy.
Trade for trade, but Zero Tenacity with Smash as
Welcome in, Ark.
Psylocke now have
I usually
a
use a
lot
small red
of mobility to
yeah.
put pressure onto the back
You
line of
and
Lone9.
most
As Wolver
sane
off
people
of that
would.
storm, they use it to break the first corner. Now it goes over
After
to
this
the
after
Doctor
this game,
Strange.
remind
So
me
you have
and I'll see if I can
one
get the
extra
clip for you.
Vanguard, one extra shield to try and
Because
give
it
your team
was
a little bit of survivability
just
against
ridiculous.
Canute, who's going to be coming on through with the final judgment, and it's going to be off of the back of that eternal bond from the
Against
Wasted
Scarlet
Two.
Witch. I think Scarlet's actually in a good spot at the moment. And there are rumors that Scarlet Witch is getting the Magneto team back. I don't know how true that is. Don't quote me on that. Alright, here we go. Smash goes. Crisis gets a nice pick on Ducky, though. Smash gets Gonski. Ah, and Z10 just roll it, dude. Oh my god, they fucking roll it. Smash. I'm surprised. I mean, I'm surprised that this is the first time we've seen Psylocke. If this is your first time watching with us here, this tournament, Psylocke has been dominating as a DPS pick. Like, solo carrying games, disgusting.
Back to his team that gets taken down in the interim, with Knuten not even needing to utilize the final judgment. It was
Emma on Emma violence.
Oh,
this is going to be such a good area. Look at them all. They're all so grouped, dude. Oh my god, he gets one anyway. How the fuck does he get Gonski anyway? Wolver, though, with a nice double. Gets both supports. Wait. That's huge from Wolver. That actually gets them the point. That's huge from Wolver. Yeah, the mag sword. That doesn't do anything for Scarlet, apart from being the anchor of a team up, but it gave Mag a big giant sword.
Yeah, Wolver with the Maelstrom of Madness follow through is the thing that allows Low9 to finally break first. They still
it looks very similar, Arc, but it fires a projectile. So it fires like a scythe projectile. Which does a shit ton of damage. Like a slash. This is big from Saint. That's a nice few pings with Crisis over the top. Okay, Z10 are getting a little bit staggered here. They need to regroup. They need to regroup a little bit here. They're getting split.
Something like a final judgment.
I mean, they've got to worry about.
Here's the big one. Whiny needs to stay up. Get this cloak ult. There we go. And Knuten's going to pop over the top. Here we go. There we go. There's the double. And already L9 are trying to back up. They use the invis. Knuten does not give a shit. That was so aggressive. What is he doing? He just fucking walks straight forward into that invis and gets rolled. That was very overconfident from Knuten. And then Jerky just cleans up on the backside. That was very, very overconfident. And that's a big part of their team fight. So here goes, all the supporters have been dropped. Ducky gets Wolver beforehand. That's a really big pick. Wolver might look to TP in here when he reses to try and stay in contest, but Crisis already gets one. Knuten is in a bad spot here on this range. Oh, he survives. What? How does he live? Lugia is a monster, dude. Huge pings from Ducky as well. Oh my god, Z10 hold it. What? They had no right winning that fight whatsoever. How the fuck does Lugia live? They fall. It's into a pit of danger that Zero Tenacity are in full disgusting control behavior. But Knuten now onto the Doctor Strange because of that teleport is not going to be that for the Punisher. So all of the damage is going to come through from the 4 ults from L9 though. Can shut down. Zero Tenacity have to respect. And the lamp's down. That's a big cooldown, so they're probably going to look to go. Whiny dropping that ult. This is good cycling, though. Look at Oasis, 72%, but they go down. That's a big pick from Jerky. Knuten, smash over the top. Huge ults used. And this is going to force a TP play here. 15 seconds left. Do they have it? Does Wolver have TP? Oh, they're just camping the spawn. If it's a strange TP. I think they do, yeah. They're going to have to do it real fast, though. They're going to have to touch. They think better of it. They put Saint-Amoto onto the Venom instead. Okay, they don't. Do they not have TP then? They're just touching?
Oh, Lugia as they come on through. Just able to do so much damage.
Okay, it's Saint touching it with the Venom. Okay. Crisis, though. Oh, Crisis just drops it. Crisis doesn't give a fuck. He just drops it. He's going. He gets 2. Resets on the Loki. Gets another. Oh, Crisis is going to solo carry this shit. There's another one. Oh, huge from Crisis. That was the only way they win that fight. Unreal timing. Crazy work from Crisis.
Zero Tenacity winning on that Loki worked against them. Eternal Bond is out from the
Oh, some people get really annoyed by the noise pops from this strange skin, from the zombie one. Which I understand is probably one of those things that gets annoying over time, right? Ducky has an ult. He might look to just go off the back of this. Oh, huge kick. Canoeing on Moon Knight? What? What the fuck are we looking at? He's trying to melee duel a Wolverine on Moon Knight.
But it sunk the momentum.
What is this guy doing?
All the way to that spawn. They've lost control of so much space. Crisis is going to have the ultimate Kraken impact, yes. But Zero Tenacity
Ducky's looking for a really nice angle.
And they have so much safety up here on this bridge as well.
Moon Knight is such a crazy pick here. I mean, maybe it works. I don't know, but Lugia's gone down as well. Oh, Whiny needs to keep them up here. Lugia with the stun. 5 seconds left on the clock. There goes Oasis as well. Stop down a group wall. But they're getting the pick. Smash needs to look for a massive ult here if they want to hold. Okay, it looks like they're gonna let them have it, and they're gonna take the later fight. Okay. I don't really understand this Moon Knight pick, but let's see if Canute can make it work. Maybe I think the idea is maybe with the Loki clones that he can do a lot of like ricochet damage between the Loki clones. And if they're all like grouping, he can do a lot of like DPS, but he's also super vulnerable. He did get a survivability buff in the latest patch. He got an extra 25 HP, I believe. Oh, that's huge from Smash! Oh, and they defend. Big defense.
Zero Tenacity, just like we were seeing in previous days, where teams identify that Loki doppelgangers are going to give a
Smash on this Psylocke is putting in work.
Kraken impact. Canute's like, wait a minute, my unks are gonna bounce.
I like, listen, huge props to Thing. I have no idea how Lugia is getting away with this. Like, against the fucking Groot as well. I've told you guys this so many times. I play a lot of Thing, right? He's one of my mains. Groot is objectively one of the worst matchups to play into as a Thing. Because you cannot frontline nearly... Excuse me, I got hiccups. You cannot frontline nearly as easily. Because as soon as you have a Groot wall just put behind you, you can't jump back to your team, you can't defend your backline, and you just have to WT forward. So I don't know how he's making this work so well. It's honestly incredibly impressive. Lugia is a bit of a monster on this off-tank role.
Zero Tenacity now have their win condition. They can walk away into a series against Virtus Pro if only they can capture.
So you guys might be looking at their comp right now and going, what the fuck are they doing?
Yeah, you can see
we see this quite often on attack. So what they're going to do is they're going to use the Squirrel Girl to build up ult charge really fast. Try and get these early picks, use the ult to get an early pick or two, then go back and swap. They might stay on it, honestly, on this first point or two, because there are a lot of long sightlines for a Squirrel Girl, but... And then Saint going onto that cat. Watch out for Saint on this cat. This is Saint's speciality, and they are a demonic cat player for L9.
If you need it, Ducky up to 100 charge. Now he's going to be a bit of a demon to try and deal with. We love seeing Lugia over on this
And there we go. There's the pick.
Crisis hates to see the Squirrel Girl.
Squirrel Girl on this
It's a little
corner
bit
is just
cheesy,
so
but can you
annoying.
with results for Nuts Strike Home.
Already at 90%. It's so dumb, this hero.
There it goes. They still haven't sent it out as everyone from low 9 pulls back and disengages. Regen domain.
Oh, I love that for you all. There's nothing more satisfying than surviving a Jeff ult.
Tsunami, and the ripple effect is going to be that payload gets
Look
so
at how
much
far
further
back
in
they're
the
having to
space.
play because this Squirrel Girl, though.
A little bit of space there to try and
They
deal
give
with
up
the
so
North
much
Tsunami.
room
That was
from this
Duffy's
one
turn to
hero
roll
just
on
spamming the
forward
fuck
here.
out of him.
Canusa's already fallen on down.
It's
Before
so
his own
wild.
warning came out, Oasis has to be careful about getting grabbed out of their AoE, and that's going to be an
All right, here come the ult drops.
An invisible boundary wrapped up here by Pink.
Nice pick from Crisis. Nice double pick from Crisis. Here we go. Here's the pop off.
Crisis getting the final hit when it was most needed.
And I think this is where we might see the swaps.
Just going for the troopers first, getting immediately into Smash Nez's face.
There we go.
Shenanigans have seen
Going onto the
through,
Hulk,
got
Namor.
value. It's last fight on first now and over towards the Gamma we go.
They got a good amount of
Winter on the
pressure
Hulk,
from that
Smash
first
Nez,
push.
then Namor, so that they can play counter to Saint
But
Murder when he tries
3
to dive
ults
onto
ready.
that
Crisis
objective.
has that again ready.
Counterplay into the back line, and Smash Nez takes the TP and directly takes the
Dude,
fight to
Smash
Saint
does
Murder.
not give a shit. What? This guy's 1v1ing a cap like it's nothing. What? Dude, the fucking confidence you have to do that is crazy.
Gonski, unreal. Must just have a huge setup here with 3 doppelgangers lying for 120 damage per shot.
That's actually crazy. He did that with no damage per either. Because they're not running the CD or the Mantis. As Zertanasi say, okay, take 2, same angle.
Oh, what a stun.
Exhale on to the Captain America.
He lives, though? That's kind of wild that he lived.
Goes down still.
Okay, this is honestly a really good hold for L9. It's a really good hold.
They're instantly decimated, be it by Gonski's array of doppelgangers, and that's going to be a big investment here from Jerky already. Using the
Smash
rage
is
of
in trouble.
Ultron to try and make sure that this high ground can
Oh,
be
Smash is in big
claimed.
trouble.
And Smash Nez is the final one to fall. And
This looks bad for Z10. 1 minute on the clock. They're being pretty held.
But they just haven't been given the space to
I think
prove.
they're looking for just an
Punisher is
ult dump
out of
here.
picks. All the strategists behind him. Luna really making full advantage of the defensive
Lugia
phase
is
that
about to get
Araka
theirs
falls
too.
into after that
There's
first
the
fight
double
is
TP
done.
behind them.
Smashes and Lugia still trying to find this off angle so that the rest of the core can walk forward a little bit safer as Ducky 1 goes out to pressure the Captain America. Psionic
That's a
seduction
nice
that comes
angle.
off
Oh
the
my
bone
god,
and
Canoon goes down. Where were the heals? Oh, what an Emma angle. Wolver with an insane angle. The supports couldn't hold that line because they'd have got pinged. So Canute pops and just gets done instantly. Eee, that's bad. This is real bad. This is going to be a strange TP on.
Oasis is going
Do they
to
even have time
the
here?
bond, but Crisis on that Winter Soldier can grab you out of your ultimate.
I think they're just going to look to
It's
touch
going to
real
have to be a
fast.
hero's moment coming on from Zero Tenacity, but for
Okay, they've got 4
Crisis
ults though.
has
This is
been
going to be the
what
ult
they
dump.
turn to the most, and he's got his ult too.
Already, regeneration domains have been used.
There's an Immo flop. Doesn't get anyone. Invis is down.
Crisis managed to survive through it all. Invisible boundary drawn on up. It's a big investment from Zero Tenacity.
Lugia on the backside with the hero Hulk.
No extra rounds. Crisis afflicts multiple players, but
Not getting anyone though. Good stun. Good stun. Crisis is going again. He gets Oasis. That's 1. But look at Smash on the backside as well. Crisis gets 2. Wolver gets another one. They're going to full hold. There's no way Crisis is going to do this. L9 are going to full hold it. Oh, let's go. We got a series. 2-1. Crazy work from L9. Dude, Crisis is dragging this team, kicking and fucking screaming into this series. Holy.
If you're Zero Tenacity, surely that's going to hurt some momentum.
Hi, Gail.
Because
Welcome
you
back.
really did feel like you had a full handle of this
Dude,
team.
that is wild.
And then Gonski and Crisis just said, we got our best heroes, and we say no.
Yeah, Gonski on this
All
Loki
right,
as well.
4-9.
I think you have to ban this Loki.
The effort,
We're talking
the
about Crisis.
perseverance,
Crisis
the
making the big
learning,
plays.
starting to pay
But
off.
man, I think
And
you
it
got to
seems
ban
like
this
for
Bucky.
now, what's
This
really
this
paying
Loki
dividends
from
is banning
Gonski.
out
It's a problem.
both the Ultron.
It's a big problem.
With Human Torch, getting rid of a flyer options for Zero Tenacity when it comes to a ground battle.
Oof,
If
we
you're
got
just
ourselves a
looking Crisis in the eyes,
series.
that's where Crisis is at their most powerful.
Crisis'
Yeah, and I mean, if you
tracking
manage to
is
force
goddamn
smashes onto the Psylocke,
insane
Gonski's
on
got
this
the Loki.
Winter Soldier.
You really don't have to worry about
His
that
ability to
realistic
track
hero
people's
Loki player
movements
because
through
you
the
can
shots
mitigate the ult,
is
you
insanity.
can mitigate the original pressure that Psylocke can output as well just by devious exchange. Psylocke thinks that she's taking the
Damn.
Loki down and surprise.
All right.
All of a sudden you're in a different position.
How's the gym,
space
Gale?
entirely. As Crisis really
This is-
was
that's
just
why you never
absolutely
spit.
popping off. The Winter Soldier, the ultimates, they were so strong. This
Oh,
moment
for
here,
Jeff. Sorry,
where
Marion, that
Lone
took me
were able
so
to
long
come
to
on
understand
through
what
in
that was referenced to.
overtime. We've just reset
I was
after
like,
reset,
did I
even
say something about
through the
spitting?
Eternal Bomb
I'm so
coming out from
confused.
Oasis,
I'm with you,
being able to
I'm with you.
secure those picks. Though that being
I'm
said,
hiding for a
Sissel
second when
was
Jeff
full
grabbed me, so
hold.
it's not my X
Second
button.
and third were
Oh, are you a
entirely
controller player,
unnecessary.
Rob?
Just additional
Yeah.
flair for Low9 to flex how strong this team truly can be.
Absolutely true. While we're glazing on Crisis like some Dunkin' Donuts employees, I've got to say, I think that Crisis, from what I've seen, might have one of the best mental maps. Like the mini mapping is
Hi,
great
Riot.
of
Thank
what's
you for the
going
gifty.
on
I appreciate
in
you.
these
How you doing?
fights Of one of all players I've seen, like often knows exactly where to pivot to get to their next target, how low they'll be. I don't know if that comes down to Low9 having like excellent
That's a good way to
dissemination
put it, like
of
mental mapping.
information, But Crisis's
His game
awareness of
sense
just where
is
everyone
pretty
standing at all
outrageous.
times is second to none.
Yeah, even when we were seeing like some really smart min-max plays come through where he would utilize Trooper's Fist, not just to be able to connect onto his target,
The gym
but make
kicked
sure
my
that the
ass.
momentum carried him over a health
Love that
pack
for
too,
you.
so that he would
Listen,
gain
you've done
that
your work
extra
for the day, Gale.
sustainability.
You can
'Cause,
relax
like,
now, right?
that-
You can
there's
enjoy
one
the rest of your
fight on
Saturday.
First, where Crisis is going for Kraken Impact and Smash
You've
has
done
finally
all the
been
things you
able
need to do
find
for
the flank
today,
that he's been
so you
looking
can
to
just
confirm
chill
with
and
Lugia.
relax.
And the Neymar is popping off and just finding pick after pick. The Crisis's ultimate is still going on. And Smashness is draining all of the resources. The backline is fully disintegrated. But still, Crisis is able to keep
You're on
himself
PS5.
alive off of the fact that Winter Soldier is self-sustaining. Even if he doesn't
I don't
have
really know,
LOS off
like,
his strategists, hey,
how
every
is,
time you hit your
like,
abilities,
playing
if you
Rivals
don't
on
hit them,
console?
you've suddenly got shields.
Yeah, you got a little bit of bonus life, a little bit more sustainability.
We're gonna go back
and
down,
Low9
chat. My
continue
legs are starting to
sustain
hurt.
themselves in this series off of the Winter Soldier. We'll see if they've cracked the code for Zero Tenacity right after this break.
Back down we go, homies.
A gift from Khonshu.
I would imagine, like, you know, in my head, it feels like it's so much harder to play a game like this on controller as opposed to M&K. Just because of the crazy amount of movement and stuff that's like... Go up a little bit. The crazy amount of movement and stuff in this game, but... I mean, we've got some controller players in this tournament, by the way. There's quite a few tanks that play through PC but on controller. I've only seen tanks, which is kind of odd, but it's interesting. But like, there's guys' face and voice didn't match. Yeah, he's got like quite a nasally voice, doesn't he? Yeah. If you run into a good BP or Hawkeye, that match is a loss. Unless they're on your team on console. Oh yeah, BP on console? Is it like... Well, I'm guessing it's just impossible to deal with if they know what they're doing, right? You can barely see a BP on mouse and key. There's no way you're going to track them on a controller, is there? Unless you have an insanely high sense. Is it like... I also don't know. Is it like really strong aim assist on controller? In Rivals specifically, I mean. This might be a really bad idea because my jaw's hurting, but fuck it. I'm pretty new to the game. Start with Score Girl, tried Luna, Thing Midnight, Pug Dagger, Penny. Okay, so Scarlet Witch is your main. My advice is always to anyone that's like starting out in Rivals. I've been playing it pretty consistently since Season 0, since it came out. Make sure you learn one hero in each role. At least, bare minimum. Ideally, at least 2 for each role. If we're talking about ranked, like, you know, if you want to rank up and stuff. Because if you're forced into playing a different role, you need to make sure you've got a hero that you enjoy playing and that you're comfortable with as well.
Towards breaking out of this match point that Zero Tenacity have against them in our
elimination
rounds here, Marks. Only one of these teams can continue in Marvel Rivals Ignite, EMEA.
And I'm not sure if some of those hero
You send that
picks
off?
are
Look at
going to
you,
be
fucking
continuing
baller,
as we
Riot.
head
There you
into
go.
the next ban draft system, as it definitely feels like Low9 have cracked the code that is Zero Tenacity, even though we see so much versatility come through from them. If you double target out Smashness of both
He
the
needs to
Torch
stop mewing.
and the Ultron and force him over to the Psylocke, and you can still secure the Loki, it's definitely made a lot easier. So I don't see Zero Tenacity allowing the Asgardian through this time around.
Yeah, it really feels like the target banning on Smash
Punisher is super good at the
banning
moment.
on
Punisher's like
Knudsen can be a little
S
bit of
tier
a
at the
fool's errand
moment.
whenever Lugi is incredibly
One of the
flexible
best
as well.
DPS,
So
for
maybe you
sure.
look towards one of the players who has like a really good Human Torch, which is often delivering absolute unbelievable value. Because as we talked about during the previous ban phase,
I
it
think we're
also
going back onto
indirectly,
domination now.
reduces Knuten's hero pool as well. By getting rid of that Ultron, there's less impetus and less
we can't do
incentive to
Hell's
go over onto the
Heaven,
Iron Man, which
so
was
we're probably
ruinous
looking at
for the
Krakoa here.
third-point attack of
I would
Low9
imagine
on
as the
Central
map.
Park.
And it's sort of like the enemy that you know is easier to deal
Hi,
with,
Caffeinated.
right? Even though we were
Team
seeing the
Punisher and
Psylocke
Loki.
come through, and from some other teams, Psylocke has been
as who
absolutely
to- sorry, as who
devastating,
to
especially if it's
learn?
paired up with a Captain America or a Luna Snow.
Punisher, to
But
anyone like
Gonski's
learning and
Loki
starting out the
just being
game,
able to
I
dispatch
always
every
suggest
single flank
Punisher as a
potential
good
coming on
DPS,
through was
especially right now,
invaluable to Low9 being
in
able
the
to
current
hold
season,
onto that second
because
corner
Punisher is
when we
kind of
headed
busted in
into
this season
their
as it
defense
is.
on Arrakos.
But just
Arrakos starts off
mechanically,
attack is very good,
depending
given
on
the fact that the
like what
defenders
games
have
you're
to
coming in
fight
from, if you
on a
played
decline. That's
any
not
other like
not
competitive
fun
game
to
or
fight
anything, or
around.
if you're coming
So
in
a lot of
fresh,
the time, the defending
Punisher
team
is
will
kind
just
of
sort
the
exchange
most
cosmetic
simple,
blows
basic
before they
idea of a
pull back in
DPS
more
to
favorable
understand.
position. And around the
He has
second
gun,
corner as well, we see
shoot
that they
gun,
have a little bit more problems right
hit
now.
headshots.
Well,
He
the
has
good news is
shotgun,
for Zero Nasty, they
shoot
have
gun,
lost their
hit
first
people,
map
shotgun.
at the map pool reset,
His
so they
ultimate,
will be
he
able to
has
choose
bigger
whatever
gun,
type they like, maybe
shoot
with a
people,
symbolic
hit
surface,
shots with bigger
as
gun.
we head into
You know what I mean? Like,
whatever
he's
Zero
very
Nasty have
like,
chosen to take
he's
us.
very
They've also
simple
got
to
choose
understand
their
is
ban
what you need
order
to
as well,
do
so
with that
maybe they
hero,
can make
right?
an early play to remove that Loki, as you
Loki
mentioned.
is also
Potentially also make an early
currently
save
the
onto
best
Smash
support in the
Nez's
game,
composition, 'cause I feel
but
like if you go
is
for an
kind of
early save onto the
complicated,
Human
in my
Torch,
opinion,
as
to
we've talked
master.
about, Zero Tenacity's, all of their players very, very
To
flexible.
get the
You
most
can't
out of
ban them out
Loki
Vanguard, you
is
can't fully
quite
ban them out of
difficult, I think.
strategists, and Knudsen will play
But if
pretty
you
much
learn
everything. I
him,
believe he's
you
got
will
a total of
fucking
11
walk over
heroes,
games.
potentially even more by
You
my
will walk
last
over
count
games.
coming on from his side of things. So I would
So here we go, let's get into
definitely
game 4,
see a Human
homies.
Torch save being very valuable for Zero Tenacity.
Can L9 keep the series going, or is Z10 going to shut him out?
Taking us back to a domination.
Did we?
And now you've got to once again.
Did we just
potentially
become best
worry
friends?
about Saint-Tomoto
Thank you
on
for the
the
follow,
Captain
Caffeinated.
America.
Welcome in. Thank you very
We've
much. I
also got to
appreciate
worry
it.
about Rez.
Loads of wonderful new people in
You
today.
really have to worry about Rez because Knudsen does
Punisher
like
Kit is
playing
easy.
the Adam Warlock a
Agreed,
whole
agreed.
lot.
I love playing
As
Storm for the amount I'm
Low9,
playing.
ooh,
Storm is
that's
still
an
really good.
M save rather
As you
than
start
a
matches with
Loki,
Squirrel or
which means
Scarlet
that Zero
Witch.
Tenacity's next ban is either going to be Jerky's
Yeah, both
Psylocke
massive damage
or
output
a
arcs,
Loki
so
play coming on
especially
through,
on
and they
controller.
decide to let Gonski's Loki through.
Okay, so
And
here we go.
far, Low9,
Pretty
their
the
next
same
save comes at
mag
the
bans,
end.
Psylocke
They
ban against
don't get the
Jerky,
ability to save that
double
Loki
Emma
now.
bans. I'm expecting a Loki ban.
Definitely somewhere out of their
to come
hands,
out
but
here
we
from
go again. It's
Z10.
gonna be
If
just
they
getting rid
don't,
of
I
those
think they're in
flies.
trouble.
Just gonna give Saint-Tomoto so many more targets to try and play through. I wouldn't mind
We
seeing
are on
Captain
Krakoa,
America down
so
here
you
from Zero
do want to
Tenacity,
deal with the
knowing they're
flyers, so I
likely
get
to go
it.
up against a
But they're gonna give them the option to save the
more
Loki
ground-born
again.
composition.
I don't know.
See what they save first.
I don't know if you want to give this to
Well,
Gonski
there goes
again.
Smashnaz's entire hero pool. The Ultron and the Torch removed.
They're going to save the Loki for themselves as well.
Punisher, so we're likely going to be seeing the Winter Soldier forward and defrosted once more.
Is it Oasis who plays the Loki?
Yeah, I would say
On
either a
Z10?
Lunaban or potentially you target out a res comp strategy.
I'm assuming that Lonan
We'll
is
try
going to
and make
save
sure
the
there
Loki
isn't
as
like a
well.
Punisher gradient. But
And then the
seems like
Luna,
Christ is
probably a
very
Lunaban
comfortable
as
just
well from
playing on the Winter
Z10
Soldier
now.
for now. That could actually be the last
This is
stand
kind of, this
Zero
is a
Tenacity
really
now that they
good
have a
draft,
Loki
I feel like,
guaranteed.
for
We're going to see Gonski's Loki
L9.
protected here. It's just
They have the
valuable throughout
flyers
series. There's no
completely
reason to let it
free.
go.
Yeah, there goes the Loki save, and indeed, I would agree.
Unless
I
they
think
ban
a pivot
Torch here or
now
something,
to
or
just
the
removing
Ultron.
the Winter Soldier is actually really valuable coming on from Zero
Newton
Tenacity.
can still play the Iron Man, I
Since
suppose.
Crisis's all like hero pool, his Winter Soldier has been the standout for sure. But no, it's going to be. Ooh, they thought
I
about
had
the
to
Wolverine,
Emesis
which
will
means
put
that
me
we're
off
probably going to be
target.
seeing Groot
Ah,
come
okay,
through
got you right,
from
got you.
Ducky One at some instant on one of these
So
rounds.
they
But
banned
that
the Luna.
does free up
Okay.
Crisis for the Winter Soldier once more.
Ooh, I don't know, man. Oh,
Yeah,
they're
the Winter
res
Soldier is once
stratting.
more on deck,
Oh,
and that means
boy.
Jerky can
They're
still
res stratting.
terrorize everybody on the
Okay.
Wolverine. Luckily,
We're going to talk about this in a minute.
far fewer death drop
Totally
hits
fresh. I've been enjoying
on
Loki play with the
Krakoa
ability
that
to
need
help
to be
push
worried
the
about.
clones.
So Jerky's
Yeah.
just going to be going for the old classics.
Loki
giga
is super
powerful
fun.
Wolverine.
There's the res
I
comp
find
that
it
we
quite
were
difficult
expecting
to
coming on from the side of Zero
maximize,
Tenacity. We do know that Oasis
a support.
loves to play the Mantis. It is one of his favorite
I'm an
strategists
Invis main.
that he gets to put into the mix, and he's been
When I
playing
play
it for
support.
a very long time too. So he's definitely going to be bringing
Once
the
again, back on
damage
mobile.
to the sides of that one.
Are you
So too is
taking me
Knut, and
into
his
the
Adam
shower with
Warlock
you,
stats have
Gale?
been through the roof the last couple of times that we've been able to see
I
Zero
played a bit of
Tenacity on the
Paladins and
res comp in the
Overwatch.
likes
Okay.
of Hall of Dejalia in the past.
Yeah, sorry. So for you guys who
guess
are kind of maybe newer,
as much value.
this is your first time
I did have
watching
my
the
doubts
pro
about
games
the
with us,
viability of
just to
the
explain a little bit about the ban
yesterday.
system.
Although
Yeah.
I am
The
losing
bans
rest on
are...
I heard from
It's not like
Dustin
ranked,
that you and
so it's
Gia
not
are
where you
both
ban for
against
both
this
teams.
composition.
The bans and
I
the
just
saves
think
are
they don't.
individual. So
Usually
you
they
ban
don't do
for
enough
the enemy
damage.
team
Smashnaz's being
and
on
you
the
save for
Punisher, though,
yourself.
is gonna really
So that's why
change the vibe
it
of
stops.
that,
It prevents
because
like mirror
Punisher
matches
just
and
pushes out
stuff.
so much damage.
It's
Yeah,
a
you
really
don't
fun
need to be
ban
very
system.
full
So just in
your
case you're a bit
positioning either. If
confused
you have a starter
as
with
to why
Magneto,
they're
a
able to
starter's
run
always gonna
certain
be
heroes.
inside the enemy team.
Right, here we go.
Smashnaz is not gonna be
Z10.
inside the enemy team, but he's definitely gonna be at the forefront
Early
of that
prio
line,
on the site
thinking
as we
about
have a
them
res
right
strat
now, as
coming
that
in.
strange portal has allowed him to take center stage
For you guys,
right on the
I'm
point
going to
itself.
try and make
Those
this as
Groot
beginner
walls are gonna be
friendly
going
as
down
possible.
far faster
The
than they
res
can be
strat is basically Adam Warlock has a
Oh, yeah, they are gonna be
resurrection
broken. Too
team
sweet
up
as they approach. They also
with
gonna use the build-up
Mantis
Ducky as
and with
well when it comes to
Star-Lord.
that charge. Actually, has to use the card crush
We
to
see
try
this
and
very
escape
common
an
as well as
ambush
his
right there. So that's gonna
resurrection
be
as his
all
ultimate.
offensive power is not going to
So
be seen.
we see
Oh,
this
my
very
goodness,
often
Kane
as
is
the
already
Adam
down.
and the Mantis run as a
With the rest
duo
themselves using the
to
Karmic
just
Revival,
overwhelm
Oasis
with
exactly
numbers
the same.
and
But
be able
just
to...
overwhelmed here. You know what? Res comp
and
haters
we call
rise
it the
up.
res
It's
comp,
time for
the
us
res
to
strat.
put this one to bed.
But
Crisis
L9
do
fucking
get
rolled him.
60% to the
L9
first crack, and
absolutely
in fact,
rolled
off
him
of high
in the
stacks,
first
Zero
one.
Tenacity were playing. It was a soul bond aggressive cooldown push.
Wait, did
traded
Knuten
with a
use
regeneration
his
domain from Gonski, who,
solo
by the
res?
way, has
That's a
already got
massive
God of Mischief.
cooldown.
Like,
Oh,
Gonski's
that's
just
bad.
the guy. Might actually be the true god of mischief. Like, Gonski may have been...
L9 going for this
you know,
group,
potentially
going for this double
just a
tank prio
shapeshift
as
in
well, this
actual
Wolverine
Loki.
into
Well, we did say that we were
Wolverine into
anticipating a Loki
winter.
ban coming through at some point,
And we
as
see
Lugia
Lugia, they've
on
gone
that
solo
Wolverine is gonna
tank
be
for
looking to
now.
grab out Saint and Moto. The enemy gets the
As they
dive
want to
bomb
stick with this res, but they
against the
need a
King
way to try and deal with the
avoid
tank,
being
so they
isolated by
Lugia
Groot.
goes to this Wolverine.
Nice. That would have been their Groot as well. So
Which is
just as well,
super
they had the
interesting.
Karmic Crush
Smash
ready to
gets
go.
Wolver, that's a big
All
pick.
overwhelmed here, but damage
Look at
comes
Crisis
through
on the
from
backside,
that
no one's
Punisher,
touching
not to be
him.
underestimated. A
Big
solo
kidnap
ultimate
to get
coming
pink
through
clone.
from
Doesn't
Lugia,
finish.
trying to
There we go,
isolate
there's the
one of
finish.
these support.
And
Well,
here goes the
indeed,
Punisher
it's
roll,
been
but
very nice
look
at
at
this
him
moment.
just get
Smash
sent on.
needs all the support in the world to try
They
and take
cannot
down
keep him
Crisis.
up, but he
The
does get
Karmic
Crisis,
still
which is
remains
big.
there
Crisis
after
used
them.
his ult for
There
that
could
as
be
well.
attempted Karmic Revival, no, Knut is
It's
still
kind of
30% away from
ballsy
it.
for him
Just
to
hasn't
do
been
that
able to
without a
contribute
support
as much
behind
to
him
these fights.
there
Still, it's contributing when it comes to
on
final
Smash,
blows.
but does get one for one, so
Tourney falling down the same as Saint
not the
Germain.
worst, and they
Yeah,
do
Lee
get the
doing a good
percentage
job
going in their
utilizing
direction.
The psionic vortex, sending it right into the regeneration domain AoE field for Gonski, so that they're forced to play outside of it, and the line can come on through with the pick. Cosmic Revival will
just wanted to
finally
play
have been
locally, yeah.
pulled up,
I really hate
but you do
flyers.
have to worry about Jerky coming on through. with
Scarlet's
a
good
last
into the
stand
fly
to be
meta,
able to
I
homing
think.
beacon in on the position of the Raz.
Every day is an adventure. Isn't it just, Jazz?
With
Isn't
a
it
strangling
just?
prism, Smashnez would be an ideal target. Very few means of defending themselves.
Yeah, Hela has a res ability as well as a teammate, but it works a bit differently. There's the res for Mantis, but I don't know if this is going to be enough. They're still down on Smash. Gonski gets Knuten, and I'm pretty sure Knuten does not have that res.
Crisis, an uncharacteristic couple of misses there on the hook.
Oh, he does have the res. There it is. Ducky with some big pings, though. Massive pings from Ducky. Holy shit, that's a massive ult. Oh, I think he just solo won that fight, actually, with that. Lugia does not look comfortable on this Wolverine, though. Is getting these kills, but does not look comfortable on these kidnaps. That was a massive fucking ult from Ducky. His Emma is terrifying.
The comic revival in the back pocket. He doesn't have the cocoon state, though. It was burned in the fight before, so if he goes down mid,
please ignore me using a fidget spinner right now. I'm very severely ADHD, and it's a way for me to focus my physical stimming.
They know that this next one, the comic revival fight, is the one where they have to have resources.
Oh, big pick from Ducky as well. Wolverine's having a bad time now. Wolverine on Wolverine violence. Oh, that's big from Jerky, though. Oh, Jerky gets a double. Here goes the res. Crisis goes over the top, gets two. He's going again. Oh, Crisis is just going to fucking blow it out the water. And he saves it for low 9 again on this Winter. Dude, do you just ban this fucking Winter Soldier from Crisis, honestly?
Is that Knuten who's still alive back there? I see an outline.
He's self-resed.
And this is going to come down to a 99.99, I think.
Wait, this is low 9 spawn, I believe.
Yes, it is. He's not fine right now. In fact, he's
yeah, we'll talk about Spider-Man in a sec. Spider-Man's a tough one.
It's okay. Distractionary measures.
Here he goes. That's a big pick from Smash. It's a nice invis, though. He can't really see anyone, so he's kind of just guessing in the dark. Oh, Lugia, what? Oh, Lugia just absolutely fucking rolled it. What? I don't think they have time to touch either. Oh, that's a game-saving ult from Lugia. Dude, this guy is impressing the fuck out of me in this series. Lugia has shown so much adaptability in this series. Playing an incredible thing, a crazy hoe. Now he's on the Wolverine. This guy is like a monster. Holy crap. Hi, Crunchy. Welcome in. Yeah, Spider-Man is very high skill cap, like very high skill ceiling. There's a lot of
might be the best comp of all time. I hate to admit it, but the results are
there's a lot of like
now.
Tech and a lot of like tips and tricks that you can do to like extend your movement, to bunny hop, you know, do the pull off the mat technique. I am not a big Spider-Man player, so I'm definitely not the one to talk to about it. And it's definitely a time investment in learning and practicing, I would say, over a lot of other heroes, because he does have a very high skill ceiling. But I think he is very fun if you master him, for sure. Thank you for the gift, Riot.
Up against Surge Nasty, if Knuten uses Soul Bond aggressively, you can try and match it with the Goddess boost from low 9 side.
All right, 2 solo Vanguard's just going to be the
You have a stress ball. I fucking pop all of my stress balls caffeinated every time I have them, so I use these because I don't tend to break them as often. What's up, Era? It's lovely to see you. Welcome in. I hope you're doing well.
I think that Lugia may have actually run an interception. Might have to give their life for it, though. Already has had their
Crisis has got an ult again here.
Still winning, escorting everyone out. Crisis.
That's a big one for Oasis. Knuten gets picked, but he's gonna res. Oasis gets the pick on Pink Clone. That's a big one. Knuten gets res.
Not worried at all about this.
Nice pull from Crisis. There's the Mantis ult. And Ducky takes him out. And Oasis is just popping the fuck off on this Mantis. This is why we saw Mantis banned last game. Oasis is a monster on this Mantis pick.
So that he had the confidence to go for Kraken Impact, but it was not to
just insane damage output.
Zero Tenacity just run over the rest of low 9 afterwards. We've got to make a Hurricane. We've got Kraken Impact. impact, but Low9 have to walk into a set
Winnie.
of Punisher. And
Okay,
they
so
have to clear the
just to
angle.
explain to you
But
guys
Lugia is
before
gonna
this
be
fight
playing
kicks
this
off real quick.
Wolverine off of an easier set than done. They've been
In
able
fact,
to
I'll
figure
touch you
out
about it
Journey's
afterwards because it
position.
looks like we're going to get
That's
into it.
already
Here we
the
go.
loss of force. The interception is there. Saint Tomoto with a carbon crush.
5 ults for L9 though.
Forced to back off.
Here we go. There's the Storm ult. Watch out for Newton's positioning. He's got the res. Lugia already gets jerky. Oh, the Storm didn't. Oh, sorry. Did I get confused there? Okay, Smash goes down. Lugia is smurfing on this Wolverine. Crisis goes down as well, and Z10 look like they're going to just wash this one, honestly. This looks pretty one-sided. Z10 have found their footing again after that last game. Falling back on their res comp to take the win in this series. So, the thing about the Storm that makes it difficult into what they're running, we talked about the res comp. Storm's ultimate can get a lot of kills if they don't have any support ults left. But then it's a strategical counter. Not a direct counter hero to hero, but it's a strategic counter. Because you blow everything on Crisis and Wolver to get these picks and to take this team fight. And then Newton just goes back and reses. And you've blown everything then, you know? That's a big pick. Here goes Crisis. There's one. There's two. Crisis needs him. He's going to go over the res. Oh, he keeps everybody up, though. Can Crisis live? There's the Storm ult over the top. Really nice timing. And there's the counter, the Punisher counter to the Storm that we've seen all the time. But Crisis is still going. Oh, they've actually done it. What? Dude, Crisis on this fucking Winter Soldier is a monster. I don't know what Canute was thinking there with that res. Like,
so much time to build up the ultimate.
It was very out in the open, and it was very close to Crisis.
If they start losing their players, they're going to have to strange TP back into a brawl fight that every single time Rescomp wins by out-sustaining you.
Oh my god, that's so fucking exciting, Era.
Picking up Smashners and Lugia that early is exactly.
Are we allowed to see the PC? If you send it to me?
Overcommitted to this fight, however, so they're easily finding it.
It's so exciting when you get your first gaming
This is just going to be
PC.
a series of dry fights, and by that we mean going in, committing very
I've had
little,
gaming
just
PCs
big
for like
rounds, no
10
ultimates
plus
for
years
zero
now, and I
tenacity
still,
before they
10,
feel
15
comfortable.
years, and I still get
Fully
excited every time I
moving
get a new
over to the
one.
point and trying to take the fight 6v6 does allow Low9 though these occasions to come on through with immediate picks before the fight begins. Gonski with his
Look at how they're
being
playing
able
here,
to output so
L9.
much damage.
They're playing
Saint
on this
Tomoto
top
taking
side,
advantage
letting the
of
tanks
team
do the
square
work on
tenacity.
site.
And Psionic Seduction
And here we go, Crisis again. There's Oasis, he gets one. He gets two. Oh, what a ping though from the Emma. Oh, Ducky just absolutely saved them. Oh my god, Ducky just saved them with that ping. That was so fucking clutch. Oh, and Lugia gets them all. Oh, it's such a nice try from Gonski, dude. I respect it so much. The Loki turns into the Adam, tries to get the res off on the top side. Lugia reads the fucking play and dives on them as the Wolverine. I respect that, though. Not the traditional use you see from a Loki, but damn, was that a good attempt. And it looks like zero tenacity. Take it 3-1. Oh.
It could have been so huge.
Wolverine is a hero, by the way. Hi, Shadow. Wolverine is a fucking hero in this game.
Perfect position to remove it. And from there,
crazy. Lugia is a monster. Holy. Someone else play tank. Give Lugia a DPS roll. This guy's a monster.
Form of contest on that point.
Okay, so Z10 move on, but a little bit shaky, Z10. So they're going to have to get their shit together if they want to take on VP, which is going to be the final final game of the day now. Well, final game of the EMEA. Thank you for the gift, Ryan.
I mean,
Thank
some
you.
people may have asked why Lugia's got GOAT in his name. Hey, no one asking any more.
Have you bought a pre-built era?
And
or are you building it?
That we saw at the beginning.
I'm trying to install it, but I'm having a tough time figuring out his cadence during a fight.
Now. When they mannered the motion, the chips were down. Lugia delivers.
Yeah, Star-Lord is tough. He's basically.
I mean, we said, right? He can play the Vanguard, but he can also flex over.
Did you play Overwatch, Crunchy? Have you come from Overwatch, or are you new to like hero shooters?
Being able to challenge low 9, punishing the fact that so many of their resources were diverted over to make sure that Crisis was finding.
What do you know what the specs are, or like do you know what CPU and GPU it has,
you're
or?
not looking at the Atom, you're not looking at the Mantis.
How you doing, Shadow? Welcome in.
Ability to just remove you in the blink of an eye if you're not too careful.
It's so fucking exciting though.
When's
it
he's
due?
going to remove you in the blink of an eye if you're not.
You came from
careful.
Paladins, okay? So you know exactly how to play these kind of games. So think of Star-Lord as like I don't know the Paladins equivalent because I only played a little bit of Paladins.
I think Knudsen tweeted out a little bit about
but
how
kind of
really
like just like a mosquito, this like tracer kind of vibe, right?
Got to him a touch, but
you do a lot of damage, so you can do really well at like poking down tanks and stuff. The ult is quite difficult to get the right value from, so you need to play around the support ults. Depending on what team comp you're playing it with, you're either the bait as the Star-Lord, like baiting out the support ults for your other DPS to then roll it, or the other DPS or the tanks or whatever need to bait out those support ults so that you can then pop over the top, you know?
If you win the first fight,
I'll be 100% honest.
You have things like
I don't play Star-Lord because I crashed out really fucking hard trying to play Star-Lord. I mentioned earlier that I did an A to Z challenge in Season 0. So I played every single hero. And I had to get 3 competitive wins on every hero before I could move on to the next. So I've learned and played every single hero in this game, right? But when I got to Star-Lord, I went on an 11-game loss streak and I crashed the fuck out. And pretty much refused to play him ever since then. And I mean like epic crash out for me. It was bad.
With Zero Tassi to figure out what just went down.
Oh, here we go. We got an interview with Lugia.
How's it going, bud?
The monster.
It's going pretty well. We're very excited.
Yeah, send me the pick on
that was some
Discord,
pretty interesting games. You had a bit of a hiccup on Araco. But yeah, we brought it back on Krakoa on a comfortable map, and then close it out.
He looks so calm for what just happened. Can you give us a little bit of context
behind said hiccup on Araco? Was it something that went wrong on your team's end, or do you think it was something that went better for the other side?
Like Lex.
I mean, honestly, Crisis played amazingly. Jerky played really well on the angles. It was more a case of, I think the energy went a bit down in that game. But no, absolutely, L9 played incredibly well on that map, and it was just very hard for us to get through. So that's all I can say about it, yeah.
You're one of a few players who actually see bring out the Thing with some regularity. What's the use case for the Thing for you?
So we normally angle it when pretty much every other tank's bad. I find that if I'm on a tank that gets bullied pretty heavily by Emma and Wolverine, I'll just go Thing and just stand in front of them, be like a wall for my team, like you saw on the Central Park map. So it just allows me to hold the space more effectively than other tanks like Strange, for example.
Yeah.
And how did you fall into having the hero pool of Vanguards, but then also Wolverine flex, which surely feels a little bit like betraying the role when you flex over to that duelist?
Well, so when I first played the game, I was Wolverine one trick in Season 0 as well as Thor, and Wolverine's my favorite superhero growing up, so
give me a Thor game, please, baby. Give me a Thor game.
Took on the responsibility of it, and I think I've just continuously played him throughout the time of playing this game, and then adopted more, I guess, like Hulk with the protective abilities and stuff, and I've kind of just developed a play style around like melee DPS characters and tanks primarily, but yeah.
Please give us a Thor game. I'm begging you.
Close. You guys have a big match coming up later today. You've earned your spot going up against VP. You're probably going to have like 2 hours until then. Does the team have like a plan
we'll talk about Thor in a second.
During those 2 hours?
Honestly, I think we're going to relax. The tension's very high. Obviously, we need to take a breather a bit. calm down a little bit, and then we're going to talk about bans and how we're going to approach certain compositions that we've seen them play. But aside from that, I'm honestly not that sure myself, so I'm sorry about that.
He's cute.
So Knuten tweeted out yesterday after your match against Rad that maybe there wasn't as much preparation into that match. Did you do more preparation for this one, or was there a specific reason why the team felt ill-prepared for yesterday's?
I think to put it down to no preparation.
That's a monster PC, by the way.
We talked, I would say, in the same amount of regard with this match that we went into. We I feel like we just weren't there mentally. It was as well when we went against Patapim in the group stage the first time when we got 3-0. It was more the energy wasn't there, and this time around we definitely brought the energy. We took one more seriously, PC. And I think we were a lot more just prepared energy-wise going into the game. So yeah.
Nice. I hope the energy is going to come back up for your matchup against VP. Thank you so much for
We'll talk about Thor in a minute.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Chill max with the team until the time comes.
Yeah. Thank you very much.
That was the GOAT.
Guys, prepare yourselves. This next series is going to be a goddamn fucking banger. If there's only one series you watch today, make it this next series. This is going to be an unreal banger of a series. What's up, Cub? Can you help me reach affiliate?
Taking notes about how to approach this too. I would not be surprised if we see Smashness.
I mean, not right now.
They're definitely targeted in the
I think the okay. I would also say
also feel like they don't need
not
to go
the best way to go about it. Just going into other people's streams. You're more than welcome to like join the Discord and stuff. I do regularly send raids to streamer friends and stuff, so you're more than welcome to like hop in and get to know everyone and stuff. I am gonna be doing a 16-hour day today, so I definitely won't be able to do that today though. I like that Starlord does more damage at close. Yeah, I mean, listen, Starlord does fucking absurd damage, by the way. I think his damage is kind of overtuned. By the way, anyone is welcome to join the Discord, by the way. The link, !Discord if you want the link. You're all more than welcome to jump in and hang out with us. Let's talk about Thor. Let's talk about Thor. Thor is pretty much the only tank we have not really seen in this competition, which fucking sucks. We saw Thor for about 30 seconds from Z10, and then they switched off it pretty quickly. I still think Thor is good, but I understand why he's not being played, okay? Let me explain. Part of the problem is where Thor currently fits right now is not really as a tank. He doesn't have any good survivability outside of just gaining some bonus health now and again. And they reduce that bonus health. He doesn't have any shields or anything to block as like a main tank would. So if you think about this current meta right now, you know, we've got flyers, we've got Wolverines. Now, he is very good into a Wolverine, in my personal opinion, because he's very hard to lock down. But it's very hard to justify playing a Thor over a Cap, for example, because Cap can do the same thing, but just way more pressure on the backline. What Thor used to be really good at in like Season 0 is you jump on the backline and you output so much damage and so much pressure that you force the enemy, like way more than Cap ever did. So you force the enemy to come to you, and then you create a huge amount of space, right? He's really good at these heroes that want to sit on high ground, so things like Moon Knights, Hellas, Widow, maybe. So if these heroes that want to sit back and hold these high ground spots, he's really good at taking that space. Here's the problem. His current iteration is that he is a DPS with more health. Basically. Hi, Glitch. How are you, beautiful? You cannot really think of Thor as a tank anymore because he just isn't. He's a DPS with more health. Now, his DPS output is fucking disgusting. And if you learn him, and I play a lot of Thor, so I would say that I've got pretty good with him. His damage output is absurd. And I mean, you can solo win games very easily if you know what you're doing with him. But you need the team around him. So I think he would also weirdly work in a triple Vanguard comp, for example, right now. You could run something like an Emma Groot Thor. And basically you think of Thor as like a tanky DPS. I think that's the only way he's kind of good at the moment. Because if you run him in a 2-2-2, you're essentially doing a 1-3-2 instead. Because he doesn't really offer a lot of tankability. So that's my current thoughts about Thor. But the change to... I'm going to run ads. Sorry, guys. I'm going to run a quick 60-second ad here. The change to cancel the awakening is really nice. It is much better. But it's not enough to make him better than other choices. So that's the only reason we're not seeing him here. Just because there's no value that he gives you that a Cap wouldn't do better, an Emma wouldn't do better, a Mag wouldn't do better, a Strange, a Groot. There's just all of them do what Thor can do, but better. So I would be very surprised if we get to see him in this. I'm on my Star-Lord Lord. I don't think I've used him on competitive. It feels like all the damage he does gets healed. Yeah. Star-Lord is really tough, dude. I don't really know how to use him either in the best way. He kind of feels a little bit like an ult bot, but he is very, very good into flyers. So if you're running into like an Ultron Human Torch comp or something like that, or even Ultron in general, he's very, very good into the flyers. As long as you got good enough aim. Just walk Smudge. Alright, let's go, Glitch. Let's go. Are any of my mods here at the moment? Jazz, are you still here? For any of you guys just hanging out, I hope you're enjoying the games. If you're just looking for drops, please feel free to. I am posting a lot on my YouTube. I'm posting some of these games on my YouTube as well. So if you're enjoying the commentary, feel free to go and sub to my YouTube. A bunch of these games are going to be up there over the next few days. And we are doing a 16-hour day today. So you guys have plenty of time to get your magic drops in. Plenty of time. We're going to be here till probably for about another 11 hours-ish. You got plenty of time. Hi, Major. How are you, buddy? Seeing as my mods are not here right now, let's see if I can do this. You're a professional streamer, Nick. You can do this. There we go. Did that work? There it is. Guys, if you haven't, please go show my guys some love. Glitch and Major have both been long-time streamer friends. I love them both very much. Please go follow and show them love. Thank you! And this is going to be a fucking banger. Everybody strap in. This is going to be the fucking game of the day, okay?
I'd really, really appreciate it. Okay, bye.
This has the potential to be the series of the day.
Yeah, for the first
so
one,
strap
I don't
in.
think it needs much setup.
Major!
Here.
Thank you for the tier 1, dude. I appreciate you very much. Thank you, thank you.
The first EMEA team to punch a ticket for that mid-season finals in China. It's basically for us only 2 slots.
I am also live on YouTube as well, so if you want to avoid ads entirely, you can just go and hang out on my YouTube stream. It's exactly the same. I'm just over on YouTube. And obviously you won't get ads over there. So if you're not subbed and you're sick of these ads in the middle of the game, in the breaks of the game, you can go and hang out and watch it from the YouTube too.
Seeding and stuff. We'll see what Americas have for slot 3 a little bit later on. Really, it's just China that we have to wait until next week for to see.
Oh, this is the... Okay, I've been wanting to see this actually because I've been confused about mid-season finals. So 100 Sentinels are now guaranteed for the slot for MSI or MSF, I suppose. They get 3 slots. Not really sure why they get 3, but I'm assuming Oceania is like Australia, New Zealand stuff. And they don't have a lot of teams, so I'm assuming it's to like compensate for that. EMEA get 2, China gets 2, Asia gets 2.
Yeah, let's find out who our first
and this is going to be the first LAN. The MSI is going to be the first LAN that we see in about a month's time for Marvel Rivals. We will, of course, be watch partying all of that as well.
Virtus Pro after Rad.
If I don't get chosen to actually officially cast it.
Yeah, able
which
to
would
do
be
it
a
in the
very
best of
lovely
5
surprise,
too,
but I very
and
much
we
doubt
saw
that.
from Finzi just at the end there that he doesn't count it as a loss because of how many disconnects that he was having personally. So could be a potential grudge match there.
Okay, so how the
Whoever
maps
loses this
work,
next series, there is a
just for
chance
you
to
guys
play
who
again
maybe
tomorrow.
newer
You'd be playing up against
as
the winner
well.
of Virtus Pro
The way
or
the maps work
Tenacity,
is the
which
first map
pretty
is always a
scary. You've got
domination.
3 potentially
It's
4
done on a
teams
coin
competing at the
toss
top
for
edge,
whichever
and only
whichever
2
team
spots to
can
travel
pick it.
with. I think Enzo put it
First
best
map
at the
is
end
always
there for the
domination,
Batspin. There's 2 slots
and then
maybe
second
3
map
teams,
can
and
either
one's
be
gonna left behind,
convergence
and
or
it's not gonna be
convoy.
them, he says.
And then whichever one it isn't, the third map then becomes the other one. So, in the best of 5, it'll go domination, convergence, or convoy, depending on which one they want. Then the opposite one that's not played, then it goes back to domination, blah blah blah. And then the 5th, if it gets to a 5th, then becomes either convergence or convoy.
Ever EMEA
So that's how it works.
champion for Ignite. This is huge when it comes to bragging rights, and this
What are you
may
up to
be
today,
one of the
Major?
teams that decides to do it. One of these teams
What's your plan,
is going
buddy?
to the grand final. We're starting it off.
Oh, you're
with Rad.
working? Okay.
Yeah, the team that
Long
won
day
out
for you,
against
son.
Virtus Pro for the first ever time, their first ever defeat, and it was a 2-0 slam dunk. Really, it was a
Just to
great
give you guys a
performance
quick
from them,
idea,
but that
if
rematch
you've
in
not
the
been
upper
following
brackets of
Ignite
their
with us,
groups left a lot to be desired. They lost at 0-3 in that revenge.
Berber Patapim
matchup.
pretty much walked the upper brackets in their group and only lost out in maybe one of the best finals I've ever, one of the best series I've ever watched. That will also be up on my YouTube soon. It might already be up there.
Ideas on how they want to approach drafts, what they want to be building around.
That series might
The amount
already be
of
up.
interviews
I
that
need to
we've
double
had with
check.
Trust Me, who have been just asking
Rad
a ton of questions to
made
be
their
honest,
way
because
through
how
the
intelligent he
upper
is and how
bracket.
much thought he's given
They shocked
to the
defeated
new,
Virtus
advanced
Pro,
draft system.
who were
It
undefeated
really does
going
look
into
like
this
is a team
tournament.
that have a lot of tricks
They looked
that are
really, really
waiting to
solid.
use
Then
in
they
games
flopped
this.
like a motherfucker in the grand final, and they got absolutely rolled in the grand final. In the groups, Rad looked a bit shaky the first day. They looked really good yesterday against Z10, who we just saw play. And now they're up against the Titans of Berber Patapim. Berber Patapim are considered the second best team in the EMEA behind Virtus Pro. And they beat Virtus Pro yesterday in the best series we've ever watched. This was an unreal series yesterday, which will also be up in a few days' time as a VOD, or you can go back and watch it through my VODs. And they stay in the upper bracket. So the favorites going into this are definitely Berber Patapim, but Rad have shown us that they can take out the Titans. So this could be a super, super spicy series to watch.
We didn't know what we were doing,
And this is definitely my pick of the
managed to
day
win out a lot of
for today.
individual duels and had really coordinated, really well played team-ups, I suppose, with Pokey and Tanuki in that duelist role. That honestly, it was just enough.
And we'll talk about the individual talents as we kind of get into it.
Their hands, and what we're going to see a little bit later if they can sort of
No,
pull it back
ask
for
away,
themselves,
Ghost. It's all
but
right.
You can't take anything away
Ducky
from Berber Patapim. It was a full best of
is
5
from
that they were
Z10.
able
We
to
just
win
watched
out.
Ducky play
The
from
first
Z10.
ever we've seen Virtus Pro lose on.
He is a
really
very,
trying
very
to
good tank
use that momentum to
player
their
for sure.
favor up against a Rad
Insomnia
team that
Pets
is
is a
going to be
crazy
very
game.
skilled, very methodical, I suppose, in their approach.
Are you streaming tonight,
Glitch?
Glitch?
Nervous about.
If you look at which team came in stronger to this upper bracket final, then you've
All right,
got
here
to
we go,
say
guys. Game
Rad,
1.
They had an incredible
Let's lock the fuck in. Game 1
versus Zero Tenacity, who are not a team to be sniffed at. They are strong, and Rad took them down in those upper bracket
Series 3 out of 4 today for EMEA.
All the momentum in the world, whereas Berber and Patapim, they had to fight tooth and nail.
So let's
to
see what
be
they look
here.
to ban. The
question
Loki
is,
early
which one
prio.
has more left in the tank, and which one might have any tricks
Huge
left up
Loki
their sleeves?
prio. Loki into Loki save is big.
First pick for Rad.
So did they just ban Emma
Patapim
here
taking out
and ban the
Magneto,
double
which is pretty
tanks?
common.
for Bobo Patapim? Yeah, they do. There we go. And then they're going to Maggot Emma save, whichever one they prefer. Or they might even cap save for Polly. Polly is a big cat player and a monstrous cat player on Bobo Patapim. So
losing out on too many strategists just leaves you with
we might see Pry on that.
Have punished a lot of teams with that in the past.
Berber currently leaning heavily on the Vanguard bans, taking out that Magneto and the Emma, whereas currently
Wolverine ban.
Berber have both left available for them.
Okay.
Rad's going to take out the Wolverine. We saw that coming in a little bit for Berber Patapim in their game versus Virtus Pro. It's something
There's the cat ban on both sides. No surprise. Both of them have mega good cat players.
Dueling Captain America.
Raj and Polly are both ridiculously good cat players.
It's sort of 50-50 ban. Both
so no surprise there. We've been seeing a lot of Cap, and we've been seeing how good Cap is
this
backline pressure. And just survivability. Cap gives you essentially a third support ultimate from a tank. And this is what I was wondering. Are they gonna Psylocke? Okay, they're gonna save the Punisher instead. Psylocke for Pokey has been outrageous. PKY or Pokey is a disgusting Psylocke player.
Do you even really care, honestly? Because a lot of teams don't seem to put too much focus on it now.
This is your first time watching ban phase. The bans are separate for each team, so they're not shared across both teams. So for example, the Loki ban, the first Loki ban means that they can still pick Loki as they did in the save on the second pick, but it bans it for Bobo Patapim on top and vice versa.
Looks like Rad
so it creates much more dynamic drafts.
Themselves. They also have access. No, they changed their mind.
And they will be safe.
With a load of the Vanguards getting banned away, they're setting themselves up to try and...
Oh, I love this Strange ban. I love this Strange ban, dude. Okay, so Raj is a monster Strange player as well. Like, disgustingly good Strange player. And what it does on Domination, it also stops the late Strange TP contest. So if you lose out on the later fights on Domination, they're taking away the ability to quick touch.
So Rad have got to go for a bit of
maybe they can go into like a Venom or something to try and quick touch, but you take away that overtime contest. And I really like that idea from Bobo Patapim.
There isn't too much to block any Eye of Agamottos that come through. That's very scary for Rad, but I almost feel that there's an element of being prepared.
I heard Capol's the only one that can heal players inside Jeff Nato. No, not true.
Theory on how to use this advanced draft system, but this feels like a bit of a gamble.
Luna can save herself because she's CC immune. So she doesn't get swallowed by Jeff Nato, but I don't know if it out heals.
That could be a little bit scary for Patapim if they're not.
We're not going to see a Jeff Nato, though, I can guarantee that. A, it's been nerfed. B, they tried it in groups a few times in the group games, and it looked terrible. It can be very easily countered by Punisher ult. You can just kill the Storm really, really fast before you get swallowed, and you're CC immune as the Punisher, so you can kill the Storm before you die. Red strats are also just a direct strategical counter. So here we go, game one. So we're starting off with a Punisher mirror match here. And Tanuki going to show us the Starlord that we've seen them enjoy so much. This seems weird to say after Tanuki just got rolled, but Tanuki is the star player here, or one of the star players here for Rad. Not for Rad, fuck me, for Bobo Patapim. Widely considered one of the best DPS in the world. So that's a nice take from Naga already on Polly.
Wolverine not available on the other side is taking out one of the Vanguards, and this is a very passive approach for Bobo Patapim. You've got the Luna.
Yeah, they're kind of letting Rad just have this early prio as they build up their ults. So you see Pokey doing exactly that, building up that Punisher ult.
Even though Bobo Patapim got the positioning first and got the
and most likely they're gonna wait here for Ken or Alex to get their ultimate, and then they're gonna dual pop. We see this all the time with their Punishers. You don't want to just pop the ult alone without a support ult to back you up, because you're going to get burst down and nailed. So there's the Lunar ult. That's a crazy Groot ult from Trust. What the fuck? And here we go. Pokey gets Melio. That's a big pick to start. Being kept alive. Only gets one, though. That might not be enough. Pokey, really nice zip line. Holy Hannah. Gets back into that invis-ult. And here goes Tanuki over the top. Can he find anything with this? There's one. There's two. There's three. And that's a really nice Star-Lord play from Tanuki. Such good timing. Knowing that the supporters are down, just times that to perfection and cleans up the fight.
Just over 50%, setting themselves up quite nicely as they are going to be making their way back in, keeping this Wolverine to look, again, a reminder,
yeah, you might, I'm not 100% sold on that hunt. You might be right, but I'm pretty sure Capcom survived through it.
Like the Strange, who is quite vulnerable to this. Ken, on the Invisible Woman, is attempting to counteract this, and has so far been doing a pretty solid job, saving quite a few members of Berber Patapin, but Rad
so here goes the other side, but Melio's going balls, like, he's going with no support behind him.
Nobody has actually gone down from Rad just yet.
He actually gets value, which is crazy. I can't believe he didn't get burst down, to be honest. And here goes Pokey on the other side. Thing jumps into him, not ready for that ult to come out. Wolverine is going to try and get him. He's on 79 HP. He's so low, they finally take him out. Both of these, this is really odd. We have not seen this, like, at all. Both Punishers just going without the support backups is a little bit odd. I don't really know what the plan was there, but okay. Rad get the point back.
Re-engage a little bit later. Level 1 Crook. Looking to perform some crimes, stealing an ultimate.
Now remember, Rad do not have the Strange, so if they lose this point and they have to contest in overtime, they cannot TP to get back on. Huge Agamotto in the back from Enzo. Only gets one. That is unbelievable that only one dies off that. That was a really nice Agamotto. Tanuki is going to pop. There he goes. Oh, but they're healing really nicely through it. The support's just blocking for each other. He still gets one. And there goes Naga on the Wolverine getting the counter kill. They do get the point, BBP, but can they hold on to it? And it looks like a Rad is just going to back off and reset.
And they managed to force out both of the strategist ultimates on the other side. They need one clean engagement, and they've got a great tool with the Strangler Prison to deal with.
Yeah, this looks really good for Rad to take this, actually. They've got the percentage, but no support ults for Berber Patapim to try and hold this, and not even close. So if Trust and Raj just go in as this duo and just go into this, which is what they're going to look to do now, there's nothing to save them. Watch out. There's the Strangling Prism. Gets two. Doesn't get the kills. That's really good for Berber Patapim if they can survive, but there goes it. Enzo is going to get staggered. This is really bad as well. They're not going to be able to get back in and contest with the Strange portal because Enzo's already dead on that Strange. So I think this is just done for Rad.
A Strangling Prison.
That's a really solid ult economy win.
Crook, but the Strangling Prison and then just the Thing and Wolverine. Walk up, boys. They're all yours.
That straight just comes down to really good, just better ult usage from Rad.
For Berber Patapim. And I think there were maybe some instances of
and
just
a little unfortunate double support ult sitch.
These engagements are pretty clearly going wrong.
Listen, we've all been there, guys. We've all been there.
Emphasizing some bits of utility.
We've all been there.
It is fine margins. We have to be nitpicky at this point, Tetcher, because both these teams are so good. It is some of the in-the-moment decision-making that's going to be making the difference. And I think one of the biggest differences is the fact that Rad having non-mirrored Loki and Wolverine, both of those characters could be so strong and very little counter to them.
It seems to be giving them a little bit of space, and it looks like Dr.
Which bit of it goes?
Abandoned. Emma coming out, going for that.
I mean, Rivals can be a very confusing game to watch. Don't get me wrong, but that's why I'm trying to like highlight the things to look at. Because I know, especially if you don't really play this game, it can be really overwhelming to try and watch.
So we'll be able to absorb at least some of those pickup attempts from Naga.
That's what casters are for. We're here to try and contextualize and
also you can stop some
not that I'm like full casting right now, but
Crook is so good at farming up the ground.
I'm trying to contextualize as much as I can for you guys.
Of strategist ultimates to choose from to keep his team alive.
So Pokey and Polly both with ults, still no support ults up. Rad has one on Fate, so they might just look to roll this first fight, honestly. There we go, there's Fate. Melio's going to go over the top. There he goes with the Punisher ult. And this is really tough for BBP. I don't know if you're going to be able to survive this. this. They attempt the mag media, but doesn't quite hit.
Polly hasn't really had the chance to connect.
Really nice save, and here comes the counter from Pokey. Tanuki gets Melio. That's a big pick and really nicely peeled from Berber Patapim. And that gives them the first point.
Finding this first point again first.
That's what these matchups all come down to. When you have a Punisher on either side, it fully comes down to who gets the better Punisher roll, and that's it. And Melio's ult, Polly did a fucking phenomenal job on that mag to soak that. And that's the mag difference right there. Mag is really good into these Punisher ults. It's stalling and soaking as much of that damage as they can.
And the invisible boundary, but Naga is looking for that Canadian missile to see if they can pick someone up.
And here we go. Naga's going to look for a pick here.
But is it going to be enough healing to keep people going?
Finds Polly. Invis is forced out straight away. Alex has gone down to trust. Big pings. Big pings from Enzo. And that's going to turn the fight. That is a huge ult from Enzo on this Emma. Massive pings.
Rad not really having much to block it, just giving Tanuki and Pokey enough space.
Yeah.
And also
Where I would expect to see a lot of Human Torch on. It's been one of the S tier. The DPS we're seeing the most right now as the S tier ones are Punisher, Human Torch, Psylocke, Wolverine. They're the big four that we've seen consistently be very, very dominating.
Ability to avoid that psionic seduction. It's so hard
what a grab.
to actually push in here when some of these ultimates are up, but they're still going to try and do so. Last stand is at the ready. Galactic Legend being
That's straight cloak ult forced right there. Enzo goes down. This looks really good for Rad.
Polly goes down just to see a meteor end,
On
but
already immediately aggressive.
We've used a Galactic Legend.
Trying to chase these down and stagger them.
That last stand.
That's a nice take from Rad. They get some percentage in their favor.
Strangling prison. A level 1 crook is not too
Enzo, by the way, on this Emma for Berber Patapim is a controller player. We talked about it before. I said there were some tanks that play controller in this tournament. Enzo is a controller player and a demon on it as well. Pokey gets a nice pick on Raj, who gets kind of just a bit caught out there.
And they found themselves an opening by taking out one of the vanguards.
That's a big root up, but nothing to follow up, so it's kind of just a stall. Melio gets Tanuki, but here goes Pokey. Can they Delta split? No, they can't. That's Groot down. That's Melio down as well. And that's looking really good for BBP. Polly is a monster on this mag. What the fuck?
Start picking some of those faster rollout characters. Naga chooses the Human Torch.
Nobody's actually changed over to the Strange.
They don't have it.
They're going to be able to touch.
Can't find the replay IDs of these games. I think you can find them in the tournament section of Marvel Rivals, and I think you just watch them from there, no?
Oh no, it's actually
like if you wanted to watch back from someone's perspective. I might be wrong on that, but I think you can just go in and watch it in game.
I thought that there was going to be, a minute brawl on the point, but it was just the two vanguards touching, being instantly
deleted. Do you know if you leave the team ups active for anchor bonuses?
They charged in as fast as they could, but again, with those slower rolls,
yeah,
they don't have the Captain America, they don't have the Doctor Strange, so they can't portal in. They could have tried to swap to Star-Lord, but they might have not made it in time. Naga's also a fairly okay.
Yeah, I think you do need them.
Out on that Human Torch. The thing is fairly fast. They tried everything just to try and reach.
I'd have to actually double check on that.
At that point, it's so risky to do.
That's a good question.
It's going to be walking all the way from spawn.
It would make sense that you do need to have the team up active.
See how it worked out, but the second those vanguards went down.
Because otherwise, what's the point? Otherwise, it's just a buff at that point, isn't it?
All to play for. This is
like if you have a 5% damage boost as an anchor bonus.
And these are two teams that have been in a.
I mean, that's just a 5% damage buff if you don't need a team up to activate it.
At this rate, but now it's going to be history made.
Right?
Not necessarily
Am I
the
wrong on that?
champions of
Please
EMEA
feel free to
Ignite
correct
1.
me.
We still need to see that. Yeah,
But that feels
a
dumb if you
qualification
go.
point for the first ever international
just a
line of
flat
Marvel
fucking
Rivals
gut.
is history for EMEA.
Because they've
Well,
also got
that's
seasonal
certainly
bonuses.
something.
So they've already
And
got like
Tanuki
seasonal
seems he can
buffs.
get a bit of a flank. He's got the
without the
Idol Aura
anchor
to
team.
help keep him alive, and with
I'll
him being
double check on that.
70% on the Galactic Legend, one good barrage might be enough to actually get that ultimate online. And if that's paired with a Psionic Seduction,
Oh,
there
this
might not be
Wolverine
much
just
to
got
stop with.
choked.
Naga goes in a bit deep, gets CC'd, forced to use some of those mitigation
No
tools
lamps
to keep
for
himself
Crook.
alive. But look at the HP over on the scoreboard. It's like 1% that he's able to work with.
Here we go again. It's Melio's time. Can he get... Oh my god, Polly nails him. Polly nails him with the meteor. Melio wasn't even looking at him. And Polly just sneaks up behind him and nails him on the head. And that's a massive first take for BBP.
Trying to buy time, but they will get cleaned out. It's going to be essentially a full team. Like Melio went down quite early in that fight. Like you say, Polly passes
Nails
that
it.
timing check to get the Meteor M in perfectly. And Rad, they realize it's time for a change. Something isn't working. We're seeing Naga move over to the Human Torch. They started on Storm to give their team a speed boost out of base, and then swapped over to the Torch so they could chase after them and rejoin in for the fight.
I don't know if you can give away Emeran Mag, honestly.
He's not too far away from having a supernova, but he's already taken a lot of damage. Tanuki knows his role. It's just to basically control the skies to the best of their
what a
abilities.
pick.
And
What?
he's able to get Crook actually in the back
What?
line. It's going to buy a lot more time.
Dude,
now
that is
for past
disgusting.
him. And it's a bit of a
Look at how
in-and-out
annoying
trolling his
Tanuki
push
is
from
being
Rad
on the
as they're not
Star-Lord.
necessarily engaging,
We talked
but I
about
would
what
say
you want to
that
do
they're
with Star-Lord,
up
and we
until
said
now
be a
rushing to
fucking
get out to
mosquito.
safety,
This is
which
what we
means
mean.
more
Be
time
a
is being
fucking
reset. I
mosquito.
imagine the
And just be
comms from
so
Rad, they're
irritating.
a little bit scattered.
You've got amazing
Now, they were making
mobility,
in
some of the
time,
best
like you
mobility
say,
in the
they're
game,
moving
so you
in
can just be
slowly,
so
they're
annoying
regrouping,
on this
they're trying
hero.
not to get caught off alone, but it's still happening. Poki's now able to set up on the high ground, so Nuki's still flanking, finding people who just begin moving
And
out
all
towards
this
the point.
time while
But
they're
this will get
stalling out,
another pickup if they
BBP
can to
are
keep
building
the
up
stagger
percentage.
going. Rajaro, of course,
So we
with
got
no
5
shields, is just having
ults
to
ready for
march
BBP,
up as best they can.
3
Eating
for
so
Rad.
much damage. One of the
This is a
biggest
tough
hitboxes in
position
the
for Rad to
game
be in.
between Groot and the Thing, and Poki is just having a wonderful time.
There's the Groot attempt. I think it was shield blocked.
Not really connecting on to much.
Did he just whiff it, or was that blocked by the Emma shield?
5 ultimates, almost 6. Not really
There's the club ring. Immediate lunar ult. That's 2 big ults out for Rad. They've not really got anything left. Pokey takes out Melio as well. This is a, I mean, this is a bit of a wash now. Rad feel pretty lost in this second one, in this third one. Enzo popping the ult, keeping themselves alive, but look at the point. It's 93%. Polly gets Crook, and here goes Tanuki over the top. He's getting looked at by the Psylocke, which is really nice for Melio to pressure Tanuki so they're not able to do anything. And Naga going back on the torch, trying to get something done. Enzo gets Melio, Polly gets Fate. Naga gets Enzo though, it's a 2-for-1. Can they hold this, Rad? But it's OT, look at that overtime tick over. And that's it. BBP take game 1.
They take the first map in this best of 5.
Contested, not a straight 2-0, but here we go.
Looking very powerful, but the adjustments came in from Berber purely with that Emma Frost. You mentioned no shields to stop it.
You need to
It
have
was
Invisible
to
to get the
lock
overshield
down
support,
people
but
when they
Invis gets
tried
the
to go
healing
in,
bonus
forcing
without.
Rad off of that Wolverine for at least a little bit.
I'm gonna double check on that. It doesn't seem right. I mean, you might be right, Yanni, 100%. That seems kind of dumb.
Torch for a bit. They were really trying to just go for a more standard style of quick blow up, but with the torch in the air just getting dueled out by Tanuki and pinged consistently by Pokey, they were never able to step up because they can't cause a distraction on the low ground as much as they want
Hey Google,
because they're so reliant on
in Marvel Rivals, does the team up need to be active for the anchor bonus to be applied to the hero, or can it be? Is it just there all the time?
But it was still the final blows going in the direction of Pokey that did 35k
It's just easier than
damage
typing it
expected
out.
as Punisher. A lot of it usually is into shields, but there wasn't much shields to
It's
deal
applied
with.
to the
You've got
hero
50k
all the
worth of
time. That
damage
is
blocked by
crazy.
Trust me, with just the walls alone, and then 30k from Rajaro with just his face. Honestly, that's the really
yeah,
only
you're
thing
right.
he can rely on in those instances.
It's just there
But
the whole
17
time.
first blows for Pokey, Tanuki being able to get 11. Even
Okay,
Polly was
that seems
starting
kind of
get
nuts
up
to me, but
double
okay.
digits when it
We're
came to
learning
just
today,
taking
guys. We're
people out
learning.
and down in the fights. It really was just too much focus damage. The coordination for Berber Patapim that we saw in droves yesterday against Virtus Pro.
I think if you're Rad,
really
I think you just want to ban the Punisher because
when some of those fights went a little bit more neutral. And Rad
as
in
I
that
said, like when you
final
do these
point,
Punisher matchups, it
seemed
just
to be in and
the
out,
whole
not really
game
sure how they
becomes
wanted to
focused
engage
around
in
the
that fight.
Punisher.
Looking a little bit
The entire
nervous,
thing
I'd
just
say.
becomes focused around who gets the
They
better
didn't
Punisher
seem to
roll
be
off.
able, like you said, to
And I don't think Rad want to
work
play that
out
way.
how they wanted to
you
take
know?
these fights. And again, it's going to be difficult. You're stuck off of any of those big
It
protections, really
changes.
having to
It
rely
changes the
on
entire
equipment.
dynamic of the
If
game.
Rad
That
were
is
able to
one
get their
pick.
wombos off, and when we saw that they did, they were dominant. When we got that straggling prison into the thing clobbering time, it was over.
They didn't
No
have the
one can
top part of
move,
the
no
side
one can
rooms.
peel,
Yeah.
no one can heal because everyone's in the sky and in some
You
rooms.
can. I don't
There's
know if you
not
guys
much
know
can
this.
do
You can
about
check
that.
what's
But it's
destructible.
Once those maps became a little more open, and they were able to take
There's
the,
it's, I think it's B is the
where they
hotkey
wanted
on
to,
mouse and key.
using those close choke points
But
on
it
map number 2
highlights
to just
what's
drop those
destructible
shields
and what's
down
not.
to block the
So it'll
majority
show
of the
you
damage
in
output,
game.
and then on this map taking the early control and wrapping around
I think by
a
default
fair
it's on
amount to
B.
punish the backliners.
That is the key.
There's not much Rad could have done about it. I feel like Berber Patapim really controlled the draft this time.
Yeah, it seemed to be a really key thing.
It's like also good. She
When it
gets
comes to like
15% damage
agency over the
bonus.
game, Rad
Yeah,
do
that's
have the
fucking
choice
wild,
of the
dude.
next map. It looks like
That's honestly
Dajali could be a
pretty
really good
fucking wild.
option for them because it's not gone well for Berber Patapim. But you're going to have to wait a little bit more. As we go for a break, we'll be back for map 2 of this best of 5 very shortly.
I'll show you. Let's open Rivals. We've got a couple of minutes now anyway. So we'll open Rivals. And I'll show you what I mean. Now. Such a crazy dumb hero at the moment, Punisher. I mean, at this rate, we might have a couple of hours before the America games tonight. The American games, by the way, is supposed to be starting at 11 o'clock UK time. So it kind of depends on where we're at, I suppose. Did we quickly jump into practice?
We just become best friends?
Crunchy, thank you for the follow. Officially. Now you can't leave. Thank you very much. What was I going to look at? Oh, the hero doesn't matter, does it? So you can press, yeah, can you see? So this is me pressing the B key, and it'll show you what's destructible. So you can do this in game at any time. I didn't know if you guys were aware of this or not, if this is a common knowledge thing, but it'll show you what you can destroy. Like this. It can be very useful sometimes, especially on domination maps. Because there's things like, there's domination maps like Hall of Dajalia, where you can break the middle bit and it makes it easier to deal with a point. Here we go, team ups. Does it show the anchor bonuses here? No, it doesn't show. It doesn't show the anchor bonuses from this. I wish it did. I don't understand why that's not really in it. I think it should. I mean, we are going to get some. We'll get some shakeups in season 3 for sure on team ups. We know that they're going to do that. I think they should get rid of this one. This one's kind of mid. I don't see anyone using this one. This is where you can sit on Groot's shoulders. I don't think it's good. In fact, I think it's pretty detrimental. Because as a support, Groot is going to be in the front, and often you will just get fucking railed if you sit on his shoulders. The shortcut is not bad, but I'd like to see a different one here. I don't really see that very much. I'd like to see the res comp maybe go, because it's just fucking annoying.
Are 2 maps away from making their position as the first team from EMEA to qualify for that first international line that we're going to see the mid-season finals in China a little bit in later July. More information to follow on that. but there is a little bit of a roadblock. The fact that Rad have chosen to play Halls of Dajalia here, obviously they can't go for domination again. They have to go for the other different game modes.
We're
And they're
going
picking a
Hall
map
of
that they've had pretty
Dajalia?
good results on. They beat Virtus Pro on it, and we did see
We're
Virtus
doing
Pro
Convergence,
lose to
guys.
Virtus Pro
Hall of
yesterday on the
Dajalia.
very same map.
We've also seen some interesting drafting from them, including some interesting strategies when it comes to getting some nice rollouts on the
if you
defense.
had a friend
We'll see
to
if
test
they
couple
jump
on
back in
Jeff
that
Nader.
direction anymore as we head on
Oh,
in.
yeah.
But Berber Patapim, when we talk about they haven't seen as much success, that's
The new
like
Punisher
saying
skin
that
is fucking
Kobe
shit.
hasn't seen
I
as much
fully
success
agree.
in
It's
Insert
terrible.
City here.
It's
because
basically like
these
his
are some of
default
the
skin
best
with a
teams,
little
the
more
best
black.
players in the world. I'm willing to
I
say
think
it.
it's
I'll go on
terrible.
this hill. That in the world,
They're
these are some of
usually
the best
really good at
players,
skins. I think
and
Rivals
they're
have been
still
really good at
incredibly
giving
good
us
on
some
this map,
great
as well as
skins
every map.
for the most part.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's a
They're
really
not
good
going to
point
get
as
it
well,
right
because
every
we're
time,
looking at the
but man,
draft from last time. Loki was
the
non-mirrored
Punisher
for
one is
Rad.
not it.
They
I
were
don't know
able
what
to
they were
protect it,
thinking.
They banned it out. Same with Wolverine. We were saying on that first point, it's over. Like, that's Exodia. You
Enemy's
can't really
useless without
be
team
able to
up.
battle out. But I think if there's one
But they would-
team,
I mean, they
you know,
would
a lot of the
compensate
coaches
for
and
it
stuff,
by
even like
by
Moxie
giving
said
him
that
a
the draft
buff.
is like 70% of the game.
Just like a natural buff,
the
right?
reason why there's a 30% chance of still losing, even if you have a god draft. Because they could be on the back foot, you could put them on whatever characters, they're flexible enough to really dig in deep and find ways and find counters to what you might have missed in your draft if you're going for the offensive like Rad did.
Okay,
so I really do
1-0.
wonder what it's going to look like now.
Let's see if Rad can pull this back on Hall of Dajalia. Now, it is worth noting, Hall of Dajalia was the map that Rad finished off VP on in a 2-0 using a res comp. So we know Rad are very good at this map, so there is potential.
And that is that Berber
There
Patapim
is
seeing
potential
what
here.
might have been an Exodia opening setup, and they pulled a Weevil Underwood and tore it up, focusing hard onto Vanguards instead to force a complete pivot when it came to that draft.
Berber Patapim going to be the first ones picking this time, and it's actually going to be a mag captive ban. So Rad immediately change it away from the focus onto Loki. They could protect it here, but also protecting Cap seems like a decent move in its own right. No, like it seems that trust me, I guess out of all of the teams that we're seeing at this like top 6 level, maybe Rad are not the hypest on Cap in comparison, but they know that they need to deal with Polly. That's the major factor.
And Rad adjusting this time, they say, nope, not again, we would like a tank, please. And they have acquired themselves the Emma Frost. Make sure that they have a barrier in the form of that Mine's Aegis, which means they have a little bit more protection, but this means Berber Patapim can flip the script and have acquired themselves a Loki. Now the question is, will Rad attempt to mirror the attempt of Berber Patapim earlier and try to focus out some of these
Guys, 1 second, I'm
Vanguard?
just responding to some
There is still an
messages.
opportunity for them to ban both Emma and that Magneto, but they have given up on at least one of those as they focus instead on this ban for the Punisher.
I mean, the ban for the captain is going to come in for Berber Patapim. It's a consistent one, even if you know that the team that you're playing up against isn't too hot on it. You know, Rajaro can certainly pull it out as and when
Sorry,
needed.
let me lock in.
Something that you always have to just keep
so you got
in your
Loki,
back foot.
ban into Loki save
Now,
for
yeah, it's going to be Emma
VVP.
Frost numbered on one
Early
side.
cap ban, boy.
So
really
there's the Magneto that is
prioritizing
almost
that cap
required
ban.
to protect from Berber Patapim.
There's the
Otherwise,
Punisher
you're
ban
sort of lacking barriers yourself.
From Rad that I
So
talked
it
about,
feels like
right?
they're
They
sort
don't.
of
They just
all
don't want to play
focused
that
on
mirror
trying
match.
to get the most out of the Vanguards here, but neither team's really been offensive on Vanguards because there's only so much they can do.
So
They're not
Emma
really
and
going
Mag
for the
again.
strategists either. It's only Loki that's been banned out.
They're gonna ban
thus
out the
far
Wolverine.
from that role, I suppose. Wolverine would make sense. Rad did it last time. Maybe to protect to follow, potentially. But no, they're going to
The
switch to
cloak
Cloak.
ban is interesting.
Cloak's still going to be extremely powerful.
But they're leaving the
It gives a lot of
Loki in?
flexibility into these drafts,
Oh,
and
they
it's a
saved
great
Loki.
copy
Sorry, I'm
for
an
the
idiot.
Loki, so it's a safe removal here for the side of Rad. Now, what do they choose to protect? They've got themselves this Emma. The Torch could be extremely powerful here. This is a good map for it, as there's some great corners where you can take good cover, but the Torch is also empowered by the Lunar Snow, as are a lot of other characters, like, for example, Psylocke. This is something that Berber Patapim like to run, but Rad have been known to play a little bit of backline sniping as well, and with that Lunar Snow going to be protected, we see Berber Patapim realizing how much of a threat a constantly being healed Human Torch in the sky would be. They decide it's safer to take it away.
Both teams not really focused on protecting
no.
a particular
We're getting
role.
the
Last
Psylocke
game,
mirror
it was
match.
A strategist and a duelist. Punisher, Wolverine, and then the Loki Luna. Here it is, one Vanguard, one strategist. So you can tell
Watch out for
these
Pokey
teams are
here,
really
guys.
balancing
As
out.
we talked
don't
about it in
wanna
game one.
really just
Pokey
lose
is
too
a
much option-wise
monster
with
Psylocke
strategist
player.
ultimates.
Naga is
It's
good
the
as well,
same
don't
to
get me
keep
wrong.
ourselves alive and
Naga is a
going.
very good player as
Naga
well,
could have
but
a field
oh
day
my
here if
god.
what we're seeing locked in from Rad is
Pokey
going to come to
absolutely
fruition. Having the Aurora
smurfed
and a drone
on
from
this
the
pick.
Ultron, perhaps, means that he's going to be a happy body diving in around. That obviously puts a lot of focus onto him finding space, and up against
Sorry,
the Loki
guys,
on the
I
other
have to check
side, it's a
something
little
real
bit
quick.
harder to dive. Be a little bit nerve-wracking, but regardless, this was Rad picking the map, also picking the side themselves on Halls of Djalia. Yet to see a win actually come out of Patspim so far. They've played it twice, they've lost it twice. They picked it once against Virtus Pro, and well, didn't quite work.
Let's see if the adjustment works out. Rad
Cool.
have done their research and it will pay off for them.
Let's log in.
Going in for a little bit of
Game
a
two.
dive themselves with that Venom for a little bit of backline pressure. As we will see Rad making their
So
way
we
out.
see
Like you said, the
BBP
Ultron comes
Polly
in.
going
Melio
onto
has
that
shown that they have
Venom with the
incredible
Cat ban,
awareness
and
of
Trust
this Ultron.
also
Try and keep the pressure
rocking
on.
the Venom.
Pokey
Venom is good on this
immediately
map.
Trust me.
And there's a couple of
Put a
reasons
little
why
harassment onto them as Trust Me comes on. In force,
Venom
back
has some
away.
very quick
Polly also
rollouts
on
from
this Venom on the
spawn to
backline
get
is
onto
looking
site
to see
very
if they can
quickly.
sneak around and also guarding these doorways in case anyone tries to.
There's also the Luna Venom combo where you damage boost in Luna roll with the Venom ult and you one shot.
Trying to get into the back line and find some
Pretty
picks.
much
Polly's best
most.
option is probably going to be over onto the Venom in the right places. But Tanuki, the
Pretty much most DPS and
going to force
supports.
Naga back out into this fight.
But there's a really
With all these
easy
Auroras,
rollout you
Melio
can
being
do
able to
from
put the drone
spawn
on
just
his
to get back on a
teammates
point
might
real
not actually
quick.
matter
So
too much, as Cook is the
it's
first one
another
go
way to
down.
just
The
really
Vanguard's
pressure.
able
We
to
see
trade
Trust
out
doing
onto
that
Ken
now.
and
Already getting
Polly.
Ken down.
And this
And
attack, if
Rad
it's
have a
from
really
Rad, it's
nice
going to
first
get
attack.
got time, it feels like
It's a
texture.
very quick
No
first
respect for
point.
1v1 there from
Naga and
Trusty as
Venom,
Naga and Pokey entered
Naga
into
and
the
Trust
dueling
Me
setup, and Trust Me
teaming
rolls
up
on
here
in
to
frenzied
dive
arrival,
that
and is
backline
gonna
very
lock in
effectively.
that first point. Rad with some
And we're
great
going to
speed
see this
momentum.
Pokey and
Over
Polly
5
from
minutes
BBP are
left.
cousins,
They
I
take
believe,
control
so they're
of the
very
bar
used to
statue
playing
is
together.
activated, and they're gonna try
They've
and
talked
make
about it in
their way
interviews. They
in.
dive
Over
together a
Patspin,
lot. They
brought out
often
the
play this
Star-Lord for a little
this
bit
dive
of
duo.
dueling potential.
Whether it's Cap or Psylocke or
potentially
Venom
switching
Psylocke, they
character,
often play this
especially with
dive
no
duo.
Adam
So
Warlock to come in to
look
give
out
that
for these two
revive
to cause some
potential.
mayhem in the back.
Ooh, dance the butterflies from Pokey,
Oh,
trying to maintain a little
just
bit
survives
of
with those
control from his
Loki lamps.
defensive side, but it's only going to force out the rage of Ultron for one and the fate of both worlds. Soul Resurgence
And here we go.
available
That's
for
the
Mantis
combo
as
we
well
talked
if they want
about,
to
right?
go
I
a
just
little
said
bit
it. The
more aggressive. They
Luna
might be the inspired
damage boost
on the
into the
feast
Venom
of
ult
from
didn't
Trust Me.
quite get what they
No
wanted from it, though.
eliminations, It was the copy over to have your own fate of both worlds from Ken, and Alexis is about to follow. But there's
Does
the
not
dance
find
of
purchase with
butterflies.
that.
Just sat on from Naga for the entirety of that. A little bit more forward.
And
fight
Naga
coming
and
from
Trust
Melio
are
means that that
dominating
backline's
this
been taken out,
backline.
and
My
Alex,
word.
just before they
They
have
are
the fate of both worlds,
smurfing this
payload is
backline.
moving at pace.
And I think this is going to be the trouble for Pokey in this 1v1. Remember, Naga has the Emma team up as well. Jesus fuck me. Naga has the advantage of this Emma team up. So, does have better dueling power in general in a 1v1.
The supporters coming out for Enzo. Berber Patspin going to try and go for the contest. They still have this Fate of Both Worlds, Galactic Legend, and Feast from the Abyss. Not building up to that wombo combo between the Psylocke and the Venom here. Fate of Both Worlds for the defense. Rajaro has the Psionic Seduction, which means once this expires, they can commit to go in for this push. Feast from the Abyss, the chase down Luna, and takes out Fate and Melio.
You're seeing a bit more Polly on this. It's typically been Enzo, but I think with the Magneto available, you kind of want Enzo.
Good comeback from BBP though. We see Polly now getting into the game a little bit here on the Venom.
Clearing up the back lines, getting both duelist ultimates
Sorry,
online for this next engagement, and you do have that God of Mischief too. So Rad, maybe trying to look for this engagement a different way so far.
Guys, is it apple time?
Actually, it's Pokey that's just being
I feel like
Naga in
I'm
this
running low on
head-to-head.
energy. I think it's apple
Naga
time.
getting more eliminations. He's currently 7-1.
Pokey sitting
So
already
Tanuki
charged
with an
up,
ult,
safe
Pokey
for
with
Naga.
another one,
Which
Ken
will be looking
with that
for
support
this
ult ready if they
backline
need
with
it.
defensive abilities.
And it looks
We
like they're
have
gonna...
the God of Mischief. We have the Rage of Ultron. Silent Seduction is going to be used
Oh,
quite
Pokey
quickly
manages
here.
to get
And Pokey
Fate. That's
will get
unfortunate.
Fate, but that is about it. Forcing out the Rage of Ultron. If they can get the blow up onto Melio in the sky here, it could be huge. But no, with the help
Oh,
of
they
Trust Me,
just get
take
Pokey.
out
Tanuki though.
forcing them back, but finally
Watch
Tanuki
out for
on the flank with the
Tanuki.
help of the healing from Ken on the God of Mischief, Fate of Both Worlds. Dives on in, takes the 1v1.
Can Alex survive this? Oh, just dies. That's so unfortunate. But here goes Tanuki. Look at the Delta split. Everybody needs to back the fuck out. Because, oh, Crook survives. What?
That might have just saved the backline.
Oh, that's so unfortunate. Tanuki, one fucking bullet would have knocked them over. I'd be pissed. I'd be fucking pissed, honestly. Enzio finds Crook in the end, though. Takes another ult to make it work, but they finally get them.
Impacted a bit more of a full stop. Pokey just providing a couple more picks to keep Rad on the reset, but with a
and it looks like Rad are going to be able to take this, but they're still contesting. Polly gets back in. Gets the kill on Fate. Tanuki as well. Wait, Polly. That's a really nice cleanup in the end, actually. And a good defense for BBP. They somehow managed to pull them back. That's kind of crazy.
Starting onto the second point with over 5
Much love, son. No
minutes.
worries.
They are down to
Enjoy.
less than 2. But they only have
Hope you have a good
few
day.
more meters to push on in. Rad regrouping. They have the silent seduction. Once again, it's opened up a lot of push every time they've used it so far. But Burbo and Batspin so far have been very hard to pin down, playing very split with Pokey and Polly diving in. Tanuki on flanks. Here comes Tons of the Butterfly coming in from Pokey onto the backline.
Oh, doesn't get anything though. The soul bond.
From Fate as they adjust, protects most of the
We didn't
team,
talk
and
about the
Crook
switch
and
from
Dark
Fate
will
here.
still fall. They just don't have to
Wait, is
stop
Fate
fighting
in?
against the
No,
counter
Fate was on
pickup. Pokey is forced to
Luna,
retreat
right?
to their team, forcing the Fate
So they've
of both
completely
worlds. They
abandoned
will
the
try and hold
Luna
this on the line,
Venom
looking
combo,
for
and they've
to
now
chase
gone
them
for a
down,
bit of
but
a
they
semi-red
find
strat
matches on the
here.
flank.
Just to try and throw numbers, but Tanuki with going in with the Venom. Raj does follow really nicely, but there's nothing much after that.
And you can see that they're trading either side. But as Patapim, they get to breathe a little bit of a sigh.
Rada kind of going with the let's throw some shit at the wall strat, and struggling a little bit. BBP.
Captain America.
They found their rhythm.
The dive has been super successful. Pokey and Tanuki being able to follow up. But now you have to sort of look. Naga having a dance of the butterflies on one side. Alex not having ultimate. Ken 40% from having a God of Mischief.
Looking for the opening. Here comes that.
Here we go.
Ultron to try and create an opening, but they're getting dove here. Meaning Ultron is forced to reposition, but
The bubble on Tanuki to make sure that he can get the ult off. Oh, everyone's really low though.
Fate drops low, but that's a beautiful
That's a big,
that's
a big fucking ult. Oh, that's huge from Rad.
Getting the pickup, and that is Rad absolutely walking into the Temple of Bast.
BBB kind of sell it there, and they just say, hey, we've still got 3 ults left. Let's just hold fire, and let's reset. And they give him the point.
If you lose out just before the end of that second objective, we've already seen just how much time was eventually wasted by Berber Patchpin, but you have the Feast of the Abyss, you have the Dance of the Butterflies, whilst, yeah, you have some more supportive elements built up for Berber Patchpin. A camera revival.
This is risky for Tanuki. You could get one shot. Pokey over the back. Can they finish off the double? Rogers won. Oh, they do get him. Oh no, the res is right in their face. Polly's gonna go for it. Oh, but Polly's going down. This could be really nice, actually. Wait, the res might actually be super legit if they can walk this. Oh, Pokey just dives into the point. Oh, this is really nice from Rad. What a fucking clutch res. That looked bad because Venom and Pokey and Polly were getting on top of them and getting ready to burst them, but the healing came out in time from Fate. And this looks kind of bad for BPP now. I mean, the timer is down to 0, so all said and done, this is not worst case scenario for BBP. Can they stall it? Can they stop them getting this 3rd point? Here we go. Polly, that's a big kill on Fate, but the res will come out immediately. There we go. Naga's getting in their face. No more Lunar ult. Pokey's got 1%. There he goes. Pops it immediately, but look at Crook go, getting a double. They're going to do it. They're going to do it. Oh, this Mantis on Crook is putting in fucking work.
Rad opening up there. Like you said, they struggled on that second point for quite a while, but they slowly adjusted their characters, bringing out the Mantis and the Adam Warlock in order to give them that extra revive potential. And that gave them a
Guys, I also did a slight stupid.
To build up those ultimates,
I did a stupid.
And make their way into the temple.
In fact, do you know what? I'm going to blame you guys for this.
Rad just making their way forward.
I bought a monster.
Everyone on the flank survived. They got taken down.
We were talking about monster, I think, yesterday, and then it got in my head, and I had a craving, and I bought kind of monster, even though it probably would not help in any fucking way whatsoever.
Having the soul
In fact, I know it won't help.
Warlock really helps out in a lot of
But I
those
missed the
situations.
taste.
You don't have the low key available for you, which is very good. Just regeneration domain if you get
I
dove
bought one
on.
anyway.
There's multiple clones healing people out. That can really save you when you're dove on by the likes of a Venom or
Nice
Tanuki
attack
on
from
the
Rad.
Star-Lord. Or of
Let's
course
see
the Psylocke.
BBB can
But
do
the Star-Lord just being able
it again.
to hold their own. It was a really well played camera revival. And Berber Patspin probably saw dollar signs in their eyes when they see the camera revival in front of them. They just didn't have enough damage to take everybody out again after they used Feast of the Abyss and the Galactic Legend. It's just too much to deal with. And now Rad on this defense, they full held against Virtus Pro. That led to them taking that series 2-0 in the end. Want to be trying to do the same as Berber Patspin could set some really nice times on attack. But the Spider-Man play.
Out strat. They tried again, but it's not going to work out. 2 attempts so far, 0 pickups, but they did actually land the shot this time. They just didn't get the pull off the map. Trust me, now going to be swapping immediately back
LEGP invested.
the Venom, but with that portal coming on out, they have to hurry. Will they get the rollout correct this time and make their way back for the objective in time? As everyone from the side of Berber Patspin making their way
PK
onto
wants
up
it.
to the high ground, finding the isolated members of Rad away from the rest of the team. They're committed
Oh,
to this.
Melio
With
gets
that
Tanuki
Ultron
though.
drone, trying to take that
Oh,
it's going to be a lot more difficult.
huge from Rad. Oh, Naga's just smurfing at this point. Yeah, this is a Naga game, like for sure, guys. This Emma buff, this Emma team up that Naga's getting.
But he had the Idolaura and the drone on him, and then Melio was still carving into people.
Yeah,
that pseudo-strategist
it's causing a lot of
only going to
problems.
set up a player like Melio, who is just mechanically so gifted and has such a prospering like career ahead of him. He's almost got that Rage of Ultron, and that first fight for Berber Patspin, especially with the portal dedication not going their way at all. Not quite built any ultimates up just yet, but Tanuki trying to get that Galactic Legend on board.
Trying to charge on up to push on in. Enzo leading the front.
I'm eating
line
apple
here
for
on this
energy,
Doctor
by the way, in
Strange.
case any of
Shield
you are
gets
wondering.
burst down. They could be in a little bit of trouble as, of course, that price of magic.
I'll probably save the rest till after the game so I can actually talk about it.
That Maelstrom of Madness very quickly, meaning they will receive.
There's the lamp down. They're kind of stuck in this corner though.
Into the choke point to try and set this up to get a lot of damage themselves. But the
Tanuki was trying to look for the Ultron, but had to back out into the Lunar ult. That's a big pick from Pokey. There goes Fate. He's going to drop it just for the Emma. Oh, there's a lot of picks, but the ult is still up. Fate is rezzing everybody. Pokey, though, is going crazy in this backline, and I think that's going to be enough.
Melio's gone down too, so Berber Patspin actually having enough about them to send some people actually back to spawn. Not going to be brought back by any passives or the camera revival, but there's still not enough numbers yet to really be put in progression on the point. There's somebody on it. They've
very
almost
wrong
managed
with
to
that
grab
apple.
30%, and Pokey's going to be able to help. He's brought down to low HP, and it is that Psylocke 1 versus 1. Not really too much to rely on in the end, but the rest of Berber Patspin backing him up. Is this going to be a contest from Rad? Because they do have a couple of people here. Yeah, they're going to try and go and fight for this, even if they're buying a bit more time. Your Tanuki just brought out the Spider-Man to try and get a little bit more, pulling people onto the objective. If you're going to try and...
I can't believe he's rocking a Spider-Man right now.
The water's fine. Trying to see if they can get some connections together, and we see the fate of the Abyss.
Oh, that's a big ult though in the backside. That's going to be what they need, I think, but look at Tanuki. Here he goes.
Shut this one down, put it to bed. The last alive is going to be Trust Me.
Damn.
And the portal play not quite working for Rad's recontest.
And finally, Berber Patspin able to take the point. Tanuki with the quick rollout on that Spider-Man just to make sure that they could touch the point in time. Naga was able to hold for a cup for an extra second.
Yeah, Pokey, I told you at the top of this game, right? Pokey is a demon of a Psylocke player.
Took a couple attempts, but they were able to create.
All right, let's lock in. I'll eat the apple after. Let's lock in.
This fight for Rad is everything. If they mess it up, Berber Patspin is going to have a lot more time on the board, and that momentum is still going to go. You win this fight, you could end
There's a Another Ultron ult. This guy just never doesn't have one, apparently. Nice kill from Naga. That's one.
Got a mischief, but you still lose Tanuki in the process. I think he was looking around to see if
this might be a reset angle, I think.
Oh,
how does Pokey survive? What the fuck? That's literal 1 HP. Holy shit.
They may be overextended. They got a little bit too overeager.
Oh, that's a nice pick from Alex. How the hell did he get that?
Numbers. This is a really good contesting point for Rad.
Again, trust me, but that's a character who will
the more time that Rad can shave off here, the better. They are defensively a very good team traditionally. He sees Naga. Tanuki gets Fate, but Fate's gonna res as the Adam. Agamotto does get trust. Okay, not bad, but here comes the res. Everybody coming back into it, and they're going straight back in. But no res anymore, so if Tanuki goes crazy here, he gets 2. He's still alive. He does die eventually. But Pokey over the back as well. No res. This is huge. Oh my god, what is this 1v1? Oh my god, good stuff from BBP. That was really well played.
But a minute and a half on the clock, Tetcher. One more good engagement for Rad.
35 and 9.
Ultron is going to be ready straight away.
29k damage for Pokey. This guy's putting on a fucking clinic. That's actually outrageous behavior. I feel like Melio just always has an ult. Oh, gets Pokey as well. That's a huge pick. Tanuki gets Naga on the flip side. Oh, gets Kruk as well. That's huge. They are going to res, but Melio's also gone down. I'm assuming Kruk's going to res. Maybe not. Maybe doesn't have the individual res ready. Oh, Polly gets Raj as soon as they pop the ult. That's bad for Rad. That's really bad for Rad. This looks like a lost fight. Melio's trying their hardest, but I don't know if you can stall this. I think this is a get out, let them have it. They're gonna res though. Fate's got another one. How the fuck has Fate got another one? What? Oh, Enzo gets trust again. Pokey over the top. Yeah, this is a done. Naga might be able to do this, but Alex finishes him off. Tanuki over the top. Oh, crazy. They shave off a lot of time though. Like that was a really good time stall, if nothing else. That's some wild behavior. How the fuck did Fate get another ult? That was crazy.
But I want to highlight Pokey's Feast of the Abyss. He baits out Fate to use the Soul Bond. Sees at level 1 Kruk goes out of distance. He's basically isolated, and then it's an easy meal for him to pick up that fight. It really set up everything else, and he's been absolutely stellar over on this Venomous engagement. You see the Rage of Ultron use, Ken have it to quickly snap back to make
and Polly again with this ult. Soaking up a lot of that Ultron as well. Gets Kruk again. Kruk might have a res.
This is continuing on. This could be another like overtime push for Berber Patspim. They have to finish the map.
Pokey looking at the backside. No ult though. Just looking to poke. Gets Fate again. Oh my god. These picks on this Adam are so good from Pokey. Just creating so much space. Goes back in. Goes for the ult over the top. Oh, Polly! Oh, it's unbelievable from Pokey. This guy is a monster. Holy shit. They don't even, like, they just understand. They know Pokey's going in. Polly just leaps in over the top. Gets that extra damage for Pokey.
Tanuki's taking up a lot of space there.
Holy shit.
Needs to be a little bit more careful with where he's taking that engagement. And Polly also
Fate is having a mare of a game trying to survive in this. There's the revival from Kruk. Already used. He's just gonna straight Agamotto it. Gets Kruk again. again. That's like the third back-to-back pick on Crook. Think they've identified the weakness in this. There's a res. Polly's going to go for it. He's already on them. Has the ult if they need it. Tanuki's over the top.
So it's a bit more of a waiting time for Polly. His overtime
Trust goes down.
But the Galactic Legend trying to take out people.
Oh, but look at this fight back. Raj, Nagamelio, Crook. Wait.
So Berber Patchman only having Polly on the point.
Wait.
Everybody's disappeared. The time
Oh, did Rad hold it?
Rad just in the nick of
Oh
time,
my God, they hold it for the win. What? Dude, that looked all... Man, that looked all fucking BPP all day long. One single fight. And they fucking rock it. Holy shit.
After an incredibly aggressive setup, a little bit of a slower
Get
middle,
the fuck out of here.
Aggressive finish, showing that they have the momentum. In this case, it was just all about...
Hey, we got a series. 54 and 11. On Pokey.
Look at the damage across the board. You got to say
37k.
Over on the Emma Frost. Seems to be like why they're so popular. 37k for
Unfucking real.
Yeah. On the losing side as well for Pokey. I mean,
Unreal.
He was just like a gun dog being able to sniff out who was low and just make sure that they go down. But it still wasn't enough. It was really just a case of the fine margins in that final fight. Maybe Berber Patchman just overextended in that fight. We were looking at Polly's perspective so much that we didn't really get to see what Rad threw at the backline. Everybody seemed to just go down in that final
31 final hits. I
and
missed that.
Probably the same as Polly of like, oh guys, I got 2. Wait, where is everyone? Where did
I mean,
you all
even
go?
though you won on Team Rad,
and it was just that was
like,
it.
I think you have
And
to ban
that
this
is it for the
silo.
map
Like,
of Halsey Djali and Team Rad continuing on this good run of form.
that is a demonic
I'm
performance.
Sure the chat, who, as we all
Yeah,
know,
that's
is
I think they're gonna have to ban.
fan of the Rescom are going to be
It kind of depends on what map it is, Kel,
and
and if they think, because
because
there's a fallacy here, right? They won the game, so they might think that, hey, we can deal with it and we'll just stick with the same as what we did, right? And we'll just stick with the same res comp and we'll just outfight it, right?
Beautiful spots, and with so
But
much pressure already on Pokey to be following Polly.
It depends on the map. It depends on the map.
And once again, Pokey
Because it's going to be a convergence or a convoy, which is traditionally kind of better for a hero like Psylocke, because there's so much more spread out in general than there is on a domination. So it's a lot easier to find these picks and stuff in the back line.
That should have been it with 20 seconds on the clock, being able
Like,
to push to the end of the map.
force people
Unfortunately,
backwards,
you saw,
force
like,
them
the
out.
Camera Revival play as well, right? Like where
Hang on, I just got a bit of
they
Apple
sort of
stuff.
push in,
Hang on.
Camera Revival brings people back, and it's the Venom, and I think Pokey was there as well. One thing that I didn't spot at the moment that sort of changed how that fight was just Rajaro's like Aegis, the shield from Emma Frost, to be able to block stuff off, because we saw the Venom go in for the fight, and the Psylocke was like, I ain't going that deep. And it was just enough. Maybe it's those moments for Berber Patchman where two people are going for a dive, one overcommits, the other one goes, I can't follow you, I'm chickening out, I'm sorry. That could have been the difference in that map, potentially. But we're going to go for a break. Map 3 is looming around the corner. A choice for Berber Patchman to take us wherever they want, as long as it is a full convoy map. We'll see exactly where that's going to be in just a short while.
A gift from Khonshu. The moon haunts you. Not bad, eh, Khonshu?
Okay. Well, I've got a bit of apple stuck between my teeth, and I can't get it out. So that's going to piss me off for the rest of the day. Fuck me, I guess. Cool. I don't even know how I've done it. Oh, man. It's going to... I'm sorry, guys. I got to deal with this. Hang on.
Shining on those memories, and yes, across all time I see you turning the tides. And do you see now our time, our turn? We can still fight like the wind and fire, and wonder no more. That now is the only time your heart is mine. Light has fallen.
Okay, I got the little bastard. I got the little bastard. You know when you get like you get something that's just like stuck. It's like the tiniest bit, but you can feel it on your teeth. You know. Yeah. I got the bastard. Got it. And now I don't even know if I want to eat more apple. I'm scared.
What does it take, Ryan? What does it take?
I'm scared.
Is what Pokey will be saying after performing what is one of the most incredible Psylocke games we've ever seen, and Rad still getting the
Hi,
triple cap
40.
in a 3-2,
How are you?
evening up
Welcome
the
in.
back score.
There must be some like
How
basketball
are we?
quote that people love to use for those kind of moments, because he definitely had the ball but was only able to do so much. But now there is a choice here for Berber Patspim. They have a convoy map to choose for before the map pool opens up a bit more for the other game modes.
Sorry, guys,
Obviously we can't go back to maps that we've just seen. I do think that Arako is probably a good shout. They were able to beat Virtus Pro on it yesterday, so that's got to feel pretty good for them in the long run. But the problem is that for Rad, they're 1-1 on it so far, and they're up against Patspim that are 3-0. So I feel like the writing's on the wall of where exactly Patspim want to take us for this next engagement. Their most played map, their most popular and highest win rate map as well.
It has to be a convoy, like you already mentioned. We have played through the domination, we've played through the convergence, meaning it is time to cruise on in. We've seen some success on Arako. There's also, of course, the Yggdrasil path that could be an option. Or maybe we're going to head to New York
casting?
and take
I'm
us
not
to
we're not like
Midtown
full
as a
casting
more of a
really,
static
40. We're just kind of
defense
watch
option, as both
partying
these
at this
teams have
point.
Incredible.
I'm hoping to do
Bruce
some
players when it is
tomorrow
necessary to bring out something a little bit
when my
more
co-caster
flexible.
is
Looks
available.
like we are heading
Because
to
solo casting is like
Arako. We have
really
just
hard
been
work.
informed,
It's
which
really
Berber
hard
Patspim
work.
have given us
And
some
we have a
lovely
16-hour day
wraparound
today, so I
potential
don't
in the
want to wear
path,
myself
flanking
out.
and getting some snipes from behind. With, of course, the Captain
You know
America.
what I mean?
With, of course, the Psylocke. They've shown that it's very.
So we're trying to take it
even
easy.
the Wolverine. They've shown us it's very difficult to play a static defense here because they will find you.
Seems now
Trying to take it easy.
Okay, we're back to Rad being able to ban out the Loki first, similar to what we saw on Krakoa a little bit beforehand. For the side of Patspim, their first move is a pretty obvious one. Used to be Magneto as the first ban that's always taken out, and I think quite wisely.
Are they
going to
ban the Psylocke?
Banning out of Vanguard. Patspim protect a Vanguard if a strategist is banned out. We see them ban out a strategist, much like they have here. And this is where Rad, I think, did really put Berber Patspim into a corner on Krakoa with taking
Not
up
yet.
Wolverine and Loki.
Probably
and
Emma
protecting the
save
Loki here themselves.
again, I would imagine. Yeah.
It might be just a question of Berber Patspim not really caring that much like they did last time.
So do
Have to see
PvP.
us right now, Rad,
What we on,
Arako?
Arako?
The risk of Berber Patspim taking out all the Vanguards
So
again.
Flyers
Rad,
probably,
they
Wolverine
mirror what they did in
ban,
the earlier
Torch
series,
ban,
protect the
Punisher maybe
Loki,
still.
giving Berber Patspim that possibility to start going heavy on the shield bans. And hello, here comes the Emma Frost ban.
Or are they just going to go balls to the
I
wall
think that's
tank
the
if they
right
haven't
move.
saved the
I think
tank
first
yet?
banning out Loki and then not protecting it first feels
They
like
could
you're
go
sort of
balls to
missing
the wall
trick,
tank
right?
here.
They're
They could
not making the most out
they
of
could
such an
do
aggressive
strange.
move. And now here, it
Cap,
was the double cap ban. It seems the Berber Patspim are going to
And really pinch
that
their tank pool.
much like they did over onto Jalia.
Interesting.
We're seeing Rad actually experiment a little bit more. Last time they took out the Emma Frost first and then the Punisher before.
What made you want to cast?
Now, they're actually going to...
I just enjoy
take
it.
themselves to Doctor Strange because
Oh,
they
they're
know
gonna
that
save
if
the
they give
Strange.
up too many
Okay.
strategists, they need a
Yeah,
shield.
yeah.
I love
Good
this
fucking
Punisher
call from
ban.
Rad.
They realize that if they're going to get targeted heavily on the Vanguards once again, then their biggest threat is the Punisher.
I've always
If they try to
enjoyed
play the thing,
the challenge of
Punisher, big
casting,
hit
I
plus big
guess.
hitbox equals a lovely time.
I
If they
think
play
I think you
Cruise,
know me well enough to know that I like the sound of my own voice.
You want to make sure you have something
Because I never
so you
shut the
make sure
fuck
you're
up.
protecting at least a shield character, in this case the Doctor Strange, and you're taking
And I've
away
always,
one of your
I've
big
always
counters
loved,
for
like when
every
I've watched
second.
esports, and
There is, of course,
I've watched a lot of
as we do see
esports
Burger
in my life,
finally able to
and
get
general
onto
sports
that
as well.
Captain America. We
I've
do
always
still
been
have the
so
possibility
impressed
for Rad,
by
if they chose
how
to go in for something a
the
little
commentators, like, they
saucier.
make or
have the
break it,
Hulk available
you
to
know?
them here.
And I think people don't realize
Oh,
how
we've seen a lot
powerful
more
it
of that
is.
recently, and the combination
That
is rather
having a
minimal,
good
but I
caster
think
that
right
can
now,
create the right
Tanuki has a
moments,
lot
the
of
right
freedom.
hype, the right
Wolverine is
commentary
gonna
at
be
the right
available on either
time,
side, because I do think
can
in that
that
Virtus Pro
you
game,
make
that's what really started
unforgettable
to
moments,
take the reins of the game a little bit
like
more.
moments that live
So it does
on
provide
for
a little bit more
a
space
long
for both
time.
these teams now that they're down a few more vanguards.
And you
that
create
the
that
likes
kind
Trust
of,
Me
you
being able to
create
go
the
to
hype
Brute
and the
feels a lot
joy
safer.
around it.
You're not at risk from the skies,
Around what
I
people are
suppose,
seeing,
when
you know,
just
you're
playing
the kind of
the
bridge
thing,
between
just
what
all
they're
the
seeing
damage
and
that you have to absorb
what they understand.
means that
you know.
the Strange is able to protect stuff.
So I've
just
always
a
loved the
little
idea
bit
of being a
more,
caster, but
this is
it's
what
always
he's
felt
good
like a
about
really
historically
difficult
for
thing to get
Pascal.
into, and it's always felt like something that's been a bit out of reach.
Win against Virtus Pro was
For me,
the more surprising and
until
eye-opening.
recently,
Means that you have to really take this one seriously.
I kind of decided to
Barco's
throw a
we've
bit
actually
more of
seen Rad
myself
pick
at
in the
it.
past.
We did the
It's gonna be
charity
a very
tournament.
aggressive hold, it looks like, and I guess it has
I've
to
got
be
some
on
other
these,
tournaments
convoy
coming up as well
maps.
to
Getting
do.
in deep and wasting as much
I
time as
applied to
possible
be an
is going
official
be
Rivals
the
caster
name of the game
and
for Rad.
got to the end as well of this and
Groot
just
gonna be
lost out
picked
at the
up
last
for Trust Me, gonna
the last
try
hurdle.
and
So
zone
like,
away like we were
there's
expecting
also a
with
nice.
lot
I
less
enjoy
in terms
being
of
good at
vanguard
things
options.
as well,
Groot is
and I
still
don't often
extremely
get
strong. And of course,
to.
with that Punisher taken away,
I don't
they have a little
often
more
get to
flexibility. Burger
be
Patterson expecting a full spawn hold, and they're not super
outspoken or slightly or like confident in things that I'm good at, and casting is one of those talents that I know that I'm good at it, and I get a lot of joy from knowing that I'm good at it. Does that make sense?
With at least a rare's potential later on, they could be in
So,
trouble if they
yeah.
aren't able to at least get some
That's,
burst
I
onto the
guess, that.
backline, which is what Tanuki's job's going to be.
Right, let's look in.
Tanuki going onto the Black Panther.
Tanuki on BP?
I mean, in Americas, we saw Black Panther banned out first.
Okay,
against South,
BBP
which
are going
makes a lot of
balls to the
sense, but
wall,
Burger Patterson
trying to
just
get this
cannot
first
get out
corner
of the spawn
point.
doors here.
BP,
Rad's
Squirrel.
been sat on
We
this
see
plane
Ken
and have
doing
the
the same
strategy
thing,
to
right?
waste as
Building
much
up that
time as
ult. We're going to
possible.
see him pop it now.
And honestly, the
They're going
only
to find an
ultimate
angle
you
and
build
pop
up
it
at
to
this
try and
point
get an
is the
early
Squirrel
pick
Tsunami for
and
Ken,
break
so how
this
much success he realistically
break this
can
Rad
find
hold.
off
And
the back of
again,
that.
we see them. We see Rad going for this semi, like not even semi-res, just literally an Adam Warlock, really.
To try and just create even more danger, literally standing in
Ken
front of
didn't
the
get
doorway,
anything from that
trying to
first
just
ult,
put
but
some
look at
pressure
this
on
already,
the
40% already. Oh my god, Tanuki just got solo Groot ulted. Oh my god. Dude, if I'm Tanuki, I'm fucking mad about that. You joking? Bro just got solo Groot ulted. I'd be fucking mad.
Half the time has almost been used, and they've gone barely a step for this colossal tree man to try and find a little bit more.
Melio
space.
not getting a lot from this
so
ult
much is
though.
being used. These ultimates rotated out, and Polly now trying to just get
And
out
here
of
we
the
go.
doors
We're
a
going to
little
see
bit
the
more
dump.
off
Here we
the
go
back
from
of the
BPP.
charge.
Absolutely mega dumped.
The Ivagomoto, I don't really think connects onto that much as we see.
Polly
another
gets
Squirrel
crook.
Tsunami
Enzio
come
gets
all the way
trust.
through.
Naga
And
does
Pix at
re-res
least
that.
allowing some more
This is the
space
first push that they
for
needed.
Batin
This was the
to
big
get
one.
things going again. But Naga,
Here's the question. Do Rad try and TP an early contest, or do they let it go?
For Berber Patapim, finally they can get stuff going.
How do I close
Patapim,
that?
their way of breaking that hold was to charge up and then use every single ultimate they had except for the Bastard Descent. That is not a great side. If you require that many resources, what happens? We immediately see Rajamo swap to who was already on this strange story, portal in and set up the team for a solid
Tanuki.
And there go, wow, there go Rad as Berber and Patapim. This time turning it around, Cardiff Revival on the other side of the gate, but Naga's just taken down again. Brings back back the team, which means they are delaying even longer. But the team was basically wiped. Their portal expired, and Berber Patapim keep moving.
Wait, so they can't make revivaled on the other side of the
how do I
portal, and then
close
the
that
portal
out properly?
closed?
I think
Sorry,
so.
y'all.
I think the animal
right.
jumped through, got picked off, and then the portal
Good
expired before
push
anyone
from
else could make it
BBP.
through.
I mean, unlucky, I guess.
This is
if
where
that's
they're
the
going to try and
case.
fight
For
here.
It's fine. You've got both of your other
Fate
strategies
drops
to be
the
working with, and Fate is going aggressive with
drops that
Zonal
cloak
Bond.
ult
You're gonna
early,
try and chase
actually.
him down. You've got
Emma
three
with a
people
nice
ready to
angle
go
over the
die
top.
for a fight.
His
And
Groot
Enzo
walls
is
are
the
making
one
it
that's
kind
trying
of
to make
difficult though
some
to
noise
get the
with the silent
pings.
seduction. Pull
And
people
Tanuki is
apart.
waiting.
You can see waiting in
Oh,
the wings,
this time
looming
Pokey
above.
gets solo ulted.
Tanuki trying
Dude,
to see if he can
Trust
jump
does
on
not
and
give a
find the right
fuck,
pick,
man.
and now
This
would be a good
guy
time,
is
actually.
so
Rather than
happy
go
to
onto
fucking
the
solo
offensive,
ult
the dash
on
throws are
Groot.
good, but it's more of a dash to
That's
escape and
so
reset.
crazy.
A lot of space has to be
This
given
guy
up.
does not
Just
give a
off of the
shit.
back of the Eternal Bond, and then level 1 Crook
Oh
Buff,
my
and it got a
god.
mischief.
That's hilarious.
They've only got 19 seconds left. In comes Polly with the freedom charge for that extra focus.
Yeah,
Help
exactly,
them pick up
40,
every
exactly
couple
that.
seconds. Starts the butterfly to the backline, and with Tanuki, the bastard said, it is rad. Absolutely wiped off the board.
Tanuki's staying on this BP, and it's kind of wild. I like it.
And they claim another
I'm fucking here for it, man. You don't get to
Enzo
see BP
was
very
the one that
often,
went
so
down in that engagement, but
I'm here for
everybody else
this.
was able to clear up. Tanuki, the most final blows alongside Pokey. Not quite on 50 eliminations and
I mean, here's the thing, guys. Listen, you know, I still love streaming. I'm going to be doing both, you know. One of the wonderful things about looking into being a caster and these kind of things as well is they work hand in hand with being a streamer as well, right? So I'm not going anywhere.
You want that Soul Bond to sort of divvy out the damage as much as possible, but it might be a bit too much to deal with on the other side.
Melia
It's a
does get that
final
pick in the end.
judgment, pretty much with nothing to deal with it for Berber Patspin, nothing to get in the
They
face
just
of it.
raw dog
It's gonna
that as
shut
well.
down this payload. With just under 2 minutes left on the clock, this fight is going on a little bit long for Berber Patspin.
Yeah,
They wanna
BBP
reset
just
as
wanna
much as
back out and
possible,
reset for
but I guess
sure.
notably they don't end up using more ultimates.
Berber Patapim have lost significantly more fights than Rad have, but every time Berber Patapim have won a fight, they have proceeded to get about half or more of an objective, meaning that if they take 2 fights per point, that they get the point every time. And already they're about halfway through as Rad move on in for the defensive position, and Berber Patapim are building up towards that ult chain once again. As Tanuki in the backline, here comes the Eternal Bond from Ken to help follow up. Bastard sent into the hallway, but the Lokis are hanging out together.
Dude, what is this big? What? I don't even understand what Tanuki is doing right now.
Dodging around and the dance the butterfly is almost matching the speed that Tanuki was moving out just across the screen. It was hard to keep an eye on him.
I don't even.
But that
I can't even
combination
understand
yet
what
again
I'm
finding
looking
so
at.
much. Rajaro can only hold on for a split second more.
This,
And
oh,
they
oh,
can't
they
remember
get
the
him.
Naga, but he's
Pokey
shut
gets
down
him.
immediately. These aren't
This
working for
double
Naga at
dive, well,
all.
triple
Rad
fucking dive
can't
with
get
Polly
the
as
other
well
Warlock
is
ultimates working
absolutely
today.
smurfing.
At least on this map.
18 and 2,
Full
18 and
cooldown,
4.
Naga back to 3%.
Holy fucking Hannah.
They're not finding these, like you said, they're getting punished in this setup. But there is the chance if they wanted to for level 1 Crook to clone it, but they need it for these Eternal Bonds. As they're setting up, they can now swap too quickly. Dark Force teleport, get back to the team, and then Terracate into that front line. In the meantime, Melio is looking for anyone who steps up onto the top of this ramp, but they're getting run down here.
Nails it.
What's
What's up, Milky? Yeah, Tanuki is smurfing on it as well.
It's a casual stroll for the Groot empowered.
I mean, what do you do if you're Rad? Like, the Thing? I mean, Thing maybe? Is Thing banned? I don't think so.
Will they lose Fate at the same time?
So, I don't know,
that's just gonna be a
Thing,
bit more
Winter,
time needed, and really it could
like,
just be
they need some
meters
fucking
on
anti-dive
this
here,
third
because if
part
they
of the
try and
map.
stick on this triple support
Really,
against
you
these
can't
two,
beat the difference
because,
here, and it's the
you know,
fact
you
that
would think the
Berber
triple
Patspin are
support is
doing it
actually
with
pretty
panache,
good
they're
in
doing it
something like a
with such
BP, right? Because you can keep
style,
each
and
other
a dance to
alive.
Butterfly's freedom
But the
charge
problem
means
is
that
it's
this
not
momentum
just
can
BP.
keep
You've got
building
Pokey
up.
on this
You got
Psylocke
the
as well,
Eternal
who can
Bond for Ken,
join
both
and
him and
burst
Fate have been
on top
sending
of
these Eternal
Tanuki.
Bonds
And then
pretty
Polly
much
as
to
well.
the
It's like, it's
backlines.
way too much.
To try to cut
They need
people
some
out, but
anti-dive.
You can see just how much this has to be measured from Berber Patspin. They can't just run in the silent seduction, trying to create a little bit more space. Backed up into this corner, the alcove
Emma
is
gets
Rad.
no value because
Forcing
Groot walls are a
themselves back
thing, and
little
so
bit
is a
more.
strange
Final
shield.
judgment, almost a plea to create a bit more
Melio,
space
though,
for them.
pops and
But
gets
Ken is gonna
nothing
run
from
right
that
through
ult.
them with this Eternal
And they're
Bond.
going to fight them in here. They don't give a shit. Here we go.
From above to try and lock down Ken, but
Oh my
they're
god,
getting up,
it's a
just
fucking
too
wash, dude. It's a
much,
wash.
and it's a familiar sight.
It's a
Everyone
wash.
from Berber Patapim is marching forward. Everyone from Rad is in the spawn room, and It's just
I think Emma is
snowball.
banned.
What can Rad do to adjust to this? They're trying
Yeah,
to drop
Thing,
these
Hulk,
regeneration
Namor,
elements,
like
but
any
they've
of
only protected
these.
them for so long, and the cooldown's long enough that Berber and Patapim just keep cleaning them up with 14 seconds remaining.
But Rad have just been really stubborn, and they're like refusing to acknowledge this. And refusing to kind of deal with it.
Ooh, are they going to be
As
able
Fate
to touch
does
the point?
push them
They've
all
had to
back
back up
really
of it completely.
nicely.
Is anybody
Like,
going to be able to touch? Somebody does. Tanuki, he has balls of steel to not just scream and panic and dive onto
Dude,
the point.
what is
himself here,
Tanuki
but
doing?
regeneration
What?
domain's going to be used, and trust me, he's found himself free. He's carved up the
okay,
backline.
so
And
Trust
whilst
just
this
fucking
is a good
4K to
finish
win
on
that
the
one.
map
Okay, that's a
texture,
thing.
I'm looking at Jose Tajalia and
That's a
going,
fucking
finishing
thing,
that
okay.
Might have been a necessity at this rate.
Rad
My
showed how
apologies,
good they
sir.
are when it
My
comes to
apologies.
aggressive pushes by being the attacking team. How do they adjust this composition? How do Berber Patapim adjust? Will they be sticking with this Black Panther to just try and get in behind people and clean up? Looks like so far, yes, it was extremely effective, being able to just take out these backliners. It helps prevent Naga with those revives consistently with the help of Pokey, and they're just going to stick with hyper-aggression as their strategy.
I've said it before, but I love the music on this map.
Agreed.
It does change the tone of what we're talking about here, which is a little bit more tense, a little bit more serious. These teams are 1-all. Best of 5, whoever wins is the first team that's booked a ticket at least to the mid-season finals in
Are any of the
China.
mods in chat right now?
And there's already a good prize pool for winning EMEA Ignite, but I think it's what, $500,000?
I mean, this is always going to be a
for
tough
winning
series for
mid-season
Rad.
finals, if I remember
Look, can you
correctly.
do me a massive favor, please?
Obviously,
Could
the
you do a
total
shout
prize
out
pool
for
is 3 million
Sword
here. We're
Mouse?
getting a good chunk of this at the first international event. You're a
This
part
is
of
going to be
history,
super random.
and that's what both these teams
Sword
are going to be working
is
towards. Rad also
a
wanted to break
wonderful,
history by
wonderful guy.
bringing Berber back to
I
their
like him a
first
lot.
loss over
He's
on this
just
map since the
gifted me
introduction of
a
it
copy
into
of
Ignite.
7 Days to Die.
Really, it's a case
So if you guys
of,
like a lot of
Berber
variety
have to have an
games,
aggressive hold
he's
like
got
we
a
just saw from
wonderful
Rad
voice
as
as
well,
well. He's a really chill guy.
Absolutely
Please
right.
go
They
follow
need to
Sword.
try and play far up. You can already see that on the flank. You were right, by the way, 250
He's
grand
just
per
very,
region.
very
First
generously
place
gifted me a copy of
70
7 Days to
grand
Die.
of it.
So,
it's just, that is just for the
big
region,
shout out
not
to
even the
Sword.
mid-season, so every win is important. Tanuki already just sliding through. It's like a jump scare, like a
Thank you, Lo.
cryptid, just appearing on your screen so quickly that you can't even get a screenshot.
So much space has already been created in Berber Patapim because
So
they are
BBB,
trying
get
to
down the
dive,
first
they're trying
one.
to spread out this fight as much as possible. Looking over towards Nanga, he's going to be hit by some of the healing over from
And here
Cloaky
goes
Dagger.
Tanuki.
Tanuki, the dashes are connecting. Pokey's finding the picks, but Polly has gone down. But it's still
Tickle Monster is
resetting, maybe
active.
forcing out the regeneration domain if it's not available. They're looking for a
He
little bit of
literally didn't do
lethal pressure,
anything
but
right
none
there.
is
I
going
think he
to
literally
form
did
as this
no,
payload is just
like
trucking
nothing.
along nicely. A minute has passed and it's managed to hit 70 meters, 10 times more than we saw from Berber Patapim.
Okay, so Fate pushes forward.
For them to go on in. Rajaro
Oh,
gets frozen out here,
fucking hell.
but still
Melio
looking
just
for the
dropped on
opening.
his
Keep the team
face.
topped up. Here comes the Dragon Link
Double
Frozen.
pumped
The
him.
opportunity for Rad to try and get that first point, but Pokey on the flag is looking for that. Doesn't butterfly gets healed.
Croc with the
completely.
next cloak.
Crook creating some healing, creating once again another path.
Look at the ult step. Here's the Emerald. They've got height. This is quite a good one. The shield is there. Pokey over the back. Gets 2, gets 3. Watch out for the res, though. Oh, that's a huge take from Pokey. In combination with that ult, with that Emerald, that was a massive play.
Okay, they're going
Holy.
to use Eternal Bond. Let's let them. They get another 10 meters. That's fine. Okay, level 1 Crook's going to copy an Eternal Bond. Let's give him a little bit more space. Okay, now we go.
Another thing in the
Further those big
backline.
strategist ultimates
Yeah,
were taken.
I'm not really sure
Naga
why
was
they're kind of
5%
sticking on
away
this. I
from
guess.
having the Karma
I guess they're
revival.
kind of trusting in their
So really,
supports
it
to be
was
able to
just a case
hold
of
it,
perfect
but I mean
timing
they're
for the
getting
play to come
rolled
in.
a little
Polly
bit.
is not letting this fight go
Oh, nice
outside
slam.
of this corridor. He's able to go in for this one-shot battle, and even the Bast is going to be
Oh,
used for
Tanuki.
This is the perfect
Oh my
position for him.
god.
He's
It's
making all of
fucking
these all day, and
disgusting.
Naga was the
There are
last
so
alive.
many little
He's
corridors and
the
rooms in
Karma
this map
revival,
that just...
but Pokey spots and
Oh,
takes
it's
him
a
down
fucking
early,
BP's
and 90
wet
seconds
dream
the
on this,
clock
isn't it?
for Rad.
We've talked about how dangerous it is and just how you can't take close-knit fights against
disgusting behavior.
They win the fight because they set up walls and enclose you in the hallway and you just take too much damage from the Thornlash walls. Well, we can add another one to that list, which could in this case seemingly take out Groot. It's the Black Panther. We just know that when they get those resets going, it is so hard. I mean, it's essentially unlimited damage. Trust me, it's kicked off the edge.
Fate's going.
Fate's attempting to set up an opening, but they're already
Fate is being... Wow, Fate's been really aggro and holy shit. Dude, Fate does not give a fuck. They are nowhere near the rest of their team. Fate does not give a shit. What in all of Shittingdom is Crook doing? What is this fucking tapping? Dude, Pokey!
He keeps going down. It's just perfect moments for that camera revival to come through. But he's able to come back just off of his...
That's a nice res.
So there's a little bit more fight in this one yet, but there's 20 seconds on the board. There's the final judgment.
Melia pops, but
this,
BPP are in trouble, dude.
Is just slipping away.
I think they're gonna be able to push this through. Rad need this. Are they gonna Strange? Yeah, PKY's already changed to Strange. They want to contest it. They want to end it right here. It's OT. How much work can Tanuki do? Polly's back in with an ult as well. There's another res. Raj over the top. That's a huge Agamotto. Tanuki on the backside, though, gets two. Naga's rezzing them all. Raj gets two. Tanuki's looking again. PKY. Tanuki gets them again. Tanuki gets Naga and Melio. Someone deal with this BP. Raj gets a couple. This is anybody's fight. It looks like Rada actually going to hold it, and Raj just went fucking nuclear on this Strange to save this point. Holy shit.
Oh my word.
Raj, take a bow, son. Take a bow. That was an unreal Strange hold. Jesus.
But good God, that took everything.
Tanuki is 42 and 8 on this BP.
Oh
boy.
Only having 2 minutes here, getting another 90 seconds.
It's still all to play for.
Next checkpoint. Patspin, not quite having ultimates just yet to go for a fast, pacey, high-tempo engagement.
No ults left for BPP, though. Crook, Fate, both got theirs. Trust as well with the Groot ult. And Crook wants to get aggro. They get the pick on Alex. They're willing to throw shit at that. They solo Groot ult that as well. Trust does not care about trying to get these big ults. They are willing to go for the single picks. Tanuki gets Fate again. Does finally get taken out as we see Raj finally making the switch to the thing. It took him long enough, didn't it? But finally they play the thing. Oh. What was that fucking 1-2 punch from Trust? What? Polly wants to contest. There goes Pokey on the backside, but there's too many of them. And actually goes down from the wall by Fate.
How much of a fight is still left in this for Patspin?
Nah, this looks like a pretty solid take.
Just taking swings at whoever he can get.
Oh my God, Raj just fucking... Oh my God! Have you seen this? Dude, Raj just solo ulted the cloak to try and stun them out. Misses. Trust then solo ults on Groot. Solo ults the cloak on Groot to finish them off and get that out of the way. And then Melio comes over the top with the Punisher ult to finish it. Wow, that is some fucking crazy hate.
Because if they start getting
for Ken right there. My God.
There's not going to be too much time
They
left
used
for
3 ults to take out this cloak and dagger.
They went aggressive there. They burned 3 ultimates just to get Ken, and you know what? It was worth it. Just
like I just talked about.
And that Terror Cape from the fight. They burned clobbering time, which did
Right,
not
here we
land.
go.
Strike
Polly.
Which did, and then finished it off with final judgment.
Making a menace in the back line. 1 minute 20 on the clock.
Would rather engage now and then build up later on.
Okay, they're going to back it out. They're going to play this time. They've still got 1 minute 20.
Hold the cart for just a moment.
I mean, they were happy to just go in with a freedom charge.
That's a nice pick though on the on Naga. That's going to force the self-res.
Now they're going back in. They've taken out Naga. That's going to come back with
this wall is a problem. Oh, this wall thing combo is a problem.
He's going to be able
Forces the Lunar Orb to keep everyone up. Tanuki's poking around on the back. Not really getting much though.
Keep him alive and keep him
Watch out for Pokey.
Fate with the own Eternal Bond. There's the Strategist Ultimate's dipping.
Damn, Fate gets poly. What? This cloak? This Fate on this cloak and dagger is a menace. And solo ulting PKY again. Dude, Trust genuinely doesn't give a shit. And it's actually going to win the game.
30 more meters, and the last few remaining players of Patchum hiding behind the tree.
Trust is trying to block off the spawn. Tanuki gets Melio in the ult. That's massive though. That's huge. That could be game winning. Here's the res. They need to stall this out, BPP, if they want to win. Ken does have a cloak ult. There's Crux on the other side. Looks like it's going to be a duel. Ken goes, but here come the picks. Naga's got one. Trust has got one. Another ult on Tanuki. Trust is just railing these divers. I think Rada taking it, y'all. I think Rada taking it. Oh, Fate playing out of their goddamn fucking mind on this cloak and dagger. Holy shit. What?
Just again, meters. One final
Rad take the series 2-1.
And not finishing out the map, which is really difficult to do on Araco, was really the difference. I have to say, this is the most worthwhile MVP that we've seen so far
Crux
from the game.
smurfed
Deciding that level 1 Crux is going to take it, because that copy for the Climate
smurfed
Revival literally kept Team Rad in it on that first point.
Your power is
crazy fucking work.
It wasn't about just making sure the whole team came back.
Look at Tanuki.
Sure that they had all
I mean, listen, Tanuki and Pika and Pokey pop the fuck off, but like, as soon as that thing switch comes in, surely you've got to abandon it, right? Trust. No word of a lie. I don't think I saw Trust have more than a single person ult in that game. Genuinely. Let's have Sakara. Yeah, Rada fucking showing up, man.
Also, we talk about eternal bonds. We talk about big defense.
I mean, listen, it worked and it was so worth, but I don't think I've seen that many solo targeted ults from a Gru in my life. That was absurd, to be honest.
30k damage done from Pokey, 40k done from Tanuki on Black Panther for the majority of that.
But yeah, Fate on this cloak. You know, we're talking about Kruk, and yeah, Kruk played a game, but Fate was so aggressive on this cloak and dagger. And it works, man. You know, when you throw that wall out, you get that 28% vulnerability on top of the damage that cloak does. You can 1v1 any other support in the game. Like, it's not even close. Look at this damage.
It's still not enough. Surely Burbapatra will have to target this a little bit more in the draft, because
especially at the end of your ult, you can 1v1 anyone.
They hunted it
it's
down
crazy
again.
how good this hero is.
They were just running at Naga every time they could with both Pokey and
welcome in, Sicario.
Tanuki must have had one of the most fun games of their life here. But just being able to just track down that
so hot, I've just opened the oven to cool off. That's crazy.
1 to 2 times you don't. It only takes 1 to 2 karmic revivals.
Do you have a fan or anything, Mariam? Or have you got like anything that can help you cool it down?
Yeah, I mean, it's tough for Burbapatspim. This was one of their home grounds, so to speak. 3-0 on it, and they've managed to take that first loss against Rad that we're not afraid to gun in. But now it's open.
Damn, we got a series.
More, right?
Guys, we've still got one more best of 5 in EMEA after this, by the way.
Now that they're on
this is only the third series. We have 5 more full best of 5s to cover today.
They need that freedom to find a perfect map for them. Otherwise, it's going to be curtains in this upper bracket final.
Oof.
We might end up if
is this going to be a 3? Like, is Rad going to take this 3-1?
Patapim Virtus Pro rematch. If Virtus Pro can make it through that lower bracket, but there are plenty more games to go.
I don't know about you guys. Like, Rad are good, and Rad have proven themselves time and again. But in the grand scheme of things, this would be kind of an upset, honestly. This would be kind of an upset. BPP were considered like the second best team, pretty much, behind VP. So Rad have like massively stepped up in this tournament. They've had a couple of shaky series, for sure. They looked a little bit shaky against AB in the first series, but they clutched it out. They looked really good yesterday against C10. They looked awful in the grand final. They got fucking rolled by VP in the final. Like, it wasn't even close. But, I mean, guys, if they win this, by the way, just so you guys know, this is the upper bracket final. If they win this, next game, Radar in the grand final of playoffs. Radar in the grand final. That's crazy. Anyone else melting? Fuck yeah, I am Angel. I have an air conditioner, which is on pretty constantly right now, just to keep me sane. Because I also have the lights and stuff for the stream, so I would be melting otherwise. But I'm expecting a pretty horrendous electricity bill off the back of it, to be honest. Anywhere I can catch it, I'm MVP. Oh, nice, Sicario. Okay. You should also watch. You should go back and watch Ego Death. Ego Death were the first ones to bring out BP in this tournament in the Americas region. We're going to be staying on and watching the Americas later tonight. You should watch Ego Death. They have a player called Self, who is a... If you think Tanuki was good, Self is a monster BP player. Monstrous. Like, to the point where whenever people play against Ego Death, they first ban Black Panther. That's how devastating this guy is. I don't know why she's piping up. But yeah, if you're interested in like pro level Black Panther gameplay, make sure you watch the Ego Death games. That team is insane. Where are you from, Angel? Like, where are you based? Yeah. Basically, what happened, Milky, right? What happened is, in Americas, in the group stages, Ego Death played FlyQuest, and they 2-0'd FlyQuest, who went on to win the groups, by the way. But they 2-0'd them in the first series here because they played Black Panther and they fucking ran them down. Self ran that fucking lobby and they ran them down. And ever since then, everyone's like, no, we're not letting them get this. Nope. Nope, thank you. Nope.
The choice of map, they're going back to the game mode that they're able to.
What's up, COD Noob?
They're taking us to
Is there a
Hell's
Discord I
Haven
can
and a
join
bit more
for some
domination.
players?
And Brad very much came in here saying, when we interviewed them a couple days ago, that they...
Are you talking about Marvel Rivals?
They actually asked to play against them over Virtus Pro before that matchup happened, because they wanted
I would honestly suggest the main Marvel Rivals Discord.
Towards it. Hell's Heaven being the next map.
Because they have, I can show you very quickly.
We're seeing a lot more value onto these big team fight ultimates, but it's a little more open as terms of these objectives actually being
This is the main Marvel Rivals Discord.
Is a Black Panther could get a little less value as everyone will be a bit more
let me just
spread
quickly
out.
flip my cam.
Yeah, I wonder if it was a little bit of a
they've got down here, they've got looking for group.
Really highlight towards the end of
So they've got PC and console here.
Vanguards, right? I
So
think we saw
you just
Trust
go
Me
to
finding
this is
so much value
the
with
main
group and the Strangled
Marvel
Prisons,
Rivals
and also
Discord
Majara
that has
swapping
everything in
over
it.
towards the thing.
Just scroll
honestly,
down
it
looking
was
for
such
group,
a
and you can
massive
ask
brawl,
in there.
It was hard to keep
I think that's
tabs
probably
on
the best
all
place.
of the individuals outside of
You
those
can
big
always do it in my
strategic
Discord, of course,
ultimates.
but
I think we're just going to see more of the
most
same
people
here.
have my
Like, this is
Discord
a position
muted.
that we have seen Berber Patapim in.
And I don't know who's console or who's not, so you're more than welcome to do that, of course, as well. But I would definitely suggest doing
overtime on that second
doing
point.
this.
It really gave them momentum into that final map of Midtown yesterday against Virtus Pro.
Yeah.
That ended up giving them the series win. So really, there is a chance to
just type
buckle up there and
type into
fight.
Google.
It's going to be nervous.
Marvel
There's going to be
Rivals
players that are really
Discord.
feeling it, but I imagine that with
And it'll be the first one that comes up here.
Good in those moments of making sure that people remain composed and
you go.
focused, and this is still within reach.
It is still possible for either of these teams, and Berber, they've shown that they have what it takes in these high-profile moments. They talked
Seeing
about it.
Cloak
They
and Dagger in
believe
this
that
sweaty
they got
lobby gives me hope I can still play with these
yesterday
guys.
versus Virtus Pro.
I mean,
But they were
Cloak,
still able to bring it back with just a couple
to be honest, the only reason
last-minute
Cloak is not
adjustments, and
banned is
in
because
their
Loki and
words,
Luna are
where they
considered
were like, "Wait, we
stronger.
can
But
stop, we can
honestly,
win
at this
this," and
point,
hyper-commit,
like I
recovering,
would,
keeping everything
I
stable.
would
But
consider
Rad,
banning
they have
Cloak
shown that
over
when it
Luna.
comes to stability, they seem to be one of the top teams where they have heavy momentum, and once
just-
they start getting control of something, they almost
The tricky
never let
thing
it
with
go.
about Luna is Luna can
sort of
output like
looking-
crazy
well, we're going
healing.
to go into game now, but I
And
wanted
the-
to sort of look at the drafts as well that we have been
Ult
seeing
lasts
out
for
of
so
Rad. They
fucking
went
long
back
that you
to the
can
whole,
just
like,
stall out a
Loki
fight
first
for so
ban,
long.
Wolverine first ban,
So that's
and
why
then the
Luna
protect
is
them
like
to Loki
considered
themselves.
higher
I mean,
prio
they got their money's worth
than
from
Cloak.
level
But
1 Crook with how he was able
man,
to
we're
play
seeing
it,
some
and
of these
Strange
Cloaks
could
just
just rely on
dominate
it as and
games.
when needed.
It's
was
crazy how much
really
damage
key.
they do.
Stopped Berber taking out too many of the vanguards, and well, the Magneto first ban has been consistent from Berber Patapim. They haven't really alterated or changed anything about it. Rad now finding a little bit more success off that first ban, going to lock in the Loki.
Let's see what they go for here. Berber thinking about that Luna. It did give them a lot of protection in the games where they have been able to grab a hand of it. And of course, it very much threatens someone like a Human Torch, like a Psylocke. It puts a lot of pressure on Rad to start targeting, but they are sticking to their guns. They are going to create the first ban, not on Loki, but on the Punisher, because they know the Berber Patapim are currently threatening a lot of these vanguards. So taking it away gives them more freedom to try and take Berber in these more brawl-like fights that they seem to like to do.
Ooh, interesting. This is very, very different from what Rad have done before, because it typically has been if you ban out the Loki or any strategist first, that you would go protect it first. So maybe
cool.
feeling a little bit
So
nervous here,
Loki,
as Captain America is going to be this next ban out
mag
on the side of Berber
bans,
Patapim. Now, this
Luna
next one is going to be
Prio,
at the
very
same
high Luna
time.
Prio for BBP.
Not going to see the mirror copies, but Wolverine.
There's
I think
Cat
looking
ban,
very, very
Emma save,
quickly,
no surprise.
on the
What
side
map
of
are we
Rad.
on? Hell's Heaven.
They have the Emma. They're looking to potentially, they could try bringing back Groot. because
So
trust
I'm
me,
going to assume
was
that
absolutely
BBP are going to
king
look
on
for a
Morocco
Hulk
with that and
Namor
can get
here
some
for
really good zone
Enzo.
potential. There are also some spots on this map where you can get isolated extremely easily and pulled off the
Enzo
map
and-
in some of the more niche cases like
Ooh.
that Super Soldier Factory.
Damn,
And
the
Rad
Wolverine.
looking to one side.
The Wolverine is
They
going to be a
pick up
problem,
the
though.
Wolverine for their protection.
Yeah,
That's
take
fair.
out
That's
the
reasonable.
Adam.
Yeah, that's
Take out the Adam.
valid.
Yeah.
I think
Just
that was.
this is a really good map for
be
Adam
fair.
comps as well. So
So,
there's a lot of like
I mean,
weird
it's
little
a little
nooks
bit
that you
more
can
stress
get
to
reses
deal
off
with.
in.
Less stress to deal with for sure on the side of Berber Patapim.
So what do you save here? What do you value? The mag?
The Emma Frost or the Magneto. I imagine the other one would get banned out.
I mean,
towards the
Emma's
end
not
here,
banned
unless there's
either,
some other
so-
tricks up Rad's sleeve.
Unless Rad want to
Like
ban
they're
the Emma
looking at
here, but do you
Magneto,
want to
so they
ban
can
the
get
Emma at
least
this
a
late stage?
one-sider here.
Or
Now
do
the
you? I
question
mean, you
is,
don't really
will
want to
Rad
give them
take
both, but it looks
away
like you're going to have
Emma
to
make
take
sure
the
that
cap
they get
out.
the one side and prevent the double mutant front line. Looks like they're at least considering taking out that Captain America. That's currently Luna.
I mean, we
Captain,
know how much
and
Raj loves
Psylocke
Strange,
are
though.
all
There
available.
we
The
go.
classic Berber
It's tough to give them
backline
Emma, man, because
assassination
they,
comp.
if
But
you
Rad
allow
have
them to have
decided that they
Emma,
would
Mag,
rather take
Psylocke,
brawly fights and would
you
rather have
triple, you get the
control
triple team
over
up with that.
Emma so that they can try and start
It's
out.
tough to play
We know
into
from
that,
Virtus
so-
Pro that Emma can trade out
Hi,
Magneto
Mad.
quite effectively and can lock down the Captain America if they're able to land that Carbon Crush. Rad
Yeah, I
decide
know
that they'd
Luna's insane,
rather
Yanni. It's
fight
it's
in a melee
it's
style
difficult, isn't
as
it?
opposed to just trying to
It's a
brawl
difficult
out, remove
balance.
some of these backline divers.
Yeah, I think Patapim's won the draft here. If it was just off this alone, I think that final move was as checkmate almost. Because you have to ban out the Emma Frost because you don't want to give Pokey that team-up combination where he can make decoys of himself and do
Yeah.
a little bit more damage. Means that he's
I mean,
gonna
they
be a
could
little
run.
bit
I
more
mean,
dangerous
Johnny
and
is
more
not
lethal
been
with his
touched,
approaches.
so
If
like
you've
Rad
given
could run a
Pokey
Johnny
Captain
Ultron
America
here.
in a game mode
It's
where he's
tough
able
into
to
a
brawl
Psylocke.
and
Psylocke can
dive
be
and
pretty
just
good
be
into
as
that.
irritating as ever.
And they
Pokey
could always
duo is
switch to a Hulk
definitely real.
Namor instead if they
Saying
wanted to do that
texture,
instead,
it
but
was semi-available for them in the last game over on Araco. and it didn't work.
Yeah, it's tough.
So really
I
it has
think
to be
the
down to
Wolverine
these fine
could be the X factor here, though,
margins. Patspin
for
lost the first
Rad.
point over on Krakoa earlier.
Naga is a monster on this
And they want
hero.
to have a strong start because they could be in free fall, and the panic can start setting in if they don't get this first point of
Yeah, it gives you a clone which
Pressure,
which basically is fucking crazy good. It gives you a little invis.
Just rocket,
The clone does the damage, but it can't do ultimates.
To make sure that at least
So, for example, if you're Psylocke with that team up, it hits the same as you do. But it can't mimic your ultimate. It will just use a left click normal attack while on every target that you ultimate if you've got the clone active during it. And for Mag, you can double pretty much everything apart from the ult as well. So you can double shield. I don't know if you can double bubble. I don't think you can double bubble, but you can double shield.
He's able to be a little bit more slippery, regardless.
Melio gets an early pick on Pokey. I know, we talked about the Ultron, right? We talked about the Ultron for Melio and this triple support comp. And Tanuki feeling this BP. You've got another dive with Polly, Pokey, and Tanuki on this triple dive strat. Oh, what a kidnap. What the fuck? Naga just went, I don't even give a shit if I die. Fuck this guy. He didn't even try. He didn't even try and stay alive. He just fucking sent it.
And trust me, he's actually managed to get a hold of him. Sort of really set up Naga to do the majority of the damage on the back end, but he's not going to be able to get the
and
pick.
BBP take back control.
Rad have lost the point, so Naga's found himself.
There's some good staggers here.
Wants to try to dive out and get out of the way, but he doesn't quite realize that behind him somebody else was looming. Rajaro swapping over towards the thing, a really big pivot that opened up the Rad.
And Raj, look, Raj is insta swap to that thing. Insta swap to that thing.
Rajaro, the thing has been so effective on Arako, while Tanuki has been able to find the freedom just due to the cooldowns.
I don't know what you do. I mean, surely you've got to swap off this BP now if you're Tanuki, right? It rolled you last game. He sees it as well. He knows it's there.
They can't step into that cracked ground area, but they have to wait for
and Raj is holding his high ground. He knows where BP is, so he's just holding him out. Enzo gets a nice dunk though on Crook. Tanuki's biding his time. He's really waiting this out. Waits for Raj to drop, and there we go. Fate gets Pokey.
Just as he had the dance of the butterflies, but this is Rad throwing in 3 ultimates in this engagement. They still haven't quite taken the point.
This is risky from Tanuki.
Invisible boundary. Tanuki's just going to keep connecting on through, but has decided that he's going to try and reset.
There's the Capo to try and keep the pressure on this back line.
Polly with a freedom charge is going to have
Raj just casually picks up the Wolvie and fucking launches him. But they're still going. Tanuki's going to get taken out, but Polly gets 2 in the meantime off the back of this.
Just the thing from Rajaro in these sort of positions,
there's only so much that this thing can cover, right?
But otherwise, there's just too much coming at him that he has to disengage. 80% on the board.
It's too like you try and you use your shift for the BP. You might get BP, but then you've got fucking Pokey and Polly going over the top of it as well with those two. There's too many things for and Raj just switches to the strange to get the TP out. So this looks really good for BPP. Tanuki's already going in. Pokey just gets the ult off. Gets 2. Tanuki's going in as well. Oh, Crook pushes 2 off though. Wait, Crook just smurfed it. Oh, I thought that could have won them the point. Dude, Crook gets a double push. I don't think they can do it, but man, what a play that is. They're just going to give it. Can we see that invis push?
Patspin able to take that first point, only losing a little bit of percentage in the meanwhile.
Portal Bird to get onto that point for that initial engage and just immediately
Mad? You okay?
into a dance of the butterfly. Patspin were just more than prepared for a defense, and right now Rad, in comparison, where Berber have to take more staggered fights on a Rako, there's counter
Wow, that scoreboard is pretty fucking telling, isn't it?
Even with the open space,
That scoreboard is pretty telling.
They're just sweeping through over and over again.
So Melio's going to swap and try and 1v1 this. And we talked about this in a previous map, right? Melio is going to have the advantage of the Emma team up. So should in theory be able to 1v1 Pokey and win.
He chased me. And he's taking, he's having the ever-living daylights just beaten out of him, but it's providing so much success from his duelist duo. And now Melio's going to try and have a copy himself, moving over towards that Psylocke away from the Ultron.
Giving himself a little bit of backline burst potential. Getting picked off out the sky, just not finding, like you say, not finding.
Enzo's got an ult to start with as well.
So they're going to trade that healing output that doesn't seem to be making a huge difference for even more damage. Melio's already dropped extremely
Tanuki is
low.
stalking. Oh, what a freeze!
Here comes Black Panther. Tanuki reset after reset, but not.
There's so many angles to cover. Like Tanuki comes at you from one side, Pokey comes at you from another. You've got Cap diving on top of you. Oh, Enzo gets two! Oh, just threw it in that room and smurfed it. Dude, Enzo does not miss, man. Enzo does not miss on this fucking mag.
And Tanuki's good to go with another.
What is this position? You can get up there.
Mixing it up. They've decided to adjust. Rajiro's moving over to the Emma. Try and lock down this Black Panther with a Carbon Crush. Trust me, moving on to the Hulk.
15 and 1.
Stop him from moving.
Oh, here's Melio already. Just unplayable, dude.
Tanuki, every time someone's out of position.
Yo, observers, just keep us on Tanuki. Like, fuck everything else going on in this game. Just keep us on this BP.
Again for a regroup.
You know that's where the action's going to be.
See exactly whether this is going to connect. Shout out to Insomnia, still giving teams nightmares.
But I mean, if BPP take this, like, I mean, do you ban BP? Is that where we're at? In this series? Because he's shown he's willing to. What is that little nook he's made for himself? What? Did they make a little hole so he can get up there? Dude, that's crazy. What? That is such insane prep.
Cancels it all. Just shift to the side, and they managed to dodge such a pivotal ultimate.
Turn upon for the extra protection. Last stand to try and turn.
Pokey doesn't get anything from that ult though.
Take out Alex, but Tanuki has Bastard Set with the freedom charge for the extra.
Oh, Naga could go big here.
Here comes the Bastard Set straight through the
Enzo gets trust. Ah, but they can't. What do they do? What do you do? They finally get Tanuki, and here they go. But on the other side, like, what do you do, bro? It's fucking. It's. Oh, he does touch, but.
He just dived.
I mean,
off screen.
GG.
Yeah, it has to come in now.
Oh, the blocks! Oh, they get around the other side. Wait. Wait, they managed to get in. Oh, they get Raj, though. Tanuki up at the top. Okay. Okay, Tanuki. Okay. Okay. Okay.
As a neutral Tetra, we're going to a map 5.
We get more of this.
Okay.
Complaints. It is going to be Berber.
That looks fucking terrifying, doesn't it?
That was solid, just cleaning up over and over again. It's kind of what we've been seeing.
That looks terrifying.
Berber Patapim have been wiping Brad repeatedly. They have had so many team wipes here that I have.
So, okay, here's the thing, right? Here's the thing. Does this genuinely... Okay, have you ever seen this, chat? Have you ever seen a BP be the highest damage in the game? Like, BP puts in a lot of work, but it's not a high damage hero. Tanuki just got the highest damage in the game on BP. That's fucking ridiculous.
I kind of agree. Like, it did look a night and day difference when you take out that character, and Berber Patspim, like I said, I felt that they really set themselves up perfectly for the draft. When you have the choice of getting Emma Frost on your team at the end or Polly's Captain America.
Well, it depends what map we're on, right?
Choose which one you want to lose, essentially. And that
man,
was
do you...
convincing. That has got to be a lot of confidence being built up from Berber Patspim. The downside,
This kind of
however, is
fucks
that
up
you can't go back to this
the
game
last
mode.
draft, doesn't it,
Right
for
now,
Rad?
Team Rad have the choice of the final map.
Like, there's so much stuff you've got to be thinking about here.
They've won in this series
It's like...
in its entirety.
I've seen enough. It's time to rework, Jeff. They need to, like you say, go to Convoy or Convergence, and we look at the maps that are available. We have
crazy.
Central Park and Midtown.
What a
both
fun
of
map
the
to watch,
Empire
though.
Eternal Night maps. We have the Symbiotic Surface. A lot of these maps.
I
are
really
very
love
long
watching
and very
people
much
on heroes
benefit
that are not like
static
meta
defenses,
and making
setting
it
up stuff
work.
Like
You know,
the Groot is going to be very effective. Rocket could creep back in for some quick revives, and all of them will benefit very heavily from an Adam
like
Warlock,
a
which is why I
BP.
won't be surprised if we see
It's
that
always
banned
way
out
more fun
again.
to watch, right, with these spicy
It
picks.
is an absolute heat wave.
And
in
oh
here in
boy,
EMEA
did
across
BBP
all
deliver.
different areas, and I think the fact that this is going to a map 5 is pretty much hitting records, I suppose, of going supernova, perhaps. But that final map has just got to wait for a quick break.
By the way,
before
just
we
so
get
you
back
guys
into the
know,
action and see
right,
exactly
just-
who's heading towards China for that mid-season final.
BBP
Don't go
are
anywhere.
giving us the craziest fucking series, right? Yesterday, to stay in the upper bracket, we went all the way 5 games against VP, right? We went all the fucking way in a banger series. And again, in the upper bracket final, to get into the grand finals. This is a huge game for both these teams. This guarantees a grand final spot. It's going all the fucking way. It's going all the way. Oh boy.
My power grows. Beholds the god of thunder.
Crazy work. All right, grab your snacks, grab a drink. Get ready to lock in for game number 5. Guys, we still got one more series to do after this, okay? We still have one more EMA series to do after this. And it is VP Z10. My voice is already going. This is bad. This is not good for me. Because I've got to do this all tomorrow as well. Wait, I have lozenges. Okay, we're going to pop a preemptive lozenger. That's the play right here. Preemptive lozenger. Ducky will be playing. Ducky's part of Z10, so they'll be playing in the next series. Yep. Yeah, someone was saying yesterday about Berber Patapim being like a Spanish like meme thing. As like what it actually means in terms of the word. I have no idea, but apparently that's the thing. One second, y'all, while I just catch up on stuff. I am probably going to take a couple of minutes after this game to have a quick bite to eat. So once this series is done, I'm going to leave you guys with the casters and stuff for a few minutes while I get some food because I'm going to need the energy. So I'm trying to make sure I space it all out and make sure I give myself, make sure I'm eating enough to keep up my energy levels. Meow, 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 meow.
Immortal is a term that comes to mind as we have been seeing quite a lot of Adam Warlock leading into these games, and immortality is what will await for one of these teams in the annals of Marvel
Italian
Rivals
brain rot.
esports history, as we're about to find our first team in those grand finals and our
I don't really
first
get what it is though, Mariam.
representative for EMEA in Marvel Rivals Ignite mid-season finals.
It's really 50-50 on deciding this one. The predictions have already been thrown out the window in EMEA because of these two teams doing damage to the top dogs of Virtus Pro to be the ones themselves qualifying for that first major international event where we see all of the regions for the first ever time duke it out on LAN.
I mean, VP have got a mountain to climb, right?
But one of these two teams is going
if
to
VP win against Z10, they then have to win against
or playing up against
the loser of this
Virtus
series
so
again
it doesn't
to get to the
easier
grand final if they
lose
want
this
it.
series, that's for sure. And really,
But there is definitely a world where we get a rematch of this series in the grand final.
But you have to look at these other game modes, which are looking very good from Rad, despite it coming down to literal meters of where the payload is moving.
Okay, guys.
We have been informed that we are heading to Yggdrasil Path.
Yggdrasil Path to finish? Oh, spicy map to finish. Okay.
How often this has been played by these teams.
Yeah, so
expect some torch
play
spray on this one.
To this point of Rad looking at the maps that they've not shown that they've seen
Instant cat ban.
play. Right, they don't want to give up what strategies they have, and they've got a couple of VODs at least of what
Early
Berber
Emma
been on. Like to Midtown, yeah, don't take Berber Patspin there because of
Loki
how good
ban.
they looked
It's
against
a Loki
Virtus Pro
save
yesterday.
probably.
But now Captain America is going to be the first ban for Rad instead of going for like a
yeah, I don't know what
Loki
that means,
protect.
Yanni. I'll be honest.
That is interesting.
I'm not down with the
kids.
kids.
Slow down. Like, hang on, wait, that's different. And they are still going to ban away the Loki, but you can see they had to stop and talk for a second as their order is going to be ever so slightly displaced. Where do they prioritize their picks now? Because they could secure that Loki, and it looks like they may consider doing so.
I mean, it would make sense.
You should really. Loki is
The stat size of those
dominant,
of a
so there's no reason not
Loki,
to really.
The win rate has
For
taken a hit
BPP.
today,
Who do you guys want to win?
The times that they've
Who
been
are you
able to
guys
get
voting
it.
for? Do you want to see
Punisher's going
Rad
be
win this,
taken
or
out,
do you want to see
which makes
BPP
sense.
take it
It's
home?
the thing that is consistent across Rad's draft phase. And Captain America is going to be taken out on the other side.
ban,
And Emma Frost
no
is going
surprise.
to be mirrored to maintain.
Maybe
that front line
that's
for
the
Rad a little
solution.
bit
They're
more.
just like, hey, you can have the BP and Psylocke, you cannot have it with the
mirrored
cat.
on both sides, with Berber banning it quite a bit later.
Do they
You
pry
already
with tank
mentioned
here?
one-sided Emma Frost,
Like a
which means
mag?
Berber have the
Because
opportunity
mag
to
is still
downgrade
up.
A one-sided Magneto or a one-sided Cloak and Dagger if they choose to do this. Actually, no, they can't create one-sided Cloak
There's
and
a mag.
Dagger because Rad would have the opportunity to protect
Makes
it
sense.
if they wanted to. So instead, they're going to secure themselves a Magneto, knowing that there is a chance
Yeah.
that they might just get a little bit focused down when it comes to that Cloak and Dagger.
Torch
because
is
Rad
still
have the
completely
opportunity
free,
to
by the way,
secure it
right
for
now.
themselves
So is
as well.
Psylocke.
Yeah, they want to maintain barriers as well. They don't want to fall to the trap that Rad have been.
Not anymore. That's a
falling into
big
little
ban off
bit, especially on
Pokey.
that first map of Krakoa. But Psylocke making sure
It's
that
about
Pokey can't
time.
go for this combination. I thought that's why the Emma Frost
It's
ban
about
came in,
time.
to just stop that team from
Venom
happening.
save.
They're going to protect Venom. I feel like this is Rad showing their hand a little bit, and I mean the success that they've had from the Venom today on these payload maps has been insurmountable, definitely noticeable.
The Mantis being hovered here, while the Adam Warlock is so tempting. Venom plus Inspire is what really assisted both of these teams on that first setup of Hall of Jalia. And as such, Berber, Patapim take
Venom
the bait.
save is
They're
kinda
gonna remove
interesting
the
to me.
Mantis, and Adam is allowed through. But with a lot of those team
I mean, it's a great pick, don't get me wrong. And it's, I guess, you know, without Cat,
the opportunity if they want to for a one-sided Adam
Trust
Warlock of
wants
their
something
own,
to be able to
and
like dive in on
more that may be
with the
coming into
Psylocke.
defense
So
due to the fact that Venom is going to be diving in and getting that Gamma monster.
I think this is why we're going to see a bit more of a defensive pattern from BPP for sure. Just in general, not even just on defense, but in general. Because I think
for both of
I
these
think
teams
this is going to be a bit of a swap from the bands, right?
You've got some experienced names from hero shooters of days yonder.
This is going to be
who've been able to
Rad
attend some of the
coming
bigger events
into
in
BPP,
other
right? With this
esports, but
Venom.
This feels like a whole different kettle of fish for them.
With this Venom
And one
Psylocke
of the
duo.
oldest maps, the one that a year ago we were all trying out for the first time when we get our hands on the beta and stuff. Really getting a
So I do. I think the Hulk Nimrod is a good answer into it, honestly.
A year later, today, we really get to see what the best teams from this region are able to do. Looks like it's going to be Rad attacking first. Berber Patpim getting Enzo over on the Hulk with a Magneto combo for Polly.
Okay.
They've set themselves up very nicely. They've got themselves.
Let's see what we get.
For some defense to hold
No matter what,
they have a star.
we have a winner after this game.
Which Naga is going to go into with that human torch, and immediately they're able to catch the flank and force Tanuki to back up. They have that extra shielding for Tanuki when they go over the blaster barrage with the iron bulwark, as Tanuki is forced to back all the way up. Dropped incredibly low as in comes that Gamma Monstro.
They're giving them quite a lot of room in this front corner.
Yeah, trust me, I should have a lot of freedom here as well, that he's not just going to be carbon crushed by the Ember Frost on the other side.
What a stun from Enzo.
What? It out. Rajawa's going to be playing on the other side, and it's actually the strategists that fight first, and level 1 Croak finds that first elimination to get things moving.
Nice early takes from Rad.
Rad are putting this up with momentum. That's going
Tanuki looks like he's not really contributing really like anything.
This is where Rad seem to be gaining advantages with getting early pickups and just never giving up on the pace. In comes Trust Me from behind. Frenzied arrival.
Oh, they're in trouble, I think.
To Portal, so they can reinforce their team. Pushed backwards there with the.
They're still contesting weight, 0.87 meters.
Make it through the portal, but they will make it in. And Pokey.
Oh my god, what a fucking TP. That timing was like, could not have been any closer if they wanted to contest this. The question is, can they actually contest? They're kind of being corralled, like the supports are really separated. Trust is doing a really good job of separating these supports away from the rest of the team. And that is a quick take. 5 minutes on the clock.
90 seconds
that is a fast fucking take
getting that dance
from
the
Rad.
Butterflies online, uses it instantly. Berber Patterson was still really trying to bring something up and forward.
And Naga already switching to the
just as he got that Galactic Legend, wants to go
already
for that
switching to
Wolverine,
the
team up with Enzo,
Johnny
trying
here.
to see if he can take Naga out of the sky, and there's no Punisher available to them, so trying to be this like anti-air machinery isn't going to have that option.
Oh, my fucking god, Enzo is disgusting. That is the most unreal fucking Hulk timing I've ever seen. What?
So much time on that, though.
For those of you guys who may not have realized what just happened, Enzo Hulk can grab people out of the air when he gets on them, and he timed that the millisecond that Naga popped the supernova. That was unfucking real timing from Enzo. This guy is a demonic Hulk. He just saved his team single-handedly.
Even when these fights have been going on for Berber Patspin, the payload has been moving nearly uncontested. You see just how spread Berber Patspin are in these engagements, and the last time he's going to be used, he's not really found the target yet. He didn't really look completely behind the way he sees 2 other players.
Question
now
mark?
The catch is going onto the Venom, pulling him right out of position, but he's got enough
juggling the Emma. The Emma's all alone. Raj is just okay.
He's able to escape, but the other Vanguard of
that Emma had nothing left, and I think Enzo goes down here unless he can stall. Wait. Oh, they still got the point though.
They are cruising. They're so
oh my god, Rad are fucking smurfing it. This looks really bad for BBP.
Fair game as Melio is moving on in to see if they can catch someone. Enzo tries to delay by separating out the Emma Frost, but the rest of the team just could not keep up.
Look at where they are. There's 4 minutes on the clock and these guys are spawn diving. Melio is spawn diving.
We've just over-dedicated ultimates almost. Tanuki's going to try and mirror over onto
What?
the Human Torch, really just trying to find the hero that he can find a success on. Black Panther is available, but maybe not the position to be thrown out as of yet. Especially when you got Pokey.
Honestly, that's kind of a throw.
Overload, able to just get a little bit more damage out from the
That's just
squid.
Psychological warfare at this
You really
point.
need to be careful now because you have got Polly and Hulk, like the Venom and Hulk even, with no barriers. It's going to be easy for Melio to get these ultimates
Ken
on board.
needs
And
3%.
wants to not to just be
Ken's close. There we go. Insta pops.
They're going for
Insta pops.
pressure. And right now,
Oh, nice from Pokey to get Melio over the backside. That's a good flop right there.
They have available at it.
Introduction's gonna come out.
He gets him again. What?
Taking out the sky once again with the supernova. Enzo giving everything.
Oh, Enzo might die for this though. Oh, he's definitely fucking dead for this. 1 for 1 though. Crook goes down to Polly.
Down. Faye trying to keep the team up with this eternal bond, pushing on it. That's the Dark Force teleport to get out of dangerous. Trust me, is outside the spawn door once again, causing problems.
This is so aggressive. It's crazy out from Rad. This is so fucking aggressive. It's insane. They're spawn camping them.
They have to really dig deep now with whatever that you have, but it might be a little bit too much to ask for.
Polly can get out. Enzo and Polly trying to make some room, but look at the cart, man. Alex needs to push this on.
You have to use the fate of both worlds to just jump on the point to stop things from churning on for Rad, which means that you're
Polly goes crazy. Polly goes crazy on this Venom. Oh my god.
Keep things afloat, but it turned the tides now for Berber Patspin to keep on holding.
Okay, they stalled it. They stalled it, but my god.
Realizing that they are right
Rad look so aggro.
Who can arrive on the point fast. So Polly on the Venom, Enzo on the Hulk. They've got the Human Torch for a little bit of hold and sticking with that Namor to try and help deal with Naga and trust me and Melio as they dive on.
He gets Crook. That's a big pick.
Just trying to delay this. Naga getting focused down quite aggressively here. Very nearly getting finished up, and level 1 Crook will be the first to fall. As with 2 minutes to go, Rad have plenty of time.
Tanuki swaps to the torch as well. Here we go. Here we go. We got a torch for Torch Mirror now.
Yesterday when he was on the Hulk beforehand of just how much of a beating that he took, and it just seemed that no matter what he did, he was getting focused down, and it's the same story here. He has to use the World Breaker to just stay alive. Doesn't want to be burned down, and there's too much CC on the side of Rad, and now just too much damage with the Supernova.
Ken's gonna pop instant. There we go.
And the copy comes in instantly from Ken to get that fate of both
But
worlds.
Pokey goes down.
Enough, however, Pokey is going to go down just as he has the Horn of Proteus. It's enough of a respite to grant space,
Tanuki's in trouble. Tanuki's in trouble.
Ken's ultimate duration is just about to expire, and that's where Rad might push a little bit more. The Psionic Seduction finding one. That Feast of the Abyss from Trust Me.
Yeah, Tanuki's going to push out with the ult, but he's being held in. Dude, Naga is doing such a good job of holding Tanuki in. He's just trying to chase them out. Naga goes down though. PKY gets them. He's going to go behind. This is a nice flank. Oh, it's a big flank from Pokey. Guys, they're going to hold this. There's no fucking shot they hold this. BBP. Oh my god. Are they going to full hold Rad on a 4-minute push? Again? They have 3 ults. Nearly 4. Rad have nothing left.
5 minutes down.
This is all BPP momentum. The flop doesn't get anything. That's 1 down.
Everything required to keep people going. Very short while away from
Enzo has the World Breaker, and he's going to pop it now. Tanuki gets Melio. That's big. Polly as well.
Picks are going away of Berber Patspin. Even through that support ultimate, it's not enough to keep people afloat. And one of those players that you lost is Crook. He doesn't quite have it. Last stand is going to be from Naga.
I think this is, I mean, can they get back in? This can turn really quickly, though. Rad are going to start to get some ults if they can stay alive. Oh, Tanuki though over the top. Wow, BBP. What a fucking hold. What a fucking hold.
But is it going to be enough?
I think Rad may have just made a misplay. I like
4
that they tried bringing out the strength.
minutes.
The damage output when fighting on a single point is good.
They had to push
the
that.
Reinforcements could have made such a difference there. If they stuck to their guns and stuck with what they were already playing.
Insanity. What the fuck?
Whoever went down first could have moved on to the Strange to try and portal back in. Moving in on foot when they still had that portal off cooldown may have
Okay,
been a
I'm going to be
misplay
really
that
honest
might
here.
have secured
Okay.
Berber Patapim that ticket towards the
I think
mid-season
Rad
finals.
threw that. They got so greedy. They got so aggressive, spawn camping them. And they got so overconfident that they threw that for sure.
But Venom
Like, not
Mirroring,
taking anything away from
looking good in
BPP.
either
They
case.
managed to
Pokey
hold it,
now
but
leading on the damage
man,
for his team,
Rad,
9
you
final
got
blows.
very fucking cocky.
Comparing that to Naga that's on this non-mirrored silo.
And I think if they go out here, or if they go
Just
to
a
the
little
lower
bit
bracket,
more.
they're
You
going to
have
look
to
back
look
at this
the spot, and
game
Melio's
if they
actually
lose
gonna go
this,
over towards playing
and
that
they're going to be
Ultron.
kicking themselves at
Going for that triple
how
strategist
overconfident
yet
they got.
again. Not with the Adam Warlock, I don't believe.
They had all the room in the world. There was
Even though it's still
really, there was
available.
no need to spawn camp them.
As we mentioned,
On
like
the
I said,
first
Adam
time
Warlock
round.
is available,
Second
but it
time,
was
you
the
can
Rats
understand,
found
right?
out,
Because
so they would
it was
only be
pretty
getting
close. So
reses
if you can
onto
stop them
the
touching, you just
start.
win with a
They
bunch
were
of
to
times.
decide
So
to
I do
do
get
this.
the second one.
Rad
But the
themselves
first time they did it,
on the defense. But they're
I don't know,
sticking
Melio
behind aggression.
ulting them in
Double
spawn was a
dive
bit of a
with the Hulk
throw.
And this Venom Hulk gonna be diving between.
But let's see, listen, Rad can full hold this. It's not over.
Back into their team for that indestructible
It's
guard. They find
there
the
is
flank,
definitely
they
a
find
world
Naga,
where Rad full
and they're
hold
waiting for
this.
them to pull the triggers. They can try and dive onto them. Polly with the distraction, pushing on forward, immediately getting locked down, but is able to disengage.
But Tanuki
Able
is
to
on
survive.
their
Not gonna be finished
signature,
off this
one
time.
of. We have seen Tanuki single-handedly dominate games on this Human
Right
Torch.
now, it is more pot shots before Polly comes in, and alongside Enzo, it's perfectly executing on the dive, but it's great CC in order for Rad to keep themselves
Alex is
alive,
just
only
full
for a
ignoring
short
that
moment
Venom.
before level 1 Crook goes down. The
Oh,
Vanguards are
dude, the
finding all
aura
of the
from
strategists,
Alex to just
and
clap,
now it's just
completely
trusting it's
ignore the
fighting over to
Venom,
this objective.
and then
Fate's
just
gonna go
quick
down too.
90-degree freeze
The
them,
first point might
and
be
then
a
carry
very
on
quick
clapping
one. Rad
is
gonna have the chance
crazy.
to re-engage onto this. I don't
Holy.
think the strange portal is going to be required as of yet. But both teams trying to match each other with how fast they're taking that first point.
That was fucking insane, actually.
Seeing Berber, Patapin creeping on in. Rad waiting for the regroup. There's a couple members here. They are
This is
probably
good
gonna
for
try and keep
BPP.
this on gate number 1. Not going to give it up for free. Melio on the Punisher to try and burn through these large hitboxes on the Venom and the Hulk.
Oh, that Punisher is going to be a
lot of
problem for
damage right
Polly.
away, but Melio is going to be the one to fall. Tanuki
Oh,
comes in from over the
Tanuki!
top, flaming Mia.
Oh, he survives as well.
Patapin
What?
cleaning up right now. Eternal Bomb comes in to buy the extra time, and Melio swapping over to the strength.
Oh, they get him as well. Oh, Pokey!
Dominating.
A little bit of an emo.
Oh, they're going to try and contest?
It's going to be thrown in the
Oh,
portal. You can't contest it.
0.06!
0.06 meters.
Oh my
Pretty much
god,
on
they
the
actually get the
line.
contest
An
off.
extra
What?
hair on the goat's nose and you're on to the next part of the
Wait,
map, but no,
wait.
there's gonna
They
be
could
this fight
actually do
happening
this.
for Rads. The fate of both worlds from Crook, allowing
Supernova,
people
though,
to really
he is
engage
gonna go
and
big.
burn the time, but burning brighter yet
Oh,
again
he's been
is
run
gonna
down
be
by
Tanuki
Strange.
open high
Melio.
for Supernova. Has to
Huge
give up a lot of
rundown.
space, though. He gets taken out from Melio. The dive's
Ken
there to
is
him
being
with the Doctor
shit
Strange.
on. And is still alive. Ken, this Loki is a monster.
Everything they can on this point. It's gone from 6 centimeters down to just under a meter. Tanuki returning to the fight. Regeneration.
Okay, they do get it in the end, but my god.
Cleaned up. The reinforcement distance playing in favor of Berber.
4 minutes on the clock.
As they are able to take the first point.
You take that, I still think, because Rad, you forced out
Good
a lot
stall.
more time. You got some of the bigger ultimates out. You have to sort of be careful.
Honestly,
Polly's very
a
good
worth
in playing
stall
in these positions.
right there.
You've got Enzo that sort of makes
Anytime
the
you
more
can
brash
shave off
approach, right?
BPP
Just as the Hulk
is
not
gonna
afraid
be
to take that damage and
massive.
dive back out. But Polly being able
You
to
know
just
you don't
jump
have
up
it to
onto
all
the
three,
dive
so you
down,
know
but
what you need to
Tanuki
do.
is able to go in for it too. It means that you're able
Pokey
to just
gets a
body
nice
block
pick on
some of the
Melio.
approaches here. Enzo managing to cut off behind where these defenders are. For
Melio
Rad,
feels
and
like
they're
they're getting
forced into
picked
an
off like
engagement. They're
quite a
maybe
lot in this
potentially
game.
forced out to use the fate of both
I don't
worlds.
necessarily know if that's like Melio's fault or just really good play from BPP, but
it catches on to Pokey.
Pokey was in the air in that aquatic blessing, but got outlasted, picked off. Crook falls to Tanuki, who's playing so aggressively. Feeds from the
oh, he
abyss,
wants
trying
it.
to
Look at him.
chase them down. They're too
He's
mobile.
fucking chasing.
Get away as Melio arrives, gets out the shotgun and deals with the symbiote. They're turning this
And on the other side,
hold onto the card as the counter feed from the abyss is going to come
easy
out,
freeze.
down onto Trust Me, but they're all
Tanuki survives.
Fate of both worlds to keep Tanuki up so they can try and break this siege.
I mean, that's a hell of a fight. It was also a great
The flop
fight for
forces
Ken
him
to
in the
be able
corner.
to go for the copy and teleport out just as the Feast of the Abyss
Oh,
comes
Tanuki
in.
got
Silent
very
seduction
greedy.
going indoors, and
That was
Tanuki
very
tries to follow.
greedy.
Unfortunately,
It's
gets
a
little
good
bit more
stall
than he
from
bargained
Rad,
for.
honestly.
You also lose out on one of your vanguards. 2.5 minutes. Rather able to hold on to this spot.
This
and get
Melio
still the final
Punisher
judgment
is
in hand for
making this
Melio.
double
They're happy
dive
to just
comp
sit
with
back on it.
Venom
Fate of both worlds.
Hulk
Berber
very
Patterson
difficult
need
to
get
pull
something
off.
going, but if they try and make this fight
I think they might need
continue,
to
if
make
they
a
try
little
to
switch here.
overextend it feels that more time is just going to be burnt away from them.
The difference between Naga and Fate there. Naga's so locked in and Fate is just chilling. They believe that this is going well as Melio's going to drop that final judgment. Burning onto Tanuki, who is up above. They're looking for anyone who is vulnerable. But
this is all stall time, right?
It's all about positioning. In comes that Venom as they dive on forward.
Oh, what an exile. Dude, that was essential. And otherwise, Polly goes down insta right there to the Punisher. Dude, BPP is struggling. BPP is struggling.
Oh my word.
Oh, Naga gets him. Oh my god, Rad can full hold this. Oh my god, they need to swap. They need to do some swaps here. BPP, I think.
They forced out a lot from this defense.
This Punisher
That's
is causing
positive.
the tanks
We have got
a
sign
lot of
seduction
problems.
And another final judgment for Melio about to be ready. I think Melio's key for this one for Rad. If you want to stop things here and now, it's going to be that to work with. Naga gets CC'd, but he's not under any immediate threat. He's going to be chased down though by two players. So has to maybe surrender up this high ground.
A lot of ults for
As the Beast of the
BPP
Abyss
though.
Looking for an opportunity for Polly. He doesn't have to worry about the strategist ultimates for the time
Oh,
being.
Melio survives. Oh, they get him. That's the pick that they needed. Because Polly's now like pretty free. Polly and Enzo are now pretty free without him there. So that's a massive pick. Nice, nice. That is just very, very smart. Like, that's very smart hero selection from BPP. That's just really good understanding of the game state and knowing that, hey, Punisher is our problem here. He's the one that's making this dive really hard. Burst him out, and the rest becomes easy. And that's really just really smart identification.
They can't afford to be the ones to be taken out early, as they are one of the big damage outputs.
Oh! This is huge from BPP. This is going to get them the second point, which is what they need.
But it's not going to pull anybody off of the point. It's now into OT. It's now down to these fine margins that Berber Patspim have struggled with.
And Melio used the ult as well. This is massive from BPP. This is massive. Nice little mini stagger as well.
But Rad have bought themselves more time.
Here we go.
Had 5 minutes to defend.
Here we go, guys. 1 minute 30 on the clock.
It's 90 seconds.
Let's lock the fuck in.
To push it all the way.
They're making their way in. This is it.
Tanuki playing aggro.
100 meters, 18 centimeters.
This can go either way, guys. It can go either way.
Berber Patapim are looking for openings. They have Porter Proteus. Rad feeds from the abyss.
Oh, Enzo goes in with Tanuki. Forces out the Lunar ult. That's massive.
Coming on out with 1 minute to go.
Tanuki gets taken out though.
Will be huge, and they find Tanuki with the zone up. Melio looking for Polly, forcing them to disengage.
But look, they've used those ults. They've baited out those ults. Now they can go back in. Tanuki's nearly got the supernova. They should have it in time. It's a 1-for-1.
But you lose out on Pokey to have the Horn of Proteus. It's going to be about 10 to 15 seconds before he's back in this engagement.
Oh, that's big from Trust. Enzo, though, in the back line. Enzo in this back line has just got 2 of them. He is mini Hulk, but like... Okay. I think Luna just wins this, right? Okay. Naga comes in to finish off. Polly gets Trust, though. No Venom. 18 seconds.
This is going to be an overtime push yet again for Berber Patapim. And it has to be
it's all or nothing. It's all or nothing.
And now the supernova alongside the
big Emma ult. Big flop, but nothing's going to come of it. Polly.
They're going in. They have to burn everything. It's like you say,
Melio's ready with the shotgun. He wants to kill these heroes. Tanuki. Oh, no. Oh, Melio. Has he done it? Oh, that's huge from Enzo. He gets the World Breaker off. He's still alive. Enzo finally goes down, but that was a huge stall out. Naga, though. Over the top. It looks like Rad might have done this. Oh my god, Rad have done it. There's a TP though. There's a TP. Tanuki's in there. Oh god. I don't know if Tanuki's got enough. Tanuki's going to die. But then Enzo jumps in. Polly's there as well. But they're all dying. And Rad do it! Oh my god, Rad full hold them. There's no fucking way.
The final point, and they will be our first representative for Marvel Rivals Ignite at the mid-season finals.
Rad are through to the grand finals. They guarantee themselves a spot
It really was
in the mid-season finals with that win.
For Trust Me and the rest of
Holy
Team Rad.
shit.
It really now is just a free potential 4-horse race here. And these payload maps looking so good for Rad.
Oh, Melio. They had a rough game. 15 deaths. They had a really rough one. But they found those last couple of kills to win that out.
And even with moments like 40k damage
Oh
done
my
from
god.
Tanuki, 17 final blows. Just the backline, the strats. I think the draft here was excellent for Rad, and even then you saw Enzo have some unbelievable moments.
Dude, Enzo just is a monster hold player. He nearly won that
some of
out.
that attention away, but just 90 seconds on that final point for Berber Padfim to keep on pushing wasn't enough in the end.
They tried
Oh,
to force it. They gave everything they can for that final point, but Rad with bodies using the
What a
venom
fucking
and
crazy
the
series, yo.
Everfrost to stand in
I don't know
front
about you
of the
guys. That
objective
was a
and hold
fucking
them off
crazy
point.
series.
Enzo snuck past with that jump, but
My
Groot
voice is already
Banner
going as
in
well.
that
This is bad.
transformation in between them and the Hulk form does not count as a body for the point. Once they are back in Banner, they count as a body. When they're in Hulk, they count as a body. The transformation does not. Overtime ticks down. Everyone else is
Crazy
body
series.
blocked, and it's GG. And Team Rad.
Tanuki did a huge
in an
amount. They
intense
just
matchup,
Tanuki
either
just
of
got
these
caught
teams could have taken this.
with this like
was
this
one of the
shotgun
closest
Punisher
matchups
won
we
them
have
the
seen
game,
in
by the way.
Ignite,
Like no joke.
period. But Rad
No joke.
taking it and
Melio's
deservedly
shotgun
so.
Punisher won them the game.
Gotta say for Melio as well, he had some great moments over on the Punisher, but that stall, that portal that came in from Doctor Strange with 0.06 meters on that first point, it bought an extra
That
2
kill
minutes,
right
maybe
there
even
on
3
Tanuki
minutes.
and
here,
this
when he's just got
instant
the final
ult was what
judgment
won them
again,
it.
banned out on the
Tanuki
other
was
side, so you
looking to
can't
like
see it
pop
mirror
off
comp
and
at all.
just didn't
It
see
was
the
a
Punisher below them.
fantastic show.
Double,
A
triple
close one,
pump.
both teams just tearing chunks out of each other.
Crazy.
But that's what you want to see when you get to the
Crazy.
top ends. That it really is
Man,
just
I hope
who's
you guys
better
enjoyed
in the
that
day,
series. That was a
on the hour,
fucking
in
wild
the
ride.
moment.
That was a
Legitimately,
wild ride.
It comes down to those last seconds. It comes down to those last fights. That final judgment, it didn't find too many pickups.
Ugh.
But it forced positioning, allowing overtime to start ticking, allowing pickups for Rad
Okay.
to start coming in. This was
So I'm gonna let you guys.
can we do more? Can we make this?
I'm gonna
best
let
of
you guys
7?
listen to the
Because I would love
interview
to
while
see
I
more
quickly
of
grab
this,
a sandwich
as that was
because I need to
spectacular
eat.
setup.
I'm starting to get a
Berber
little bit
Padfim,
tired,
we do
so I'm
not
gonna
say
make sure
goodbye to
that
them.
I'm
They
keeping my
get
energy
another
up.
chance versus the
As you
winner
guys listen
of our
to
next
it,
matchup, which
listen to
will be
these guys talk about it, listen to the
versus Zero
interview. So I'm gonna be
Tenacity.
back in.
Either way, that
yeah.
matchup is going to be spectacular. But Rad,
I'll
not
be back in a
only
couple of
get
minutes. It won't
that
take me long.
Grand final position, but they're going to China.
Yeah, I mean, seeing them come through as the first team to do it maybe wasn't the first name on the list. It probably was Virtus Pro and then probably Berber Padfim before that. So the fact that this team has been able to do this, to be able to be the first team to qualify by beating those two teams, it says everything, I think, and it really is a deserved position. It's not the case of having an easier side of the bracket or anything like that. Rad earned their spot. They dropped a couple of maps. The only maps that they dropped in playoffs were today, but they have just been on such a tear pretty much since Ignite has started.
They really have. They came out of this. We knew Team 1 were good. I literally got roasted by them in a message earlier of just like, you voted against us? And I said it in my message to them, and I'll say it again. I was a fool to doubt. They are one of the best teams that's come in here and proven themselves at literally every possible opportunity. Right now, the only thing that's left is to see if they get that rubber match versus Virtus Pro to prove the point again, to make it a 2-1 in terms of matchups in Ignite for them. But there's plenty of time to wait for that. For now, they're just going to be celebrating that win.
Yeah, hopefully we get to see that little bracket, that graphic even of all of the teams that have qualified so far for the mid-season finals in China. We could just add Team Rad to it, at least for today. We should have an interview from somebody coming up very soon, probably when they're done like crying and screaming and honestly peeing, because that was a long series. But we do have confirmation that Rad have made it to the grand finals, and being top 2 in EMEA is the key thing about getting yourself to the mid-season finals. They're going to be happening late July. We know that there's going to be a lot of focus on this one. It's a big prize pool for the first ever international event, and the fact that it is the first ever international event, EMEA versus Americas, not on 180 ping, actually potentially happening in our faces, is all to play for. And I think Rad have earned their keep with not only what they were able to do in the server, but the theory and the minutiae of how they approached the new draft system as well.
Rad joined such hallowed teams already qualified as Ground Zero from OCE, Sentinels and 100 Thieves from the Americas. They'll decide their last qualifier in the upcoming game soon. But already, Rad will be the first representative from EMEA. Rejects from Asia as well. China will decide later, as they are staggered 1 week behind the rest of the regions. So we'll find them out a little bit later. But already, our first champion. So we need to start getting the chat behind Rad here, because they are going to be representing us. But first, we need to find out who the best team in EMEA is. So we will have to find out who their opponents are later.
Yeah, so we have got that match coming up against 0-10 versus Virtus Pro, another best of 5 up after this one, so could potentially be a long day. That could also be like a full best of 5 that goes the distance, and honestly a lot to prove for Zero Tenacity. They've been loud, boisterous with their performances, their upper bracket win in the group stages against Berber Patapim, really sparking some more focus onto this team. But since then, it's not really been a clear-cut, dry race, a day at the races, I suppose it would be. So now, I mean, I'm really curious on how that one's realistically going to go. And for me, Virtus Pro, every time that they have lost, they have come back and bounced back dominantly. So Zero Tenacity have to really show that there's some fight in this one. Otherwise, it could be a very quick final game for us here.
It feels like they have the Zenkai buff, which I think I might have just said that word wrong, but I'm going to go for it anyway, where once you get knocked down, they always come back a little bit stronger, building themselves up. We have our interview in. They finished celebrating, at least for now. We have Fate from Rad coming in for the interview, and my mate, congratulations, first grand finalist for EMEA and our first representative for the mid-season finals. How you doing?
I feel fucking great. I mean, we worked very, very hard for this win. I'm glad we got it. It would have been really, really tough to go to the bracket and play BT. Or probably.
I mean, yeah, no team wants to be able to do it. I think you've set yourselves up nicely, but one thing I wanted to talk about were the drafts, because I really do feel that there was a lot of interesting movements from both you and Patapim going for like the non-mirrored Wolverine that actually wasn't able to work on those domination maps. Like, let's start with there. The 2 maps that you dropped, both in domination, yeah. What went wrong?
I feel like first map we had a pretty major draft difference. We like went into the map thinking, okay, let's ban Punisher, let's ban Wolf, and we kind of last second swapped to the Cat ban, and I think it really fucked us because their Punisher map 1 just got so much value. The other map we lost, I don't remember what it was. That was Hell's Heaven, right? I think there's also a similar issue. We allowed them Capsci, which they're very, very strong on. Like, they're probably the best Capsci team in the world. So it's Hell's Heaven was pretty one-sided.
We also saw Berber Patapim bring out something that they have brought in a couple times before, and that is that Black Panther. And you guys did go for quite a few iterations of how to deal with that. You brought out the Thing at one point. You were relying very heavily on those regeneration domain labs, but it nearly was able to topple you over. Where do you feel its strength lies, and what did you adjust in the end to be able to finally deal with it?
Black Panther is so scary, especially if Tanuki's on it. But I think the Rajara, actually, it was Trust Me's cool. Trust Me made a cool to go to thing. And to be fair, not the team actually didn't believe it at first, but as soon as we swapped a thing, it felt a lot better. The Earthbound, I think it does so much against the Black Panther. So that was a very, very good call.
There was a very, very clutch moment. You focused a lot on Loki. I think we saw a fantastic copy of, I think from Crook onto, it might have been you, or it might have been Naga that was playing the playing the Adam Warlock on Arako, that he copies over the Camera Revival to get the Resurrect back. Like, were there any particular moments that caught you by surprise from your team in this best of 5?
I've honestly forgotten. This has been such a long series. I've honestly
missed
forgotten some
in
of the
action
crazy
that
shit
you
we
guys
saw.
knew about because you obviously were able to execute on them. Because so much was going on in those fights sometimes.
Honestly, Arako in particular was full of miracles. I think the only reason why we even got first point is because Rojaro basically just killed the whole team by himself. And I think the Crook res was also insanely big. Like, I think without those 2 hero plays, we probably would have just lost then and there. Those are like the main standouts.
You yourself got some insane Eternal Bonds. You just got insane ultimates the entire time. Remind us, who does the shot calling for the team when it comes to getting these ultimates off in time?
Most of the shot calling is trust me, but I think a lot of our team are very vocal. Like, I think Rojaro on officials, he's always so vocal. Like, his comms are really good. And our backline are obviously always talking. DPS too.
Rad take the first
Everyone plays their
EMEA
part.
slot.
I think one of the things about you guys that have been really entertaining to watch is, like, as a core, you have stayed pretty much the
This has been a
same.
2-hour
Like, you've played under
series.
different banners.
Fuck
You've
it
had some
hell.
good results when you played in the Invitational, for example.
Oh, we still got one more to go,
and
guys.
certainly, like, you and Crook have played together as strategist
And that's
backline
just
for
the
quite some
MEA.
time now. We've spoken a lot about, like, the first international event. First pro you'd expect at the top. Berber Patspin being close behind. Zero Tenacity trying to make a name for themselves. Does it feel like almost vindicating that you guys were the first to qualify, that it wasn't these other teams that almost taken over focus, it was you guys that have been grinding for so long that just almost seems to keep missing out on that discussion? Now you have made history, right?
Yeah,
You're the
it
first
does.
team to ever qualify for EMEA for an international event, not those other bozos, right?
Yeah, I mean, it feels amazing. I think Virtus Pro and Berber Patspim are both amazing teams. They're so strong. I think literally, like, if all 3 of us had best of 5s against each other, like multiple, it would go so even. Like, it's so unpredictable. It's actually really sad. Like, before this day, I was almost scared. Like, I was actually fearing, you don't want to be that one team. Enzo said something yesterday in his interview. He was like, at the end of the week, one team will be crying, and I hope it won't be us. It's like, that is so scary. It feels so good that we're the first team to get through, and we now kind of don't need to worry about that. But obviously, we need to win the grand finals too.
Yeah, I
mean,
that's
they're
the
in-
next thing
they're
to
in
focus on, right? You've got the
mid-season
grand
finals
finals
no matter what
tomorrow,
now,
either
so.
up against that rematch with Berber Patspim, Z10, or Virtus Pro, depending on how the game goes later. But you've booked yourself a ticket to China no matter what. So congratulations again, and we'll see you tomorrow.
It is in China.
Thank you very much.
Okay,
Fate
crazy
from Rad Esports,
shit.
somebody that has been one of the backline strategist players to keep an eye on.
Crazy
And like
shit.
I mentioned, that combination with Crook and even Naga in
Okay,
some moments
guys,
as well, when we're running
okay.
that triple strategist. One to keep an eye on for when we get to those international events, that's for sure, right, Tetcher?
I hope you
For
guys have been
sure, there's
enjoying
no
these
doubt about it.
series.
This
We've had
team
some mega
is
long series
strong.
today.
Like you said, they've been around for a while. They've been through minor
It's,
roster changes.
it's been
and
a lot of
it
fun.
seems to have worked out. They punched their ticket, and we need to find out who will be playing against Berber Patapim tomorrow to fight for that last ticket.
So what we're gonna do right now,
Tenacity, the team that came out of their group in first.
we have
or
this
will
last
it be
series to play.
Virtus
Not play, to
back
watch.
on the prowl, looking for that rematch
No way I'm
versus
playing in it.
Berber Patapim? We'll be finding
VP
out after this
Z10.
break.
We've
Still
seen
going
both
where
of
we
these
have
teams
more
play
matches
already
coming
today,
up.
so this is going to be a spicy motherfucker to see who is going to be the grand, who is going to play into the lower bracket against BBB. So this is how it looks right now. BBP, this is not updated yet, but they dropped down to the lower bracket final, and they will face the winner of this lower bracket semi. So one of these two teams is going out right now. Z10 or Virtus Pro. One of these teams is going out right now. Depending on how long this series takes, we will then... Well, we'll play it by ear. If this is a straight 3-0 wash, I might have a little bit of time to have a short break, relax a little bit before we do the Americas, maybe play a couple of games of Rivals ourselves. Sorry. The first Americas series is going to be in 3 hours' time. So Definitely depends how long this is going to take, but I'll definitely try and take some breaks, or we'll sit and play some rivals in between as we wait for the America games as well tonight. I'm here for all of it. I'm going to be here for all of it, so plenty of time for you guys to get your drops in. Shameless self-promo. Go sub to my YouTube too, if you're not already. Posting a lot of stuff on there right now. So yeah, that's all the notices I have for you right now, I think. Ah. Do a random little Reddit browsing while we wait. This is such a good picture. I don't know who drew this, but that's such a good picture. Holy. That's hilarious. Please give us a fucking high top Jeff skin. Dude, that'd be great, no? Crazy work. Wait, hang on. Hang on. We're gonna have to listen to this. Hang on a sec, guys. We're gonna have to listen to this. I wanna hear Jeff play the piano. This is so dumb. It's so dumb. So stupid.
Show me that you are still the only one that matters for me. I'll be waiting for you.
This is a real unedited graphic from the official Marble Rebels Ignite live stream. Mummy's Boys? I must have missed this. I did not see this. That's great. Mummy's Boys? Was that today? Dude, we must have missed this. I did not see this today. That is hilarious. What's this? I don't know what we're looking at here. Does he throw? Oh, he throws him in his own TP. Oh, that fucking sucks. That fucking sucks. God damn.
So we've just seen Rad qualify for the mid-season finals from EMEA, and for our next teams of Virtus Pro versus Zero Tenacity, things are about to feel a lot more real. These are the two teams that top their groups coming out of the group stages of this tournament. Probably neither of them.
All right, last series of EMEA today.
They want to be part of that three-horse race that seems to be the main narrative for EMEA.
Can Z10 give us an upset?
They want to be the team that gets that
Can
second
Z10 step up
the
and take out VP?
bridge. Quite similar, for example, to Thor with his new skin, the majestic raiment, giving them an incredible
This is such
style
bullshit, like,
boost
for
and
real,
an
by the way.
incredible
This is dog shit.
MVP screen. And of course, there is the
This is
Daredevil
dog shit.
board again
This is
skin
awesome,
for
though.
Punisher. It is magnificent, being inspired by the TV show, which I know you are a big fan of. I am a big
I mean,
fan
the hair's
of.
cool, but that's
These
about
two
it.
Are
You know?
styling.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of moments
do I want to
for
win?
Punisher to certainly start to shine at the moment, so I'm quite surprised that we've not seen this game.
I kind of want Z10 to win.
Really,
like,
now
in
dialing
terms
back
of like
into this series,
just because I like watching Z10
tried
play,
to be the dark horse of this
but they're a
tournament
bit
and have
more
really
inconsistent.
enabled that, or showing
In terms
some
of like just
fantastic
getting a
performances for
really
the group
epic
stages,
like
being able to beat
day
out Burma
tomorrow,
Patpim, who,
probably VP.
If they win this series, they're
because I
going to be
think
able to
VP
go for
would
a
be
rematch
more
in a full
competitive
best of 5 to qualify for China.
against
the
the other
problem
two
is,
teams.
You're up against the big guns that is Virtus Pro.
Yes, that is going to be the
Does that
intimidation
make sense?
factor for any team who has to go up against
For
Virtus Pro.
myself,
But
I
Zero
want
Tenacity, they have
Z10, but for
proven that when it
for
comes
really
down to
good
it,
games
they will
tomorrow,
pop off.
I want
They have
VP.
shown they have that potential. They have taken maps versus and games versus some of the best teams. They are here because they deserve it. So many teams are going to be looking at this and saying, we talked about it, so many teams feel like there's 3 teams, one of them is going to be crying. Zero Tenacity earned their spot here. They are going to fight tooth and nail, and just because it's Virtus Pro in their way is going to make no difference to if it was anyone else. They're going to give everything to try and earn that match versus Burber.
I just think Z10 have not looked great today. Do you know what I mean?
Finals.
And I think when we're sort of looking at it from VP's perspective
That,
as well,
I would say
you've
Z10 look more
series
inconsistent.
now,
Is
first time
probably the
ever.
best way to
You
put
lose
it.
to Rad. They
They look way more
Gonna be in the finals
inconsistent
tomorrow.
than
Lost
VP
against
have.
Patpim, they're 3rd place. You don't want to go out to another team, I don't think. You want to try to maintain that position as a competitor, but losing out to Zero Tenacity might be a little bit of
Okay,
flaw
here we go,
what this
game
team
1.
is feeling like in the future. But it is going to be Benin to Chala to decide. It's a random map that's chosen, but it isn't random on what these first teams like to ban.
Oh, the
It's
first
gonna
round
be
is
Emma
random?
Frost taken
Oh, I
out on
didn't
both
actually know
sides.
that. I thought it was...
Magneto looking to be secured for Zero Tenacity right off the bat.
I thought it was coin
Several
toss.
Wolverines being hovered here. Virtus Pro. They do not get their hands on the Emma Frost.
Okay,
They've enjoyed playing it for a map. We've
Emma
already seen them
bans,
start
Mag Prio,
flexing
Loki
their
ban, probably a
positions
Loki
extremely
save or a
here
Mag
as the
save,
Loki
one of the
is
two
taken
here.
off the board, and that leaves
There's
it
the Mag
open
save,
for secure, but
probably
Magneto
Loki ban.
will be
These are the
prioritized.
first,
Vanguards,
these are
as
the
we
big 3
saw in our
priors,
previous
so...
matchup, can be extremely important and can get choked out.
Oh, they're just going to straight
I guess
take
the
out
biggest
Sparker's
difference here is
Psylocke.
that Emma
I
Frost
like it.
is the main pick,
I like it.
the main first protector we've seen out of Virtus
I actually
Pro.
like that a
Definitely
lot.
Mummies, boys, as we've sort of
Just
seen the graphic
do not
floating
let
around a
Sparker
little
get
bit
this
more.
Psylocke. We've
They've
seen
sort
how
of
devastating
taken
they are on
the
it, so...
post away from all business that will really
I
focus on
respect
playing
it.
as much
Yeah,
Emma
yeah.
Frost at the moment.
Loki
But
ban
they'll
up
be
top.
happy to take Magneto. Both Finzi and Nevix can play it. And Virtus Pro actually maintaining control of the Human Torch.
Taking
and
out
can
Smash's
ensure
torch.
that Smashnez can't grab it on this first domination map.
Okay, so VP are going to look for
Who is
Five's,
one of the more aggressive torch
Five's
players,
torch.
loves to charge
So
in
we're
at
probably
people
looking towards
from
like
that
an
sky, and he will
Ultron
be
Johnny
happily
comp
getting
here,
into
Ultron
tight-knit
Johnny
spaces,
Mantis maybe.
even with that flyer, because
Kinda
they know
core
that
trio,
everyone inside
so-
is also going to be absolutely
Wouldn't have minded a
burning.
Mantis ban, but
As
I
we-
understand the
speaking of
Wolverine ban
the
for
burn into
sure.
T'Challa, there are plenty of opportunities for some high ground protection here for Fi.
Hi,
Are they going to go
Jiron.
for the
Oh, wait,
no-mirrored
am I saying
Wolverine
that
like
right?
we saw a lot
Jerion?
from Rad?
Welcome in.
I mean, here, I think
How you
probably
doing?
protecting the strategy seems to be the wisest thing. Either getting the Lunar Snow or
Punisher
Cloak and Dagger.
save.
That could be something that Virtus Pro
Is
might
he
take
kinda
out
gonna go
on
for
the
a
end, but they
Punisher
want to
strat?
maintain some of that damage because they have taken out some of the big heavy hitters. Psylocke, Wolverine, and Torch all going to
I
be...
feel like this can go
main
either way on
focuses of
Burn into
both teams
T'Challa,
trying
though.
to delete them from the server, at least for this map. Protecting the Punisher seems
I don't
like
feel
they
like Burn
wanna
into
lose out on
T'Challa is
some
a
of that
great
firepower.
map for this Punisher
And the last
in
ban will be
general.
on
There's
that
a lot
Cloak
of
and
places
Dagger, while the
to...
Mantis boost for the Punisher
There's a lot of
could be
places to
extremely
like
scary.
hide
Lunar
and
Snow
avoid
is
it,
a
you know,
rough
if you're on
option.
point.
That will be the main choice. So now there is the option for the Punisher, plus either the Cloak and Dagger for the vulnerability, or the Mantis for the damage boost, or both, as we are seeing. Hey guys, it's your favorite. It's gonna be triple rares, or at least double, as we're not seeing a Star-Lord.
Yeah, Z10 going for the red
I think
strat
the
again.
Canute in it
We've
is a
seen
bit
this
more
quite a lot on the
expected.
Burn into T'Challa.
And there has been more of a focus, I suppose, of trying to take up Mantis in drafts from other regions. That's gone up in a huge amount of popularity in like Asia.
I mean,
and
I
Americas to try
completely
and hit
understand
some
why
of
they're
the-
doing this,
the
right?
bigger
You
points.
know you're
But I
playing
think the
into
biggest sort of
flyers.
meta
We've talked
swing
about
from
this
Americas has
all groups
been
long.
try-
You
it's
know
not
you're
like
playing
don't
into
give Kobe the
flyers.
ball, it's take Kobe
Mantis
out
and
of the
Adam
game,
are going to be
put him on
great
the
for that
bench
in
for this
general.
one, and
Just the
not let him
damage
just play
is
the
really
game
good for
at
that.
all, because some of those duelist characters
Punisher is
uncontested
really good
can
for helping
be
with
a
that
real
too, so it
pain
kind of
in
makes sense
the
as a comp.
backside. But now a full best of 5 awaits these two teams that haven't met each other so far. been on opposite sides of the brackets. Probably were expecting to be in the upper brackets themselves, but one is playing for elimination, one is playing for a
yeah, this is an
final
elimination,
chance
guys.
of making the grand
It's
final,
elimination game, guys.
making the mid-season finals happening in China.
Let's lock in.
And really, Virtus Pro, you have to say the favorite, but this Zero Tenacity team has to get respect on its name, and what's more respectful
Laura,
than
you
the
here at
first
the
map
moment?
domination against them?
I'm going to steal two phrases that I saw in the chat in the break here. Let us know as we're heading into this first fight. Are you rooting for Knudsen or are you expecting a
would you mind
Fincy
doing a
Wincy?
quick
Let us
prediction
know
for the
as they're
series? Who's going to win?
wrapping around into the backline, see if they can catch anyone
That's
out
the
of
MA
position. And a
series of the
Pyro
day.
Prison to cut off
That'd
this
be
flank
amazing.
from Zero
Thank you.
Tenacity.
Camera overload again from the Hulk and Namor for Sparker, so he's able to output more damage, which going up against the likes of Lugia, who's going to be on that Wolverine, means that it is only one Vanguard in the server currently for Zero Tenacity, something that they're sort of more well known for, especially on these domination game modes. And Vi is just really able to just throw down the heat onto the ground. And
pokey
nobody is
for
really
now.
looking up to deal with him for the time being. Nobody's actually gone
Everyone
down. It's
just
more hot shots and some of these
building up their ults,
prisons to
poking
keep
around.
the damage consistent, forcing out some defensive at least from the Namor, but it is both sides contesting.
Looked like he
nobody giving up ground just yet.
For a second.
Knudsen seems to have been put onto squid duty.
Thank you,
Currently
Lord.
trying to focus
You guys,
on
vote in your
those
prediction.
monstros, and Sparker has
Let me know
is
who you
getting
think's
their
going to
damage
win.
output severely reduced, but still has
Oh, triple from Sparker. Oh,
and, yeah,
Jesus.
I think Virtus Pro are probably going to take the first point here, but a couple revives coming out.
Knudsen gets insta-dicked as well by Finns as soon as he comes back.
The team's getting completely split apart here. They're very staggered.
This is bad for Z10. That was a massive fucking whale.
Zero Tenacity making them work for it though, buying as much time as they can.
No worries, guys. Much love.
Bought a lot of time.
Guys, spend those channel points. Let me know who you think you or who you want to win.
And you also have two of the other duelists ready to go with their respective ultimates. Ducky over on that Magneto, he certainly has made a name for himself in that Vanguard role. He has a lot of work to do, and he is just the only bit of mitigation.
Rez is going to be on
really
board.
Hell raining down on them from Virtus Pro. But they might need to fight a little bit more to just get out of their spawn, and they're having to go for a flank to try and fight for this high ground. Saipe is going to be sat there ready and waiting for them over on the
Nevix
Broken
poking
Dagger.
away.
Fitter on the flag, radioactive
good
lockdown
sleep.
onto Smash. There's
Good
on the
sleep.
Punisher. That's going to be so rough for them to deal with. Shutting down their main damage dealer for at least a few minutes. Has to drop that Monster Hulk though, because Lugia has moved on in. Another radioactive lockdown is going to.
I mean, they're still gaining, you know, percentage while this is happening. And another great sleep.
Still dropping a solid amount of damage. Karmic Revival being burned early as Ducky was the first to fall.
Okay, they really
And
wanted Ducky
underground
back,
as well,
huh?
So there's this potential wraparound that's actually going to start.
And they are going to
down
walk it.
alongside
Here we
the
go.
Solar Surgery,
Massive
Survival
ult here.
Juggernaut, looking to carve on through. The Meteor M.
Finzy
not connecting onto
is
anything.
holding this,
So
but
now it's
finally
maybe
goes
just a case
down.
of Finzy to hold on
That
for a
might
little
be
bit more
enough to
time.
give them the point.
Just on the cusp
And
of
Lugia over the
60%.
back of it as
And
well.
Lugia might have used a little bit too much. You see the last stand being used and not really connecting onto much at all. Virtus Pro and not giving
Oh
up
god,
this
here
point
goes
without a
feet.
fight. In
Oh,
fact,
this
Spy is
this
going
actually
to
looks
try and
really
come
bad
in
for
with a
Zero now.
supernova. Has to sort of give up a little bit of space.
They're
as he's
kinda
respecting
out of
that Meteor M.
resources.
Despite him being a moving target, he doesn't want to be a clay pigeon in the end. Sparker
Oh,
now
Feet played
has
that
another
so
one
well.
approaches to work with.
Five.
As Finzy's coming with the portal play. And
Damn,
actually Zero
VP,
Tenacity only
VP
able
kinda
to get
stomping this
20%
first
on the
one,
board
not gonna
before
lie.
Virtus Pro come in with a good amount of pace.
After that first triple kill?
Smash is going to swap this over. That the more coming in for them, and Lugia moving off of the Wolverine will be bringing out the Hulk so they get that damage boost. They realize their composition was not finding the pickups as much as they like. They're going to just
I don't
try
know how
and
the
hit
fuck
people
Fide
with a
lives
more
that.
sustained fight. But in order to get the
That's
sustained
fucking
fights, they've
outrageous.
got to stay on this point and get the sustain.
What have Virtus Pro got to confirm this first point? Oh, Proteus in the right
Oh,
position.
Sparker just goes for it. What?
He's going to go for it, and it slams him down. Not quite connected.
Dude, Sparker does not give a fuck. This guy's so aggressive on this Namor.
Going to be appearing in Virtus Pro's blue color of the server.
Yeah, no, this is a pretty stompy point for VP.
Tickling the top of Magneto's head with his feet, able to connect, and means that Zero Tenacity now
Wasn't
over
even
time
really
sits
close.
in the mark that you have to throw your bodies on the line in order to keep contesting.
Not even
but
really
there's
close,
not
to be
gonna
honest.
enough. Virtus Pro really bouncing back at speeds that Zero Tenacity I don't think we're expecting after they took the point.
Very nicely done by Virtus Pro. Like you said, they came back so quickly after Zero to
This does not bode well for
thanks
Z10.
to that portal, re-engaged, recapped, and Virtus Pro with heavy momentum. Smashness, though, has that horde of Proteus and Final Judgment nearly ready for Knuten, so they may be able to turn this round nice and quickly in Zero Tenacity. May be able to get an early cap this time.
I'll do predictions tonight.
The Magneto, they have a ridiculous amount of sustain, similar to how Virtus Pro held for so long in that first round.
Okay.
2 eliminations for Zero Tenacity. Just 2.
Tough.
More than none.
I mean, it's
Tough
more than
for
0.
Z10.
But 2 Tenacity doesn't have the same like ring to it, I suppose. You've got to up those numbers.
We're probably going to see a lot of hold prior between these two teams as well.
Virtus Pro, you have to bring the edge there, and if you're not getting the eliminations, they're able to take this domination.
Both of these guys are.
And it means that they're going to have a quick turnaround. Both of these teams, respect to them.
Yawning already is not a good sign.
Much of a break, and Zero Tenacity's getting going
both of these guys are great hold players. So
up against low 9. And now there is Worldbreaker that's come out instantly. The connection over with the Gamma hit is not really going to lead into some more CC,
Nevix is a monster,
more eliminations cleared up nicely for Virtus Pro. Able to
Nevix
get more eliminations
monster.
in 5 seconds. The Zero Tenacity have managed in 1 map.
Nice pickup, Zero Tenacity, forced back off the point. They came in
one
with some
ultimate and
insane
Z10 are just in
Nevix
full
came
retreat
in
mode.
with the aggression, juggling Magneto out of the way, meaning the backline was very undefended. Punisher retreats to the low ground. They either had to get knocked off the map or knocked into the spawn room via Hulk slaps. And it turned out the spawn room was what hit first. Vi taking the high ground position to make sure they zone, as we see Zero Tenacity realizing that the stairs is not where they want to fight. They're going to head inside, so they're at least protected from the attacks from above by Vi, with Vi only able to hit the entrance.
here they go. They walk in with the cloak ult.
Supernova going to be used. It's really
Finzi dunks Oasis.
Around this final judgment. Finzi meets your
Massive.
out the top of it, and it's just a battle of attrition. This damage is hard
Z10
to
got nothing,
sustain
dude.
through for Zero Tenacity, and whilst
It's
Winnie
the-
did have the invisible boundary on the invisible woman,
The strat is good, but it's
decides to
too
not use it.
one-dimensional.
Opts to not use it because they lose too
Like-
many players too quickly, too early. And even with
It's
that engage
really
coming
obvious
in,
what you're
going to
do,
7%
right?
that they managed to grab onto the
And
point.
they
before
and
Virtus Pro
VP
take it back.
prep for it perfectly, man.
They've zoned them
Finzi gets ready with the media. Fi goes over the top, finishes off the rest, finishes off that Punisher. Because you know, if they're running a Punisher strat, they're going to do this cloak Punisher, right? You take out the cloak, Punisher's suddenly really vulnerable.
Back the strategists are to make sure that they're not the ones who are caught out. Finzi once again spots them on the low ground, shots coming in from Ducky, who is working their way through.
I just don't know how they walk in. They do have a lot of ult still, Z10.
On the Proteus is looming, it's waiting.
Massive from Lugia. Oh, that's big. Smash gets him.
In fact, the counterpart is going to come in for Smash Dares, and the Horn of Proteus is going to follow. Not quite getting the same.
Okay,
hits, but the
Z10
follow-up
showing us
is
some
there
signs
for
of
the
life.
first time for Zero Tenacity. Now they've started to get the ball rolling, but it's 80% on the
Okay.
board for Virtus Pro before they're able to take it.
Okay, this is
And
what
if
I want
I'm
to
Zero
see.
Tenacity, I'm thinking Virtus Pro still might fight
Side
us a
has
lot
2
faster
attacks
than
on
we're
top
expecting
10.
here.
Really?
Know that they like to portal in sometimes, so we're going to
That's
see them move
disgusting.
up to the stairs. But I wouldn't be surprised to see Knuten maybe set up a
Both
culling
supports,
turret
like
for at
both
least some
support
kind
main
of
accounts.
zoning potential from behind, but they're worried about portal re-engage. They're staying grouped up with the rest of the team. Finzi sticking on the Magneto, as they do have that Meteor M. Not going to swap to the Strain as of yet, and Nevix needs to keep that Gamma upgrade for Sparker as they make their way forward. But in the doorway,
Yeah, I'm going to stand up after this game. I need to wake myself up.
Finzi gets melted here. Knuten pushing on forwards, but they don't want to chase down the stairs as they're worried about getting caught out round the corner, especially with that fade of both worlds.
Fee's behind them, though.
Fi has snuck
Fi.
round from behind, is going to flaming Meteor to get out.
Oh, the invisible boundary had to be used there from Winnie. Everybody staying alive. Meteor M forced out from Ducky, and you're right, it was fine.
Tried to throw the media. Didn't get what they wanted. Nevix, here they go.
Forcing Zero Tenacity away from this aggressive hold. There's
Nice
the ball
stun.
from Finzi. The Exile is going to come
That's
in.
going to waste a lot of that.
World War Hulk is going to come through. Lugia is the one that was able to CC
Get a
him,
1 to 10.
but
How
there
much is
hasn't
this,
been
like
that much
Overwatch?
follow-up. Horn of Proteus now coming in for a smash. There's it hits 5 right in the face, but it's not really untethered.
I mean,
by it for the most
principally,
part.
it's
Eternal
like
Horn long
The
now
same
for
game in
Dreidro,
terms of-
collecting some space, and even
I'd
though
say like
Cincinnati
7,
managed to
all
match
right.
close to progression, it is Virtus.pro in the hands of the point again, and not much window
Like,
for Cincinnati's going to compete. And
At its
contest
very
this
base
again.
core, it's the same type of game.
Virtus.pro hold the line.
But
Zero
there is a lot of
tenacity.
differences.
Lugia gets frozen. They do have that World Breaker Hulk portal coming in from Smashness. They're gonna try and contest this. Lockdown onto Lugia as they make their way in with that Hulk smash to try and contest this. Nevis forced off the point. And
Okay, this has to go big here for Knuten. This has to be massive here for Knuten.
To keep the control of the point as everyone else takes cover.
He only gets
by
one. This is
dropping
not
down
great.
the other side, but it's being chased
VP
down
can
by
come back in here. There's not a lot left for Z10. In fact, there's nothing left for Z10 after this.
89. Vinci coming back on that Doctor Strange. No portal at least at the point yet as they make their way in.
This is going to be a sketchy last fight. The Z10 are going to have to do something. There he goes. He's looking for Knuten. Knuten stays alive though. That's big. Ah, but there we go. There we go. Now the dominoes fall. Yeah, the cloak up makes this impossible to fight in. You just can't fight into it. Oh.
Are going to not make it back in time.
A little bit more fight back from the end in Zero Tenacity, but Virtus.pro just fire especially. He's impossible to take down. He's always involved in these engagements. We have to say the fact that Virtus.pro were able to get 2 Cloak and Dagger ultimates in very quick succession shows just how much people were kept alive in those fights. A great showing from them, and at very least Zero Tenacity pushing the boundaries and making sure that Virtus.pro aren't going to have a very clean 3-0 here.
All right.
But the fact of the matter is they weren't able to get a point. They're able to get, what is that, like more than 2, at least 4, 6, 7.
He may be
9,
tired, but he's
10
locking in.
eliminations towards the end. I got more of that alone. He was 26-1.
Yeah, basically, man, they're like the principally it's a hero arena, right?
That is
It's a
less
hero
than
arena
Sparker
game.
or Fi. Got Fi, Sparker getting 9, Fi getting 12.
You know, it's a
So
PvP,
just on their
hero.
own, they were able to
I guess
out-KO
hero
the
arena,
entire
hero
team.
arena
This
shooter, however you want to
Proteus is
describe it.
literally a third of their
I'd say
final
Rivals
hits
is
on
less
its
like a
own.
shooter,
Sparker,
because not
who's
everyone
playing
has
extremely
like a
safe.
gun.
Fi was playing
you know?
very aggressive.
There's a lot
They
more
were able
like
to juggle
there's
it
a lot
so
more
well, but so
variation
much
in the
of
way
this
that
has to
heroes
come
play
down to
in
Dreidro and Cypher. They
Marvel
were able
Rivals.
to keep the team topped up. They were able to play so beautifully.
But at its
Fi
very,
alive
very
even when they
core,
dove
at its
in.
base
The
principles,
eternal bonds
it's
always
the same
timed
genre,
perfectly.
so.
Fate of both worlds to absorb some of the damage from Zero Tenacity and also keep Nevix up, who dropped into banner form so rarely. You see, they finally dropped once in that fight and did go down, but otherwise they were just kept topped up the entire game.
I feel like you just have to
even this
take away
fight,
this
like
torch,
look
you know?
at the top of your screen. You start to see it tick up for
Sorry,
progression
guys,
there.
I
That was
promise I'll
fine. It
stop
managed to
yawning.
do so well of just stopping
I'm
that
trying.
aggression from Zero Tenacity.
That's why we're standing up right now.
Them and just trying to cap the point. Making sure that our final judgment, whilst it was trying to take space and find a couple more picks onto Virtus.pro, had to be focused to turn around to make sure that it wasn't going to go a little bit out of hand. So, yeah.
Is it push-up time
Virtus.pro
already?
are not going to take prisoners here. They've let too many games slide away from them, and now that we're talking like a big chunk of the prize pool here in EMEA and also that first international LAN, it would be a car crash disaster for Virtus.pro if they, as a team that have been dominating this region for so long, and one of the 2 teams to qualify for that event, it would be horrendous for them. So they're taking no prisoners. Zero Tenacity fighting them a little bit back, Tetcher, but honestly, Virtus.pro hungry for the win.
Will they be able to keep this momentum going,
Yeah,
though, or will Zero Tenacity
that wasn't
be
really
able
that
to show
close. VP
a
looked
lot
pretty,
of tenacity and be able to even up this series? We'll
VP
be finding
looked
out
pretty
after this
strong.
break. Don't go anywhere. We have
Pretty
another
strong.
team to make it into this top 3.
Pretty strong. All right, once again. Once again, we're gonna run some quick ads while we're in break in between games. I hope that's all right with you all.
Not bad.
Just to make sure that you don't get any ads in game. Yeah. Shit. What games have we got tonight? Oh yeah, Ego Death Envy. Ego Death Envy could potentially be a banger, by the way. I feel like Sentinels are going to kind of sweep this. I don't know. 100T are good. Don't get me wrong. 100T are really good. I feel like Sentinels are just going to kind of wipe the floor with them. This song, holy. Ego Death Envy is either going to be like a fucking one-sided mega stomp from Envy. Or Ego going to give us a good showing. Yeah. No idea about Techie versus Shroudex. Not a fucking clue. Like, I'm so surprised, by the way, at this result. I didn't watch this game last night. But I'm so surprised that Shroudex fucking 3-0'd Nemesis. Nemesis have won every game in... If we go to groups here for Americas, Shroudex Nemesis here, 2-1 in the upper bracket semis here. Then 3-0'd in the lower bracket final to knock Shroudex out. And Team Nemesis won... they beat Sentinels in the final, which is the video I just posted, by the way, on my YouTube. Sorry if I just spoiled it. So I'm kind of surprised that that apparently Shroud just dog walked them yesterday in a 3-0. No, I'm standing up now, Matt. I'm standing up. Because I need to stay awake. So I'm standing up to try and keep myself going. Give myself a bit of energy. So yeah, I don't know what we're gonna get tonight from these. We'll see. Yeah, I'm very lucky that I've got like I've got a really nice sit-stand desk now, so I can change it up if I need to. And usually I don't really change it up in stream because I don't really need to. But when we're doing such a long day like this, I don't want to atrophy by sitting down for 16 hours, you know?
Someone's about to find out, and it might be Zero Tenacity, as they're going to have to pull off something incredible to start bringing this back, because Virtus Pro, they took that.
I'm not very good at standing still, which is why I'm moving around a lot.
Yeah, I mean, it's sort of expected, right? I think everybody would have Virtus Pro as the favorites, but every other team, even those that have beaten Virtus Pro, have said, man, when this team starts losing scrims and now losing officials,
for any of you guys just hanging out,
get together and
I hope you're enjoying the games. If you're just here for drops, please feel free.
And they come back.
We've got a long stream ahead, so you've got plenty of time to get your drops in.
And honestly, it's a full best of 5.
For the magic drops.
And now you have your map.
If you feel like saying hi, also feel free, but feel no obligation. You are more than welcome to just sit back, relax, and enjoy.
On this map, and it's going to be actually a different map entirely. Yggdrasil's Path.
Yggdrasil Path. This is, you have to ban out the torch on this one, right? I think you just have to ban out torch on Yggdrasil, especially against Fire, right?
Excuse me, sorry, potentially Meteor M onto
you know
that
he's gonna play it.
Extremely useful.
This is so risky, actually, now that I've seen it from Zero Tenacity. We have never seen Virtus Pro play this map, at least in Ignite. Obviously, we've seen Virtus Pro. They've won tournaments on Yggdrasil's Path, but this is the end of the bingo page, actually, for Virtus Pro, showing all of the maps in the game.
They banned the torch as well.
Outside, of course, Royal Palace and Shin Shibuya.
Wow, they let it in.
Put to the wayside for the time being.
Bro, they let them. They're just going to save torch. What are they doing?
The Zero Tenacity to pull this out when you have no idea what Virtus Pro want to go towards.
Nah, dude, this is a straight fucking throw.
With a little bit of backline protection if someone wants to dive
Sorry,
in.
this is a straight fucking throw.
Could keep them topped up if they choose to do so. Now, the Punisher taken away.
They're going to say, I mean, it's torch. There's no way they don't save torch here.
The backline while someone else is sneaking around behind the rest of your team. It's a good way to remove at least some of that potential. Virtus Pro playing it nice and safe.
I don't know, man.
And the human torch.
I think this is a fucking massive throw from Z10. I don't know what the fuck they're thinking in their draft.
Beautifully, and it's been working very well. So
I would rather face the fucking Emma.
Take it away
like,
from your
I don't know what they're doing.
Torch makes it very hard to take extended fights in certain areas because that supernova will absolutely dominate.
Final ban coming in being, I was going to say the Punisher, but it's Hulk actually, which we haven't actually seen all that much as bans at least.
Yeah.
Might be the first in EMEA actually. It's been other regions, but we're starting to see it really climb up in popularity. And yeah,
guys, we don't even need to watch this game.
No surprise,
it's
really. You
GG.
also stopped that team up from Sparker, which means it's just less gamma overload damage done full stop. So Lugia having access to this on the other side.
I will listen. I would quite happily sit and eat my words if
moving over to group seems like it'd
Z10
be
managed to win
a
this.
safe bet at the very least.
It's certainly going to help them out.
I think this is just a fucking full throw.
Extra Groot damage, and of course that Punisher being taken away, the counter removed, but Wolverine could still be a significant threat with the Soldier, which we see.
Like, I understand that I understand taking Psylocke away from Sparker. Like, I totally get it. And I know that Emma is kind of a problem.
Not bad at all. Outside
and so is Loki, but like, you know that
Like
this
we
is
have a little bit of
this is
respite after what's
arguably
been a
the best
chaotic
torch map
last
in the
couple
pool,
of hours for EMEA.
right?
But that's only
Arguably.
gonna last a short
And then you
amount
give
of
one
time.
of the
Zero
best
Dynasty
players
choosing
in
a
the
map, choosing a
world,
side,
their best
defending
hero
first.
right now,
And a Black Widow
on a
pop
map
shot
where
from
it's
Fly is going
incredibly
to start
good.
us out at the
I
very
don't know.
least.
They've done this a couple times where they'll just siege in from a distance. Also, I just had a look, by the way, to see when was the last time the Virtus
All right,
Pro
well,
played
let's
the
see.
official tournament on
Maybe
the
I'm wrong.
path. And it was in Fight Night number 9 a while ago.
I don't see how they
versus
play this,
Robo
but
Patspin, where
maybe
they
I'm
won
wrong.
it in a 3-2. Robo Patspin nearly taking that map off them. So it seems Zero Tenacity may have dug deep into the well to find this little
Canooan
tidbit
on
out.
this winter could be the X factor.
Hook attempted
honestly,
at least from Canooan. It's
obviously
bucky
Winter
amongst
Soldier
a lot of
can
different
be
characters.
very good
Might be last on the list,
into a
but you do
torch, into
have
a
that
flyer.
team up of Smash Nez and Lugia on the other side.
For those of you who maybe don't know,
Nemix looking to be a bit more scrappy over onto the group.
his E can bring down flyers. So if you get hit
Really, it's
by
just a case of both
Winter Soldier's
Magnetos.
E
These
as a
two
flyer,
teams
you will get
converted the
grounded.
Emma Frost, so tried to
So
sort of make a gentleman's
you
agreement.
can
as
at
the
least
other
get the
Vanguard
torch down to
instead.
the ground.
But this is Virtus Pro holding on to
pretty
take this
easily.
fight. Nobody's gone down, but Sparker's managed to get a final judgment very, very quickly.
That is a very fast ult from Sparker. Holy
but they've got
shit.
the Kraken impact to try and burst on through.
That is a
but it
very
just
fast ult from
melting.
Sparker.
is
Fuck
so
me.
protected. Finzi just kept the magnetic barrier on them. They had the eternal bond. They didn't even use Fate of
Well,
Fire.
that's a
They just
fucking
made sure
wash
that
from
was
Sparker.
protected. It's a full
Jesus.
team wipe. And Virtus Pro begin heading in towards point A in convincing fashion. And they're going to have an easier time holding this because Nemix can start cutting off that main entrance tunnel.
Oh, that sucks. I don't know
Sorry,
how that's
Tetra,
all
was that
goes.
4 ultimates
This
that was
looks like a
used from
roughie.
Zero Tenacity that were just bowled
This looks
over
like a
by the
roughie.
final judgment? They're not even going to get to contest here. No swap over
There
to the
is a
Strange or
lot of
anything.
problems
They
you
just
gotta
gave
think
this
about
up
right
and tried
now.
to have a bit more of a highline defense over on point B.
Is once again where they seem happiest, in the sky, doing damage and making everyone's life bad.
It's tough as well because, like, I would say maybe if you're Z10, maybe you'd look to the Iron Man, right? We know how much Canooan loves this Iron Man. I don't.
Here, they're just going to get blasted. The team is split in two and five, making it
Don't,
impossible.
is
for
that a
them to
good
bring
matchup
the
into
Supernova already
Torch?
charged up. When they step out, it's about to be
Maybe
rough.
not. I feel like you're just gonna get out-dueled if they're far enough away, right?
Supernova was used, and Struggling Prison is going to pull everybody together. But the fate of both worlds, keeping Zero Tenacity all topped up, so there's not too much to fight.
Nice ult from Oasis to keep everyone up.
But might just catch the Vanguard all in his lonesome. Very lucky to be alive.
Dry
Ducky
Joe
continues to bulwark on
throwing
his
down
own.
that cloak ult.
Because
Oh,
the
that's
Vanguard
massive
met
from
with
Ducky
each other,
though.
was pretty much grabbed instantly from
Huge
Ducky.
dunk from
Straight
Ducky.
onto the
That's
ground
what
and
we need from
found
Z10. That's what we need to see.
That got the pickup onto the cloak.
I'd say massive fucking dunk.
Bond, taking out Redro and Virtus Pro.
Okay, signs of life from Z10.
Building their way up towards another Kraken. Impact's currently at 16%, getting dropped extremely low and actually sniped off by Sparker. And they
Hella.
okay.
Okay, we'll talk about that in the split
That's
half.
a big risk, and that could bite
Kel.
Zero Tenacity in the
Because in
backside
theory
if they
you're
are not
right,
careful
but it
from
doesn't
this
work
point
out that
onwards.
like that.
Especially now that you got the fate
But
of both
I'll
worlds,
explain
allowing Virtus Pro a
in a
little bit
minute.
more aggression with how they want to take this fight. The Super Hulk is going to come in from Lugia.
Lugia,
is going to just
making
get
sure they
blocked off
can't
by
go
the
down that
wall,
corridor,
and
forcing them into
honestly,
this.
a little bit wasted. Virtus Pro is
into
baiting
the
out
main
the ultimate
corridor.
before they have anything to use themselves. The final judgment for Sparker is close, as is the Supernova from Phi. It's whether they get there first before winning an Oasis that are very close to having those strategist ultimates.
Oh.
Pushing on in, fighting a lot of
1
damage
HP
this
on
early
Smash.
setup.
Holy,
Being
how's he
held
live
will
that?
immediately get dropped. They're trying to tackle them out the sky with the hole is forced to retreat, dropping down into banner. And
There's
Lugia
one.
is in full retreat now, trying to wrap around for the side as Fire gets the first pickup, sees that Neymar on the side, but isn't actually that bothered. They'd much rather just clean out the cart so the distance keeps
Yeah, the
moving
Neymar,
forward.
like, he's been a little bit annoying, but
but
big from Nebix. Smash gets Sparker.
Shut down. The Kraken Impacts are finding a couple resets here. Knudsen pushing forward.
Canute goes down as well. No resets for you, sir.
Hovered on the brink there for just a second.
And that looks like a pretty good push for VP. Unless they want to TP this in his zero,
It really
zero
is a
tenacity.
case of Dreidro.
Looks like they might just give up. Second
Helping
point.
the team to just cut through what Winnie's invisible boundaries have
So,
been.
in
strangling
theory,
right in the center of them.
yeah,
Even
in
when
theory,
you
you're
do
right.
have
Hela is a
Smashness
very good
connecting
answer into
onto
Torch, but at
Fall
this
with the
high
whole
level,
Proteus, you're only getting one pick,
it's
and
very
there's not
hard
really
to
any
even get
contests
the picks on
happening for
Torch with
Zero
Hela
Tenacity. They're
consistently,
letting the ends of these
because the
points
Torches
go
will play.
seemingly
You'll
for
see it
free.
when we
There's
watch
3.5 minutes on the
Sai.
clock, and Zero Tenacity instead
Torches will
opting
play these
to
high
try and go for a
angles
more
round
aggressive fight
cover,
here and buy a little
and
bit more
he
time
has a
towards the
really
end.
fast strafe speed, left to right.
They need to make sure they save some ultimates. if
So
that's
he
the
can
case.
dodge in
That's
and
probably
out
all they
quicker
have
than
is
you can
PCA.
hit him with a
Everything
Hela.
else is just around 50%.
But in lower ranks,
And Virtus
definitely.
Pro
Yeah,
might not be giving them time to
absolutely.
do so. Media M looking for the
Oh,
backliners. Instead,
just
it's
fucking
just
90
right to
degree
the face
whips
of
it onto Smash.
Feeling personal once again after Smash has set
Yeah,
up
that does
a
feel a bit
counter
personal,
KO
doesn't
in
it?
that last fight. Knudsen is looking for anyone who steps out of
I
position.
did
is
feel a
gonna
little bit
receive that
personal.
Unbreakable guard, but it forced back into spawn. Zero Tenacity. They are just
I mean, they're
running
being
out of
spawn
time
hell,
to
dude.
make something happen. As Virtus Pro, they only have one body on the car. It could be moving faster. They could be cutting down this timer even more.
Oh,
They
nice
wanna
pick
go for
though.
the high line, but
This
that
is what they need.
overextend
Ducky
happening
is
on
like
the other
carrying
side
this
now
team
as
on his
Sparker
back right
Turret
now.
and Sparker are very quickly
Kicking and
taken
screaming.
out. Fido creating a bit more space with the
Smash is having a bit of a mare on this Neymar now.
Smashness. And now invisible boundary for Winnie.
Oh.
It's going to be held on to his fate of both worlds. It's going to be used first.
Whiny
but
goes
lose
down.
The other strategist in the meanwhile. Just this amount of healing
Moon
output
Knight?
is just not enough. And yeah, the Moon Knight has come out for Knudsen with how quickly he can farm up those horns. And,
I don't know about that one.
The hands of Khonshu.
Zero Tenacity needed a miracle, and which god do they pray to? It's Khonshu, baby! As they're gonna try and delay this. Lugia making their way up to the point of invisible boundary, coming out to match media.
Ducky gets Fi. That's a really big pick, but I mean, is it enough? Staying alive, actually, really nicely played from Ducky. Holy shit. Staying alive through the ult as well is really nice. Actually, really fucking well played from Z10.
One of our first Moon Knights, Noonan moves on in and chases them all the way back. The young
Holy shit.
just not enough for the finishing blow.
Okay.
And Nebix realizing there's a Moon Knight in play.
I mean, there's a world where they full hold this.
Has to go for a little bit more of a fighting approach.
Like, for
Sparker
sure.
Also moving over towards the Hela to just try and fight a little bit more from
There's the
distance.
Hela switch. But
Really,
from
the long
Sparker, not from
sightlines as
Z10.
well means that the damage can be pretty
Knudsen
strong.
gets a kill
Knudsen does
with that
find
Moon
it
Knight
with the hand
ult.
of Khonshu, part of his canoe adventures that he's been relying on. It was a brief showing beforehand, but after the
They
buffs,
could.
maybe
I
that's
mean, they
been
might
the
be
answer
pushing
that
too
Zero
far in
Tenacity
here.
can
You
rely
are
on
in their
these
spawn,
given
guys. Be
moments.
careful.
But there's a minute still on the clock.
Smash
for
with a
Virtus
nice
Pro.
pick.
They are losing players, hemorrhaging them almost with these fights. And Dreidro having the Eternal Bond has to wait a little bit more time before they get the chance to use it.
I mean, there is
Spinzy
one
on
really
Nebix
nice
swap
thing
over
here.
towards the Doctor
If
Strange to go
Knudsen
for
can play
ball
this
play,
right, you
but
can
Fruit
Moon
Dog
Knight
sort of
ult to
blocked off, so
win
it
the
feels a
game
bit of a
and force
necessity.
everybody off the
Vinci
point
is
in
already
OT.
used that
So
ultimate. Might wanna
look
switch
out
over
for
soon.
that, okay? Look out for
Gonna
that.
start making their way
Okay,
forward.
Namor,
Sparker taken down on the stagger once again. They
Namor
don't
Moon
have
Knight,
an invisible woman to
big
keep
circle
this
ultimates.
Hela
They can keep them
protected
off of this
with a shield.
convoy.
They're having to rely on Magneto as Nebix spending a lot of time in the
They
backline.
can
As
keep them
such,
off of this
they swap
convoy.
off it with the soldier for the potential
Here goes
of a
Nebix
final
changing
charge
to the
onto
cap.
Kraken Impact, give them an opportunity.
Dreidro is trying to give them an option to walk it.
Through the entire team.
And that's going to be the pick that they want to go on. There we go.
It's all in for Virtus
Ducky
Pro. They try to
instantly,
commit
though,
onto the
with the
end.
mag ult to try and soak up as much of that supernova as possible. Knudsen goes down at the end.
And the invisible boundary is just simply making it so they can't see their own demise.
They are pretty staggered. But it is OT, so, like, there is still definitely a world where Z10 can come back in. They can still contest for sure.
It really does feel like Virtus Pro just have enough heat to get Fi going.
Knudsen swapping onto that stall, and they go to a res comp for this last hold. They are going to throw numbers at this shit until someone goes down.
World Breaker in order to give himself more HP to keep
Oh,
things
what a
fighting.
stun into smash over the top.
That's a big pick in the end, but you do lose one of those
And
duelists,
Sparker, having swapped to this.
Combine, he's able to
And they've hold. Are you fucking kidding?
Stop the payload before it gets to the end of the map.
They were fighting off the point. He took down the Hulk.
Crazy hole, dude.
Point, but he couldn't reach in time.
Actually
Virtus
fucking
Pro.
crazy hold.
Their push
That
put
is...
to a hole and zero tenacity.
Like, I don't know if you guys
They have
realize
opened up an opportunity.
how
There's no
difficult that
overtime
kind of
here. If
play
they
is to
hit
pull
triple,
off between the
they even
strange...
miss up,
between
and
the
they just put on a huge
Hulk and the
show.
Namor.
Swapping over to the Star-Lord for the
Doing a
speed of the
stun
rollout worked out
into the
perfectly.
whale
Using the
is
Hulk to zone everyone off the
insane
board to at
communication
least
and
create some
insane
delay
understanding
worked perfectly. Zero
of how
tenacity,
each other
last
play.
second
That is
rotations
fucking
has been able
bonkers,
to
dude.
save them this game. Now the question is, can
Bonkers.
they finish the job?
That is some top level shit right there.
Ooh, Zero Tenacity showing exactly that. A little
Signs
bit
of life.
more bite. But now as they are looking to be attacking themselves, Virtus Pro.
But here's the thing. Can
feel like on this
Z10 push it?
defense, Getting close
Can
to the
they
end
push
of
it?
the third point. Many teams have been able to do. And certainly
Yeah.
with how much
Whale damage
space
overtakes
was
the,
surrendered from Zero Tenacity at the end.
Well,
of
I
these,
don't
like,
know.
two
Yes,
objectives
I think it
that
does.
got taken from them.
Because it's also a
I don't think
knockdown.
Virtus Pro are going to do something similar. I think they're going to fight tooth and nail.
Otherwise, that would have
They
been
to be
even
careful with
more
Nevik starting over on
insanely
a Doctor
timed.
Strange to begin with. I mean, the portal play seems to be
That's actually a
inevitable.
good question.
He's the Marine Force, but if they go down,
If anyone can find that out for me, because if not, that might be the most insane combo we've seen like this tournament. If to time that perfectly, if it doesn't go through, is pure insanity in that kind of like high pressure situation.
When it comes to convoy or convergence, they're still going to be rolling in with that Starlord to try and duel out fire in the sky.
Some of a fight back in this
So
point.
Nevix has swapped to the
Ducky ends up
Strange here.
Overextended, potentially grabbed by Sparker. Sparked out. Side Bay is taking out Smash Des as well, so you're losing enough numbers for Zero Tenacity that they have to give up a little bit more space. And if more eliminations can be found, which is exactly
And
what
full
Virtus
push
Pro
back
do
to
grab,
spawn.
feels that those ultimates are starting to look a little bit scary. Sparker very close to having that Kraken's impact.
You need
He
to
is
swap
so
into
good
that.
at farming up these
Here
ultimates
comes
this
the
quickly
Iron
in
Man.
that.
Here comes the
Boots on
Iron
hero
Man.
number 4 as they bring out the Iron Man and Smash Nets, realizing that they've got fire in the air.
Iron Man
It's
Ultron,
gonna be quite
actually.
nice.
Here we
Hell's
go.
not gonna be the
And
choice. They
Lugia's
bring out the
gonna go
Ultra,
back
the
on that
team up, and
Wolverine.
This is something Zero Tenacity have done before, and it's worked out pretty well. Here comes the Unibeam as we look for the set up a pull onto Ducky to isolate them. Eternal Bond to make sure that they get the control, but Invisible Boundary is keeping everyone topped up for both sides, and we've just seen
Newton's got a
Sparker
big ult,
trying to
though.
pick anyone out of the air. As Newton wrapping around, but is spotted, so can't go for an ultimate at this stage. Drop
Damn,
the guy,
Sparker
barrier
wants
front,
him.
when he swaps to the Invisible Woman to give them the extra space. Range of Ultron.
Okay, Sparker really wants him.
What a fist! And it's gonna be a big
But in the
fight
meantime,
away.
Smash gets Nevix with the Ultron ult. That's big.
The Eye of Agamotto. Meteor M is going to be used from Zero Tenacity to see if they can get things going again. They found that first pick, but the last stand.
Oh, Knuten and
is
Ducky.
allowing Knuten and Ducky some extra space. Lugia taking
Oh, here goes Knuten on this Iron
Pulse
Man.
Cannon thrown on down.
This guy
Good
is
time
scary
set for
on this
Zero
pick,
Tenacity,
dude.
But it's not going to be a
This
completely
guy is
given up
scary on
point.
this pick.
There comes the portal play, and an Eye of Agamotto is handy and available.
Oh, he's gonna go down
it's
there.
right on the edge.
He's
of
so
being
low.
on
Nevix
this
is already
second
gone.
checkpoint again.
Can
Meteor
Finn get a
M now
dunk? He
waiting for
can't. He
Finzi.
whiffs it.
Bided his time, taking a
Finn
lot of
is
damage,
like,
which
he
was
is
of
holding
course
this, though.
mitigated into the ultimate.
Oops, sparking
There's
him.
a
He
bit
just
more
fucking taps,
firepower if
Knuten.
needed. Doesn't find an elimination, but it provides a window for Virtus Pro to get their bodies back onto the payload and to stall out
A
for just
good
a little
first
bit more
take
time.
here from
Mitzi is down.
Z10.
Has Eye of Agamotto.
There is
They are
life in
forced
this
off
chat.
the
There
point.
is life
They
in
just
this.
could not handle this much damage output from Zero Tenacity with Lugia.
I
Bringing
might
back
be
once
eating my
again the
words here if they
Wolverine
win this
for another
game.
Zero Tenacity solo Vanguard setup. It has won them so many games, and they jump back to it again when they need it
I
most.
might
When
be eating
speed
my
is of
words
the
here.
essence, they go for aggression.
Very close to having another pulse cannon. Knuten finding himself a multi-pick in a couple of games now. he can pull out a play like this against Virtus Pro, it's going to be talked about for quite some time. It's going to be thrown out just
dude, these angles are so crazy. These angles are so good from Knuten.
I think he was floating up to potentially loom over Zero Tenacity to get things on the go.
Finally goes down to Sparker.
Now bringing out the Ultra on their side too, so it's mirrored in either case.
Yeah, here we go. This is just going to be a fucking aerial fight, basically. Oh, Lugia! Oh, he gets 3!
He just carves through 3, and it's
oh my god, that was disgusting.
They want to get on to the second point, and I don't think Nevix is going to have the portal available, and even if he did,
that was fucking ridiculous.
Lugia is looking for another opening.
Lugia is like this Wolverine is fucking spicy from this guy. There's Ducky just dunks on his fucking face. Fee goes in, pops the supernova, and Ducky just fucking dunks it on top of his face.
Lugia is almost taken down, but the song has restored their strength.
I mean, they might be able to do this actually. Wolverine still has the passive, but look at Sparker. Sparker's untouched in this. Ducky goes down. That's big. Where the fuck did an Iron Fist come from? Oh my god, Fee switched to an Iron Fist?
Oh, he's still going. He's connecting and combining very nicely in the end, and he's up in the sky.
Oh my god. Knuten gets dry draw and gets out as well with an Iron Fist in his face.
Down to the ground. He's able to actually get the pick in the end, and now it's going to be Nevix.
Dude, this is a crazy hold from VP. What?
It's Knuten. It's just out of reach, raining down hellfire upon them, and now the beam is going to force.
This is still anybody's point. Like, VP are holding this somehow. This is a crazy fucking stall out.
But it feels like one. They're giving everything here.
They're cycling their ult so well. Drydra's got another one for afters.
Because he's essentially a flyer. He's too sticky to force off.
Ducky's looking. Oh, he misses though. It's a little bit too high. But on the other side, Nevix gets Lugia. Oh my god, VP fucking hold that? What?
Absolutely not. But Fire doesn't want to let them get away that easy. They're going in for the chase.
Dude,
I mean,
we get an Iron Fist?
Showing that there is a little bit more panache to be found, I think, with how these teams are playing. And 40 seconds left. Oh, it might be a bit of an overextend for Finzi. He is completely
a little bit of an
overextend.
overextend.
That's one of your vanguards gone, and very close to having a Meteor M. So reset is going to be back in the fight.
Another ult for Knuten. This is like the third one in this fight.
Can make a little bit more space.
And there we go. Now we start to get the 1-by-1. The tank's getting a little ahead of themselves, I think. And it looks like they're finally gonna do the 1-by-1. Fire pops the ult and just insta-dies. Classic Iron Fist play. Classic Iron Fist play. And there's the switch back. Okay.
It is almost exactly the end of the map. Nevix has swapped over to the Thing here. That is an interesting choice if they can land a Yancey Street.
I think it's just to do with Lugia, man. Lugia on this Wolverine is
stop them from flying away. But you've got to make sure you get it on the
doing
right height, in the right angle. And of course, a crack at a covering time will shut them down. Finzi has Meteor.
Watch out. Here we go. There's the pulse. Oh! Oh, Finn! That was so fast on the trigger. What?
It's all about just creating a bit of tempo.
Dude, that was so fast on the mag trigger. Eats it up and then fucking throws it out. Holy shit, Finn. No more lag for you, son of your internet, huh? That was millisecond timing.
Alive and kicking, and now the Rage of Ultron's going to be used on the other side from Smash Dares. It forces out the fate of both worlds.
Knuten has been kept alive, dude. They want this fucking Iron Man. They want this fucking Iron Man.
However, the Vanguard fight is going in the direction of Finzi, and a clobbering time for Nevix is ready and waiting, and I don't know if Zero Tenacity are going to expect it this quickly.
20 seconds left, guys. 20 seconds left. This is it. Nevix has an ult. Drydra has got an ult. Drydra can walk the bit. Oh, no, sorry. That's VP. Fuck me. Ducky, Lugia, both with ults. Newton's about to get theirs. No support ults.
from that Ultron.
Oh, he grabs Fee!
Wolverine onto the point. They found Fi.
Nah, how does Fee live? Get the fuck out with that shit. How the fuck does Fi live on that? That is outrageous behavior.
That thing instead, Nevix goes down. Immediately backing away, not wanting to get caught out on this Iron Man. They need to make sure that they have that damage out before the rest of the team.
And he gets Sparker. Oh, but good bubble. Dude, Finn is playing out of their fucking mind to try and save this game. Like, out of their mind, but look at the kidnaps. He uses the dunk as well. He's trying to hold on. He's trying to keep going. He knows it's overtime. It's all or nothing right now. He's still alive and still in this front somehow. I don't know how this guy's still in it. Nevik switching to the cap. Gonna try and put pressure on. Ducky gets frozen. Hella trying to finish it off. There's the invis to keep everybody up. Cypher as well, popping that Lunar roll. Knuten got another Iron Man ult right now. There's going to be nothing to soak this if he throws it out, but he dies. He does throw it out. Sparker, though, with a double. Ducky with a double on the other side. Luigi goes down. Sparker gets the better of Smash. Oh, VP have held it. Oh, VP. Sparker with a 3K to finish that game to make it 2-0. Holy fuck. Holy clutching fuck.
Between Zero Tenacity evening that up and Virtus Pro taking us to match point, and it's
so close.
One way, an almost perfectly balanced game, but that last second swaps onto the Hela, onto the Ultron to make sure that they can try and ping away at this Iron Man indoors, ping away at this Ultron, and try to take out the Wolverine. We talked about it earlier. Moxie brought it up. That Soul Drainer to stop Wolverine moving, just to keep them in place.
Yeah,
for
that
extra
Hela was
second or two.
crazy.
And it was enough to clean up the points and allow Virtus Pro to go one game.
Man, what a fucking close game. That is a game of inches.
As a reminder, both these teams played a little bit earlier. Full best of fives that both Virtus Pro had to win against Peps 3-0 and Zero Tenacity. A little bit more time used up, but it was 3-1
VP come out on top though. That's 2-0.
That felt like a bit
more
of a spaghetti game, honestly. It's spaghetti on the floor kind of style, but that is to be expected. Like I mentioned, when you've got these guys that are putting in the hours in a very, very warm day across all of Europe. So now Zero Tenacity was so close to actually making this a very competitive map. But honestly, Virtus Pro...
Yeah, Lugia was so close on that Wolverine at the end.
But it's really just a case of getting it across the line.
With that Ultron from Sparker.
They just cared that they're able to make this 2-0.
We've called it before.
Can you imagine if we get a reverse sweep right now? Can you imagine?
Double Ultrons and an extra little bit of Moon Knight creep on in from these teams. When it comes down to these final meters, to these final pushes, to these elimination matches, if you've got something in your back pocket that might work, there's no time to just wait around and say, oh, I don't know, guys. You pulled that trigger, and both of these teams did so.
Yeah, any little more tricks that both these teams have now is the time to use them, because you might not be able to for quite some time.
I mean, if you're Z10,
these teams have sort of
like,
set themselves up
don't
for
save
season 2
strats,
of the
man.
NBA, but that's
if you're
months
Z10,
away,
you
right?
need to
Like, the
fucking
meta's
throw
gonna
everything
change,
you've got at
we're
VB
gonna have
right now.
multiple more characters added into the game. Yeah, like
throw the
it's
fucking
going to be
kitchen
a
sink at
very
them.
different look.
It doesn't
So
matter.
it's the
Throw
last thing we
everything
see
you
in G10,
have.
They have one map to decide whether that's going to be the
This
case.
is do or die.
It's going to be a very different style of game. So if there's any tricks up their sleeve right now with the way that they go about the draft, the compositions, even the heroes, like we saw with a little bit of Moon Knight, now is the time to use them.
I've been seeing in the chat in between the games that people are saying, who hasn't been played yet? The answer is
Sorry, I
Thor,
really needed
who
some
did receive
protein.
a couple changes, allowing them to cancel that Awakening rune for a Storm Surge.
I'm doing everything I can, guys, to stay awake.
Almost every
To
hero
stay,
actually being played so far.
energetic right
you know
now.
what? Maybe it's time. Give it a go. But we'll have to find out if they're going to take that risk. As we're going to head to a quick break. When we come back, we'll find out if Zero Tenacity can begin the comeback or if Virtus Pro will close this out.
Okay. Can't believe you saw an Iron Fist. That's crazy.
Down by living cheek.
honestly was not stumpy. That was a very close game. Z10 could have very easily won that out. Very easily won that out. God damn. God damn. Let's see if there's any funny shorts here. What's this?
Marvel Rivals actually tweaked this in the new Daredevil Punisher skin. If you look behind his base skin, you can see that his back is rather flat. However, when taking a look at the Daredevil version, we can see that there is a minor difference. Marvel Rivals actually tweaked this in the new Daredevil Punisher skin. If you look behind his base skin, you can see that his back is rather flat. However, when taking a look at the Daredevil...
People really just... Man, they really notice everything, don't they? Holy shit. That's hilarious.
All right, team, I'll clear the objective. Kids, go on, kids, we gotta get out of here. Ultron, you're going to heal us. Look at him go.
Oh, we watched this the other day, didn't we? Sorry, we saw that the other day, huh? Blind ranking how annoying Marvel characters are?
Blind ranking Marvel Rivals characters based on how annoying they are. Magic? Bro, having a good Magic in your backline, you're
She's
cooked.
pretty annoying.
But there's more annoying characters, and Dive is not too good this season. So I'll put her at like 7.
8. Yeah, 7 or 8.
Alright, Loki. A good Loki, bro.
3, 2,
I feel like
3.
he never dies. I'm getting like Shadow Clone Jutsu mixed up. So put him at like 5. Not the most annoying though. Hulk's not that annoying to be honest. I'll put him at like 6. Black Panther.
1.
Annoying if he's good, bro. You don't even see that guy.
1.
Shoot.
1.
Just 1 or 2. I'll put him at like 2. Mantis, not annoying.
Who's the most annoying hero for you guys? Like, who is the most annoying hero that for you to play into personally? Because actually, if I put BP2, number 1's probably going to be a fucking Squirrel Girl for me.
The weaker healers, put it at like 9. Jeff. It's only annoying when you get thrown off the map, I guess. But that's a little more annoying than Mantis. I'll go 8.
Psy?
Venom. Dude, that guy doesn't die, though. He's like invincible. I'm putting him at like 4. Scarlet Witch, not annoying at all, 10. Punisher, 3. Dude, if you got that Invis Woman shield on the turret, Namor, yo, Gamma Squid, might be a good list. Blind ranking Marvel Rivals characters based on how annoying they are.
The teams at this stage.
The breakdown is as such. 4th place, $20,000. 3rd place, $25,000. 2nd place, $35,000.
Perfect timing, Nicholas. Perfect timing.
$70,000.
Okay, this could potentially be the last game of EMEA, guys.
Well, that's a lot of money.
Potentially the last game if VP 3-0 this.
These teams want to be gunning for first,
Or is this the start of the reverse sweep?
Pro,
Can Z10 show us something special?
At least 3rd. Zero Tenacity, they were so close. Meters away, almost my height away from winning. They almost turned it round.
All right, let's lock in.
Their last chance.
We should definitely start changing the measurements of maps to how many tetras it is instead of meters. It's a shame, I guess, for both teams to not be playing out the
Infinity's
Emma
playing
Frost.
fucking
They've
lights
both
out
been
at the
big
moment.
fans for it.
For real.
Nevix is a little bit sad because he's been very keen
Absolutely
on
lights
picking her
out.
up and playing, but the Magneto is sort of slotted in nicely for both sides. Zero Tenacity going for the Protect first, which means that Virtus.pro get to take out both Emma and also the Loki.
Okay, so same Z's, probably a mag save here. Nothing different. This is where it might get a little spicy.
Zero Tenacity as
On
well,
Central
so we
Park.
get the mirrored mags just like we have been
Psylocke,
so far for
probably?
the last couple games.
Loki
Emma's
into
removed,
Psylocke.
mags protected, and there's the Loki mirrors. So far,
I think they're still
exactly
gonna
mirrors,
focus,
just in a different order.
Well,
I
Psylocke
feel
for
like
Z10
this
probably.
really just leans into Virtus.pro. Like the reason that
They
they were
don't
such
wanna
a
give
strong
Spark to
team
this
for
hero.
the longest
Yeah,
time
yeah,
is
yeah.
because a lot of the pick
I mean,
bans, because it didn't have a
yeah,
system
I
like
get
this
it.
one, were mirror matchups. And if you play up against Virtus Pro in a mirror matchup, you just lose. They just play it better, no matter what it is.
Wow, they are valuing
Zero
this
Tenacity
so
have been very
high.
good at being able to sort of play around the draft and enable some really exciting compositions.
So they're going to look for a 1-3-2 again
come to
with
fruition,
Lugia
at
on
least
this
for
Wolverine.
series.
One-sided Wolverine so far. There is a chance that Virtus Pro
I
could
mean,
protect it if they wanted to make
he
bring
is
it
great
out
on it,
themselves.
so
there are
I
so
don't
few
mind it
characters with
necessarily,
percentage
but
damage left in the game. Wolverine
you do leave
and Iron Fist are the only
a
ones that
Ducky
immediately
pretty
come to my
alone
mind as
on
Wonder lost
this
hers.
mags to try and
We're going to
hold.
see that Punisher taken away by Virtus Pro, not wanting Canoonan or Smashness to get their hands on that, where they can just try and melt through the frontliners, especially on a map like this,
And they
where
save
if
the
you
torch.
are able to get these good positions, you could really break
So
defenses
very
very easily.
same, complete same
I'm a
draft,
little bit
really.
worried at
We're
the
just running it back on a
protection for
different
Virtus
map
Pro
right now.
having that Human Torch.
It's been.
I mean, on this map, it's open skies for the most part. Zero Tenacity might move over towards having the
I don't know
Ultron and
about this,
stuff, but yeah, it is tricky. I think forcing flyers is good because, like I mentioned, it puts fire in certain
no way
position of
Fee
whether
is
you play
gonna
the
go
Human
this,
Torch if it's available.
fucking
or if he
Iron
has to
Fist.
move over towards Starlord because I don't think Sparker plays it all that much. I don't think.
I don't know how much of this is making it out of spawn because they are currently on the Black Panther and the Iron
No,
Fist as their
it's okay,
duelists.
Law, you don't have to
I
end it
don't
yet.
think that will
Have you
make
sent
it
a book
out.
for
We'll
ARC?
have to see as the
I
team
not
make their
Really?
way
So
in.
what's
it could
ARC
be solid
or
if
ARC?
they
I
wanted
don't
to
know
go
what that means.
hyper-aggressive, but it is so risky to try and bring in something like that when you already know your opponents play the
What's
thing.
ARC
Going
read?
double melee mobile characters, having all those dashes removed could be devastating.
Maybe last orders at the bar for Zero Tenacity. If they lose out on this map, Virtus Pro looking to be clean after their losses yesterday against Berber Patapim. A map that they are very
Berber
good at playing
Patapim.
around the objective, and Zero Tenacity have also had good results on this
Also send
historically
copies of
as
the books
well.
out like a
So
month or
no
two
surprise that it
before
ends
release
up
to
coming
select
here.
people from Sphere Farm
But a
Grand Prix.
loss added to their name prior to this
Oh,
game.
I
Virtus
see,
Pro
Laura, I see. Oh, that's
actually
really
have
cool.
got Sparker on the Black Panther.
I'm happy
But you
with
already
one.
know you're
As
gonna
long as
hate
it's
it.
on both.
That
If they were
sucks.
going Black Panther, Iron Fist, and that Captain America, it would certainly be a quick.
What
win
is
with the
Spark?
first
Sparker's
points,
playing
but
BP?
getting those portal in and then immediately bringing it
How
in
bad are we
could shut
talking,
that
Laura?
down
On like a
so
scale of
fast.
like
But Zero Tenacity for now is just
one
trying to
being you're gonna
laser
fucking
fly out of
despise
the
it
sky
and you're not
as
sure
they're
you're gonna be able to
sticking with
put,
this
read it, or
Ultron
like
Iron Man
10
composition,
being
trying to use
amazing.
the beam. Vi's trying to land the shotgun shots, and neither one is coming ahead on this duel. Nevix will be the first
Sparker
to fall on that
BB
Captain
is
America,
crazy.
and down goes Vi,
Lugia
finding
gets
Victor
him though.
and Lugia finding Fincy and
Lugia
taking
finding
it to the
Finn is
abyss.
big. That's
Got
big.
themselves some nice picks, so they've wasted pretty much a minute of the
And then
thought
Sparker
allocated
swaps
right
pretty
at
quickly.
the start of Central Park.
And they
Switchover
go
is
back to
going
the
be
Ultron.
having the Ultron in the sky to pair up with Vi on that Human Torch. Nevix on the Captain America.
I mean, but you haven't signed a contract saying you have to give it a good review, right? Isn't the point that you give it an honest review?
Themselves. Smash is forced to use that team up mostly.
Or is
just
it more like
healing
they're
to
paying
keep the
you
Iron
to
Man alive, Bulwark
kind
is
of give it a
even
good
used.
review?
With just how much focus that Canuten's taken, he has the pulse cannon, but the majority of these targets are up in the sky, not grouped up together.
Sparker trying to land their shot, take up the first rate of Ultron from Smashness to try and break through this cloak and dagger. Had to use dynamic flight though.
Nice kidnap again from Lugia.
Canuten forced to retreat inside at least for the moment.
They're kind of held inside though. This is not great for Z10. They need to push back out. And here they go.
Making it very untenable to stay here, making Virtus Pro retreat. as
Nice
Nevix
retake.
once again.
Honestly, nice retake.
I mean, there's no mirrored Wolverine, especially
Oh,
when it's Lugia
Finzy.
playing on it.
Oh,
It's a
Finzy.
threat, it always is.
Oh,
Last man,
Finzy.
Just as Finzy thought that he did enough to survive, he gets pulled right back onto the objective itself, and nothing has been made progression-wise on the side.
Lugia
of
gets
Virtus Pro.
fire
The
as
fight is
well.
Still ongoing. The fate of both worlds. Oh my God! That
Did he
bullet from
deflect
Nevix.
it?
He leaped across the sky.
Did
and
Nevix
bounced
just
beneath
deflect
to
it
end
again?
back. It was looking like it could potentially grab onto Oasis. Even Saipe that it was using the fate of both worlds, but man, what a block from
Dude,
Nevix.
Nevix is a
Freedom charge,
monster.
trying to
What?
Get some momentum going, and the second pulse cannon from Canuten yet again finding absolutely zilch.
Fi was taken out in that fight earlier by the Wolverine after being pushed off the map, but has already returned. They can just fly around the side.
Oh,
They're
no.
trying to get the shot onto that range of
Smash is in trouble.
Zone away the reinforcements, but will get taken out by Fi. And the dive in from Sparker as Virtus Pro with the Supernova will try and cut.
It's gonna be a good take from VP, unless. Wait. Okay, they're gonna contest. Wait.
Supernova thrown down. Yeah, fate both worlds means that all of the bodies are starting to congregate.
Potential.
On this
Ducky gets Drydro. 1-for-1. Canute goes down.
Lugia though with the portal play, leaving through, seeing if he can find his fight, and it's Ducky that's moved on over to try
this
to
is
enable
hard place to be in though if you're Oasis.
Zero Tenacity. Less than a minute left on the clock. One hold here, and it might be a pretty short map if they're able to have a good attack inside themselves. But that might
Spark
be
has
thinking
the
too
ult.
far into the future. This Virtus Pro team is very
Gonna
hard
go
to
straight
take
away.
down. Rage
Looking at the
also gonna be
supports.
used not to try to protect the Lugia looping in with the last stand.
The supports surviving. They're still contesting.
We're good. Let's throw the power back at them. The Ibagamoto.
Oh, it's big pick.
Up in the sky and Oasis.
Wait.
Sure that he's taken back to spawn for the time being.
Cyber gets Oasis.
Being thrown around the map for the time being.
Fi is trying to survive for their goddamn life up here.
Lugia just fighting in. Another pulse cannon being used, not connecting onto anything from
There's the
Knudsen.
mag.
And a Meteor M from distance.
Nothing from
doing
Finn.
the same.
Look at this hold. It's OT.
Trying to make their way in. Lugia is trying to hold this Sparker swapped
But there's no ults left.
Players, it comes to Freedom Charge, forced off the point by Lugia. Sparker gets frozen. Nevix is trying to get
Oh,
their
this is
team
going to be
on the
really tough for Z10. Ducky goes down. No TP.
Lugia with the bonus help for the extra stage. It's a sliver.
There's the Supernova. I think they might have finally done it. They have.
With
Oh.
just a couple seconds to go. The quick retreat. The chase is
Oh, he
real,
gets staggered.
and Flaming
That's real
Meteor
bad.
will get the finishing blow. Virtus Pro finally cracked this map
I just feel
open and
mean.
begin making
Well, that's
their
what
way
they're paying
into
for, Laura,
Dracula's
isn't it?
castle.
For you to be honest. If you don't like it, it's better to tell them that it's shit, because otherwise they're going to be like, oh my god, people love this book. Wait, why is no one buying it? Why are the rest of my reviews terrible?
And now, Zero Tenacity, they have at least that security of taking a fight here with the fate of both worlds for Oasis. That, however, is all that they have available for the time being, but a pulse cannon might not be too far off for Knudsen with the amount of suppressive damage.
I think if you, I mean, you know, if you're an author, you're a writer, I think you have to expect that you're not going to write the fucking best-selling novel first time round, you know what I mean?
Hasn't connected onto anything
And
so
that
far.
not everyone is going to
But there's a lot of bodies now
love
fighting
it
on the
first
point.
time,
There
right?
comes in and the last stand, creating a bit of space. And
Knudsen does get fee, but
taking down people with the slam to the ground.
I don't know if this
Means
is
that the
enough.
numbers are still in favor of Virtus Pro.
Dude, Smash is 1 HP.
Sparker just watching him menacingly as Fincy will finally get the final blow. They did lose Fi as that invincible pulse cannon was finally able to land thanks to
Ducky flipped
Fi
off last
diving in.
second.
But Fly character, very fast, is already rejoining his team and finds Knudsen on the flank. There's also an attack from below as Nevix is trying to get onto them, forcing Knudsen to retreat indoors. Here comes the rage of Ultron. The Fi is already trying to chase them down. The backline
Cyber's already covering though.
extremely far back. Last down.
Oh, Lugia! Lugia with a triple!
Cleaned off the point with just under a minute to go.
Oh, that's massive.
Lugia has been so good at this. It almost means that like the focus is completely
Dude, this
gone.
guy's
The fact that it's
ults
just
are
one Vanguard
fucking
for Zero
ridiculous.
Tenacity. When Lugia is just carrying the burden that much. The Virtus Pro now 30 seconds on the point. You can see exactly where it's sort of got to. And where Virtus Pro are trying to take this next engagement. They have to keep an eye on Smash Des that's fighting from distance, but the Freedom Charge
Nevix is
trying to
running
put
at them.
exactly where these players from
Good
Zero Tenacity are
freeze.
playing from.
Fee's gonna look
Frozen
probably.
down
There we
from the
go.
absolute
Supernova's
zero
going over the
side
top.
play.
There's the ult
Oasis.
from Ducky.
It's still going to be a fight of Ducky being able to bounce
Oh,
back. The
nearly
Meteor
got
M
him.
bringing Fi low, but not quite
Nearly
enough
fucking got
to
him.
bring him out for the time being. Overtime
But it
is
does
beckoning
soak up the
invisible
Supernova,
boundaries
so
to set
that's
Zero
really big.
Tenacity for this final hold, and a pulse cannon going down
Oh,
onto the
Finn
point,
again,
not
dude.
catching onto much again.
Finn again with this soak of the Iron Mantle is crazy. It's so fast.
Looks like it's gonna help Virtus Pro push on in.
Finn is having a crazy series.
In the sky, and not on the point as the objective is grabbed by Virtus Pro, pushing on into the castle doors.
How are they doing this? By the skin of their teeth.
Knudsen's running.
Yeah, they're trying to find Knudsen as well.
He's thrown himself
thrown
off.
himself off the map to try and reset quickly. And oh, it's getting dicey time-wise now.
Dude, it's so hard to play this Iron Man
all things
into this
considered,
mag.
but Virtus Pro just always find
You need to try and bait this Maggle out.
Than ever, as I suppose is what people are going to say.
Or like time it before it's
and now
up.
Spark is actually switching things around to be playing a bit of Wolverine himself. Of course, it wasn't banned
Like,
out.
Knutson can definitely do
Trying
it
to
now.
see
Look,
if
he's
he
already
can
built up
find as
82,
much
right?
success as Luigi is.
Knutson should look to get good ult off here as soon as he pops. He's already got it. Oh my god. Oh, but he gets Knutson. Huge, huge Ultron ult to keep him up.
Lovely play by Smash Bears as they drop
Yeah,
the range of
very
ults
good from Smash.
sustained. And we see Zero Tenacity taking that first hit from Sparker and able to
Knutson
hold
should be
the
looking to go right now before this ult is up.
stand, but a turnaround fight takes out Winnie after the setup.
That was a very well set up play. Wasn't even
There it
an
is.
audacious one. And now the pulse
Oh,
cannon
Fee
is
gets
gonna come
two,
through,
though,
but a
immediately.
supernova is the thing that just has a little bit more punch to it in the end. Knutson and Smash Des are taken out.
Oh, Fee. I smell the blood of a Zero Tenacity team.
And able to actually look like they're going to finish up this map unless Zero Tenacity have a little bit more bite for this fight. It's scary though. You've got the Freedom Charge held onto from Nevix. And a last dash in as Knutson has to be the one to touch.
Last ditch.
They will touch though to buy some extra time. Finzy Meteor M just gonna drop it on anyone on the point to try and
Oh,
buy
the
it.
double! Is that double done?
As in comes the eternal punch from Dritro to make
That was fucking perfectly timed. That was hilarious.
And no one is on the point. That is Virtus Pro with the triple and Zero Tenacity. Teeter on the
Oh
edge.
boy.
Yeah, Zero Tenacity being so good. It's just like one fight. I'm running out of fumes when it matters. Just not really keeping up with the stamina, I suppose, of Virtus Pro being able to put together as a team. Having to finish out the map is tough. And it could have realistically been Zero Tenacity holding onto the first point alone. So that's got to do a lot of damage to morale. You have to finish out, and you have to go for another round on this attacking side and do a little bit better.
Do you stay on this Iron Man?
That's the goal that Virtus Pro has drawn in the sand.
Knutson has looked really good on it, but he's like really not getting value from these ults.
How are things going to change?
But then how do you contest Fi on this torch, man?
A consistent Vibranian
Hi, Gabe.
getting the
How are
turnarounds,
you?
deflecting those invincible pulse cannons, and as such, Knutson has yet to lock in. Do they want to keep with this Iron Man?
Oh, Hawkeye?
Yes. It's time.
Okay,
You
baby,
get in
let's
this
go.
situation where you know
Okay.
it's time to try something. You need to bring out anything.
This is
What
it,
do you
man.
do?
This is do or
It's
die.
Time for Hawkeye. Snipe from a
Okay,
distance
baby, let's go.
with the Lunar Snow buff. It got nerfed. Is it enough to stop Zero Tenacity?
How are your
from
rank games today, Gabe?
locking down Virtus Pro and creating an opening.
It is pretty much through the fire and flames. Zero Tenacity.
Okay, let's see what Knutson can do.
Lugia trying to go in for a dive, see if he can catch somebody.
I like the idea, man.
Unfortunately,
I like the
not able to
idea. You
connect.
get
And
pick
you're right,
off.
The Hawkeye is still going to be dedicated to from Knutson. It is nerfed, even tweaked. Just the numbers brought down a peg or two.
We see him
So
do.
you
We
still
see
wonder if
him.
Knutson can do
We
a
saw
lot
him
of
do
work
it on
this
this
and
map
wonder
as
if
well
he's going to be
before.
up against some flying characters.
Okay,
But
Lugia
he is
just goes
able to
1
take
for
out the
1.
counterpart
Okay.
to Wolverine on the other side, but he's taken himself
It's
out
good
in the
for
process
Lugia
at
though
the same
because it's
time.
much quicker for him to get back.
A little bit shorter for the attackers, so Zero Tenacity do get the benefit of that. Fi trying to chase them down though, taken out by Smashness, and Zero Tenacity slow but steady, creeping forwards. Frost Arrow at the ready, gets the lockdown.
Oh, Lugia
onto
is
Nevix.
smurfing
They're
this shit,
looking
by the
for
way.
an opening. Lugia taking out Fincy.
Lugia is
It's
fucking
slow,
smurfing
it's
this Wolverine
working.
shit.
They're trying to get onto that cap, who's forced to back away, chase into the hallway as that timer begins to tick up, and Knutson is happy to just dual cap it.
Early
melee
take.
if need be.
And the dive is trying to go in onto the back line, and you do have the Hunter's Sight being used. You've got the Eternal
Ducky.
Bond also trying to lead first.
Oh,
A
nails
chance to
Fi.
go for this engagement from
Who for
Trico,
some
but Ducky
reason
with a
switched
mid-shot
onto the
is
Iron
the
Fist
one to
again.
find an opening. It's 88% on the point, but there's
I'm
still
assuming,
3,000
hoping
Virtus
to
Pro
dive the
fighting
fuck
tooth
out of
and nail for
Knutson,
every
but
single moment of
Nevix
time.
says, hey, don't
Even
worry
if
about
this
it,
is a
bro. I
lost
got it.
battle, they
I'll
want
do it
to
by
keep
myself.
things flying on and force now both of the support
Yeah, they
ultimates
double
from
support
Zero
to
Tenacity
Don Z10.
at the
That's
same
not
time.
great.
That could be be a little bit of a mistake.
It's
if it
not
wasn't
great.
for Lugia finding a lot more of this control, the dashing around off the back of the last stand.
Lugia is kind of running them ragged though. This Wolverine is kind of fucking smurfing.
Enough to hold on to this objective though, and even
He's just running around like a madman.
Filling up the elimination
Sparker gonna try and get around Canute and gets Finn.
It's only up until now that Zero Tenacity have had to give
A
this
nice early take from Z10. Very fast. 4 minutes 20 on the clock. 10-0. Jesus Christ.
But they got picked off both times. They found no
Imagine smurfing one above all. That's crazy. That's crazy work, Gabe.
A Magneto with the back cannon and a double freeze composition. They could not find anyone and were picked off quickly in those fights.
You need to carry me to
Sparker's
eternity.
trying to decide what he wants to play. He's moved over from the Wolverine to the Ultron to the Wolverine again. So now, I mean, so much damage has been done from Canute in here. You can't say that there's no value to having Hawkeye in this position, and especially when you have a bit more vertical mobility, it is going to be
I mean, it's so hard for these tanks to stay up, right? Wolverine and Hawkeye pounding you the whole time.
Some space, but the Supernova
Oh, but Fi. Oh, Fi.
Fi has found himself 4.
Oh, Fi.
It's just completely clean from him, and he hasn't broken a sweat in the process.
Be careful of those ice arrows, though. If they get caught out of position alone, they could be in trouble. You can see that little snowflake hovering around them as Fi does.
Just a super cash 6K from Fi, by the way.
So
super cash.
Keep these duels going. Zero Tenacity, though, with 3 minutes to go, plenty of time to try and re-engage it. Looking below as the Wolverines will trade out onto
nice pick on Finn.
Once again, they catch him. Now they're looking aggressively onto Fi once again with the chase. It's all hands on deck.
But nice pick back the other way.
Oh, now Nevix in the middle of the battle.
Oh, no. Nevix is causing chaos,
just
dude.
tapping Hawkeye on the shoulder, like what you're looking at, bud, and then just slapping him around the face with the shield. But there's the ultimate coming out again, and it's just really a case of trying to force out shots, and Sparker is
not really any value from the Hawkeye up.
To try and deal in the backline. It's meaning that all of that damage is more focused to deal with the flank as opposed to the front line of Virtus Pro.
Making their way onto the point. Virtus Pro holding the line. Last stand.
Nice from Sparker.
Oh,
this looks real tough for Z10.
We see also the retreat out of Smashness. Trying to make
oh, this looks real rough for Z10.
Takes them down. Finally, they will get 5 for the revenge, which will be a stagger as we're very close to Zero Tenacity's spawn. They might be able to try and take this. Canute has given up on this Hawkeye. Brings out the Star-Lord to try and duel in the air.
Now Lugia, middle of the fight, not being able to see much as the Terra Cape has hit him slap bang in the middle of this engagement.
Lugia's really trying, dude.
He's going to bring Ducky out. Sparker's trying to see
nice
if he
block.
can sort of match some
Here goes Ducky on the other side.
The Meteor M, creating a lot of space, a lot of body.
You saw Nevix go for it. Nevix tried to go for the rebound.
From Finzi, it's not able
Style
to
points.
find anything at all. Vi with a Supernova again.
He's waiting it out. Here he goes.
Off the back of the cloak
oh, good kidnap though.
Just as the Supernova was used, but he's
crazy good kidnap from Lugia.
To stay afloat, and there's a lot more damage being done. Sparker with the last stand on his side, not really leading towards any elimination.
I mean, they're just rooting them though. Look at this.
The wick is starting to burn down, and just over a minute left.
This is bad.
Committed, but the eternal bond is keeping Virtus Pro.
This is bad. I don't know if Z10 have got anything left in the tank, dude.
Are struggling to find an opening with less than a minute to go, Ryan. Vi is fighting indoors. If they can get rid of this Star-Lord, if they can
Vi's just been so irritating on this torch. Like, they cannot get on him.
All to play for now. Tournament life on the line for Zero Tenacity. Smashless having the Rage of Ultron. It's the thing to go with.
What PC and mouse upgrade did you get?
Nothing available, honestly. It's just a bit of more body damage done, as Nevix was pretty low, as was Fi, but the healing that comes out of Saipei Dredro is enough to keep them afloat. The Strategist Ultimate's not quite available at the time being, and Lugia with the last stand.
This feels so tough, dude, for Z10 to get in.
20 seconds left on the clock, but in fact, Lugia is the one that gets caught out. He gets grabbed by Sparker on the other side, but he's He's able to just survive out.
Okay, that's a big pick. That's a big pick. If there's ever going to be a time that they do it, it's got to be now. 2 sec. Oh my god, how does Finn get that? What? Dude, how the fuck does Finn get that? That's outrageous.
Moving on in. Sniper with the fate of both worlds is keeping Murder's Pro pushing on into this fight, looking for anyone on the wraparound.
Sparker's just running Ducky the fuck down. He doesn't care.
From the board, fight is uncontested up here.
This has to be massive, but again, the Cloacal is down. Oh, that's big from Ducky. Oh, that's big from Ducky. Oh, wait. Oh, wait. Oh, no way. They won the last possible fight. Oh, boy. There's still going to be one more fight in this, I think. Are they going to TP in?
If they can stay on this card until those doors open, they're still in. If Virtus Pro keep it shut, it's all over.
Oh, shit. No, they're just going to run in contest. One more fight. There's the Lunar Orb. Big.
But that's enough damage onto the point that's going to make this uncomfortable, even through the
this quality is making it so messy to watch.
Canoon
gets Sparker. Wait, Canoon's woken up. Hold your fucking horses. Oh, they C9!
But they've gone off of the point.
Oh, they C9! Oh, that's the worst way to lose.
But they just hopped off the point for a second.
Oh, no.
Take this series.
That's the worst way to lose.
GG. Virtus Pro set themselves up for another fated rematch with Berber Patapim to qualify for the Marvel Rivals Ignite mid-season finals and to try and get another revenge against Rad if they can get past Berber Patapim.
Oh, that's just the worst way to end that.
They should be
for Z10.
proud of themselves for that performance,
man.
doing so well. They almost brought
That's
it
a
back,
feels bad,
bringing
guys.
it
That's
to
a feels
once again
bad.
meters and seconds
That hurt my
away
soul a little
from
bit, I'm not gonna lie.
Lugia just playing out of their mind here today. Everyone did so well.
Yeah,
the
Lugia,
versatility,
like-
the skill,
like, yeah,
everything
Lugia
should
popped the
be
fuck off.
commended. But it's not
I mean, listen,
enough.
credit to
The
Z10, man.
Kings stand
Like,
tall, and
they had a
Virtus Pro
crazy
are
series
trying to
earlier.
come
They
back
made
for
it to
their
here.
throne.
They made it to the lower bracket semis. Like, they've proven themselves to be a hell of a team.
And proud about, I think. You've got some time to really gel as a team, and honestly, the squads that you were able to beat or lost to in the case of Rad and Virtus Pro here have just been together as a core a hell of a lot longer. Now you have months of scrims ahead of you, a new meta no doubt on the horizon by the time
Oh,
that you see
shit,
Nasty
Gabe. God damn, you went all
next
out.
on our screens for Ignite. Really does feel a case
Yeah,
of
when
any
I
iterations,
bought
any upgrades that you
I
might
bought this
have, get
PC a
them
couple of
done
months
now,
ago,
get
my
the
gaming
practice in,
PC, and I
you're
didn't
in
want to go
for
for
a
the
real
50
shot because
series
Virtus Pro, even though
because
it
I've
was
heard
a
I heard a lot of
clean
problems with
3-0,
like bricking
there was nothing
and
clean
stuff like
about
that
the
with the
maps
50
themselves.
series.
There were a
So
lot of very close
I
instances,
went with a
and maybe some moments
4090, I
of
think I've got in
Nasty
mind,
should have
a
come out as
4080
winners.
Ti maybe.
But in this case, Virtus Pro will claim their
I don't know if they've
spot
solved
in
those
that
issues or
lower
anything yet, but-
bracket final. The prophecy has come true. There are three
Well,
teams.
if
One
nothing
of them
else, guys,
will be
we get
crying
one
and
hell of a
two
fucking
will be
rematch.
in those grand finals and going to China tomorrow.
We get
will
one
find out who
hell
it is
of a
between
fucking
Virtus Pro
rematch,
and
don't we?
Berber Patapim. Who will be joining Rad? We could not ask for better options to choose from as to who will represent EMEA at
This
those
is how it looks
mid-season
right now.
finals. I am exhausted.
Tomorrow,
Cream cracking after some of the
Berber
best rivals we have seen,
Patapim,
period.
Virtus
It's been
Pro.
fun. It's been a really good day in the end. Virtus
Winner
Pro,
plays
really happy
Rad
that this
for
story
the
continues
grand
on, despite the fact that
fucking
yesterday didn't
final.
go to their plan. But it
This
does
is a
set up that
rematch
final,
of
the lower
yesterday's
bracket final rematch of
insane
Berber Patapim
upper bracket
versus Virtus
semis.
Pro, and one of them
The
is going to be
craziest series we've had so
qualifying for
far,
not only
and
the
we get a
grand finals that
rematch
we're
in the
gonna be
lower
seeing
bracket
tomorrow as
finals.
well, but that
And then
mid-season
the
finals
winner
in China.
goes
So
on to play Rad.
It's a scary game if you're a Berber Patapim
Insane
fan.
day
You need
tomorrow
to
for
go and do the
EMEA.
unthinkable, which was winning in that best of 5 the first time. Now you've got
Woof.
to do it again.
If this was a show, the script writers will be absolutely cooking to get us to this point. With this matchup again, Berber Patapim
100%.
versus Virtus Pro. They thought they were done with it, but now they have to face these guys.
Yeah, I mean, which makes sense, Gabe, right?
Joining us from Virtus Pro.
Similarly to me.
Incredible win over Zero Tenacity. You're heading back into those lower bracket finals, a position you found yourself in before.
I'm probably up to like 10, 12k, something like that for my setup, including like cameras, desks, monitors.
Will history repeat itself?
PCs, like I'm well into.
I don't even know how they won yesterday. I'm gonna be honest.
Hi, Rad.
If you just look back at the maps, I don't really know what happened. I feel like I won, but I don't know about them. I feel like they're scared that they have to play us again.
I mean, it's hard work to beat you once, never mind twice. I did want to talk a little bit about yesterday. Obviously, you had stuff like the disconnections happening and momentum being taken out, but like, what were some of the things that you recognized that you guys did wrong that you wanted to rectify going into today's games? Was it anything about the draft? Was it the maps? Was it just even how you guys were synergizing? Because it was a close series against Berber Patapim, right? But it still felt like you weren't quite on your A game.
Well, with the new ban system, I think it's a lot about the bans, but I feel like it wasn't about the bans yesterday.
VP1 law, yeah.
We just messed up a little bit fundamentally, maybe mechanically. I mean, it was a close game. We were like one fight away on both maps.
It was really
except
close.
Arocco. They took that one fair and square, but the other ones were very close.
Thank you, Lo.
So are there going to be any changes that you're going to do heading into tomorrow's matchup, or are you just confident that it's just a new day and this time you can take it?
We're just gonna play like normal, and we know from the last game, we know what they like to play, we know what they like to ban, and yeah, I don't think there's too much new stuff.
I guess I'm wondering a lot more as well, because you only like lost your first series a couple of weeks ago, right? And it's still only 2 that you've actually dropped entirely. I mean, I wanted to sort of ask, like, how do you react after games like yesterday? Like, again, like, losing is inevitable. No team is going to be completely on top forever. But now that you're sort of looking at a game of qualifying to that China tournament, right, and being able to get into the grand final and potentially just go for the losers bracket run to win out again.
We've got a couple of hours before
what was
the America
it like
games
yesterday?
start.
Do you have to like dust yourself off and just be like, it happens, we need to go again tomorrow? Or honestly, are nerves starting to kick in a little bit, because this is where it really starts to count, right? You don't want to be the team that misses out on qualifying for that first LAN, especially when you've been dominant the entire year leading up to it.
Well, it sucks to lose a game in that fashion. So of course everyone was a bit down yesterday.
It would annoy me.
But I feel like the worst part about all of that was having to wake up early.
It's an investment. It's an investment.
Like, we're all a bit late sleepers, so it was just a bit awkward to wake up early because we didn't expect to lose to them. So don't think we're too nervous.
Well, you are now 1 series away from the grand finals and potentially getting in to be the second EMEA representative for the mid-season finals. The last question is simple. What words do you have for Berber Patapim and what could very well soon be the world?
Don't get nervous, Berber. This is the game for all the marbles.
Don't get nervous. A wise words for us all, because I know I'm nervous for everyone involved. Sparker, thank you very much for joining us. We'll let you get some sleep, as once again you're going to have to be up to play in that lower bracket game tomorrow.
All right.
Best of luck to you, and thank you for joining us.
Thank you.
Crazy day of games
Ryan,
so far.
What incredible games we had today. I am very jealous of our colleagues for getting these games tomorrow to cover. Berber Patapim versus Virtus Pro, the sequel.
Yeah, I mean, they were jealous for us getting these 2 games, to be fair, so I think it sort of balances it out. But Yeah, I mean, we're going to sort of look at the bracket and the schedule leading in tomorrow, but we really have to focus on the fact of, like,
I think
the top
tomorrow
two
is a
teams
later
from
start, by the
EMEA
way, guys.
are the ones that are trying to go
I think
all
the
the
first game
distance
is
to be
5
in that grand
o'clock
final
tomorrow,
because a top 2 finish
not
qualifies
2
them
o'clock.
for what's happening next. Mid-season finals happening in China. We have one team confirmed, and it's either Berber, Patapim, or Virtus Pro
Yeah,
in
man.
the losers bracket
I'm doing all of
final
the America
that has
games
to
as well
decide
tonight.
that final slot. All of which, the losers bracket final and the grand finals happening
Yeah.
tomorrow. So if you haven't got the Magic skin, honestly, by the end of this
I'm gonna
event,
try
I'm
anyway.
gonna
I
think
might not
less
make
of
it all
you
the
as
way
a
through,
person
but I'm gonna
because there've
try.
been so many good games to be watching across all of the regions.
I'm
How
gonna
could
give it
you
a
not
go.
tune in for 6 hours to watch some amazing games? If you don't have it, go get it tomorrow because good grief, these games are gonna be stellar.
Oh yeah, these
Berber
two
Patapim
games,
versus
Berber
Virtus Pro
Patapim
has been one of the
VP
best
into
series,
Rad,
and we get to
and the
see
winner
it
are gonna be
again.
fucking
To quote
bangers.
a character from Marvel, we're going to keep them doing this till they're 90 because it's just so fun.
American
Oh
games have
man,
been
I mean, we're seeing enough
absolutely
Wolverine
gas.
action as well from these.
Yeah,
teams
obviously
as
we've
well.
not watched it.
But we are sort of sunsetting.
So obviously we've not watched any of the America games for the last couple of days. So I'm kind of going in a little bit blind tonight from what's been happening. Obviously I can see the results and stuff, but I haven't watched the games. So I'm kind of going in a bit blind. I was really surprised by the Shroud series. I'm really shocked that they 3-0'd Nemesis. I don't know what happened there. So I am going in a bit more blind, but that's why I wanted to watch the games tonight, because I don't want to go into the grand finals and lower bracket tomorrow completely blind, having not watched any of this playoffs. So I'm going to try and push through. If I feel like it's too much, I will just call it. Just bear in mind, I'm going to try. But if it gets to a point where I'm literally falling asleep in my chair, then I'll call it. And we'll come back at it tomorrow. But I will try and go for as long as I can. It is another 4 best of 5. So Ego Death Envy, Techie Shroud X, then Sentinels 100T for the upper bracket, and then a lower bracket best of 5 as well. So first game kicks off in about an hour and a half. So let's play a couple of games, I guess. For anyone sitting and watching for drops, by the way, the drops will continue. It's not just exclusive to when I watch party or not. The drops will keep on going, so feel free to stick around and keep lurking for your drops. That's not a problem. They will keep going throughout the whole stream. And all of tomorrow. What you said about the 50 series is true when we have an NVIDIA sponsor. Oh, nice. Luffy, thank you for the follow on TikTok. I appreciate it very much. Welcome in. Yeah, sponsorships help, right? Because you don't pay for it. Because the 50 series are pricey. So yeah, let's play some games for a couple of hours, or for an hour, before we get into the games tonight, I suppose. Yeah. I don't know what I'm looking for here. Okay, we are 1 game away from being back in Diamond. We did not have a fun game earlier, did we? For those of you that were here at the start of the stream, when we snuck a little game in. So here's to staying in GM. Let's get it, y'all. Wait, is no, okay. What time do you expect to end? Probably like 6 or 7 a.m. Woot. Depending on whether the games are stomped. Obviously, if the games are like 3-0s, then it'll be a lot quicker. But if not, probably like 6 or 7 a.m. if I make it to the end. I might honestly try and just get to the Sentinel series and then maybe miss the last one. Because I also want to be fresh for tomorrow. I am being the finals and stuff, so. By the way, Nick, I started sending links to a couple of people I know. Oh, that's really sweet. Thank you, Gabe. I appreciate that very much. That's really kind. You didn't have to do that at all, but I appreciate that. Thank you. I'm working on also from my side, putting my name out there to as many people as I can.
Thank you very much for subscribing. Wait, what the fuck is that? I really, really appreciate it. Okay, bye.
Law, thank you for the gifted sub. I appreciate you. Thank you. Play Star Lord. Fuck no, hun. Absolutely not. I point blank refuse. Point blank refuse. Law, thank you very much. I appreciate you. Yeah, I'm waiting to hear back about Marvel Rivals partnership. So everybody keep your fingers crossed. And I'm working on putting myself out there in particular circles.
The pressure, the more dazzling the diamond.
I was doing an Emma game. I was doing MZ games. I think. Yeah. We're pretty close to Lord Emma. We're pretty close. In fact, we'll have a look, but I think we're really close to Lord Emma. Or at least we should be. Oh, bless you, Lo. That's really sweet. I will only ever play Star-Lord if I've either lost the will to live or it's quick play. Okay? And even then, quick play might be a stretch.
I don't think she's interested in what I think.
Okie day. We need this win. Otherwise, we're back in Diamond.
3, 2, 1. You have to stop them from
Let's see how this goes.
securing the mission area.
I feel rusty, man. You know, we've watched so much Marvel Rivals, and I haven't played nearly as much as I usually do. So I kind of feel rusty, man. I don't know. Whiff that one. Well done, Nick. Thor's going to come around the side here. He's going to go up. Oh, do not chase that twat. How did you miss that, Nicholas? That was a fucking hook, line, and sinker right there. Oh, yeah. Man's shaky. Got some warming up to do, homies. I was actually going to try and chase him, but... I'm at 100 charge. This might be too far. Eee! Okay. I'm going to step this back a little. We're going to step this back just a smidgen. Just a smidgen here. Right. This is fucking mega old dumb. Oh, this is kind of dumb chasing him all this way. Okay. Okay, we're going to accept death. We're going to accept death. Trying to decide to do whether to do my Overwatch placements. Oh, wait. Oh, yeah, because it's new season, huh? Yeah. How are you feeling about your Overwatch chances right now, Lo? Oh. Oh, that's bad. That's bad. I don't have a grab either. Oh, I do have this, though. I should have popped that way earlier. Honestly, should have popped that way earlier. That was super fucking dumb on my part. I told you guys I'm a little rusty right now. I was trying to go for the fucking block. Ever since I've been in, making sure I'm a little bit of fun for this game, honestly, with some of my teammates.
I'm back. Now there's hellfire to pay.
Oh, bless you, Gabe. That's really kind. Thank you. I appreciate that very much. I've worked very hard on learning this game and my understanding of it, so it's really nice to be appreciated. Thank you.
I was fine. Thank you.
Whee. There goes my Diamondy form. Nick is not playing the best game of his life right now, to be perfectly honest. Oh, thought to get him. Uh-oh.
Tremble before fast.
This is a bad fight. That's a bad fight. Okay. This is not going our way, and I'm solo tanking, so...
Magic is not to be
Shall we try a little strong, Jay? Maybe... Oh, I don't know if it's any better, but I'm gonna give it a go. My deeps are not doing great. Maybe I can burst this fucking BP. Apparently seems to just be completely free in this. I don't know what happened to my reload right there. Uh-oh. Good kidnap. Good. I'm gonna wait for my E cooldown. And then we're gonna look. It's massive! It's massive! It's a massive Agamotto! It's a massive Agamotto!
For Sun
Oh, this is a good swap, Nick. This is a good swap, Nicholas. He's cooking. Hi, Jamie. How are you? Good evening. Good evening. Yeah, the Starlord, these Starlord ults are not fun. I should have burned the portal then, maybe, and tried to portal block them, but there's still a lot of time left, so... kind of want to save it in case we need to, like, contest super fast. Damn, nice. Don't get too greedy now, homies. Don't get too greedy. Feeling fucking grim. Oh, did they fix the Ana problem? Dude, this guy just moves so fucking fast. Oh, I whiffed. Reload! I've nearly got Agamotto. I've nearly got Agamotto. Not my cleanest game, chat. First game on, okay? Not my cleanest. Forgive me. I'm looking to build here. Oh no, I've got the fucking anti.
Behold the god of thunder!
Fuck. I fucked the reload. Okay, we held, guys. We held. Not bad, guys. Not bad.
Current score is
Really tired for some reason.
2.
I was feeling like that. Was it yesterday or the day before that I just fucking crazy crashed out? I don't really know why. I just mega crashed. So I'm hoping I don't get that today because we got a very long day to go. I did mine, played 10 placements, and only lost 1. Oh, on Overwatch? When I games earlier, it was 6-round convo in Shin Shibuya. Jesus. Do I still want to play Strange? We are attacking. It's kind of hard to attack into, isn't it? I was wondering whether I go for like a Psylocke. But I mean, the Punisher and Hawkeye should be able to get the picks. We just need to stand in front, I guess. Do we want to TP or do we want to just save the TP and try and walk it in to start with? Great comms, guys. Great comms. Love it.
Battle starts in 5, 4,
Stranger
3,
danger.
2, 1. All you need to do is capture the mission.
All right, let's walk it in. Let's walk it in. I do kind of like the idea of Emma to try and grab this fucking Star-Lord though, but... Oh no. Wolverine. But the Wolverine's an idiot. Okay, that Wolverine's an idiot. They're gonna drop over here, probably. Good early take, guys. Good early take. Clean AF. I'm gonna scare them. They think I'm gonna Agamotto. Okay, actually crazy kidnap though, for real. Oh, he's won! You fudging penis. Uh-oh. Nice lunar ult though. Swear my shield was off. Never mind. Okay. Well, they just blew their entire fucking load, by the way, so... Oh! I didn't have my E. That was dumb. That was dumb! I just saw it. Do you know what I mean? I saw a vision and I went for it. I saw it. Hello. Okay. Idiot. Okay. A lovely attempt. I think the Groot is fine, honestly. I think our Groot is just kind of bossing it. And I'm just the extras, really. I think I could probably play, like, whoever I want right now. And the Groot's just kind of rolling this fucking team. Okay. Yeah.
Vehicle
5 minutes on the clock? This looks good for us, doesn't it? Okay, you guys ready for a crazy portal block? A crazy spawn block, which I've never attempted before on this map. Alright, at least I think I did and I fucked it up. Oh my god. Crazy Groot ults. What? Oh, I was going to go for it then, but I'll wait. I'll wait until we're a little bit closer. Yeah, our Groot's just fucking rolling, dude. Like, for real. He really does not need help. This is like the most chillest game ever for me. I got you, boo. I'm going to look for an Agamotto here when I built.
Tremble before fast.
I'll try to get the fucking BP.
By the eye of Agamotto.
It's over, guys. GG.
Final score 3-2-2.
We win! What's up, Gaming Club? Is it just me or is Doctor Strange one of the best tanks? No, he is one of the best tanks. He is very, very good. I would put him top 3 right now. Yeah, I'd put him top 3. Mag, Emma, Strange. Yeah, for sure. But welcome in. You can play double main tank using shield to enable Groot. Yeah, honestly, usually I wouldn't normally play like double main tank in that way. Usually I would look to... Because I kind of prefer playing off tanks, really. In general. So usually I wouldn't play like a double main tank like that, but... I feel like, especially on Clintar, sometimes that first point is so hard. Depending on what they've got, you know, if you're facing into things like Punisher, Moon Knight, Squirrel, where they can just like pound down that lane, it can be so hard to like push into it. And I think Strange, I mean, I was thinking about TPing anyway, but then, you know, just having like a double block is always good, I think, for that first point on Clintar. But I could have easily swapped off, honestly. I was just vibing. But if that was like a sweaty game, I probably would have swapped onto like, either swapped back onto an Emma and played like a more flank role, or gone onto a Thor or something like that. You know what I mean? I kind of, you know, obviously one of the advantages of knowing the game as well as I do is that I might not have the mechanical skill to back it up, but I can always make good choices in the right hero to play when. So my adaptation mid-game of knowing the right comps and stuff to run is always going to be there. So I often win games just because of a swap. Because I swap at the right time with the right hero, you know? So, yeah.
Which hero do you think you want to be today?
I do need to improve my fucking mechanical skill, though. My 37-year-old bones don't quite have the reaction time that I used to, you know? If Wolverine focused Groot more instead of you...
From this match.
I mean, the Wolverine was focusing the Groot a lot, Cal. I think our Groot just played it really fucking well. If I was playing the Groot, because I'm a terrible Groot, to be honest. I fuck up the walls so badly. I panic wall all the time if I'm playing Groot. So if that was me on Groot, I'd just been creamed the entire fucking game, for sure. Last time I played Strange, the enemy team had Loki, Wonder, and another Strange. Yeah, I actually... Right. Here's one of my secret picks, and I made a video about this not long ago. Dude, I actually think that Scarlet Witch is a crazy secret pocket pick this season. Every time I face a good Scarlet, I feel like I just get fucking dominated as a tank. Like, that Strange team up is just like, and if you play her as like a tank buster with that team up, she's fucking diabolical, dude. She's like actually diabolical. I get completely rolled. I think this season I could get top 10. Day? Where you at right now, Gabe? I would really, really love to be able to reach Celestial, but I don't think. I've been hovering around like GM3. Granted, I've not really played a lot this season, like at all, because we've been doing a huge amount of like watch partying and stuff and casting. So I've not grinded nearly as much this season as I would normally. But yeah, I've been hovering around like where I am right now, like GM3 Diamond kind of area. I'd really like to try and improve myself to get up to Celestial. So depending on like tournament schedule and stuff and the mid-season finals schedule, maybe we'll try for Celestial in Season 3. If they buff my Thor in Season 3, then I'm definitely hitting Selly for sure. Because Thor is in a bit of a weird spot right now, where he's not really a tank. He's just kind of a healthy DPS at this point. Wow, did I take the long way around? Holy. I'm gonna try and get around them here. This might be risk as shit, but
looks like the mission area is yours to capture now.
okay.
The mission area is yours.
We get Pryor though. Slam. Nice kidnap. Beautiful kidnap. Me and this Emma are just going to wet noodle each other for a little bit. Until she commits on the magic. There we go. How did I miss that? What? That's actually criminal that I missed that, to be honest. That is criminal, dude. Okay. Punish it to the face. Closing in on top 100. Damn. Oh, that's fun. Okay, okay, okay.
Luna, just die, don't stagger. Luna, just die, don't stagger, don't stagger.
I'm not sure he needs like a full rework necessarily. Obviously, I don't know what they've done, but I don't feel like he needs like a full-on rework. He just, I don't know. The problem that Thor has is that he can't tank. He has no real like survivability. So he does incredible DPS for sure, but he just doesn't really have any survivability beyond that. So
Judge, jury,
oh, shit, that's not something I want to do.
I am ready to put on a show.
I don't know if that's the one I wanted with that. This is hard to be solo tanking. I wonder if I need some mag, to be honest. Well, I think this first point's gone, but I think I probably need to mag for this Punisher. And be able to bubble people getting attacked by Ion Fist. Oh, 0-3. Lovely stuff. No. No. This is a toughie, guys. This is a toughie.
Charles dreamed of a safe haven for all mutants. At last, I have made it a reality.
Alright, I think we need a second tank here. There's a bit too much damage for me to try and stay alive by myself. Thank you, thank you.
These so-called heroes what mutant kind is truly.
Toby, thank you for the follow on TikTok. Welcome in.
We've done this dance so
I never healed this.
Hi, Ghost. I think you'll be shocked when you find out who I am. Why, have you changed your name from something?
The battle starts in 5, 4.
The rework plays more into the Thunder part, the God of Thunder giving the role.
All you need to do is capture the mission area. Got it?
Oh, interesting.
Dr. Doom tore everything apart.
I mean, his ult has always felt like very fucking weak.
Here come our next victims.
I found one of our critics.
Oh my god, I just got fucking railed, by the way. Okay, my bad. My B. I just got absolutely railed. My bad. I haven't spoken in about 3 years or so.
Capture the mission area.
From online or like IRL? Okay, nice. Wrong one. Did not mean to give it to them.
Judge, jury, executioner!
Nice take. Maybe that was a mistake. Maybe that was a mistake. I was hoping someone was going to take out his turret so that I could dunk on his fucking face, but I guess not.
Your team's capture progress has passed the halfway point.
As Sorcerer Supreme, I oversee other magical adepts. A shortcut for space.
Rude.
Fantastic!
Got turret.
I saw you, Wolby. Oh my god, it's so fucking ridiculous. GG.
The mystic arts won't fail me again.
Online, we spoke a lot and collaborated on something small but hilarious. I'm gonna be so for real with you guys. You might as well just tell me because I have a really terrible memory. And if it's a few years ago, I probably won't get it right now. Only because I've already been live for like 8 hours, so my brain is pretty fucking mush already. Well, that was a sad game. Oh my god, I lost 23 for that? Huh? Disgusting behavior. I hope they take the new world. Have you seen Thor Ragnarok? The film? Yes. Yeah. Feels like when Thor finally seen his god powers at Hammer. That sounds fun. That sounds fun. I'll be down for that. Did it bounce? No. So if you Magneto ult the turret, it just damages the turret. It doesn't kill thingy. It doesn't kill Punisher himself. It just what's his fucking name? It kills the turret, not Punisher himself. Sorry, fucking brain, Jesus. Oh, yeah. The saucy caustic picks. Yeah. Shit, that was a while ago. That was during the Apex days. Oh, sorry, Kel. What rank you, Kel? Hi, Generic. How's the pro scene? The pro games are super good. We are just playing some games and chilling before we get to the America games, which are starting in about an hour. It has been a long time. It's been a long time, Jet. Yeah. I hope you've been keeping well. A lot has happened in that time. Holy Hannah. Time is it? 10 o'clock? Yeah, we got like 45 minutes. We got like 45 minutes. I'm going to end up fucking supporting here, aren't I? Stay hydrated, senor. I am trying, Generic. I'm trying. GM2 and GM1. Yeah, you can join me for a couple.
Heroes could make all the difference.
I'm going to not do anything, and I'm going to wait and see if they decide to actually... Okay, there's one. I really don't want to support. What map are we on? Ugh.
Round 1, go!
Oh, fuck me. Ugh.
I'm not the type. Even when the multiverse is in danger. They'll be coming in 30 seconds. Stay strong.
He still has his fat DPS feel, but he's still much better off tank. Yeah, I mean, I don't want them to change his mobility necessarily, because I think as an off tank, like his dashes and his mobility are what make him super fun for me. That's what I really like about Thor, like his DPS output and his ability to like just be all over the place. And like dive, I quite enjoy him as a dive tank, you know. I hope they don't fuck with that too much. Okay, playing support into a BP comp. Love this for me. I need to catch up. You look real healthy now. Oh, thank you. I'm certainly a lot better off than I have been. I'm on weight loss injections at the moment. So I'm on the like Monjaro weight loss injections. So I actually weighed myself this morning. I've lost 10.5 kilos in the last 3 months. So my goal was to lose about 30 kilos total over the course of a year before my sister's wedding next year. So we are very much on track for that. We are very, very much on track for that.
Clearly you needed some help. There's still a chance to stop them.
So I certainly I'm definitely not healthy. Healthy's not the right word because I have
Wait, stop.
I mean, I've got 4 chronic conditions and counting right now. So, you know, definitely not the healthiest in terms of my medical health. But I'm in a better spot than I have been the last couple of years, which is nice. Oh, as if I wasn't in the Loki shit. Oh, so close to getting into that Loki, Loki stuff.
Thought you wouldn't see me again?
Yeah, can you guys peel for the supports? Otherwise, we're just going to straight up lose this. We're getting mega dove here.
They hit a checkpoint. Now might be a good time to stop them.
Where you going, bitch? Where you going, bitch? Sit down. Silly Venom. Silly Venom.
Extermination!
Anyone willing to help? I got you.
Got him. Now we're cooking, son. Now we're cooking. Please be careful on them. Oh, I know about the pancreatitis and stuff. I know about that. And obviously, you know, I would like not to get pancreatitis, of course. But to me, oh, what a wow, what a grab. Well played, Emma. That was ridiculous. I would obviously like, you know, like not to get it, but it's more than worth it, the risk for me. I am hypothyroidic, so, you know, I have a really, really hard time losing weight naturally. He lives. So this kind of, it just kind of offsets that, and my weight was causing way more problems anyway, so kind of worth it. But I know there's a lot of inherent risks with it. But I certainly feel a lot better. Nope. Oh shit. Big. Crazy old. What? Oh, Nick is cooking? What? Dude, they're really trying hard to get me, but... Oh, now's a fucking Spider-Man on my dick. Oh, come on, man. What, Black Panther wasn't enough for you? Now you got a Spider-Man? Fuck you, man. Fuck you.
I don't give up so easily.
I'm happy for your loss. Huh? Wait, what did I say, Jen? Oh, for my weight loss? Okay, thank you. We're gonna build a muscle myself. I will get to, yeah, I will get to muscle building at some point. The biggest thing for now is just losing weight and building, like, good dieting habits and stuff. This is such an annoying game to play support in. Hi, Mystery Box Bear. How are you? Welcome in.
I don't give up so easily.
Did you ever get with your lady friend years ago? My roommate? No. Me and my roommate hated each other. Fuck no. Oh my god. I actually didn't know that you could push Spider-Man in his ult. That's good to know. Yeah, I know he's up top right.
Clearly you needed some help.
Is he still around here? He's still up here somewhere. I don't know what he's doing, but... Okay. Can we hold this, chat?
Only 60 seconds left.
What's in the box? Nice. Got mine afterwards. Oh, shit. Wow, that Emma really wanted me, huh? Girl was thirsty. Girl was thirsty. I can hear a spider twat. I know. This is very upsetting. I need a setting for the critical message of hell to show Trainer as hero. Yeah, what's the parameter for the crit? Is it... Oh, he's lucky. I actually don't know. Is it 25%?
We've got trouble.
Oh, fuck off. Oh, this is such an upsetting game to try and play support in. For real.
I won't disappear so easily. Us against the world. The current score is 0-2.
How you doing, Mystery? Welcome in.
Time to
Has he got roommate's friend then? I might have remembered wrong.
side you're on.
I was dating people a few years ago, but nothing to do with my roommate. Me and my roommate hated each other in the end. We haven't spoken since. Can we get some anti-dive? Because, I mean, we're just getting permadove by Spider-Man, Venom. Nope. Okay, cool. Jesus. This is gonna be fun. First, I'd like to leave with the fact I'm studying medicine. Oh yeah, I know you're studying medicine. We talked about it before. Vitamins like selenium and L-carnitine. I know this helps people with hypoth.
I will preserve it, and then you and I will have our reckoning.
I'm hypothyroidic, not hyper. But eggs are fine. Eggs are good. Part of the problem is I'm very, very picky with food, Gabe. Like horrendously picky with food. I've got like a proper fucking I got proper child's palate. So like I don't eat any nuts. I don't eat fish. I do like eggs though.
It's much better. No worries. I've got your back.
Yeah, unfortunately I'm a dietitian's worst nightmare, to be honest. Spider-Man is very irritating. Part of the problem with like trying to deal with Spider-Man as invis is his web follows you even if you're invisible, it still follows you and hits you, which is kind of insane, isn't it? I feel like it shouldn't, but although I guess it's already attached, so like that. But luckily Hella was there. I mean, the rest of the team are doing great, honestly. The tanks are having a fucking whale of a time in the front. So as long as me and Loki can survive this, as long as me and Hella can survive this Spider-Man dive in my fucking arse every 2 minutes, we're chilling. I also feel like I'm not outputting the healing that I should be. But, hey, fuck it.
I cannot help you.
I'm just spamming so that I don't go invisible, so I can stay on the point. Stay still!
Please.
Yeah.
That's much better. Psionic burst.
Keep the Emma up. She's popping. Triple from the Thor? Okay, Thor. Good luck, BP. Fuck you, Heine. How come? I thought you two were cool with each other. So, I mean, kind of what happened is basically, like, without, like, mega shit talking them, because it's just not really who I am. She was just very, very judgmental. So, like, she really, and she's like a complete non-gamer and stuff as well. So, like, she didn't understand the gaming whatsoever. So she was just, like, really judgy about it all the time. And I was trying to be, like, a really conscientious housemate, because I'm not an arsehole, right? I don't want to be a dick of a housemate. And I'd lived with people for, you know, fucking 15 years at that point. So, you know, I made my schedule, so I would make sure I finished stream at like 10, maximum 11 o'clock at night, so that I wasn't doing it in the early hours of the morning, right? And I stuck to that, and I was really good about that. But obviously when I was streaming, I'm very loud, naturally. So if she was in the house or on a day off, you know, she'd get pissed off about it and stuff. And I'm like, well, you know, this is what I want to do as my job. So, like, I know what the fuck you want me to do about it. And then, yeah, she was super fucking judgy about everything, to be honest. And it really grated on me after a while. So I made the decision to move out. And I talked about it on stream, and I'd said to you guys that, hey, I'm gonna move out. I'm looking for a new place. I want to move in on my own, and all that kind of stuff. And oh my god. And she heard me talk about it on stream before I told her, so I think that pissed her off. And then towards the end of it, it was just she was purposely doing things to make it like as difficult as possible for me. So, like, she would have parties. She would have people over to, like, 5 a.m., 6 a.m. Like, her friends were walking into my room, like, just barging the door open and walking into my room while I'm asleep at, like, 5 a.m. and shit, like, drunk off their fucking face. And I was like, either control your fucking mates or, like, just be a relatively decent human being. But because I'd already decided to move out, she didn't give a fuck. Obviously, she was just like, well, why am I gonna bother, like, trying to be nice to you if you're moving out anyway? So fuck you, I guess. Oh, dude. So yeah, it just got really toxic in the end. So when I moved out, I removed her off all of the platforms. I deleted her off all of my socials and stuff. I deleted a number. Because I don't need that shit in my life, man. I'm proud of what I do. I'm proud of mostly of who I am, you know, but I'm a decent person. I don't need to, you know, I don't deserve to be treated like shit. So anyone that makes me feel like that can get the fuck out, honestly. I'm 37. I was 35 or something at the time. You know, I'm too old to be dealing with petty little childish bullshit like that, you know. So fuck him. I hope she has a lovely life, but I hope I never see her again or speak to her again, to be perfectly honest. And I'm sure she feels the same way about me. Oh my god, dude. This targeting is fucking crazy.
I'll fight for my family until the end.
Withdraw. Don't rush.
I mean, I moved in on my own after that. And honestly, I've never been happier than living on my own, so I'm in a much, much better situation now. I get to live life on my terms. I get to do whatever the fuck I want. Someone needs to deal with this fucking venom. Oh, Jesus fucking Christ. Nice up. Fucking hell. Can this venom leave me alone?
I won't disappear so easily. Keep fighting until we have a winner.
God, this game sucks as a support. Fucking hell.
Clearly you needed some help.
And here we go. Hi, Carpet.
Is 3, 2, 3.
My thing has always been with situations like that is
I'm not the type who
I mean, I've spent so much of my life being a people pleaser. You know, I spent so much of my 20s like bending over backwards for everybody. You know, like complete strangers. Because I worked in hospitality, right? I worked in the service industry, so I was just used to someone would, you know, anyone ask for anything, I bend over backwards and I do everything I can to do it for them. You know.
Even though you can't see me, I'll still
As I've kind of got older and older, my feeling has changed a lot, and if you, and especially with streaming, right?
They'll be coming in 30 seconds.
Streaming has taught me this a lot as well. There are so many people that are just gonna hate you for no reason. Like, you know, you might not do anything to them. There may be zero reason behind it. They just see your face and they hate you, right? Or they see a video that you make and they hate you, whatever it is. And so much of that is out of your control. That's their issue, not yours. So if people don't make me feel good, and if people don't make me, like, you know, if I'm constantly feeling anxious or shit about a relationship because someone is guilting me or making me feel really bad in that relationship, whether it's a friendship or a relationship, whatever, I don't have the time for that shit, man, and I will cut that relationship out of my life. You know? Life is too short to spend it pandering to people who don't give a shit about you and never will, you know? So that's kind of my that's my philosophy now. And same with, you know, same with the people are being weird in stream, you know? If I don't know, play with a content creator or something and they're being fucking weird, then I just will never play with them again. Or, you know, if there's people being weird in chat, then see ya later, sayonara. There's a big hold, by the way, chat. Look at my positioning, dude. I'm so fucking free up here. Me and Loki are so free. Never mind. Fuck! Stupid fucking Spider-Man. Yeah, the blunt streak's not going anywhere, Ghost. Hi, Hollow. How are you, buddy? I was thinking I haven't seen you in a while today. I'm doing that in a way now. Yeah, I know. I had to jinx it. It's fucking typical, right? I think I like, you know, there is a certain point where everyone just has to, like, you just have to give it up and say, you know what? Like, this relationship is toxic. You know, you're not good for me. You know, let's, This game is so frustrating, dude.
I don't give up so easily.
This is why I don't like playing support. Support is literally the entire game. It's literally just playing fucking keep away. You know what I mean? It's literally just trying to stay alive from everyone and their fucking mother. Just getting on your ass.
Time to switch things up, including which side you're on.
No worries, guys. Much love. It's lovely to catch up.
I'm not the type who fades quietly into the background.
Good bird, been super busy recently. How's life? Yeah. Just same dude. Same dude. Super fucking busy. Crazy fucking busy. We are halfway through. We've done about... Where are we at now? We're coming up to 9 hours. We're about halfway through. We've got 4 more series to do tonight. If I can last that long, but we'll see. We'll see how we go. I think even more so if you realize you're being toxic. I mean, listen, I'm not going to sit and pretend that I'm a Mother Teresa, right? Or a Gandhi, you know. I've been the problem person in many relationships, for sure. You know, I'm very self-aware, so I know that I have a really hard time, like, emotionally regulating, particularly. So when you guys see it all the time on stream, right? If I get annoyed or frustrated, it goes from like 0 to 100, like so fast. And I have a really hard time like suppressing that and getting back to like a normal state, you know? So I know there's been a lot of times where I've been the problem. And there will probably be times in the future where I'm the problem, you know what I mean? So I've always seen it as long as you try and be a good person, and as long as you try and do the right thing, then hell, if you get it wrong sometimes, then that's just life, man. That's just life. But as long as you try and do the right thing, that's all you can ask for, right? Life isn't a one-dimensional black and white situation. You know, there are gray areas every fucking day. There's a lot of nuanced situations, and sometimes you get it right, sometimes you get it wrong. All you can do is try, right? Dude, this story's going crazy, by the way. What?
Someone behind, guys.
There you go, Thor. Easy. GG, everyone.
Clearly, you needed some help.
Oh my god, we won. Oh god. Ah. Fuck. Sorry, Kel. I know you wanted to join, but that was the longest game of my fucking life. And like, you can join for 1 if you want, Kel. Because I think after that fucking crazy ass long game, I think we've only got time for 1 more. 18! 18! For that! Fuck off! Okay, what is this though? Like, actually, what is this? 56,000 and then Luna did... Oh, because they swapped. Okay, gotcha. Jesus. I wish I could do that, but you know how militaries can be. Yeah. I mean, it's one of the reasons, you know, it's one of the reasons when we talked about it before, right, Gabe? I said very specifically, I know for a fact that I cannot do military and I will never be able to be military. Because to be quite frank, I fucking hate being told what to do. I hate being told what to do. I value my personal freedom so highly above a lot of stuff. I value the choice, or maybe the illusion of choice, depending on how you feel about free will and whether we're actually in a simulation or not, but let's call it the illusion of free will. I value the freedom to feel like I can choose to live the way I want to live. And whether that's good for me or not, you know, there are some days where I don't get out of bed, right? for various different medical reasons. But, you know, the way that I choose to live my life, as long as it's on my terms, you know, when all is said and done and when it gets to the end, I can look back and say, hey, I may not have been, you know, fucking president. I may not have changed the world. I may not have, you know, I may not go down in the annals of history, you know, and I may not be remembered, but hey, I lived life on my terms, you know, and that's all you can really do, you know.
Black Panther, guys?
So that's I don't know why that is, but I value that very, very highly.
He's not that bad.
So the military for me is like would be like the worst thing.
Never mind, no Emma Frost. But
There's
still, we got
literally
two
like,
calibers, man.
and I can tell you right now, I could not. And I just mean could not. There's no like maybe sometimes maybe not. If someone gives me an order that I know is morally wrong,
the idea is, guys,
I could not follow it.
If we are going to win, we need to focus on the point, not protecting our
If it
healers
doesn't
all the time.
align
So
with my
unless we
morals
play
and
all
my
together.
sense
If
of
we play
right
all
and
together,
wrong,
then
I couldn't do it.
they can just go one night.
End of.
That's the idea.
So that's how I know that I don't think the military would be for me. Although, let's be real, guys.
So I guess
I think we can all agree I'd look great in in a uniform, right?
I watch Simi on Twitch. Don't worry, I know the tech. I watch Lucky Zio. You know.
Yeah, but they're gonna play Jeff Nader, bro.
How do you know that?
Bro,
I really don't want to support again, guys.
Dude, look at the bands. Punisher, Iron Man, like of course they're gonna play that shit.
Oh.
We banned Iron Man.
Who do I want to
Yeah,
play?
I know that. That's what I'm saying. They're gonna say, oh, they ban Iron Man,
Fuck me,
ban
dude.
Punisher.
I'm going hit scan.
Yeah, Cal just play tank is fine. I'll support again.
I'm not the. It feels good to step outside my bubble.
30 seconds before you attack. Get ready.
No, I'm not doing 24 hours, Hollow. No. We're doing
I don't know.
If they go Spidey, I'll go.
We're just doing it for the tournament because there's a Marvel Rivals tournament on at the moment. Obviously, so we're in the playoffs, so there's tonight and then there's tomorrow, and tomorrow's the last day. Tomorrow's the grand finals and stuff.
You just need to kill that Jeff Nader. Can we do that?
After tomorrow, I'm gonna take a little break.
Yeah.
So I'm only streaming 2 days next week.
I'm
gonna take a little extra time off next week to recuperate a little bit, catch up on life stuff. You know.
They have Jeff Nader?
Do my taxes.
No, they don't.
Which I still need to do.
That's fire. Hawkeye won. Hawkeye won.
Okay.
Oh wow.
Well, I just got fucking rolled.
My Invis got deleted, bro. You just have Looney Holes because Invis got deleted.
You look great. I know I need to do that Fuse cosplay. I know.
Flash in 4 seconds. Oh, I got frozen.
I don't really play Apex anymore though, so it kind of feels like.
But one
I don't
HP
know
on
when
the
I do
healers.
it. You know.
I'm not here, bitch. How did I die to a Luna Snow?
Dude, what is with these comms?
Oh, they are fucking good.
Hey, Bucky, if you do bad, you're giving me my buff.
Oh, they're on magic, bro. He's going magic one. Oh, we're all fucking dead. Dr. Strange is hitting.
I am ready to put on a show. Feeling fantastic.
Where are the healers? What the fuck?
What the fuck do you mean, bro?
Hi, fun. Welcome in. Getting everyone's captain. I've got all supports done. Where do I go next? As in, should you do should you do DPS or tanks, or like a specific hero, Funk?
These guys are bad. Let's not lose to these noobs, okay? You guys want to lose to noobs? I don't want to lose to noobs.
You get a weapon, you get a weapon, you get a weapon.
I'm trying, bro. You're flying in the air.
Dude, classic Spider-Man shit. Guys, I'm 20 miles up in the air, but can you heal me? Yeah, of course, dude. No sweat.
See.
I'll just fucking mega track you, shall I?
Oh,
Go strange. I got you.
Fuck me.
59. Fucking move. 59.
Specific. He's done all of the supports. Thor, do my boy. I'm a Thor main. Do my boy.
I'm
not getting killed. Fucking hell, man.
Yeah, that's because your healers are getting mega dove and we're dead.
I mean, I don't know what you want me to do, bro. I'm dead. No, you're not.
They look like they mean business.
Damn, that was a fucking clutch ult. Are you kidding? Brother of mine.
Is that?
I'm gonna No, they're not.
See you later, Cap.
Bad, bro. They got touched, though. Dude, they ended. 1 HP, nice.
I am ready to put on a show.
Smurfing.
You don't have support those. Please don't have fucking support though. Yeah, you killed the cap, bro.
Silly Billy.
I'm the best Lunas now.
Good shit, guys.
I do have the second most kills.
Plus 19 this game. I want like plus 25.
Because I'm, you know, targeting them. You know? No, I'm killing everything.
I got him
bro.
there
I'm
second, I
killing their
think.
Wolverine.
Oh,
their
gotcha.
Luna, their
Oh, you're a Magneto, mate.
Luna has crazy
How
DPS,
fucking dare you?
bro.
How dare you?
Yeah, bro. I play this character too much.
Hulk, Venom, Penny, Emma, the tanks I've left. Do Emma then.
I feel like this
Because
character
Emma's
and Ella are,
super
like,
strong
very
right
similar.
now,
Like,
so
if you don't play
it'll be
Ella,
easy
you
for
can,
you.
like,
Emma will be
still,
a
like,
Emma will be
lot
a
of
fucking
kills on it,
cakewalk
but,
for
like,
you.
you need skill. Yeah. Like, the more
I
you
mean,
play
if
it,
we
the more
2-0
skill
this, we
you
might be able to
see.
squeeze in one more game before the games tonight. So yeah, next week, what we're gonna do is, so we've got tomorrow, we've got the grand finals and stuff tomorrow. I'm gonna take 2 days off.
All you need to do is capture the mission area.
Are you surprised, Kel? Come on now. I'm gonna take 2 days off, Monday, Tuesday, to rest a little bit and recoup. We'll be back on Wednesday, where we're gonna do Claire Obscure. So we'll carry on with our Claire Obscure run. Thursday, we're gonna do some community games. If we get enough for customs, we can do some custom games. If we have a full 12 that want to play, we can do some customs. If not, we'll just do some quick plays. We'll do some community quick plays with you all on Thursday. Then I'm gonna take another 2 days off, and we'll come back on Sunday for our usual schedule. Then Sunday to Thursdays for our usual. If anyone's just lurking around for the drops, by the way, I am going to be on for a while, so you got plenty of time to get the drops. You can get the exclusive magic drops here. I was very lucky that I was given the drops for this. Oh, sorry, that was too late. My bad.
No worries, no worries. Just stall point. You can stall point.
Okay. I kept Keller for as long as I could. I think I've got everyone to captain, actually. I did an A to Z challenge when I first played the game.
You're done through though.
Where I had to play every hero and get 3 competitive wins on every hero before I could move on to the next one. So I'm pretty sure I've got everyone to captain anyway. Just from doing that. god, keeping Kellop is a fucking full-time job.
Come on, Bob.
I'll save him there. I don't like this position. I'm gonna get run out by this mag. You going first, Luna, or me?
You.
Okay, going.
Go. Oh, fuck, you have shield?
Well.
Yeah, bro, I fucking switch, bro. They just fucking target me every time they see me.
It's clear I'm still needed here.
Well, that's some steady spaghetti.
Ah, he fucking focused me.
You'd look great in Fuse. Are you playing Apex at the moment, Hollow? I know the new season's out there.
Feeling fantastic.
I'm gonna use PP here.
Dude, this Ultron.
No, I'm with him.
Oh man.
Go right side. I have ultimate here. There's Moonlight top left.
Guys, I'm next to you, man. What?
The moon haunts you. Your powers are mine. Against the world.
Moonlight dead.
We can't take any fucking...
Dead. I can search for sure.
We have to you.
It's big exit.
Kinda don't want to touch though.
You'll have to keep fighting until we have a winner.
Back.
This is really good for me staying up here. This is all on Cal, I think. Oh my god, dude. What a crazy positioning, right? Dude, what an insane positioning to win that game.
GG.
Come on, man. Come on, man. He cooked. He cooked. All right, I think we can squeeze in one more. It might be tight, but I think we can squeeze in one more. Okay, Cal. Okay, son. Okay. Okay. Showing off a little here. Here we go. Okay. Yeah, we can do one more. I think we'll squeeze one more in. We got 20 minutes until the first game, so I think we'll squeeze another one in. I'm so happy to be carried, honestly. So, you know, I don't mind. I'm really fine with being carried. My games have been so mixed bag. Give me a little GM buffer, you know? Give me a little GM buffer. I am gonna need to eat though. Holy shit. I should really have some food. What's the first series we've got today? I want to play a Psylocke game. I want to play a Psylocke game. What's the first series we've got? I think it's Ego Death Envy. Ego Death Envy is the first game. Woo! Oh, Funk, don't even start me. Don't even start me, man. Like, sorry, I use man as a term of endearment, not as an assumed gender. I do that all the time, sorry. I hate the engagement-based matchmaking so much. And I've ranted about this shit so often because it's the one really big sticking point for me in Marvel. Well, two. I have two really big sticking points. I love this game, truly. And there's a reason that I've been so involved in like learning the game and casting it and understanding it. I genuinely love playing the game. But my two really big sticking points are they have to get rid of the engagement-based matchmaking. Or at least tone it down, like, massively. I think the biggest mistake they made, honestly, was admitting that they were doing it. Because everyone was guessing up until that point. Everyone was just kind of going, I think this is happening, but we're not 100% sure. And then they came out and went, yep, we're doing it. And everyone went, well, fuck you guys. So that and the toxicity of the community and stuff. I don't really know what Rivals can do about the toxicity apart from just harsher bans and an endorsement kind of system. But yeah, the engagement-based matchmaking is a big sticking point for me. But every other part of the game, I love this game. I truly do. And yes, it frustrates me. And yes, if I play it for 8 hours a day, I get pissed off sometimes. But it's the first game in a while that I've truly wanted to just like grind out, learn as much as I can. Like, I watch videos on it. Like, I keep up with everything I can get my hands on. Oh, thank you. Crazy. Oh, he got me?
You're halfway there. Keep going.
Oh, he got me on the way up? Bro, that was fucking wild. What? Holy shit. Dude, homie just fucking clapped me. Okay, sir. Interesting Loki clone. I don't really want to go down this route. Wow, my aim is shaky today, y'all. I don't want to be in there. I'm dead. I was looking for a group to fight, but...
My hunt continues.
I'll say Jeff's recent changes have been super disappointing. I actually think the Jeff changes were pretty good overall. Oh, he's just gonna fucking launch it, isn't he? Oh shit. I was lucky because I fucked that one up. Point of example right there.
Farewell.
I just got railed by that Jeff. This is hard.
Only 60 seconds
And I'm
left.
not doing well. I'm disappointing.
Get that vehicle moving again.
Dude, what the fuck is this BP?
Get that vehicle moving again.
Okay, Psylocke's not working against this BP. I don't know if Punisher's going to be any better, but we'll give it a go. We need to do something.
By the eye of Agamotto!
The final 10 seconds.
Oh my god, he's been pocketed so fucking hard. It's ridiculous.
You'll have to keep fighting until we have a winner.
Okay.
Nice little boost. Tremble before fast!
Oh, fuck my life.
Current score is 0-0.
We shouldn't have done this
Switch
last one.
things up, including which side you're on.
I'm not
I think Jeff is in a really good spot. He's not his... I think he's in a better spot than he was. I think flank Jeff was just fucking disgusting, to be honest.
Can we go 3 supports and 3 tanks?
You don't have to be a witch to find the magic in this world, but it does help.
Let's try Scarlet Witch. I think Scarlet could be good here. Possible.
Magneto raised me to never stop fighting for
I
what
might get
believe is
railed,
right.
but I'm gonna try it. Hella might just fucking one-tap me.
They'll be coming in 30 seconds.
But at least I
Stay
can survive
strong.
against BP, maybe. And the stun's probably pretty good into BP, right?
I don't need telepathy to know what you're
In
thinking.
theory, this is a really good pick.
Am I
But their BP is pretty fucking
You
smurfy.
hate me
So,
because your version of
should have
me
banned the BP, yo.
almost decimated the mutant population.
He's okay. Shit happens.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Chaos control. After all this time, it's nice to finally have some help.
Here he goes.
Be right there. This should help me heal. Disappearing.
Oh, wrong guess. I thought she went this way around. Is this guy smurfing? Or is he just a really good BP, maybe?
Reborn from the chaos.
We talked about BP earlier, right? And, you know, we talked about, I think BP is really unhealthy for the game. Just as a concept of a character, like the concept of BP is really unhealthy.
By the eye of Agamotto!
Oh my god, dude. This team up is fucking wild, isn't it?
Feeling stronger already. You are under my spell. Goodbye.
Your powers are
Oh, shit. Is that Loki? Get fucked! Get fucked, son! Okay, Scarlet Witch was actually a fucking S-tier pick, though. Like, actually a ridiculous pick here.
Back. They will already know. They're gonna try and kidnap. Sick.
Only 60 seconds left. I am ready to put on a show.
Got him. No! Fuck, dude. Fuck! Okay, right. Probably best that ends anyway, as we're going to have to get into game one very shortly for the Americas.
Well, you can't expect to win them all.
No, no, no. That was a sad game, y'all. Are they touting their boy? Should we go and have a look at their boy? If they wanna, if they're touting their TTV a friend. Oh, they were stacked. Yeah, they were stacked. "17 years old, by the way, that fucking BP. Wild. Cool. Thank you for the games, Kale. I wish I could play more, but we are gonna have to jump off. As I think Marvel Rivals should be starting. Thank you for the games. I'm sorry that last one sucked. It is what it is. You know, that's Rivals in a nutshell, innit? Okay, so if you guys are hanging out for drops, feel free. Please feel free to just lurk. Even if you just want to have me on mute,
right? That's
totally okay.
A discussion that you said with the
I understand.
And to just sort of
Totally
elaborate
fine.
further, I mean, it's
If
because
you
of
are
things
enjoying
like,
it,
obviously,
hey,
the
maybe
pressure,
consider
having the crowd,
following
but also, I mean, the fact that
or
some
subbing to my
characters in
YouTube
their entire
as well.
play style
Hi,
improves on
Midnight.
that,
Welcome
right?
back.
It seems to be that, you know, shots connect easier, right? You don't have
We're
to
going to be
worry about
live,
that potential latency, so
hopefully,
all these
for
sort of
all
things
of these
definitely add up.
games.
Yeah,
So,
and you mentioned some unique compositions. Every region seemingly has some sort of change,
all of these
something
next
they
4
like to
best of
run
5
that's more
series,
consistent
if I
across the
can
region. I'm
last.
curious to see how that's going to match up as well.
So we got a
I know we
long
do have
way to
someone
go.
from
You
another
got
region
plenty of
coming
time
here
to get your
shortly
magic drops
for an
in.
interview. Very excited to ask some questions there. But before we do that,
Right,
the
while
games
these
are
guys
ready
are
with the
chatting
team
away
first. We've
and
got
setting
Tenki
everything
shout-outs,
up,
but before
I'm
that,
going to take this
Ego Death
opportunity
and
to
Envy
quickly
going to be
grab a
a
bite to
rematch
eat.
for both sides, both of which had
I'm going to
more
take 2
favor.
minutes
The
to go
rematch,
pee,
you know, the initial round
grab a
went heavily
bite.
in the favor of both sides there. Ego
And
Death
hopefully
losing to
we'll be back
Envy,
in
and
time
Envy
for
not even
game
banning out
1.
that Panther. You can
All
see the
right.
breakdown here. Ego versus
Grab
Envy
yourself
off the rip,
snacks,
like
grab
we
your drinks
discussed.
before we
Teki
get
and
into the first
Shroud
game.
X
We should be
after
starting in
that.
about 5
Both
minutes.
of these games are going to be very
Okay.
exciting. And then what do you know? The rematch
And I'll
of
be
the
back
Century
in just a
Sentinels
mo.
and 100 Thieves. That story just keeps writing itself, and we'll find out who is going to be match 4 as these games develop.
Yeah, all these storylines are definitely exciting to watch. I mean, Ego Death, like you said, versus Envy, gonna be pumped to see that again. And then, yeah, I mean, Sentinels and 100 Thieves, 2 teams that always seem to find each other in those finals, and it's happening again. I mean, you talked about how was it Kevin? Kevin been right? He's been cooking, bro. He's cooking up since season 1, MRC, and now over to the Ignite series doing the same stuff. So it's gonna be exciting to see who comes out on top in that series.
Absolutely. And I'm sure the fans on both sides are going to be loud in the chat. That obviously will be pressing forward tomorrow as we head into the grand finals too.
You see that there was I think it was Sentinels fans or 100 Thieves fan that like they were talking crap to FlyQuest fans and stuff in chat. There's a lot of fun, friendly banter that goes on. I kind of, it's not good to fully promote that. No toxicity towards each other, obviously, but I think it's always good, just a little bit of light, friendly banter back and forth, right?
Yeah, fan bases are developing, right? But I'm sure that it's going to spark a little bit of controversy between each other. But it's healthy for the entire environment of people starting to find teams that they enjoy watching, players they enjoy watching, and we're finding more and more of those players as the tournament goes on. I've obviously seen a lot of new talent here showcase how strong they could be. As we get into our first match here, obviously someone relatively new to the discussion, Self, looking really good on that Panther, bringing Panther back into the meta, having teams now wanting to practice Panther. It's stuff like that constantly shaking up the scene is great for the scene, and it's a ton of fun to watch.
Yeah, and I think the biggest point is that original point that you mentioned, the fact that the scene is so young and there's so much development going on right now, and I think on that the pro players in a very similar situation. I mean, there are a lot of young talent still has a chance in the next stage in like FlyQuest and have energy. We talked how good that guy is, and now he's out of the tournament. And then when we talk about other players like that are still in the tournament in Tap and in Self, a lot of definitely top talent still in this tournament, still available, that are definitely the future of Marvel Rivals esports.
Yeah, and we're going to be diving into a whole lot more of that as the day progresses. But before we do, we have Stephen Strange himself. Boger, welcome in, man. How are you doing?
What's up, guys? How are you doing?
Pretty good, man.
Yeah.
Hey, thanks for joining us. Real quick, just to start this off here, man, I've got to ask, obviously you played in the EMEA region. You've been hands-on there. You've got to witness the teams firsthand. But my question to you, I don't know if you've had a ton of time watching the Americas region. Is there anything major difference, any difference in terms of composition or strategy that you're seeing run over here?
Ooh, in terms of composition and strategy, I think, I haven't watched too much America. I think, though, America likes to play a little bit more different things and do a little bit more silly things. I think EU is more, at least from my experience, pretty clear-cut in what people want to play, what the meta is, and what people force, and then people don't really deviate too much from it. That is my personal experience. I feel like in America, you guys sometimes try a little bit different strategies here and there, right? In EU, you don't really see much difference. At least that is my personal experience.
Awesome.
Well, to maybe take a step back as well for you personally, I know that since the elimination of Schmuggus, rest in peace, sorry by the way, I mean it was an incredible fight you guys put up, but speaking of you guys specifically, what have you been up to since the Ignite series? What have you been doing? Just co-streaming, kind of vibing on the backside?
I think we co-streamed last week, the entire gang, the entire team Schmuggus, so that was fun watching the matches together. It was pretty hype. Other than that, I've been just kind of chilling. I think everybody, because I'm currently in LA, so I haven't been able to watch the EU games. But I think the rest of the gang is still co-streaming together, doing watch parties.
Oh, cool.
Awesome. Yeah, you mentioned RIP Schmuggus, obviously a ton of fun to watch you guys. The question I have following up on that is, are there any advice you'd give to teams as a team that's been through the ringer? Or is it, showcasing how strong you are as a team and then, obviously getting knocked out?
Don't be afraid to play to your strengths. Don't always adhere to what everybody else plays, because it might not work for you. And I think just have fun. The person that enjoys walking usually walks a lot further than the person that does it because he has to. So
awesome.
If you have fun, I feel like you play better.
I agree with that.
Heads up.
No, but you advise.
And I think, by the way, Boger, I did a little bit of scouting on your own, YouTube page and stuff, checking you out. I noticed that you seem to trash talk your teammate a lot in Necros.
Yes.
It seems that every other video you've not necessarily clickbaited, but it's like, oh, Necros is the worst teammate of all time.
Okay.
You posted that 4 days ago, and I even went back like 2 years ago. I found like your fourth video on your main channel is I hate Necros. So can you maybe talk about that back and forth between you and your apparent rival that is your own teammate?
Have you played with him on the team ever? He goes, you know what he does? He plays all the meta characters. So he plays Torch or Psylocke, and then he gives up after a week and says this is a BP map and just insta-logs BP or Spider-Man. This is Spider-Man map, guys. And then you ask him, why don't we play Torch? It's because it's a BP map, and then he goes 0-4. So I think he deserves it.
So you're saying the reason why Schmuggus is out of the tournament is because the human candle himself threw your guys' games on Black Panther. Is that what you're saying?
The human candle decided that he wants to be the Black Panther that one game, and then we lost. No, he actually played well in BP, but I have a feeling,
Guys,
that maybe if he played a little bit more meta characters, it would be a good thing.
I got a monster.
Yeah,
it's probably not going to help me at all.
But he was playing. It was a ton of fun.
In fact, it's probably going to make things worse. But
speaking of more obscure characters that
I got a monster.
Like to be run. My question to you is, who is your most overrated and underrated hero in Rivals right now?
Overrated is a tough question. I'll be honest. Overrated, I think. That is actually really hard. I'll be honest, because I have a feeling all the characters that are being played are absolutely broken. I think Loki, Luna, I think Mag, Emma. Yeah. I think maybe it has to be one of the DPS characters. I think.
For me, I think
I'll be honest. I think it's a little bit unpopular opinion, but I think if your team plays correctly and you have a Loki, I think Psylocke can't really do much. I think if you guys stack up together and you match the Psylocke, her ultimate can't do as much. Especially if you save your lamps and stuff and you guys stack up, so you don't.
I agree that Loki is a problem for Psylocke.
Obviously, there's a lot of nuances.
The problem is that outside of the ult, Psylocke can do so much fucking work
right now. Ooh, I just gotta go Scarlet Witch right here. We won one Doctor Strange with Scarlet Witch. I just do it for no. Scarlet is bad. I honestly don't know. I'll be honest. The most underrated character. You know what? I would say this Squirrel Girl. I think Squirrel Girl can work on attack, especially if they play Groot. You can break first point pretty easily. I think if you're attacking. I think I would say I think especially if they. Yeah, I think if they play like triple tank or they play Groot or something, and you just need to cap first point fast, I think Squirrel will be able to apply a lot of pressure.
I love it.
What do you think?
Yeah, we've seen a lot of opinions. I think we saw in your region as well. Did you see Orion's crosshair? The Squirrel Girl?
Yeah, I saw that one. We talked about it.
Yeah, that was crazy.
I want to show you guys this.
That can work. Yeah, especially the crosshair that can work.
Especially that crosshair, yeah. I've got to see you use it. By the way, Boger, I mean, a little bit of a change of topic and back maybe a little bit to Necros. I know this is probably too much of Necros, but I mean, you clickbaited too, so it's fine, right, Surely? Like when Necros went on that major rant about supports, as we all remember,
I wish I could find
players
it.
like 6 months ago. Do you agree with your teammate Necros? Do you agree with the hot take that
so
support
crazy.
players and strategist players are boosted demons, can't play the game, they're all trash, and maybe suck at the game? What do you think about that, Boger?
You're kind of putting me on the spot here. I think
you could use a PR response if you want.
I don't need a PR response. I think there's a lot of characters in the support category that are very easy to get value on and don't really require much thought. But I think it's easy to play but hard to master. I think a good Luna can stand out from an average Luna, but it doesn't take much to get value on Luna or Cloak and Dagger.
Yeah,
so
Luna's pretty fucking disgusting.
That is the point. I think there's way more people that just pick up the character and do the bare minimum and don't really push to be better, and then they complain when they lose. Versus, for example, if you play BP or Spider-Man, because you need to be very precise with what you do, and if you don't do it, you just don't get value. While when you play Luna or Cloak, you can just hold mouse 1, then press Q.
Okay. Yeah, that makes sense. So it's like a little bit of like an individual's problem rather than like an entire role.
I think it's for the individual characters, especially like characters like Rocket or Luna. I don't think it is low skill to play Loki. I don't think it's low skill to play Adam. But I think Rocket and Luna are more of those characters that he might have been speaking about personally.
Touche. Good answer. And we have time for one more question, a question I love asking. If you had any hero that you'd love to be added to this game, who would it be?
Oh, good question.
Give me Deadpool. I think that would be a fun design. I think for Deadpool, purely because I want to see how they implement him. And
did he say?
The whole thing about him being immortal, I think that would be a really fun challenge for the dev team to add that character. And I think it will also break the internet if they add Deadpool. I think it will really make the player base skyrocket quite a bit. It will be insta-log every game Deadpool. Dude. And it would be really funny if he broke the 4-4 mid-game and like made like, I don't know, Necros references or something. That would be funny as fuck.
Yeah, that's true.
Like comes to the screen like a flashbang.
I
You can't
think
see your
so
screen.
many people want Deadpool, right?
That'd be really cool. Awesome answer. Well, it's been a ton of fun talking to you. Thank you for some great responses, and I appreciate your time.
I think the most popular
Take care,
ones that
guys.
whenever you ask,
Alright.
or whenever
Thanks,
I've
Boger.
spoken to people
Appreciate
about
it,
who they
over
want to
there
add
in
in,
LA, back over on our side of the
Deadpool's
pond. I wonder what that
been
tissue
super
box in the max
common.
is for.
Gambit
But
is probably
anyways,
the most other,
next
is
coming
like the
up,
most popular other
Shib,
one.
we got
you
some
know?
incredible games, man. I mean, it's going to be so much fun today. I'm sure Boger's going to be sitting back watching them as well over on, like I said, in our side of the pond on North American region in this area, the superior region for a lot of other players. Here, you know, it's interesting, right, Shib? That discussion, you know, which is the best region in the
Cloak
entire
is
world. We really
very,
don't know
very
right now. It
strong
seems
at
like
the moment.
everybody is assuming
I
their
would
region
expect
just
we're gonna
knows
see
what
a shit
they're
ton
doing
of
and
Cloak
is just
in
best.
this.
So I don't know. We'll see what kind of what happens when we get to that land phase.
Yeah, and you know, you talked about exciting matches coming up. I'm with you. We're going to find out who's the strong region, but right now I want to see who are the teams that are going to make it for our region as we press into our first game. Ego Death versus Envy. This is going to be an insane matchup. It is a rematch.
Yeah,
up
I
from
don't
last time
know.
Envy electing
Like
to
maybe
not
you
ban
guys
the
who've been
Panther
watching,
at
maybe you guys can tell
and
me.
instead, you know, actually
how,
take home that W,
I've
and you can
obviously
see our
not
breakdown of what
been
we
watching
expect
America,
here.
so this is kind of
the only real difference between you and I.
this is going to be a bit of a surprise for me.
I need to recorrect. Listen. I gotta flip my script right now. Hold up. I said the Ego Death one is crazy. First of all, we all kind of agree. I think we're split. It looks like 100 Thieves with Vicky and Cozy. You and I thinking that Sentinel's going to win, and yeah, you and I thinking Sentinel's going to win. But
So I don't
the
really
the
know
last
what
one,
to
I'm surprised
expect
all of us are
going
going
in here,
Shrex
'cause
over
I have
Envy.
missed a couple.
That is, well, I guess because Ego is going to win.
Ego Death
in my head.
looked like
I don't
they had
know.
a crazy
Everything doesn't make
series
sense over here
yesterday.
in North America. That's the point I'm trying to make. So you can't hold us to wait. Is that, by the way, is that number next to us? How many predictions we've gotten right throughout the whole tournament?
Probably.
Sorry, one sec, guys.
Yep, I think that's
crazy. That's crazy.
I mean, there's a strategy now to us making predictions and then just flipping them the opposite direction. So that's something to keep in mind as you see some of these here, because that's just how this tournament has gone, which goes to speak, you know, it speaks to the fact that all these teams paper thin margins between the skill level. It's any given day in these matches, and I think
I don't know
that has been showcased
how
every day of
Ego
this tournament
Death-
these last few weeks so
how well
far.
they played to
And,
get the win.
you
do you know what I mean?
I think it's no different in
Shroud
as
X
this
looked
first
like
match.
they
Obviously, I
stomped
was
the
just
fuck out
talking
of
about prior to
Nemesis,
this
so maybe
breakdown
they've
how
like
Envy, they didn't ban the Panther,
got their
they just
shit
built a
together,
composition that
and they're
looked really
suddenly
good in the
popping off.
dive. They played that Groot, that Loki. They went double fire with Ultron.
So
and
these are the
Torch,
results
stuff
like
that is
leading
very difficult
in.
to handle as
We
a
have a
Panther
look
composition. And
here.
obviously they went 2-0 against them and took
Let me
home
quickly
the
flip
first matchup.
the
question
camera.
is, has Ego done their homework?
I think the thing is, Ego is just improving, right? It's scary. Like we
So
saw
yeah,
them
Ego,
almost beat 100 Thieves on certain maps.
Ego
right? They
lost
did a good
100
job,
T, but they
specifically
did
in
well
Hell's
against
Heaven, winning that
Nemesis. So
first
like,
map, setting up
I don't
a
know, is that
potential,
close?
you know,
Did 100 T
game with
fucking
100
dog
Thieves, which
walk
it was
them?
from
I'm
last
not really
night. It
sure.
was so much fun the
FlyQuest
last game of the
Envy was
day.
apparently a
I mean,
banger.
it was a back and forth battle.
Was
Right
really
now, Ego
close.
sent down 100 Thieves
Obviously,
moving forward,
FlyQuest
but
went
regardless,
out
this
there,
Ego
which
Death
was
team is scary.
kind of
Even
wild
if
that
you've
they went
beaten
out
them
first
before,
round.
it's something you have to
Because
watch out for. I
FlyQuest won
know
their
I was
group.
talking to Nuck before
in a crazy
in Shroud
series.
X, and he was like,
Nemesis
low-key, Self might be the best Human
got
Torch
dog
in the
walked
game.
as well
So
by Shroud
a lot of
X.
people have
So
faith in this
you
guy,
know,
and I think you and I, we can all agree.
the only
Same
thing I
with
know
Cozy
is
and
probably
Vicky, how good that guy
Sentinels
is
are
on
still
Human
looking
Torch
pretty
and, you know,
fucking
on Black
solid.
Panther as
So
well.
Yeah, he's not afraid to pull out those.
I'm
unique
ready
picks.
to
We
be
saw Hawkeye
shocked.
a few times.
I'm ready
Obviously,
to,
that was
ready
more
to be
consistent
surprised
before the
here.
change in that team up with Luna. But I do think that Self is a very strong player. Absolutely. The one thing to keep in mind is that
Cloak's
you
voice
know
actor
they've
is
kind of fallen into
sexy.
this pit of being the dive team, which
I
I think
actually
is
don't
something
know
that
too
teams
much
have
about the
learned
voice actors.
together.
The only
to
one I
be,
know
you
is
how to
Namor's,
counter it, right? They're building compositions against it, but they do have the ability to switch things up.
So
As you
I
see the
know he was
breakdown
streaming
here,
with a friend of
Sambo,
mine.
Soko, Zatex, Self, Momentum, and
friend of
Far,
mine.
a very strong team, you know, known as the underdogs,
Who I
the
haven't
new
really seen
team
online, actually,
on
for
the
a little
scene,
bit.
unsigned, looking
But
for
I've spoken to him, but
organizations,
I don't know any
and,
of the
they've
voice
just,
actors.
you know, they've been looking really good every game,
unfortunately.
as you see here, Self on that torch, like you mentioned.
Yeah, Self's been that guy, but it's besides him, it's an entire
Okay.
team, right? We
I'm ready, guys.
Sung, Self's praises a lot.
I've eaten.
Definitely watch his streams. By
I've
the way,
smashed as much as I can.
on Twitch, and by God,
ready
is
to go
that
for
guy,
it.
I know we don't want to like talk about their games too much, but he has like one of the most zoomer modern day accents of all time. Like I've told you, Shib, like this guy's like, guys, like we're literally trolling. Like what are we doing here? You know, like he's like that same sort of kind of, I'm not gonna say whiny voice, but it's just he has a certain accent to him, you know, and that's sort of the charm, I suppose, with him and his team.
Crazy
That they're
work.
all
That's
so grouped
crazy
around
work
him, and then
from
also just
Dogman.
playing around him with Sambo.
Calling
Sambo
out
and
his
Venom has looked
voice
amazing.
is
Everybody else as
crazy.
well. Zatek, I think, has been constantly leveling up. This guy has improved
funny.
to such a high level alongside their backline of far momentum. I mean, we can't sing their praises enough. I think the strategists of this
what
team
would you guys
are
prefer
also amazing.
here? Should
The whole
I
team
turn
truly
off
is
my
good, especially
raid
for, like you
alert
said,
as
Shib. I mean, they're an
well?
unsigned roster looking to get signed. So
Or
the fact that they're as
do
good
you
as they
not
are is
mind
very
if
impressive.
that kind of pops up
And
mid-game
then we shift
if I
focus
do
over
get
here to
raided later
Envy,
on?
Cal, Speedery, Kaluge, Window, Nero, and Month, and we've said it 1,000
whether to turn
times.
it off or not.
The sheer talent on this team across the board is in the conversation for the very best in each role. It's just a matter of can they figure it
Kaluge
out
is
as a
pretty-
unit,
is
and they
considered
looked
one of the best
much better
tanks in the
yesterday.
world.
After the initial few losses, they started figuring it out. They had Cal playing a bunch of different roles. Honestly, you saw him on all three in that series.
Speedery,
But
I
listen, he
did
was on
catch the
bench
first
in
couple of
few
games of
and
FlyQuest
we obviously had an
MV
interview
before I
there
went
with
to
Cal where he
sleep.
said he wanted the ball, put me in, coach. After
Or
the
tried
first
to
two
go to
losses,
sleep. I
came
feel like
in, started on strategist,
Speedery like
switched over
really
to the duels role,
struggles
and just
from what
started
I've
popping off and
seen
looking
when they're
really
not
good.
on
Obviously, the Vanguard like Kaluge is insane
when they're not on a
as
flyer.
well. The entirety of this team,
They're
I'm
like an
talking about,
insane
is
storm player. They're really good at
very
torch.
strong. Speedery, one of the
But I
best
feel like they
flyers.
struggle
Nero, an
otherwise. You
incredible
know what I
Ultron
mean?
in backline. Month, an awesome strategist.
So we'll see how
as well.
Speedery does today.
And then you've got, we talk about the sub. Even NK can come in and perform in virtually any role as well. So his team is just very well rounded. But can they? Does history repeat itself? Can they do this again?
They definitely have a good shot. I mean, it could be done again, but you know what? Like, it feels like predictions. It feels like talking about which heroes are good because we saw Iron Man stuff for the Sentinels game. Just feels like everything kind of gets thrown out the window when we enter these matches in the newest patch and the newest edition of this game. And that's even crazier to think about that we'll probably have a patch between now and the new hero, a potential new hero to come out between now and the midseason. So, I mean, this game is
Yes,
wild.
we
We
will
talk
have
about
the new
it, how
season.
many
Season
changes
3
come
will be
through,
out
how
before the
bans
mid-season
as
finals, by
well
the
has
way.
been massive for a lot of these teams.
So from what we know,
I mean, who knows,
mid-season
man? It's tough to make a
finals,
prediction when we talk about these two teams. I'm sure the chat's even going to be
will
conflicted as
be
well.
around about
the
end of
ADHD,
July,
and all
but it
of
might
us
be a bit
loves
delayed.
hero
We don't
shooters,
know
but we
yet.
love hero shooters like
But we think
this,
it's
like
going to be around
Rivals
about
that is
end of
bringing
July.
These new heroes, these new patches at a very fast pace. Just a team that cares about constant updates. He makes the team stay on their toes. We've talked about that a lot offline.
Okay.
You and I. That
I'm
teams
ready.
need to
I don't
be
know about you guys.
versatile
I'm
because
ready to
things
lock
are
in.
constantly changing.
Let's
But
get into some
Exhibit A,
games.
When we talk about Ego
Oh,
running that
it's like
Hawkeye
I
and
knew,
then unable
guys.
to
It's
do
like
that
I
in the
knew.
future just because that team up is
The
no longer as
timing was
valuable.
fucking perfect.
Yeah, no, that character I think has.
All right,
sort
here we
of
go,
not
guys.
fallen off a cliff
First
necessarily, but
best
it's
of
tough to
5
really
out
play
of
him all
4
that
that we
a
have
lot.
this
We did
evening
actually-
for
it's funny,
you.
we actually saw it this morning. Z10 in their final match before getting eliminated, they played the Hawkeye.
Ego Death,
to no avail.
Envy.
But now today, Ego Death against Envy definitely
Let's
could be
go,
a
let's go,
viable
let's
option.
go.
Envy. Ooh, maybe they're just immediately
I
get
just
rid of that
played a
Black
game of,
Panther, like you said, Shib. That could be a smart
like a-
decision considering
Oh
we've
my
seen the
god, what
consequences
server
of
are
being
you
self
playing
that
on,
hero.
Thunk? Jesus.
It's funny though because the last time these teams met, they knew Self was
Oh,
really good on that
instant
Panther,
BP ban.
but they
So if you
elected
guys
to
are
not
wondering,
ban
if
the
this is your
Panther
first time
and
watching
instead
these
still
guys
took
and you're
home the
wondering why the
win,
BP ban,
and it looked really good across
Self
the board. They
on
only
Ego
lost one
Death
map or one
made
map
an
inside of
absolute
the domination, and outside of that, just didn't really
for
struggle
themselves
much.
as a
Actually held them on
demonic
0.1.
Black Panther
So
player.
Or excuse me, on
so
they played a
expect
convoy map. I
BP to be
believe, I'm
first
like
banned
99%
against
sure
Ego
it
Death pretty
was
much
Central
every
Park.
game.
Yeah,
I
it
don't
was
think we're
Central
going to get
Park.
to see
And
that,
they held them on
unfortunately.
0.1, so they looked really solid even without banning the Panther. I'm surprised they're doing it now. I thought it was just something.
And
that,
looks
you
like
know,
we're going to
'cause
get
in the
Flyer
end of the day,
Prio
when you ban
here.
that Panther,
Ultron banned
it
on
is
both
net
sides.
value because it's a hero that maybe
Storm
shouldn't always
for
be banned, right?
Storm for Spee.
sure.
I did tell you that Spee really prefers these flyers.
Using a ban on
feels
that
way
hero
more
can definitely be
comfortable
detrimental
on
in
this
the overall
Storm.
the overall scheme of the
this Human
macro
Torch.
in the ban
So
phase.
don't be surprised to see a
But
lot of
just to kind
Storm
maybe
Prio
go
for
back to
Spee.
what Boger was talking about in our interview. It's
from
like,
Team
play where
MB.
you're comfortable on too, right? Like we've seen Amazing pull at the Iron Man just out of a last second flip out with what Corolla
Wolverine
talked
ban?
about yesterday. How they
I
just
don't
like,
mind
okay, let's
it.
just play Iron Man. Screw
And
it.
now we
it
start to
kinda
get to the
works.
tank Prio.
Some teams better at playing certain heroes than others, and you can see Ego Death taking advantage of that Black Panther ban, going for that Human Torch Protect on their side, getting rid of that Ultron that MB loves to
Mag.
play as well. So both teams definitely targeting each other.
I mean, Mag is
specifically
pretty widely
rather than
considered the best
overall
tank
meta.
right now, so
Yeah, one thing Ego
Makes
doesn't do a
sense.
lot of. They don't really really run those mainstream vanguards too much because obviously you look over and you see, yeah, you see these teams running the Venom. They're not afraid to be aggressive. aggressive, but that could be a detriment. So that's why you see them leaving it open here, because
I wonder if we see
know they
Cap
probably
here.
won't make that choice. They don't play that strange. The ultimates are just far less valuable not having those two
we're on
heroes
burn
out
into
there.
T'Challa.
You know, not to rag on Boger, but I'm thinking
feel
about
like
this now.
Cap is gonna be really
I don't know
good
what he
here,
meant,
no?
like when he said North America plays like pretty atypical things, like crazy stuff. Dude, in EMEA today we saw Hulk and Venom in the same like Vanguard lineup. So I don't want to hear it that EMEA doesn't play wild stuff, because they definitely do. And
there's the Emma
Envy
save.
blocking that Emma. They think that character
From
maybe a
Envy.
little bit better than that mag, because it's not banned on both sides. You're right, Ship. They're going for those late.
Yeah,
Vanguard
why
protects
are they going for the
super
Emma over the
on
mag,
in the
honestly?
draft, or super late on the draft system.
Either or is very
I'm with you,
good.
and I
Both
also
of them
think
have their
EMEA
merits
runs
for
Hulk
sure.
far more than we do here. Obviously, we have some strong Hulks across a few teams, but
there's the
outside of
Punisher
that, it's
ban.
almost consistent over there in every single map as we see it locked in.
Okay,
now,
nothing
nothing
too crazy left field. Obviously, apart from the BP ban,
it's very important
that
to
is
win
to be
that first
expected
fight if
against
you want a
Ego
better
Death.
chance at taking
But
at
nothing
least
like
the
super
first
wild.
map section of Burn-In. But outside of that, it's
Stumble, by the way,
all about
is a
advantage as we see Cal holding onto
crazy,
that Hela.
crazy
A
Venom.
choice between Punisher and Hela we're seeing a lot, but now the Punisher's
There's
gone.
some good
Gonna make the
plays
play there.
from Stumble.
I want to see what they do, and it's cool to see that, you know, back on board of the T'Challa, Cal is back in the lineup instead
Damn,
of
this looks terrifying though from Envy. Having Mag and Emma as a duo.
Bucky player for sure. It's tough that he
NA,
did
I'm in
lose those two
Washington.
matches, but I don't know if it was entirely his fault. Regardless,
My NA geography
Cal
is
coming back into the
pretty
lineup,
bad, fam,
for him, I imagine
but-
in his head, he's just looking to not let it go, right? You use it as motivation in his head.
Washington's
is
like
a great player. I've always thought of that.
down a bit
that
and
he
in the
can
middle,
definitely
right?
play to a super high level.
Slightly to the left.
But Cal, from what we've seen, definitely is that consistency
I
that
don't
you would
know.
want
I'm
out of a
guessing.
top tier duelist. Now coming into it, Shib. What were your predictions?
My
You thought
geography in
Envy's gonna
general
win
is
3-2
fucking
here?
awful,
think
so I
I'm the only one
apologize.
that thinks Ego Death is going to win today.
All right, who
correct?
do you guys think are going to take
I
it?
think, yeah.
Who are you going
Yeah,
for,
you're gonna
Envy or
on this
Ego?
one. I think Envy, they performed really well on this team last time.
I think
and they've
most
learned
people are
just from
expecting
seeing
Envy
there
to
not
take
banning
this.
that
Envy
Emma or
are
Mag. They're
considered
not
the
too
stronger team
afraid
for
because
sure.
they know that Ego,
But
they don't
Ego
have
is
a lot of
spicy.
experience running that Emma, so it's just not even worth the ban. As you see, Kaluj
Ego
and
could
Window
give us
in
a
Emma
fun
and
little
Mag
upset here.
combination, which at this state in the meta is very strong, at least from what we're seeing here in NA. Sambal, though, going to be on that Venom, seeing some value there, just the ultimates. It has found some big ultimates, but not nearly as impactful in the grand scheme of things on picks.
Oh, I didn't run an ad. Fuck.
And it's
If you
funny
guys
to see
get
that
ads,
we
I'm
do
really
have that
sorry. I
team
forgot
up
to run an ad
alongside, Mag and Emma, like you
before we
said.
started.
Speaking of Magneto,
my
I mean,
bad.
this character, according to our producer Michael, has been picked 51 times, most out of every other character in terms of the lock phase. So interesting to see
Okay,
how
early
much
prior
the
for
dominance
Ego.
of Magneto has impacted the region of North America.
And we do begin with the fight early, just looking for spacing. And
A
Otis
nice
does
pick from
Nice
Cal.
pick on momentum there. That's a nice start here for Envy. Make that two as Zatex goes down, and that's enough space
Damn.
early on. As Cal's
Yeah,
keeping
they
the
played
pressure
this
on.
really
Scrooge
nicely.
on
They
the
kind of
Soko, and
they
numbers
kind
are
of went
falling
around
and
both
early
sides
on
and they
here.
corralled them in this
Envy is
corner,
gonna
which
hold
kind
this
of is the
point
problem
as
if you're
they
trying to
hold on
take
and
early
just
prio
start
on this site without getting the
That is
picks
insane
first.
that
You can
Envy
kind of
now
get
get to
corralled a
play
lot,
the Loki
and
alongside
squeezed.
Snow. He's one
So
of the best back lines
I was honestly
in the
really,
entire
really
game,
nicely played from
alongside
Envy.
Emma and Magneto, one of the other craziest front lines of the game. So interesting that Ego Death sort of let those go through in that ban phase. Meanwhile, having to play something alongside that Venom, they like you said, Shib, earlier, Samba loves to play that character, go for those one shots alongside the dive. So curious.
This is going to be tough to get in. I mean, Zatek does have their ult, which is big, but you don't really want to lead in with a Winter Soldier ult, right? All you're going to do is burn a support ult, and that's one of your big DPS powerhouses gone, So I think, if you're Ego, you want to lead in with Self, really, or lead in with Sombel. Force out, bait out those support ults, and then go in after. Oh! What a shot from Window. Woof. Oh my god, that was a great pick. And that, I mean, that's just a wash. Like, you get the fuck out now. You get the fuck out if you can. He's gonna follow it though.
Yeah, right now Envy's looking just dominant. I mean, just
That was a really nice pick.
destroying Ego Death, and they also get speedily on the Psylocke. So many characters, so many players of Envy right now on their comfort picks, and it just turns out to be some of the comfort picks.
Sometimes,
are
like,
absolutely
all it
insane this
takes
patch.
in a game
Zatex
of
swapping back
Rivals is
over to the Hela.
one pick. Get that
feels like he
uneven
has to match Cal,
advantage,
but right now, 70%
and then you
of the
just
board,
roll
you
over the
have
fight.
Pretty good ultimates in the bank, but
We
it's
see
a
it
matter of
so
how can you use
often.
them right now. Envy, they'll be playing back around Nero and his.
Because one of the reasons res comping is so oppressive sometimes, because you use a lot of resources to get that pick, and then
one fight territory on the retake. Should they lose from alt advantage? Ego is up in alt advantage here. We'll see if they can get value up. Momentum gonna copy and see the choice yet. Soko holding on here, ready to launch.
Magneto's just wet noodling each other here on the front.
A ton of Qs being popped now. Will this land?
Oh, really nice from Soko. Great find. Great find.
That's a nice start here.
And we see it the other way. Exactly the same thing. They're going to keep fighting it, but I think this is going to be all egos.
The hella battle is won there by Zatex, and they are now going to keep the pressure on. Another pick here on a Kalush shortly.
And there we go. Snowball, one by one. The mag ult gets that first pick.
And trying to get some percentage here.
Yeah, desperately needed indeed,
Walk all
and
over.
that was a huge pick on De Niro. And also,
Envy
it's
though
interesting
at
that we do
99.
have that
This is
Dr.
a
Strange
big
through,
big
because I
climb
think
for
last
Ego
time
Death.
Envy did sort
They're
of
gonna have to win
prioritize
2
the
or 3
protection over
back-to-back
right
fights here
of the Dr.
to
Strange
get the same
map. So
percentage.
both teams have that opportunity to teleport back towards
So
that point.
pressure is on for Ego Death,
do have the
and they hold it.
alongside the Supernova.
Window again
Envy,
with that
they
mag
can
ult.
react to it. They do have Loki and his clones
Loki with theirs
alongside
as well,
those
and
crystals
Spee
stay alive. We'll see
also
how they react alongside Window
with a
potentially
Psylocke ult.
connect with that
Self is
meteor
going to
ram
pop
on
early.
Soko, or on herself.
Only one support though. Far is going to have to time this really well.
Going to get out there with the Supernova, just taking that space and trying to buy some time. 40%
Oh, that
here, but not even
Supernova doesn't
halfway
really get
to the
anything though.
opposition.
It
Self
just kind of holds
holding
them
up in that
back.
sky. We talk about how strong of a torch Self can be, but it's a little more scary. Luckily, does have that shield from Invis, but a little more scary into a Hella. Obviously, just
This
applying
is looking
pressure,
a
but
little
eventually gonna
dicey
get this
for
guy
Ego Death.
Against a Hella, it should be the torch. Here comes the meteor ram. Doesn't land from downtown. It does not.
Nice lamp.
As they do pull out those
And there's the ult to cover the Psylocke. Really nicely done. Good timing on that one. But Window does get far with a was that a left click combo?
Can they turn this back around? Speedery finds a second, make that 3 as Window finds Zatex.
Shit, Window just how the fuck did Window find far there?
Not 100% sure if Strange was bad,
That was
but
like that was a
if not, that needs
perfect
to be
timing from
chosen, and it
far
looks
on
like
the
it's not
Invis
gonna
ult, but
happen as
somehow
Envy
Window
takes 21.
finds them.
Unfortunately, team wiped too much time off the bank, and the overtime was ticking down, so that's not
Damn.
going to come through in that map. But now we go to
Kind of it
South
feels
Up
bad,
one
really.
Right now is Team Envy because they disengaged that Supernova. I mean, they just kind of walked away. They understood they had a lot of time to work with, which is kind of rare to say when we talk about domination because of how fast things move. But because
Pretty
they got to 99,
pretty
you spoke to that
convincing
reset,
from
they had
Envy.
time that is
Should be
disengaged also
11 and
ultimate
0
in.
on this
We can see
Psylocke.
Window save his meteor
Oh
ram for
boy.
the Hella ultimate on the other side,
Oh
opposite side. The
boy.
Goddess of Death from Zatex pretty much entirely negated, and overall just really good work.
Couple of
getting
kind
out
of
those
whiffy
ultimates
ults,
alongside speedily
from
coming
Ego
through,
Death.
forcing the invisible boundary after the crystals were forced for momentum. So right now, I mean, just clinical from Envy. Not panicking is the big thing, and just
I'm
sort
sure
of
as any of you
taking
guys
their
know that
time
play
and slowly but
Rivals,
surely
you know, it's a
enabling
game of
themselves to take
ultimates
the
and it's a
point.
game of ult economy,
They do
you know.
sort of have that better
The
backline
ultimates are the
duo,
big,
technically, than
big
the
team fight
Invisible Woman,
turners,
so
so
because they were able to force
gotta be
Ego
careful
Death
about
onto
how
these
and
other
when you pop
heroes,
those.
play more around their torch, it's resulted in Envy getting a lot of space in other departments.
Yeah, we had a conversation with Cal, and Cal said, I'm getting to China one way or another. The confidence is clearly showing here as they are doing their job keeping Self at bay. No final hits there for Self at the first map, and we are going to press forward. Alt advantage going to be on the side of Ego. Talk about getting that point early. That can be important. Speedery playing lights out right now, 11-0.
I will say,
to go against the Psylocke,
like,
who can clone out with the V button and
not
makes
to like
that
glaze, but I
insta
think
KO
Shiv is a
much more
great
viable
caster, by
and
the way.
much
I think
faster.
Shiv is a
It's terrifying
fantastic
to go against
caster.
a very strong Psylocke that does not miss with the clone out.
There's not many that I feel like match me when I'm full casting, you know, and I'm fully going for it. But I think Shiv is a great caster. He definitely gives me a run for my money for sure.
They are going to drop Speedery, holding on to the rest of the Qs. Nero, like you said, just slightly a little bit too behind. Cal going to find far though. They may be able to retake this quickly and be up in numbers. But Ego
getting the early prio.
Roughly even in this next fight. Here
this is really nice for them. Where's it going? Oh, he gets him again? What? Dude, does Window miss?
Even more value, and these meta
Dude, Window is a monster. What?
Really showcasing how strong they can be when you're running this
Has he
duo.
missed
This
one?
Emma with the mag, double bubble, and the double split there for Psylocke. Such a threatening duo.
Holy crap.
Yeah, I think we talked about how good.
You know, we were talking about
like you said,
mag
that
nerfs
this duo
earlier,
is,
if you guys
but
were
also,
here
yeah, I mean,
earlier,
this
and we're
Window
talking about
Legacy
mag
game,
nerfs
it
and
feels like, you know,
yeah, that's
earlier
why
on,
right there.
having a big meteor M, finding pickoffs in the middle of fights.
The fact that he can
We
just
talked about
turn
it
around and fucking
perfectly. I
like
think this
one-shot
guy really
people
is
like
an
that
insane
is
Magneto player and
insane.
has taken full
That's wild.
advantage of his hero.
Yeah, Windows playing lights out right now, finding fights in the neutral, just these right clicks landing. You just see the patience on the left click. I get asked a lot, do you just hold down the left click while you're fighting with Mag? No, you got to be patient.
Nice pick from Zaytek, though. That's a big one on Speed.
Opportunity. Don't let the game shoot for you. Zaytek finds Speedery.
Forcing out the ults. Here we go.
Up in numbers, but still not holding point. Roughly only 10% above. Self on a Cal is a good start here again. Ego.
Speed's going to be looking.
Soko's ultimate here. Will we see a good meteor? Will the meatball land on the back line? Just fighting
This
over
is
point
still
now.
all going in Envy's favor, so the longer they stall this, the better it is for Envy. And there we go. Self goes a little bit crazy. They're still stalling, getting as much percentage as they can. And finally starts to go in Ego Death's favor. But 50% on the board for Envy. It's definitely still all to play for.
And pressure is building, right? This is all or nothing for both of these teams. Map number 1 is huge in terms of gaining a momentum advantage over the other team, and also qualifying for land, because if you don't win today, you're going to have to go back into the next stage and try again. So right now for Team Envy, looking to close out, but they have to come back through, cap the point over Ego Death, who has a good bank of ultimates ready to go.
And the engagement begins. Ego Death up with 4. And
forcing out the Lunar ult from Spate. Window again just gets another pick, and he's gonna. Oh, he misses one. Okay, he is human. Window is human. Dude, why is Zaytek playing in the dark?
Numbers are still up here for Ego, who are holding on to the point at 80%. Can they take
Oh, nice pick from Zaytek again. But 2 from Envy. This looks good for them. Zaytek's in trouble. Sombo trying to stall, but I don't know how much you can stall by yourself. Far trying to stall out again. This is great for Ego, though. That's a really nice stall out for Ego. It gets them to 93. So, if they can win this point, this looks really good for Ego, actually. They've got support ult. Self's about to get the Supernova. They've got 2 on Envy as well. I think this is going to come down to a close end fight for this one.
Invisible boundary alongside that Supernova. We'll see if they can create space for it, though. I want to see this invisible boundary maybe more towards that point.
Taking Spee off that high ground, slowly walking their way in. Soko slowly forcing their way in. There goes the Supernova over the top. Somble's already gone. Spee gets far as well. Oh, this looks really bad now for Envy. This looks really bad for Envy. Someone's going to have to strange swap, I think, if they want to contest. Maybe Somble can touch. He's going to try to. But now, Somble does touch, but is that long enough? There's the TP. Okay, they do get in. That's super clutch. Oh, but Spee. Oh, it's done. Spee with a 4K. Oh, stunning.
What a game number 1 for Envy, and that is a statement game considering.
Yeah, this looks pretty one-sided so far. I'm not gonna lie.
Earlier on, and to win it 2-0 with Cal coming through, and that was just such a well-timed ultimate from Cal as well. I mean, he was about to go down to Self, coming through with that right-click combo in the Human Torch, but he just used the ultimate.
Yeah, Window's a problem, dude.
Sort of save his own life, then fly back to a health.
Window is a problem.
I feel like Cal has definitely improved in terms of ultimate
yeah,
usage.
This mag is
ridiculous. We'll see if he can keep it up, and we'll see if
17k damage.
Because that game number 1, I think they got a lot of what they wanted.
Window did the most damage in the game, by the way. Just in case anyone's wondering. Window did the most damage in the game.
Okay. So it felt like Ego Death in terms of their ban phase.
Crazy
maybe
work.
Wasn't perfect. I mean, they got rid of that Punisher. They got rid of Wolverine. But it felt like it wasn't really dictated towards the side of Envy
had a
and
really
their strengths.
tough one
but
in
it's
that
tough
one.
because you're against a team like Envy, who it seems like are really improving at a flexible.
It's the thing about domination, though, right? Domination, like, because you've got this like ticking clock of like percentage, you can feel so much pressure sometimes just to try and make something happen. And then you keep staggering and staggering and staggering. You can never get under your feet, you know.
Value in the neutrals almost every time there from Speedery. So I think they had something like 15 finals.
And hey, listen, I called out Speedery for not feeling comfy on non-flyers, but man, they put a silent performance. So listen, I'm gonna shut my mouth.
As we head towards combo and convergence.
I'm gonna shut my mouth. Speed just shut me down already.
As we move forward, you're right. I want to see, it depends on which heroes they're gonna let through. Ego Death, I think. there's a lot to focus on Team Envy's side, so we'll see if they can focus up. We talked about how teams will think domination maybe is that first like feel map. You know, you got to see what's sort of good. You know what
I don't know about you guys. I way prefer Convoy.
As, you know, Envy
or
right now,
Convergence,
obviously,
either
that
or.
game
But
number one,
I think I
was
like
huge.
Convoy
mean,
maps the
massive in terms
best.
of
I
momentum
always feel
shift,
like I
because
have a
to keep
lot
that
more
momentum on their
agency
side
on
as well.
Convoy
Bring up
maps.
Domination is huge. Now we got to go on to a different domination
Because it
map
tends to be just a
potentially
bit
later
more
on.
like chaotic and a bit more
Didn't
spread
see a lot of
out.
that
You know,
Namor that I think
domination's
was
so
we've seen in other
confined.
regions and stuff. I know it's a potential, especially
Particularly for the type of
versus that
heroes I
Psylocke
play. You know, I
versus,
play a lot of like,
a lot of
you know,
these
dive
tank
tanks,
heroes,
off tanks.
I mean, Ego Death did just get kind of stomped on that second phase. It was close back and forth, but you know,
dive
it depends
DPS
on
and
where we're going.
stuff. Like,
It depends on
it
how
can
much
feel
that,
tough.
that Human Torch can get done on self side.
Yeah, and a well-deserved MVP here by
Yeah, that was a
Window.
crazy performance
rare
from Window.
Vanguard MVP, as a lot of the time we see that strategist role taking that, especially with Loki on the board there from Month, who did an incredible job.
It's
there
actually
with the Loki, the most
interesting. I don't know if you
healing
guys
in
have
the game,
seen.
but Window, 23-2.
There's a discussion going
here,
around
like we said,
right
in those
now about the
neutrals,
MVP
anytime there was
system
anyone
being
available, even
very
out of the sky,
strategist
finding
heavy.
value with that right and
And I
left
do
click
feel like
combination,
strategists get
which is
MVP a
devastating,
lot more than anyone
especially
else.
when you can double up your bubble and
And I don't really
ensure
know
that you have
why.
more of those right clicks ready.
Is it just that healing is
A lot of
valued
that
a lot
stuff
more?
is definitely important in terms of what he's been
getting
doing. I mean,
MVP?
Window, like you said, I mean, he's just kind of playing so out of his mind right now that they definitely could play around him. Like it seems
Not that
like
support
Collusion,
shouldn't
we
be
talked about how
MVP
he
at
has
all.
a good,
That's, you know.
Magneto, and that was sort of the odd part about Window joining Envy is because they
I
have a
think
very
supports
similar
do
hero pool,
God's
Collusion
work
Window,
in
but
staying
the
alive
flexibility
and
of Window has
keeping
been
the
massive
healing
for this
output
team. We'll
going,
see
but-
if he can keep it up into the future maps and still be like a really good
Sometimes it
Magneto
does feel
player.
a little bit
Today's
lopsided.
a big day for all of these players, right? It is going to be all on the line, considering Envy right now really want to keep their tournament hopes alive and qualify for China. So it's not just a big day for Saba; it's also a big day for us over here at Marvel Rivals and these teams. We're going to go to a short break. We'll come back into this map number 2.
Yep. All right, game number 1 was a bit of a stump. I think most people are expecting Envy to take this. So I'm going to run a quick 2-minute ad, guys. If you want to carry on watching, but you don't want to deal with the ads, and you're not bothered about the drops, you can head over to my YouTube stream. Well, obviously, I'm not going to get any ads, but I'm going to do this now so you don't get any ads for the game, and that everyone can watch it and make sure there's no ads there while we're on a break. So that's okay. It just makes sense to do it now rather than hold on and wait. But a clean first game from Envy. Let's see what we get in map 2. What I'm currently thinking, guys, is I might miss this last BO5, and I might yeah, I might miss this last BO5 if I don't feel like I can do it, because it is a very, very long day for me. But I think I'll try and get through these first 3 at least, if I can. We'll see how we go, but I'm gonna try and get through at least the first 3. I just don't want to be sat here like, you know, super tired and not really engaging or doing anything, you know, and just sitting and watching, because that's no fun for anyone, is it? Let's be honest. And I'd rather do that and be fully fresh for tomorrow for the finals than try and push myself too hard. So I hope you guys understand. And then tomorrow for EMEA. Yeah, so tomorrow for the EMEA region, we got BBP and Virtus Pro as our first game at 5 o'clock. So it's a nice late start for us tomorrow, actually. So I do get a bit more time to sleep in and catch up a little bit. And then we're going to have the best of 7 grand final. Best of 7 between Rad and whoever wins between BBP and Virtus Pro. So 2 banger series. And then yeah, for this we don't really know yet. Yeah, we'll see. We'll see how the games fly. I just really want someone to play Thor, you know? Wouldn't that be really nice? Man, I've missed Monster. You know, I know it's probably going to make me feel way more tired. And it's probably not going to help me, but man, it tastes
taking
good.
map 1, but what
I've
will be the
missed
choice
Monster.
of map, whether it's Convoy or Convergence from Ego Death, and will it play into their divey strategy?
I don't know. I mean, I think it might be over to that Convoy more than likely, but we'll see as it pans out for Ego Death. I know they want to play
So
probably
Ego's
these
pick?
maps that potentially you could play Black
They
Panther.
can play
or
Convergence
Torch,
or
right? You know,
Convoy?
maybe we'll see what happens when when they decide to play that later, or what map they'll play later.
Yeah, I'm curious too.
By the way, Shib, I don't know if you remember this, but I know that you've been doing a lot of co-streaming. I know you stream a lot yourself. Twitch drops are available. Just by the way, we do have those magic Twitch drops currently right now. So if you are watching, you are currently eligible to getting that magic skin.
Dude, that was such a
watch
weird
right now, you get that
segue.
skin, man, and you talk about
I'm just going to quickly refresh because I think we're a little bit behind actually. So apologies. I'm just going to do a very quick refresh.
On planet Earth. I will not accept that.
I hate the fact they have ads on. I don't know about you guys, right? I feel like main channels for tournaments and stuff, there should be something from Twitch where they can turn adverts off for like big tournaments and stuff like this. You know what I mean?
Superman in cinemas July 11.
Do not miss out.
But Shib, does the skill of like somebody like Rymazing, who is a notoriously good Magic player, transfer when I get that skin? That's the real question.
Yes.
They do. Okay. All right. You heard it here first. You magically
I
become
need
a
to
better
play
player
more
when you
Magic.
equip that skin. Make sure to grab it. It's
Magic
free
was
too,
one of the
totally free,
first
so we
that
don't, you can't really sue us
I
for
really
lying
enjoyed
because it's not like
playing.
we
She's
force you
super fun.
monetarily to get that skin. Anyways, next up we have map number 2. I don't know, Shib. I'm curious to see what they do plan on going to, because I don't know. Do you think they go to a map like a Rocco, maybe something like that, to give yourself that, like, you know, those flank potentials, those high grounds to kind of hide and just be like a nuisance on Human Torch or on Black Panther?
Yeah, I would expect to see Araco. I think it plays well into their diving composition. It gives you a lot of escape.
I mean, there's no
routes
way
and
they're going to
those
get Black
teleports,
Panther.
but
BP's
maybe
just
they've
gonna
been
be
working
first
on
band
something, right?
every
These
time.
teams have studied each other. They have played before. Last time, obviously, Envy did take home that win 2-0.
Wolvie,
and
though.
I'm sure they've
Could
been
see a
doing their
Wolvie.
research. I think the ban phase is going to change a little bit. I wasn't 100% convinced with what
All right,
happened
let's
there
get
on
into it.
ban
Game
1,
2.
but you know, you got to
What
trust Coach
map
Jitward,
have
who
Ego
has found some
chosen?
success and has looked really good in the past. As we move forward, let's see what they do.
You gotta trust Coach Jitward, even though he's been banned permanently. That's definitely the interesting fact about Ego Death. I don't know how much we want to actually talk about it, because there's a lot of free Jitward in the chat, I imagine. But you know what? If I didn't have any problems with
Central
losing my game, I was playing Spider-Man. I mean, he was feeding and we did lose, but then, you know, that maybe it
Central
wasn't Jitward's
Park.
fault. You know, maybe
There's
it
the
was a
BP
team's fault.
pan.
We let Jitward down. You know what I'm saying?
There's no way he's getting that one. Oh, what? Wait, what's this? What?
If you let your Spider-Man win tricks down, they don't let you. Yeah, exactly.
Mother.
Yeah, it's a team game, right? You know, you just gotta, you gotta take your blame.
I don't think that was
Take
me.
the blame. Yep, Team Div. That's probably what Jitward's saying. He said the bans weren't my favorite, guys.
Okay,
Maybe
nothing,
if you let me do the banning, we would have won this rank game. That's probably what he was
too
saying
crazy
in his head.
from what we
But
saw in game
anyways, so now
1.
we're coming into
Ultron
it.
ban
Ultron
probably coming
ban,
here
Human Torch
after the
ban for
torch
Ego
save.
Death, getting rid of any potential like counter dive.
Central
for
Park
the
is a
Human Torch
really good
again, which is
flyer
gonna get
map,
through.
particularly.
Yeah, I don't think we're seeing
after
too much
point
change. So
1.
you're
I
going
mean,
to see a
point
lot
1
of
is
this
also
storm
really
lock
good.
here for the
So
side of Envy, because
I'd
that's where
expect
they
to
found
see
a lot of,
Fly prior.
value against this team.
Ultron ban
and the
coming.
last time they had met
I'm
up,
sure.
and I think it forces the Ultron
There we
light
go.
ban, which we see there. From
Maybe
the side
Loki
of
ban
Ego.
now.
Ego, obviously,
if they
you know,
feel
we talk
Loki's
about
too
how
much
this
of a
team has made
problem,
it so
which I
far. An
think they
unsigned
should.
team led by their
Unless
coach,
they
who
wanna
are feeling
go
very
Wolverine,
confident. It
yeah.
is, you know, it's a Cinderella story. I'm sure they have a ton of fans in the chat who are excited to see them play. You know, this deep into the tournament, so close
Do they
to
save the
getting
tank
to
now?
land
Mag,
and taking
Emma?
that third spot. So exciting there. But, you know, we do see a change up in bans here.
Mag.
They're going to get rid of that Wolverine. Cal was running that Wolverine last time they had met up, and it was a problem. Cal, a mean Wolverine. Honestly, we've seen Cal on virtually everything.
Psylocke
You know,
save.
It's his first Magneto game yesterday.
Big.
And he was landing every meteor, so he just got what it takes to
Yeah, it does
fill these
feel
roles if
like
need be.
it does feel kind of weird because
Yeah, we
there's
go
like
for that.
there's
that
no
Emma
reason
ban
to
on the opposite side as
save
well. You know, just to make sure that Ego Death can't play that
here
team up
because
alongside
you're
the
at the end of
Psylocke
the
that is now
draft, right?
protected.
You're gonna
but,
get one or the
You know, we
other.
have to talk about that Loki
They're only
potential
ever
now
gonna
to
be
go
able to ban
through for
one
Ego
of them.
Death, and potentially if
So,
they're
like,
gonna get
Ego
rid of it
Death
as
have a
well.
free
I mean,
ban here. They
they've
don't
already
need to
banned out
ban
the
tanks
Ultron,
right now
so maybe
because
we can see
there's
that
nothing
sort of
left,
peel. We
so
can see the Emma Frost
they're
protect makes sense
definitely gonna
because
get
they did
whatever
so
they
well
like
last
a
time.
mag. They're not
Curious
gonna
if
get an
they'll
Emma,
touch
but
the mag
and then they
or
ban the
that
Psylocke the
that
other side.
Magneto, but it's a lot of duelist focus today, Shiv.
Yeah, I agree. And
Yeah,
Kalush
Big
gonna be
Drill
back
is
on the
prior.
end there, obviously with the
And
lock
I like
in
this.
here.
I
You're
think
right,
it's a
though.
good
It
idea.
seems to be very much
Like-
let's lock out some of these duelists. Obviously, there's going to be focus there.
You know, if you guys are,
on the side of
you know,
Speedery
both
and
teams are
Cal.
focusing
So
on the flyers,
definitely a strategy they
then
clearly believe in, right? So let's just see if it works out for them as we are at Central Park. This
it
is
doesn't really make sense
not expected because
to
the
start
last time
banning
they were
tanks
here
towards the end
together,
that much.
this is crazy because last time they were here,
The only
Envy pushed this
problem
all
is
3
you do
points,
give them
and Ego got
Mag
held
Emma combo,
on,
which is
on point
pretty
1, but they're elected to
disgusting.
defend first.
Yeah, I wonder.
So I wonder if
why
they needed to
picked
mag
this. I mean,
ban
maybe we
earlier
saw because they
before
had a
the
close game
save
versus 100 Thieves on in this map, so it's
instead of
definitely
the Wolvie
not a
ban,
bad map
maybe.
for them, I guess, in terms of practice. So we'll see if it kind
Instead
of
of the
shows
Luna
on the
ban,
main
sorry,
stage. On the opposite
for
side,
Ego.
Envy, I think, has had the most Storm gameplay we've seen so far, right? I mean, it feels like on Central Park, this is definitely a staple for them to
And
play that
Window,
hero,
man,
alongside the
like,
fact that, you know, Storm is just
this
so
is
strong
kinda-
in Speedy's
this is
hands.
kinda tough.
I don't know, Shib, I think
They
that's
do
probably
give
the
Envy
biggest
kind of
takeaway
everything that they
I'm
want
curious what your
here.
take is on this. It feels like in this Ignite series, we've seen so many players that are really good at like one specific hero, right? It does feel that way, right? That it feels like there's so many heroes that have become a staple in terms of these players' hero pool, right? With Speedily on Storm, Ryan Amazing on Iron Man, you know, it does feel
it's
like
pretty
this
heavily in
tournament really has
favor of Envy
doubly proved
right
that,
now.
right?
Yeah, I'm with you. I think we see a lot of that, and I think it's also just who shows up in the moment. I think all of us as viewers can get a little distracted is when we see success on a hero, we immediately assume, oh, that is their hero, but you never know how deep the pool goes. Is it a hero pool? Is it a hero puddle? Or is it a hero ocean? And I think a lot of these players have an ocean, which is very difficult to ban out, as you saw Terra, even for
Let's
example,
see if,
yesterday, they went very hard.
if Ego Death can hold himself actually on a
still was able to find a ton of value there on Hell
Iron
despite
Fist.
all of the ban outs. So that's an example of having
Oh
a
my
hero
God,
ocean
Sombo
is just very
just got
difficult
wrecked.
to ban out. Wow, that was almost a very early pick there on Ensemble from the side of Envy,
Self
excuse
on
me.
Iron Fist.
And you're talking about how deep hero pool is right now. Somble, I mean, you definitely seen him on Venom so much, but oh no, Cal's there with that shotgun. He in the interview talked about how yesterday versus dive, you need to be on this Punisher to kind of deal with those Venom dives. Also, Self's onto Iron Fist.
I mean,
of all
doesn't
though,
Envy
but
just
he's
have a
losing
god
teammates
comp?
left,
Like,
left after, or
I
right,
mean-
just left and right after one another.
Yeah, I think Envy.
I
you
mean,
feel
they've
really
got
confident
every
about. This
single
is a
pick,
decision
no?
I'm not 100% convinced on in terms of choosing this map. Wow, we're going to see Self here actually on the Fist. That does go down quickly. Kalush finding a few picks there in the first fight. Here comes the teleport.
I don't know about
The
this,
hold was
dude.
long
Like,
enough.
I
Outdoor
like some of their
Crystals from
bans,
the
but I
side
don't
of
know
Ego
about
as they're
this.
holding on. Speedery is going to be there on
They have
that Storm,
literally
and that Storm, a
every
ton of value
mega
put out
power
cooldowns.
pick, right?
Cal
They've got the
position
2
here
best
with
supports, they've got the
turret.
2 best
Muska finds
tanks,
Apex early as Envy
they've got
is
one
now
of the
upping
best
numbers. Kalush on a
DPS, and
Soko.
Spee
Self finding a pick out
arguably
of
is...
Cal, though. Nero gonna turn that right
Okay,
back
I mean,
and find 2 more with 2
Self just
headshots.
fucking
Nero,
punching
a mean
into a Loki
hit
clone and
stand
dying immediately.
strategist, finding value with a ton of backline heroes and getting those picks. Nice shots there by Nero.
And that character definitely has a huge improvement in that
Oh, I don't
department,
know
like you
about
said,
this.
Shib. So
I don't
we'll
know
see
about
what Ego
this.
Death opts to do. I mean, the Iron
What's up?
Fist, we haven't
What's up,
seen work
Philly?
too much. I think we've seen
No,
one
this is
team
not
pull it
custom.
out, and it
This
was-
is
it
a-
worked
this is a
successfully, but
professional
outside
tournament.
of that, I mean, it makes sense versus Flyers to play that Iron Fist. It's just easy to kind of track them down.
This is the Marvel
But
Rivals
unfortunately,
Ignite
you're just
tournament.
gonna take a lot of perpetual damage from Storm.
So these are professional teams playing right now.
Yeah, and that's just going to pull out cooldowns. Up goes the Meteor. Good idea there.
Window
trying to
whiffing
lead,
a little bit.
But no,
Gets
does
taken
not
out by
find
Far.
value just yet. We see Far taking out Window early. Now for Ego, who are holding on.
Self, like, we need to see Self kind of pop up a little bit here. Oh, that's so good from Soko, though. That's so good from Soko.
Crystals clearly were burned.
Shit, sorry, guys.
Well, that would have kept them up. The patience there was strong. Far on Speedery now running them
Dude,
back.
that
in
was
the spawn
so
door, but
fucking good from
Sambo the
Soko.
only one with ult at this moment.
The timing between the Punisher roll and the Maggle exploding is so minimal that you have to release that at the right time, and that was clean.
Without that Emma Frost team up, considering you get a little bit more damage down range with that mirror team
Envy
up.
is
So,
kind of stopping
we'll
them,
see
but
how
yeah.
Soko
But
tends
welcome
to
in,
do,
Philly. I
but
hope
he
you
needs to
well.
definitely pop off for this team on Ego Death's side for them to have a chance.
Remember, folks, this is a best of 5, so it will not end here if Envy does clinch this up.
Window just
with a
rolling
two-piece
them.
immediately on Ensemble and Self, and you may be saying, how does that right click come back so quick? If you pop the shield,
Yeah,
Envy,
I don't think you
100
can give them
damage out
mag,
of the shield is one
dude.
tick of that right click. If it fully is bursted,
We
it's
talked
a
about
complete
maybe
reset.
you don't have to
So
worry
make
about
sure you're
tank
using that
prior,
right click
but
before your shield gets popped, and you'll have one ready again. Window,
man, I don't think you can give them
momentum
mag.
again.
Window is
Kalush
fucking
gonna find
stomping
another
them.
pick, and wow, I don't
I don't know,
think
man.
you can allow
Window
these
is
Vanguards on Envy to
absolutely
get who they
rolling them
want. It's
on
just
this
finding so
hero.
much value, especially in a something like Venom, where Emma can
I
just
feel like
carbon crush and
Sombel on
punch
this
him
Venom is
into
just
a
feeding
wall.
at this point.
Collusion on Sombel. As I'm saying,
Self
that gets
on this
value,
Iron
and
Fist
here
is just kind of
comes the
feeding
Eternal
at this
Bond
point.
from the side of Ego. Will it hold on as Zatex takes out Speedery now? Numbers back in the favor of Ego, who will have more ults. Sombel coming back quickly. That is something Venom can do fast. Zatex does have that.
Zatex does have
I'm
ult.
assuming that'll be popped here relatively quickly whenever they find themselves in a dangerous position.
Okay, here goes Self. He needs to get some big work done here. Okay, there we go. Okay, there we go. Okay, now we're talking Self. Here we go. There's two.
Though onto Speedily, resulted in
Okay.
that sort of fight happening like it did. I mean, Self onto the Iron Fist,
Okay.
kind of runs towards that spawn, but took
Okay.
advantage of the situation.
Not
Ego Death was in.
bad.
By the way, using both strategist ultimates though. So Envy, I mean, you got to feel somewhat comfortable about that. You still have 2 minutes and 30 seconds left. You still have strategist ultimates, but you do have Soko on the opposite side with that Meteor M. I mean, he could shut down everything once Nero and his overhealth
Yeah,
goes
Soko's
away.
gonna have to go
We'll
big
see how
here.
they deal with it.
There
I
you
mean,
go,
Window has
Speedery.
been crazy
No
with these opening
supportals to
picks
save
and
them.
bubbles. We'll see what happens. Sombel, the early bubble on
So
his side
Speed should
to
be
save
super
himself out
free.
there.
There's no
Kind of whiffs
right
it
now.
though.
Strategist ult, but not needed. Great position.
Window gets far.
From downtown.
From the window to the wall.
From Soko, waiting out these crystals, looking
Oof, Soko is going for the storm there. You can see it.
Ultimate to I-frame the Meteor. Really smart.
Cal over the top.
And take out Soko. Return to sender. Beautiful
Oh,
play by Cal.
great
Window
ult from
onto
Kaluge.
Zatex. You're gonna see Envy using everything now. There's no counter at this moment. Down goes momentum from
Dude,
Speedery.
Sombel needs to get the fuck off
Gonna
this
find
Venom.
Sombel,
Like,
and Self falls, and that's
I
gonna
don't
be
know.
point two.
Like
It may be a little bit too much
this
pressure on
Venom
Soko
is
there to find those
completely
picks.
fucking
Zatex now
useless.
swapping over to the Punisher, maybe just to get some
It's
more damage
doing
downrange alongside
literally
having
nothing.
that ultimate. Such a good ultimate in the game. Generally, just like that Punisher can run at you, just kind of smoke you, depending on the
Like, there are
situation
so
you're in.
many
That ult
picks
is
that
just
someone
gets
could
so
play
much
here,
value,
like
honestly, in
Groot,
general. So Envy,
Strange.
this team, we'll see how they can
There are
disengage
no
when that
tank
ultimate does come
ban-outs,
online, but
apart
you called it
from,
out. I mean, Window has been
Emma.
popping off right now onto the Magneto. Map number 1, map number 2, I mean, it seems like he hasn't slowed down.
You may be asking
He could
yourself,
play
why is the team
anything
pushed
here.
so far up? It's called taking the space for those who may be climbing a ladder relatively early on. You want to try to own this space, forcing that card to have free movement without being contested.
Anytime Sombel
giving your
jumps in,
team
he's just getting
a lot
fucking
of,
choked by Emma and getting
positioning
absolutely
advantage, right? They get
slammed.
set up here before they come back into the fight, and here we go. Sombel going to engage with that Feast of the Abyss. It does not manage to find any picks just yet. Self
trying to find Speedery.
looking for the storm, not able to find just yet any value. Window going to keep that pressure up, building towards.
But they
the
just have
Meteor
nothing
M,
left
which
in the
is
tank.
now getting pretty close, and he's up with it. Will it land? Looking towards the back line
Ooh,
again on a far
just
not
clips
going
the
to
corner
find
of the
value
wall.
Just yet. Nero now and Speedery ready to press the Q button as Kaluge is going to start this psionic seduction and give them some free time to make these plays happen. Soko
just airballing that.
There, Speedery going to use that hurricane and finds far early, and that is a scary
Damn,
pick.
Far is
As
having a
losing
hard
these
time
strategists,
staying
now
alive
your
in this.
front line falls as Kaluge collapses onto Soko, Speedery onto Sombel, and there's no front
Zatex,
line now.
oh,
Zatex
it's done, guys. It's
not
done.
able to do so
It's
as
done.
Cal finds 2 more, and that could be enough here for Envy to push
It's
to
done.
map point 3.
I mean, you have the Feast of Abyss available, but Sombel's going to have to delay for a long time against Cal in that Goddess of Death. 2 meters, 1 meter left. Nobody even gets on. He's pushed away, I believe, by the
I mean, this is a
Magneto
fucking
there. So,
walk.
regardless,
This is an
great zoning
absolute
from Team
fucking
Envy. And that was just
walkover.
such a tough map for Ego Death Shib. It just felt like everything, every single
Ooh,
corner,
boy.
they just were not able to string together fights,
This looks
whether it
real
be
bad for
window
Ego.
finding picks, whether it be the disengages of Meteor M's, and it almost worked out. Like, I was impressed
I don't
with
know,
how
man.
far
Sombel needs to
disengaged
get off
these
this pick.
ultimates from window every single time with the Eternal Bond, able to get away just in the nick of time from window in the Meteor M. But at the same time, it didn't really matter because it felt like every time Sombel was engaging, everybody has to kind of turn, focus on Sombel's
I mean,
dive,
even a Strange,
and the
dude,
strategists kinda
I'd
get
way
caught after
prefer a
that. So
Strange
it's-
here.
It's an odd situation to be in for Ego Death right now, as they're constantly playing on that back foot.
Yeah, I'm not quite sure about this map choice here. I mean, will history repeat itself? It's the exact same situation where Envy pushes through 3.
Let's see.
And then
Okay,
they
the
hold
cap
them
is
on point 1.
not
We
bad.
got to see if something changes here. Obviously, the bands
The
are
cap,
slightly
I
different,
mean,
and
but
the
even you're
composition
playing
is different.
cap into Emma,
but,
man.
I don't know. I'm not sure how
I
I'm
don't
feeling
think
about
Kaluge is 21 and
Yeah,
1.
I
This
think- I don't
Emma
know.
is
I
like
mean, they locked
untouched.
that Human Torch. They wanted
This
to try
Emma
to
is
try to
so
play the
fucking
Iron
free.
Man or not the Iron Man, the Iron Fist alongside the Hela. But for them, it just didn't work out. I mean, they swapped off the Hela. They went to Punisher. I mean, you can kind of see the vibes, the idea behind it. But for for the ability to protect Human Torch and then not play it is kind of rough. So I don't know. Maybe this is my problem with I think Human Torch is a great hero, like Broger said, but you know, there's more to the game than just that, right? It's more to the game than just one hero. And I think personally, I think Human Torch can be at
okay, let's see if they swap anything up.
But we'll see how things kind of progress moving forward. You can see, you know, Storm, such a strong hero in its own right. I mean, it kind of enables Envy to get so much damage as well.
I do like the Winter Soldier. I think the Winter Soldier is a reasonable answer into this like double tank front line that they're struggling to deal with.
The most value with Storm. We talk about damage boost being so important right now in the meta. You're finding that when you have this damage boost, things like Cal here on the Punisher, that those shots, those hit scan shots are now far more valuable with the extra little bit. You know, you always see enemies just slightly getting away. That now goes out the window as you have that damage boost. All those picks are getting, you know, secured. So we do see a hold here.
It's going to be so hard to get in though. This is going to, I think it's going to have to be an ult dump, or Sombol is going to have to try and make some space on this cap somehow.
Now you see the rotation over to this natural cover, and that is how you need to play Vanguard at this level.
I think the difficulty right now as well for Ego Death is now swapping over the Human Torch. Every single flyer feels like
there
it's
goes
super
far.
strong in this meta, but now this fight's going on. Self goes in immediately one
Self gets speed, that's big. Window whiffs as well. This could be the entry for MV. Zaytek's got the ult. There we go, the Armed and Dangerous. The Lunar ult is still going though. The timing was a bit weird.
In the reset start, no, it will not. Great positioning, great retake. They're going to give them a few ticks and then drop back in here and try to take over the point.
I don't know about that from Zaytek.
Drop in right now with Doctor Strange, allowing Envy to hold on tightly. You see up there, Month is just creating a billion clones.
And yeah, here comes the playback. Window, Kaluge, Cal, all getting the picks.
And they find Zaytek's. That amount of damage, when you have a Loki set up like that on high ground, that needs to go bye-bye. You got to get rid of that equipment.
Got 2 ticks though, 2 minutes on the clock. They can definitely ult dump win this for sure.
Yeah, and unfortunately for Ego Death, it cost them
this
momentum.
Is not
found
over.
Early with the ultimate too. That could have been the saving grace for Ego Death to stay alive on that objective, but right now we're going to have to regroup around this. Captain America. It should give them some, you know, extra survivability with that freedom charge, maybe to pop other ultimates as well. But Envy's also coming up on double ultimates as well, so
needs to go big here on this mag. Soko needs to get the pick here on this mag for them to get in.
I mean, on the opposite side, you have to worry about Cal, who now has that final judgment.
Because I mean, look at what they've got. Shpee's got ult, or Shpee will have. Cal's got it. Nero, Kaluge, all of them are rocking it. So they're going to walk in with the cap ult. Cap's trying to corral them in that back corner and keep them honest. Oh, that's a big Agamotto from Shpee. That's a huge Agamotto, and I think this push is already done. Yeah, this is a back out and reset. Yeah.
I think I'm with you on the map choice, Shib. We'll see with a minute left to go. I mean, there wasn't even that many ults popped. They just munked the copy. But I think you made a good point.
I don't know, man. Ego looked just a little bit lost. And Envy have just got everything they want.
I mean, I know it's probably going well in script.
They're probably
stuff,
super happy with this draft.
As it stands, they have 54 seconds left to go. Pretty even in terms of ultimate charge right now. Everything is sort of favored for Envy, who fully capped out the map with a lot of time in the bank.
Yeah, I'm with you. I'm not quite convinced, right? I think this is exactly what we saw the last matchup.
Okay, Zaytek needs to go big here. Sombo gets munked. That's big.
That's a good start here.
Okay. Couple of big picks. Soko gets Nero as well. Here we go. This is what Ego need. Huge push. Really, really nice push. That's what we needed to see.
Well played by Ego to pressure through with 19 seconds on the clock.
That's what we needed to see.
You know, king of
not a lot of time to work with comparatively, but hey, signs of life.
But you know, regardless,
signs of life from Ego Death.
Pop those ultimates the right time. I mean, that was excellent teamwork, like you mentioned, and you know, we're seeing maybe why they did pick the map, but they still only have 2 minutes and 30 seconds in the streets phase. If you lose one fight, it's going to feel so.
No one else is close. Momentum about to have an ult. I wonder if they just sell it
coming close to that Loki copy
and try and just walk around this corner with momentum early. Before Month is about to get theirs though, so it could be matched pretty quickly now.
I can check, but I believe Ego was down there on ult, so they just found more value, which is, you know, good on them. It's dangerous, especially when you're being on offense.
Okay, there's Sombol. He's gonna help them walk it in. Kaluge has gone down. That's a big pick. That's a big pick.
here. Speaking of momentum, looking for Speedery in the sky. We might see something here as Month on the side of MD.
And it looks like Momentum's probably going to look to go with Zaytek here. Self gets an early pick. That's big. Okay. They're getting some good momentum now. And they can save the ults as well. This is actually really big for Ego Death. Because they did not use any ults for that.
To make sure they get point 2.
That's actually really nice from Ego.
Death. They have to do it though right here. Envy coming back into it. Kaluj got kind of caught out there by Ego Death with that freedom charge. Just kind of chased down Kaluj on that backside. Wasn't able to really move anywhere else towards his team and got definitely caught out. Now here comes this early supernova at the choke point.
There's the Maggot to soak up the supernova.
And the Hurricane comes out here for Speedery. You're gonna walk directly in, waiting out that ultimate there from the side of Zaytek. So he's trying to keep the pressure out. Cal doing the same thing. I'll go all
surviving really well, Ego. Honestly, how are they still in this?
Good utilization there.
That was a really nice play around the point.
Ego winning all of these fights. And
1 for 1.
Say that Speedery onto self now, evening out the odds a little bit. The positioning, dancing around that
Cal
natural
just fucking
cover.
walks in with the shotgun.
Speedery.
Okay, Cal just walks in with a shotgun and says, "Do you know what? Fuck all of you guys.
And that is the entirety of Team Ego going
Fuck all of you guys."
And we gotta show the change here from Sambo onto Cap has clearly gotten value off of that, changing off of that Venom.
Yeah, it definitely has, but I think that was excellently disengaged by Ego Death, but it didn't matter for Team Envy, who
basically,
the
quickest way to explain it is the Punisher ultimate can like take out the Storm if she ultis on the front line. So if the Storm goes for their back line, for example, and tries to kill the supports, Zaytek pops their Punisher ultimate, waiting for the Storm to drop so that they can burn them, and that's then wasted. So it's for protection. It was to bait out and then protect.
1, 2, 3.
And they just C9.
Oh, there's so many C9s. There's so many
And they just C9.
Oh my goodness.
You saw Somble's face at the end there.
I was like, why is everyone
Somble was pretty fucking upset at that one.
The entirety of the team was too afraid of the Sonic Seduction, and that drove them backwards. Lost track of time. You can't do that at this level of play as they walk off.
I think honestly that was just some really bad drafting from Ego.
Personally, I just don't want to see, just bad Marvel rivals. It's not that they played bad. It's just that last fight was just so unfortunate for sure, not touching the payload. It happens to the best.
Man, you hate to see a C9 at this level, don't you?
In an 0-2 deficit.
You hate to see a C9 at this level.
Their final chance to make it to this qualifiers, to make it to the LAN and to push forward into this tournament. Envy are one map away, not from qualifying from LAN necessarily, but going up against whoever wins out of SDX and Techie XD. Whoever wins that matchup is going to get to China. So we'll have to see what happens then. But regardless, right now, I mean, Envy are so close to getting it done shit, and this team they have experience to do it as well. So I'd be definitely.
There's gonna have to be a hell of a turnaround from Ego Death to reverse sweep this one.
Oh man, oh man.
And I think they
finals there, top
I think they need to completely switch their drafting strat.
Envy looked really good. That was a tough look. It's all about comms.
We talked about not doing tank prio as much, and I still stand by that, but you have to ban out one of them. Like, I don't think you can give them the mag and the Emma. So I guess for Ego it's what do you prio more, right? Window is a monster on this mag. So you either give him his mag, or if you want to play this Venom Cap kind of style for Somble, you need to take out the Emma. Like, this Emma makes it so tough to do these dive tanks.
From Ego, especially after they were able to get through point 1, but they were on a rampage and just kind of fell apart at the very end.
Yeah,
like, it's dead simple. All that's going to happen is they're going to dive in the back, and Emma's going to choke him, and they're going to get burst.
Exactly as you called it, Shib. I think that Sonic Seduction really screwed him over. Month is going to take home that MVP. I mean, we see so many of these players
I guess for Ego, because they do enjoy diving a lot more, you've got to take out the Emma, I think. Even if you leave Windows Maga, which has been proven to be a problem, I think Emma is the bigger problem for the kind of comp that you want to play, right? And the kind of play style you want to play.
Yeah, it's tough. Like,
as Ego Death. So
I
think I would like to see a little strat change.
They weren't left with a lot of time.
A little bit of a strat change from them.
That's brutal. Hey, listen, as somebody that's a part of, like, sometimes it can be like that, right? Sometimes all it takes is one guy distracting everybody to push everybody off.
The Cap did a lot better though, but the Venom looks pretty fucking fucking
esports and hero
sad.
shooters on the positive side.
for
And
them.
it feels good when they don't touch that objective, when they don't touch that payload because of, in my case, Erster.
we stand
so
up?
even though some people maybe could be seen as feeding,
Let's do some
like
standing
maybe
up.
Kalu's a little bit too far forward with a Sonic Seduction or something, but if you're in a situation like that, a very intense situation, and you add another element to touching that payload, like you said, Chip, that 1 second of distraction can definitely get you stamped forward in the tournament.
Yeah, and I think you're right. I think what was happening there is they were dancing to try to make sure they weren't getting hit by the Sonic Seduction.
lock
And
in
when
a
they
little
realized
bit.
the time, they probably peaked out and maybe were caught by Sonic Seduction at the very last second, which absolutely, you know, turned the tides of that fight. That is probably what happened, I would imagine, which is the difficulty with gauging the timing in the length there of Sonic Seduction. If you get a little bit of those ticker, which it does grow over time, even if you fall away for a moment, it doesn't necessarily fall.
That's a couple of
We'll see
C9s
what
we've seen
happens as
today,
we go
actually.
into map 3 right after this break.
That's a shame. Alrighty. So as before, I'm going to run a quick ad, a quick 1 minute ad this time. I'm also going to take this opportunity to quickly go pee. I suggest you guys do the same. And I'll be back in just a minute. All right.
Remember the dusk, the lights gripping tightly, trapping all those fighting souls. But yet, across the world, I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come find me. Do you remember who you really are? Show me that you are still the only one for me. I'll be waiting for you. Blink and open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, we are rebels till the end. Rise and open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time.
Okay.
We will flash, no matter where. We will fight, reaching across time and space. 'Cause you are my destiny.
2 games down. Is this going to be a straight 3-0 from Envy? I hope we get some competitive series today, but I'd be very surprised with the way that Ego Death look right now.
Burning brightly, shining on those memories. And yes, across all time I see you turning the tides. And do you see now?
Man, some people are so creative.
Still fight like the wind and fire. And wonder no more.
Oh boy, this looks like loser's queue.
Your heart is mine.
That looks like a loser queue game.
Darkness grows and yes, we fight for our destiny and fate. New days smiling for
What's that?
the future. Break those chains, lead the way.
I think I've hurt my jaw.
And when you wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through
This is a really good question, actually. What hero, when played at a top level, is the most entertaining to watch? I mean, Wolverine is very fun to watch because the kidnaps are kind of crazy, and they do make for really good moments. Hulks, we've seen some crazy Hulk plays as well. We saw some insane Hulk stuns and the Hulk air grabs. It's like the flashy plays, right? Any of these like super flashy heroes are always good to watch. Psylocke, BPs, you know, these kind of dive are always going to be
Envy
fun
up
to watch for
by
most people.
2, but don't count out Ego. Who have turned it around before. Can they reverse sweep?
Maybe. I mean, it's definitely in the cards. I think that Ego Death is a team.
I'd be
that-
very
that
surprised
can
with the way
do
that
it. I
Ego
mean,
are
for
playing
sure. This
if
team
they manage
has
to
a,
reverse sweep
a
this.
solid coach, apparently, according to them in Jitward, and I think that this whole team definitely has the mentals to kind of stay on top. They talked about how, you know, you have to act like a pro if you want to be a pro, and for them, you know, that's about maintaining that sort of posture, that steadfast, you know, just ability to make the correct decisions and not panic. So right now for Ego, that's the major thing. Like, sure, you know what just happened is brutal. You didn't touch the cart, but
I'm feeling like
it
a
happens,
costume
right? It happens
change.
to the best of
I'll be
teams.
back in
It
a
just
sec.
happens in hero shooters, especially Marvel Rivals. I mean, the payload in this game, you have to cap it, right? That's a big thing. It can flip sides between attacking and defending sides if you don't touch that objective and you don't control it. So there's a lot of things in Marvel Rivals and the hero shooter genre that are different in this game, alongside the fact that the cart has like every single cart has like a rectangle ship in terms of the hitbox. So sometimes it can be awkward if you don't touch it or whatever. If you do touch it, I was watching the Oceanic qualifiers. There was a Mr. Fantastic player in the early stages of the Open qualifiers. I think this team went 0-9 or something, but they still qualified because the Oceanic region's funny. But this team had a Mr. Fantastic player in the Oceanic region. They were about to cap out and they needed to stay on the cart, but the Mr. Fantastic pulled himself off the cart. And the map ended because they lost.
So nothing different yet.
Crazy things have happened before.
Still massive flyer prior. We are on Idrisil path, so I do understand why we've got this torch prior. We talked about it all day, right? Torch is mega on this map. This is probably Torch's best map, I think.
Yeah, I mean, that's tough.
So not surprised by this prior whatsoever. There's the Emma ban that we needed. There's the Emma ban that we needed. Right, we talked about
3 or
this.
4 fights. Obviously, you saw the side of Envy clutch up, and they started making some good plays there and did sweep them one time. But I do think the momentum was, you know, leaning towards Ego there during that attack.
Lunaban.
I mean, it's another off topic. We'll never see Mr. Fantastic. Is that another hero we haven't seen? I think Mr. Fantastic.
Yeah, haven't
Okay,
seen him yet.
now they're putting a little
Mr.
more
Fantastic,
prio.
Thor, some of those
Ooh.
characters haven't made
maybe not.
a presence, which I think is for a good reason, because there's like weird interactions with Mr. Fantastic can happen. It was like an off topic.
I mean,
thing.
it's actually
But,
quite
like,
smart,
sometimes
right?
you
Because they
accidentally
realize
have
they've
Mr.
only got
Fantastic
one
bring a
ban
Doctor
left,
Strange to your team who has Eye of
they either ban the
Agamotto,
Emma or
and
the
you get
Mag,
your whole
and
team
then
Eye of Agamotto,
automatically
like,
going to get the
crazy
other one,
stuff
right?
could happen like that, and I mean,
They
we're probably
don't
not
need
gonna
to
see that
save
because,
the
you know,
Mag
nobody plays
because they're going to get it.
that. Truth be told, the horrible character. He's good though.
So they've kind of got a nice free ban
that's
here
funny.
again,
Yeah,
Ego,
well,
but
it's
it
gonna be
depends what they
coming
want
up
to
here
do with it.
shortly. We will see the new Fantastic Four. I'm excited for it, but yeah, I'm with you. I mean,
Loki,
there's a couple
love
heroes
it.
that haven't been,
I would really like the
chosen.
Loki ban.
What's that? Of course. Yeah, we'll make the drive.
I understand why they
Sure
want to do
costs you
Punisher,
statewide.
but I think the Loki ban is way
I'll drive
better.
over. I'll drive over to see
I
the
think the
movie.
Loki
Dude,
ban
that
is
sounds
way
fun.
better.
So
Yeah, just a
what is
quick
it,
day
12
trip.
hours?
So, you know, a little more than that, I think. In New York to Arizona,
They've given them
might be
so
a
many
bit of a
power
hike,
picks
but
in the previous
no,
ones, and Loki's just
It's like the
an
distance
utter
between you and
menace
China, right? I mean, just the
in
distance
these games.
between America and China, right? Where all these players will be going. I mean, that
Like, Loki
that might
is-
be a lot of these.
is
we
the
haven't
best,
talked about that, by the way. At all. Like the
support
fact
right
that
now.
this will probably be a lot of these players' first time traveling
I
to a
want
new
to see
country to
BPL
compete
South.
in
He's
an
never going to
international
get it, though.
tournament for
It's kind of the problem when
$500,000.
you,
Like, that
when
is
you
a
have such a
massive
crazy
deal that's
showing on a
involved
hero.
in the Ignite series, right?
Yeah, that is insane.
You're
to
never
think
going to
about.
be given
And
it.
it's just a totally different playing field. I think we talk about teams showing up here on the big stage, but you know, when you're in person, I mean,
And I
you've got
think
experience
part of
with
the
it.
problem for
It's even
Self,
more
particularly,
nerve-wracking,
Self is a
and
great
you see
player,
people crumble,
no
you see
doubt.
people, you know, shine,
But
you see
his
those moments,
BP
come to
is
fruition.
such
So
a
I know
cut
you've
above the
obviously
rest
had
of his
that kind of
heroes.
experience playing in front of you know, a bunch of eyes, but it is
From a
definitely
drafting
something
perspective, there's
different.
no reason not to ban it from the enemy team, right? BP is really annoying to deal with and can just solo carry the game, so you don't want to give them that option.
You know what I mean? That's
And if
definitely
Self
a
is
big
more
deal.
uncomfortable
I think that
on
we have
all the other
players having
picks
the agency
that
with
isn't
the protected
BP,
ban system,
it makes
because,
perfect
by
sense to make them
God,
uncomfortable.
As somebody that had
you know?
to deal with a cat choosing which heroes could be picked
Uncomfortable
and
might be the
banned
wrong
during a
word, right?
certain
He's a
week,
pro player.
I think I'll
I'm
be
sure he
triggered
can
for
play
the
a
rest of
lot
my
to a
life.
very
I'll
high
tell you
degree.
that. But listen, I think there's a reason that my name is Dogman,
But
because
do
now
you know what I'm getting
I'm gonna
at,
go
right?
find every cat. I'm gonna make sure. I'm gonna
So
put a
here we
little
go.
fedora hat in front of
Potentially
them
the
and
last
tell,
game in
hey,
this series.
Pick a number, and maybe one of those numbers takes you to the vet one day.
Hopefully
and you
Ego
wanna go
Death
there.
can give us a competitive series here.
As we do see a consistent ban here, though, from the side of Ego, it doesn't look like they're changing too much, man. They are going to get rid of that Emma, which did cause some problems, right? So that is going to be the change of pace that we see so far. Kalu's going to be on the
Envy's
thing
gone
here,
for like
trying to help
quite
out with
an
Cal.
interesting
You had that
comp this
conversation
thing.
of the fastball
Maybe they were
special. When you
expecting
have
the Wolverine.
and the thing, that is a very powerful and slept-on team up. That
But
we
it's
find
it's
a
also
lot
about the
here in
team up,
Pro
right?
League. We may be
They can
saying,
enable
why the
Cal
thing,
by
that
just
damage
throwing
reduction
this
is good
Wolverine at
to
them, right?
protect, but also it's that team up. It is so valuable, and obviously those.
So you either do
Halo
Hulk or Thing, and
Absolutely. I mean, we've heard of the
there we
strength
go.
of
There's the
Wolverine in
kidnap.
NBA, also
Oh,
over here in
straight
North
away
America.
as
You
well.
can see exactly why. I mean, Soko falls, Envy again with the
Straight
advantage
away.
here, Shiv. I mean, Ego Death has fallen apart yet again.
Yeah, and that is some early pressure. Speedery gonna find one here. Cal on the far. Zatex turns around on Speedery. Nero, though, again on Ensemble. Cal onto Zatex all over the place.
Cal.
And they have a ton of free space. Can they get back here with the teleport? Looks like they
All right,
will.
the classic TP contest.
Hold on to it here. So you typically see teams at this level wait a little bit until the reses come through. Now,
here we go. TP contest.
Last second, so your entirety of your team can have this fight.
There's the momentum.
Goes the bond to slow up the
Popping that cloak ult to keep everyone competitive.
Bond, but no, not able to get anything there from the side of Cal, who does play
Speedery biding their time. Look at them. They're waiting for this to go out. Here we go. There's the second one. Spee's gonna wait it out. Oh, window again. Oh my god. Dude, how do they find it every time? Every time.
They will push this thing through point one.
Yeah, it's tough. I mean, usually we've seen Far dodge those ultimates well, by the way, Cal and the spawn.
Cal's just having a great time.
Do something else. Nice little Jeff spray indeed. Going over to the Hella for the second phase of the map as things enter, you know, a bit more of not
4 minutes 20 on the
phase,
clock.
but there's not a lot of flank angles here. On
Well, listen, don't count your chickens, right? We've seen crazy comebacks on this map already today.
So pretty much open,
so
and that's kind of a good spot, honestly.
You can get full health pretty
like
easy. Don't count your chickens.
Storm, who has that right side peek angle.
Yeah, this is a defensible position here,
goes
but
Spee.
not when you have a hurricane coming at your face here. Will
Sambal pops that ult.
You're going to see Sambal using that cap ult to keep the team healthy. You'll see them all running in that path. We mentioned it before. Make sure you're running in the path there of cap if you want that shield. Momentum.
Oh, Zatek with a nice pick, though. Oh, Zatek uses the ult, though. That's so unfortunate. They get the pick, and then they pop that ult, and then just get insta-stunned. It goes down straight away. That's really unfortunate from Zatek. They could have had a proper pop-off right there.
Yeah, definitely on this side of the point, we see, you know, very aggressive plays by Cal and onto Far. He's going to go down early. I mean, if they're able to kind of control that sort of right side peeking that we were talking about earlier in this game, obviously you peek over the right side shoulder of the character model, which can create, you know,
I actually really like this thing pick in this situation specifically.
Don't have those right side peeks that Envy does, and they're taking full advantage. 3 minutes left to go. Maybe if we had an option to change between right and left shoulder,
it's doing a lot of like frontlining, a lot of frontline work. Just being this wall to try and get past.
The ability to use that supernova. Clobbering time goes out. It finds a few.
Window again. Oh, Soko on the other side though gets Spee.
Even in the odds, double meteor finding value as they are just continuing to hold on. Ego is down one right now. Cal up in the sky, low on HP.
This could be big.
Will they be able to get a pick? Did I just see Cap's face pop up there? Soko.
I love Cap just jumping up.
In great patience and way to hold on here for Ego.
Cap's little face going, hello.
This spot is very defensible unless Speedery comes in with a hurricane like we said. Zatex window is gonna find self.
Oh, really nice. Yeah, they're all fucking, yeah, they're gone.
Even being down in numbers, good plays there. Kaluj gonna keep haymakering them back to their spawn door.
And there's all the room they need for point two. 3 minutes 44 on the clock.
Feel for Ego Death right now that they have to get some sort of momentum. I mean, you see even pulled on the backside. Soko does find speedily, but you know he's going to go down. Did have that teleport back to the other spawn. Regardless, right now Ego Death. What do they do? Captain America's waiting to go on that left side, Ensemble side. Maybe the dive can come through from self, but the full momentum shift has just gone in, or sorry, the full.
So this is gonna have to be a crazy fucking hold from Ego Death.
Momentum on the side of Ego Death. So 3 minutes and 15 seconds left to go. We'll see if momentum in his team can come back.
Dude, that stun is way too long.
Yeah, Ego is holding on to a slight.
Mag stun is way too long.
Advantage by one as we do see the supernova go out.
Oh, how does he live?
A ton of damage out, but a ton of cooldown.
Oh my god, that healing is crazy. Nero with a double.
It finds a few. Nero gonna clutch up again. We find that at this state of the game, Luna Snow.
Oh, Envy are walking them, dude. Nah, Envy are walking them.
Envy who have a ton of space and positioning now.
Oh boy.
3 numbers up as Ego is gonna have to retake, drop back, or just hold on here on push for as long as possible and reset as a team.
Dude, Window is just like, I don't know, man. Window is like untouched on this mag.
Speedery finding Sambal to clean up.
But it's the lesser, like, it's the lesser of two evils, right? They banned the Emma. The Window on this mag is a problem.
Window right now has that Meteor M as well to connect onto either Far or the Loki player of Ego Death, because I've said momentum too many times. They're about to come in now, and he's ready for every
Sambo
time.
trying to pressure the back line a little bit. Windows getting ready. There's the kidnap.
And the tackle goes out, but great work there, and that goes to show you why Invis is so strong.
Oh, nice jump up to avoid that one.
Self on Wolverine right off during that tackle.
Now far pops.
Super valuable. You got to keep that in mind and hold on to that push for that moment. Collusion.
This looks like it could be a good hold actually for Ego. There we go. Soka gets a really nice pick.
As Ego's now retaking his space back, but we do see the pop here from Speedery, not able to get any.
Not really sure what Zatek was trying to go for there. He pops the Winter Soldier roll on his own backline. Was he hoping to get Spee? I don't really know. That felt really weird from Zatek. Or was he just getting out? But a big hold from Ego Death.
Mainstay today. I think he's sort of
big hold
from himself. He's been so good with these Meteor M's, with the picks on the Magneto.
1 minute 20 on the clock. Can they keep it up? Stumble about to get the ult. Far not too far away. Self pretty close. This Wolverine ult can be game changing. This can solo win games. We've seen it happen many a time. There we go. They just insta pop and go. Okay. This looks actually really good for Ego Death. This is really good for Ego Death. Window kind of throws it. Oh, what a bubble. Nearly saved Stumble. Yeah, they got to be careful now. They got to back out as a team. Don't lose any more, but here goes... Oh, they grouped so nicely, though. Oh, they grouped so nicely.
On the defensible side of far.
Yeah, I mean, this has been beautiful from the strategist of Ego Death. They also have to commit the green.
That was really smart from Ego Death.
Now coming through and saving each other from the dance of the butterflies. Can they stay alive? The Dagger Storm, like you said, such a strong ability. And right now, Ego Death, their strategists are keeping the team in it.
Here we go. There's a lot of ults to play with for Ego Death for this last fight. There goes Zatek. Oh! He gets the reset. That's huge from Soko. I don't know if he's going to get any more resets, but it keeps him up. Cal and Shmi do get on top of him, though. And here's the Heller over the top. This could be huge from Cal. Oh, but they take him out. This is all about Shmi right now. Shmi has another ult, but there goes the Loki Lamp. Oh, Loki Lamp goes out, though. Oh, that's huge. Oh, wait. How long can Stumble stall? I don't think they can.
And that could be enough, but you do see over on the right side Self getting ready to hold on to this point for as long as possible with the last stand.
Oh, Self gives it a go. Okay, they do get all three.
For them to push all 3 points.
I mean, we were about to say earlier.
They get them down to 0-0, though. That is really good from Ego Death, considering how that started.
Was a top team.
That is really solid.
Maps, take wins over top teams. But today, I mean, against Envy, they just keep faltering at the worst possible time, man. It just feels like they just collapse last second. And, you know, Envy, definitely deserving team. They played so well around their spawn. Kaluge with that pick on Ensemble, able to come back through. Ego Death's strategists have so much pressure on them right now. I mean, it looks so hectic, so hard to play, especially versus a talented Psylocke player like Speedily and then Cal on the opposite side.
Okay, how do they approach this?
So there is so much pressure on them, and they're doing such a good job to keep the
Are
team
Envy
alive,
looking
but
at
it
a
just
triple
feels like
Vanguard?
they're collapsing. The whole team is collapsing at the worst possible time.
Surely not, no?
So on the attack, you know, or on
They
the defense,
are. Okay.
Oh, no, sorry. Now on their attack, they really have to take a deep breath.
Okay.
Come together as a unit, you know, relax.
So
a little
if
bit.
this is
It's
the
been-
first time
it's
you're
been
seeing
tough
this,
for, like, looking at
this
Self,
is
like,
the
he's had
idea,
no final
right?
hits that map. Same thing
This
with
is the idea.
Stumble. They haven't been able to find the synergy between him and Self throughout that map. And
You
know,
run
on the
triple
attack, things will
Vanguard
be a little bit
and
easier to
triple
set up,
strategist for
potentially
this
just
first
kind of, do your
corner,
typical
and you
stuff,
push up
because
and you
right
play
now,
really
Envy,
aggro.
They're really good
You
against
play
dive,
into
and
their
we
spawn,
talked
you play
to
super
Cal in one of
aggro.
the interviews, he said how against Ego
And
Death
the
in their
idea
group
is you
stages, the
hold
match
on for
to
as
Ego
long
Death,
as you
the answer
can.
to Ego Death was just
You're not
mark,
necessarily like
mark
trying to get
Self, like,
picks.
make sure
You're not
somebody's
necessarily
always
like
looking at him.
trying
think
to get
that's
team
tough.
wipes and
You
stuff.
talked about it
You
earlier,
just
how
hold
Envy
and
went 2 on the group
stall
stages, Shib.
for
It
as
does feel
long
like right
as
now
you
Envy
can.
specifically
You
is a
burn
really,
the
really bad
time down,
matchup for
and
Team
this is
Ego
what they're
Death.
going to try and do.
Yeah,
However, this is going to be a playground for Self. And there we go, straight away. Self is going to have a field day. There's the res, though, from Speedery, so they're going to try and stay up here. And there's another kidnap onto the group. So you can see what they're doing, right? They are just playing so far up. And they're going to stall for as long as they can and burn this time down from Ego. Oh my god, Cal. Oh my god, Cal. What? What?
His character's disgusting. This is another reason
this
why
character
we
needs a
talk about
fucking
Ego.
nerf.
This is the worst
This
thing
is
they struggle against.
like this is
Three
absolutely
Vanguards,
outrageous
three sides of
behavior.
his
To be
composition. We
perfectly
saw
honest.
them struggle against FlyQuest on Arauco. We're seeing it again today on
That's
Aegis Path. A minute off the clock already.
nah,
They found
that's
the
not
opening pick
okay.
with Self on that fastball
That's
special,
not okay.
But they're now having to deal with Envy again on this triple Vanguard composition.
Sombo's going to the Squirrel Girl to try and get some value here. Try and push up. Try and burn through these tanks. Oh, big Groot ult as well from Window.
They could push through here. Soko trying to find and look for a
Can they push through? Momentum gets Month. Here we go. Sombo gets speed. This is big. Okay, Sombo's kind of cooking right now. Okay, and there we go. That's the hit. Now Envy are gonna TP back and contest this again, staying on this triple Vanguard. Because Sombo's already switched off, so this might be a little bit tough here. They might get mega held.
Here's another one.
Yeah, and this is a strategy we see a lot at this level of play. You guarantee 3 fights. You know, a lot of people are confused as to these portals, but they're doing it as fast as possible because then they can walk back if they were to lose this fight this early on, as the cart is not even around the corner.
Okay, here goes the Judge Jury from Zaytek. Needs to get some good value from this.
Zaytek with that damage boost from the Storm of Self, kind of press forward, outgo all the
Oh, but they're living. This is bad. Oh, this is real bad.
That is next level play. Cal finds 1 month onto momentum, turning it right back at him.
Oh,
great hold.
yeah, they're just gonna walk over them off the back of this.
Full team switch here as Cal is now on the Doctor Strange, and they do hold on.
Yeah, I wonder if that was intentional as well from Collusion. I mean, that clobbering time came out just as Zaytek was finished with his ultimate, so timed that out perfectly, connected with the stun after that.
And you can
Punisher
see
was
it
no
working,
longer
right?
CC
You can
immune.
see how this
You know,
works in
Ego
real
Death, they have
time right now.
Massive hill to climb. I mean, Team Envy have done so well on that second attack or second defense. A minute and 14 seconds left on the clock now for Ego Death. They do have that Hurricane ready to go, but like you mentioned, Month is going to be
Okay, here goes Storm. This needs to be big from Self, but there's the invis already.
Hurricane from Self, and now it gets matched immediately here by Month, just to kind of stall. We do see the squirrels, and here comes
Big Agamotto from Cal. Holy shit. Oh my god, no. Envy are rolling this, dude. I'm telling you. Oh. Envy are fucking rolling this 3-0.
45 on the clock. Wow. Envy is playing lights out in this series.
Yeah, they are playing incredibly well, and we'll see if they can keep
Dude,
it up. They do
Window
have that,
is
see you
a
later, ready to go from
monster.
Speedily once he comes back from spawn. Ego Death, though. You know, maybe this is their fight. They can come back through. They have that Punisher.
Envy looking real good.
Yeah, and Far finds Kaluj early. Down goes 3.
Oh,
That's what
this is big from Zaytek, though. Okay.
The team is going to reset
Huge momentum shift. They used everything for that, though. No TP, remember. They already used the TP to contest that second bit. So if they can stop them touching, which it looks like they might. Oh, they do touch, though, right at the end. There's a clubbering time, but there's already 2 picks. Soak and Self have already got them. Count does get Zaytek. Window. They're still on this triple Vanguard. Oh, Window. How does he get these picks? How does he get these picks?
Against Ego in a matchup we considered pretty even as the teleport is coming through. Did I just see a cancel? I'm not 100%
Oh, I think he messed up the TP. No, there it is. Okay, Soka gets near. Okay, this is turning. This is turning. Oh, really nice from Ego Death. Oh. My God.
Staying alive. Looking at his
That looked totally lost.
Dropping down to 1
That
HP,
looked
dropping down
fully
super
lost.
low. Able to build the ultimate up at the very last second.
Fully lost.
You maybe sometimes can get your ultimate canceled like we've seen before out of Cloak and Dagger players, specifically when the Loki goes for the
I mean, they
copy, 'cause
used a
sometimes
lot,
the animation
Ego,
comes
right?
out a little bit
They
later,
used
but
a lot
regardless,
to get that in,
Far barely able to
including
stay
the
alive,
TP,
pops that
but
ultimate off, keeps the team alive, and
hell,
we talked about how good,
there's a
you know,
lot of money on the
Self
line
is,
right now.
Sambo,
You
Soko,
fight to the
but I think this
very
Predator's line,
last
Ego definitely
moment you
doesn't-
can.
doesn't get enough credit. They kept themselves alive. That team, that back line, really doing amazing work for Ego Death.
Yeah, but Envy with the full hold here. Only 2
Here
minutes
goes
left
Self.
on as we do see
Oh, big.
Self finding Nero early. That is a huge pick.
Oh, big.
Again,
Self
they're
gets
gonna
2,
collapse
actually.
and take
That's
out Window.
huge.
Zaytek's on a Kaluge. Make that
Okay, they got some really good momentum now. Here we go. Here we go. This is some momentum.
Again, Ego,
This
once
could
they
be
find
really
these-
big for Ego.
It's like these overtime fights. Once they win, it's like the momentum just
Oh,
heavily
boy.
shifts. Like a light switch gets turned on, and they keep the pressure progressing forward.
Absolutely. They need to win one more fight here to close out on the second
Oh,
phase. Although, you know, a
boy.
lot of teams we do see struggle in the Streets phase, I think, of these maps. Usually it's on that third phase. It's a little bit more defensible, but we'll see if they can do it here, Team Envy.
It's now or never, Envy. You give this everything you got.
Flying in the sky, Cal looking for something. Zaytek's with the bubble.
That's a
is gonna
big
press
kill
in,
from
and that's a
Zaytek.
huge early start, and that is
Finds
2.
Cal as well in the
And
backside.
Battery not even able to hold on to the point. That's not going to be enough for them as they are up for the clobbering time. Can they collapse?
Speedery gets Self, though.
Speedery out of Self. They need to hold
Nice
on.
lamp.
They need to make a play, or they will
Stop
get
Speedery getting anything else, but they're getting corralled a little bit. Oh, momentum gets railed.
Momentum. Will this happen for Soko, who hasn't
Soko
yet
didn't manage to get it either. This looks real bad now.
Zaytek's fall. Speedery is on one right now and finding 3. Can they find 4?
Oh, what a kidnap. Oh, my God. What a stunning kidnap.
Closing out on Ego Death.
Yeah,
I
this
mean,
is
that
done.
backside
This is done,
flank,
guys.
Able to connect onto momentum, just not ready for that pressure that comes from
That was
Psylocke.
such a beautiful
And that
kidnap.
change over this character has definitely enabled Envy
So we
a lot
see this
more.
a lot
But
from
26
Wolverines,
seconds
if you
left
guys
to go. Ego
don't-
Death now coming through.
kind of,
No ultimates
let you know what
either.
happened
Self
there.
back over
A really
to
good way
that
to deal
Wolverine.
with
This could be
the
a close hold from
cloakals
Envy,
is
too. You don't even
you
wanna touch the
walk in with
payload.
Wolverine, you kidnap them away from their own ult, and then you just burst them down. It's a really good way to just, you know, take them out without using like an ult, you know, without using like a maggle or something.
Outside of that, it's likely going to be
And that's exactly what we saw Cal just do, in combination with Speedery on the Psylocke, and it was clean as
Good
fuck.
touch there by Sambo, who has to burn that E. 57% to ultimate, already getting healed back up. Great crystals here from the side of Ego, who are stalling, and everyone's healthy. It's all about ults here, as Envy is.
Oh, momentum is getting fucking railed, dude.
On a momentum, Cal on the far, and Zaytek's Cal on this Wolverine.
So this is what we talked about before, right? You know when we were saying that, when they were saying that if you have a really good Loki, they struggle into the Psylocke? That's what I'm talking about right there. Like, if you play the Psylocke well, it doesn't matter if you're playing Loki. There's nothing you can do. And that's a straight 3-0, homies. Envy look good. Ego Death are out. Ego Death are out of the tournament.
To land their 1 game away in a statement win from them, right, Shib? I think that we've seen
Hi,
Envy
Jamie.
sort of have a tough beginning of the tournament.
How
I
the
think, in
games tonight?
terms
Well,
of
that's the first
playoffs, but
series,
we've known how
and that
good
was a
they
straight
are,
3-0.
and as a
So
unit, this team looked pretty formidable, right? The only real chance
so
Ego Death
far
stood
pretty
towards the
fast.
very end was really holding
So
on
far
to
pretty
that storm
fast.
the dagger storm, really holding on to those
Nothing
greens. Once you saw that
unexpected. We
Loki
kind of
pop those
expected Envy
crystals
to walk
early,
it, but
it was pretty much a death sentence just because Speedily was so close to the dance of butterflies.
yeah, I think
Cal was so
Envy
close to his own
just
ultimate with
didn't
the-
really
with
know
that,
how to
last stand, so
Ego Death just
really
didn't really
tough
know
fight
how to
really
draft into
end out
Envy,
there, but, I mean,
and ended
huge
up
shout out
kind
to
of
all
just
the
giving
Ego
them
Death.
everything they
really
wanted.
played their hearts out, and I think that
Kinda
this
every
is
game.
the future of Marvel Rivals Esports.
You know?
A lot of the players on this team.
Hi, Raya.
Yeah,
Welcome back.
That is obviously surprising a ton,
right.
has gained a ton
It's just the
of
story of this
fans,
tournament,
right?
isn't it?
Definitely
You let a
not gonna be the
Psylocke in,
last time you see
and
them
it's a
really
goated
well played
Psylocke
across the
player,
board. Nero,
you're going to have an
gotta show
issue.
love again onto that strat
You're
line.
going to
Talk
have a
about that
fucking
hit
problem,
scan back
you
line,
know?
Nero. There's a lot of that Ultron, but that Luna, it went unleashed a ton of value, not only in the healing
Crazy
front,
work.
but with those final hits, 9 for the side of Nero. Who not
So,
only
I
had
mean,
the
that
most
puts
healing
Envy in
by
the
a few
lower bracket
thousand,
semis, which are going to be
also
played
up there in
later
damage with
tonight.
almost 12K.
I'm
So
not sure if I'm going to cover that one. I'll be honest. I don't know if I'm going to be up that late.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Team
I
Envy deserve
might
all the
call it
credit
after
as
the
well. I mean,
Sentinel
Ego Death is a
series.
scary team to go against. We've seen
But
teams
we'll see.
falter
But
to
that
this-
puts them in the
to
lower
Ego
bracket
Death
semis
early
here.
on in the tournament as well. I mean, they made it into the second round
And
of
they're
the
going to
upper bracket
face
for a
whoever
reason.
wins the
These
next
guys are
series.
so good good.
of
and Envy 3-0
Techie
them, right? So what
versus
does it say
Shroud
about Envy? I think that
X.
says this team really is coming together at the right
That's our
time.
next
It's been
BO5
tough
on the
as
way.
you adjust to a new patch, as Cal's talked about. I mean, he said he kind of had struggles. Dongmin also said he had struggles. So it seems right now, Shib, all of the pro players are sort of feeling a bit of unease, right, to this new patch. And
Yeah, this
Envy
mag is
finally starting to come together,
this mag
finally
is
starting to get string
pretty
together
ridiculous.
wins. Map after map, they're looking more comfortable. And I'd be scared, I think, going against Team Envy, whether I'm Shroud-X or Techie XD, because right now Team Envy is looking a lot better than they did earlier on in the tournament.
Yeah, this is what we expected to see from them at the start of the tournament, and I think we were a little shocked that they were losing, right? Like, they had a streak there of 3, almost 4 losses in a row, did clutch up, and it seems like we said before, a light switch was just turned on, and they are playing incredibly as a team. That is now, I believe, out of that,
I can't stand up
5
for
in
too
a
long.
row
My knees are not
against
good
Ego,
enough.
and a team that has been surprising and upsetting a lot of the top teams. To take 5 straight maps against them showcases that you are learning and you understand.
If
how
I'm
to do your
honest,
homework against
I
a
mean,
team.
Nero played great. Don't get me wrong,
Absolutely.
but
And,
for me,
you know, I'm curious to see who we
for
talk
me,
to
Window
on
is the
Team
MVP.
Envy. I'm hoping I'm
I mean,
literally
Window
messaging
just
Gator.
played
I want to
fucking
talk
lights
to Gator,
out
but like
on
we'll
this
see what
mag.
happens. 'Cause,
Absolutely lights
He's a
out.
former teammate of mine. I think it'd be funny to get an interview with them. But regardless, you know, like you said, Shib, I think Envy, you know, they're going to be a team to watch out for sure. I think they're still a lot of people's favorites now, especially after that game after Ego Death, that can move forward. But, you know, it did feel like Ego Death's number was found by Envy, right? That's the difficult aspect of this team, is that, you know, how much can we really give towards Envy? Obviously, they played it very, very well, but also they really just knew what Ego Death was going to do. And just
don't get me wrong. I think Envy played great,
looked
but
insane.
I also
Speedily was
think
16
Ego
finals
just.
window.
I think
On
Ego
Vanguard
misread
roll
the
was
drafts
16,
pretty
Cal with 20
handedly.
on the Wolverine. Their entire team was getting picks and finding value in the neutrals, getting a ton of value with ultimates. Really well done by their team. Cal said he would get it done, and I think we're going to have that conversation with him again. Welcome back, Cal.
This is the last time I'm doing an interview. Let that be known. I'm not letting my team pawn it off to me ever again.
What are they doing? What are they doing? What are they saying to you? There's like, Cal, get in there. Just go do it for us.
Oh, that's
No,
funny.
it's terrible. They're all terrible. We win.
funny.
Our manager Tasma was like, all right, who's doing the interview? Who's doing it? Radio silence. Nobody says a single word. Nobody says anything. And it's like, come on, I need somebody. and I'm just like, just send me the link. None of them do it. But this is the last one.
I mean, we gotta
Hunter's doing
hit
the
off
next
the rip.
one.
I mean, you listen. You're doing all this for your boys over at your team. You got to like promote something here. Your Twitch, something. Just like, you deserve the primage for sure, being the champ. I mean, your team, bunch of babies over here not trying to show up for the interview. So obviously, you gotta promote something here right now, right this instant.
Nah, I got nothing to promote.
Oh my
Nothing at all.
god! God dang it, Cal.
Buy my jersey. That's it. Buy my jersey.
Buy his jersey.
That's it.
He's
So
even a
humble,
company
guys. He's
man.
so
Are you kidding me? Tasmo will give this man a raise. Jesus, Cal. I mean, obvious question, first of all, after that series. It was an incredible match, and I think, you know, you really come alive, I think, as the tournament progresses. We talked about your Magneto playing that triple Vanguard, triple strategist, and I think also against Ego Death. I mean, what is it about those guys? You talked to us in an interview before saying how you kind of just
Hi,
match
Beanie.
self.
How are you?
Is it still that same strategy? Do you guys just feel like you have Ego Death's number, or are you
Welcome
guys
in.
kind of hitting new peaks right now as a unit?
I think we're definitely improving pretty fast. I think we kind of had them downloaded because we got to watch them play yesterday against a team that I would say is around our caliber. And for like the Vanguard stuff, I mean, like, I actually put on a clinic on Magneto today. Like, I was doing insane
Yeah, you
things.
fucking did.
There was one of the fights where I killed 5 and I was kind of astonished that nobody shot at me.
I mean, look at that. It's so outrageous.
Yeah, position was crazy. I mean, I need to ask as a team, what changed? It seems like
I've
you guys
been
had
going-
that spurt
we've been
where it
going
was 3
11
losses in a
hours
row, and you
so
guys
far.
look lights out now. It's like something
I
switched.
feel
Is there
you.
anything
I feel you.
you can attribute to that?
What have you been up to?
I stopped staying up till 6 a.m. playing different games. I think that probably helped us a bit, and my team trusted me more because of that. And we kind of locked in. Like, we want a little vacation. We want to go to LAN. We want to win, and so we've kind of just been taking a little
I
more
respect this
seriously.
guy's honesty. I like him.
Love it.
Yep, fair play, and it definitely
I like
it
it.
goes
This
to
guy's a
show
vibe.
that. So maybe, you know, we'll talk about matchups later on and stuff, but maybe to focus more on the game. Just in terms of you, I know that this game has also, like, in terms of the ban system that
Yeah,
we
it's
have,
a long
it's
day
forced a
today,
lot more
Benny.
flexibility out of you and your team.
So probably got about 4 or 5 hours
What
to
is it
go.
like being a player in Marvel Rivals right now? Is it hard, obviously, flexing to so many heroes? Is that like the number one thing you might say to, you know, somebody that's trying out the game for the first time? Do you want to just have them play everything? Like, what do you think is your take on Marvel Rivals as a game right now with this, like, ban system that we have?
I think it takes away from players just playing like certain things. Like I wouldn't really say that I'm like a DPS player. I'd say I'm just like I'm a rivals player, you know. And I think like to really play the game at its peak and to play how it was meant to be played, I think you kind of have to be like that, not just play one role.
Hard.
I mean, you're showcasing that
agree.
you've hit every single role in a ton of these games.
Agreed.
I see the next lineup here. It's ShroudX or Techie. Is there a
Hard
team
agree.
that you are more afraid of playing? Not necessarily afraid is the right word. Was there a team that you wouldn't want to play out of the two of those?
Oh, give me them both. It don't matter. Give me them both. I'll get it done
Throw
again.
them to the wolves, man. Throw them to the wolves. I like it. Yeah, then what sparked this like new sense of confidence about you? I know you kind of always had that air. Maybe the interview, being thrown into the interview every time has made you a stud when it comes to it. I mean, what sort of reinvigorated the confidence? Is it just playing that game more like you said?
Like I don't want to be here energy.
I don't know. I'm just trying to have some fun. I'm done being Mr. Nice Guy. I'm done being nice. We're gonna win everything. It's destined. It'll happen. That's about it.
Love it.
I'm just sick of it.
Let's leave it off there. I mean, Cal. I mean, just what a great game for you guys, and I think we definitely need people like you in the scene. So thank you so much, Cal. I appreciate you, man. Any last words? Anything you want to say before we let you go?
I got no shout outs. I hate my team. I'm not doing this interview stuff ever again. That's all that. I'm done.
It's always fun talking to you, though, man. I love the responses and the confidence. So I'm sure we might see you again if they do this to you again. But
that's so fucking
man, it's
funny,
been a ton
dude.
of fun, and I'll see you soon.
That's so funny.
See ya. Thank you.
Thanks, Cal. Appreciate it. Yeah, I messaged Gator. I was like, Gator, when's the Jada interview? And he's just like, I'll let my players do it. And I was like, what do you mean, the one player?
let's go fishing
Cal?
with my
Yeah,
dad.
he's done it every time for you guys. So
Have
that's
you-
insane. He's like, I'll do it. I'll
Do you
do
go
it land,
fishing
bro.
regularly?
I'll
Is
do
that
it
like a
land.
regular thing for you, Benny?
Yeah, come on, man.
Oh,
Come
just
on.
be like
Throwing
very
cows on the bus
confident
like that every time. Very
Yeah, they
confident.
want it, right? I think that's what you need. You need to have that drive. They want to get there, and they're manifesting
fucking
it. They
vibe.
keep saying they're going to
What a
do it, and they're doing it, and they're looking clean. I mean, these last two games have been
Okay.
insane. They're just figuring things out. And
So
it's
that's
crazy
series
how Cal,
one.
we talk about switching all over the roles.
Dunzo
That
3-0.
to witness, just kind of has it figured out. But speaking of another matchup coming up here, we got
Next
ShroudX
up,
and Techie. This is gonna
we
be
have
a
Techie
tight
Shroud
one.
to see
Very tight.
who's
I'm
going to
not
face
sure. Do you
against
have any
Envy
thoughts on
later
what you think, how this
later on
might go? I'm not
tonight.
sure how you bet. I got to go back and look.
Ooh, I think I had SDX winning 3-2. I also just lost out on my bet on
anyone I'm down in
Ego
Brighton?
3-2. I said Ego Death was gonna win.
Oh yeah,
Oh my God, sorry,
like I would
crazy
imagine fishing is like
burp. That was close.
get
Oh
up at
my
like the
God.
crack of
But
dawn,
regardless,
4 a.m. kind
I
of
mean,
vibe,
this
right?
is just the curse that I have. It feels like every team I
Ugh.
bless to win, they don't. So I don't know. At this point,
I mean,
should
I'm gonna
just
be
shut my
real
mouth
with you,
and let
Benny.
do all the
I'm
talking shit.
gonna go to sleep
No, we always have that
immediately after
conversation.
this is
We were
done
just talking
tonight,
earlier about
and
whatever
I'm
teams you pick,
asleep
we got to pick the opposite. But honestly, I'm in the same
until,
boat, man. I just keep
like
picking
3
the wrong
o'clock
teams.
tomorrow,
Those
if I
teams are
can.
so close, but speaking
Before
of
we
close
do it
teams, we are
all
once
again.
going to be heading into Techie ShroudX very soon. Keep it locked right here. We'll see you after this break.
All right. Huh? You're leaving in an hour, so 1:30 in the morning. What? How far are you going for this fishing? What? That's awful. Gonna run a quick ad, everyone. Same as always, I'm gonna run an ad now so you don't get it in the game. If you guys are just here for the drops, please feel free to just hang around and lurk. If you don't want to deal with the ads, you can also go and watch on my YouTube. I'm also live on YouTube right now. So you can watch on there so you don't get ads, but it's totally up to you. And I'll see you shortly. That's fucking wild, Beanie. That is wild behavior. I mean, I suppose the flip side is going to be an early night for you then. If you're already awake, there's going to be an early day for you. My main problem is, like, if I have to do anything like this, where like it ruins my regular sleep pattern, I have like a day or two of just being completely fucked. Because I'm naturally very nocturnal. So to be honest, I wouldn't normally go to sleep for a few hours anyway. Like if I'm just on my own or whatever. Because my circadian rhythm is naturally very nocturnal anyway. Because, you know, I used to run bars and restaurants and stuff. So it's pretty like set for that. But like, I really struggle if, let's say, I have like a doctor's appointment or something and I have to get up at like 9 a.m. It fucks with me massively. If I have to be up before midday, for me, that's a problem. That's a problem. But yeah, we're going to get into Series 2 here. Techie versus Shroud X. I genuinely have no idea, like, what to expect with this. Yeah. Are you fishing all day, Beanie, or are you doing anything afterwards? Is it like a whole day activity, or? No, I never really go fishing. It's not something it's not something that's in my to-do list either. Okay, listen, I'll be honest. With my fucking crazy ADHD brain, I would last 5 minutes before I get super fucking crazy bored. And I know it's therapeutic. I know people really like the like calm and the quiet of fishing. And they really like the serenity and the calm. This guy? Fuck no. Fuck no. I would hate that, actually. That would be like the worst thing for me. Something with 30 miles offshore. Oh, you're not doing this from the shoreline? You're going in a boat and like going out to sea and doing this? Yeah, nah, fuck that. I've seen way too many horror movies. I've seen way too many fucking like shark movies and shit where there's some crazy fucking octopus or some crap that's gonna just kill me. I don't envy you. I don't envy you at all, BD.
Teams is going to be an interesting match. This might be one of the upsets of the day, right? I know that Shroud X are on the come up, but we've seen how strong Techie are, right? Looking back in the history, it was a 2-0 for Shroud X.
Sorry, by the way, chat. Like I'm currently like talking to some people from Rivals at the moment on my other monitor.
Honestly, also,
so
the same thing happened in Hell's Happening in South Pass. So right now,
if it looks weird that I'm not paying attention, I apologize. I'm having like 3 different conversations right now.
Better at overcoming,
my brain is not doing a good job of masking it very well.
Versus Sentinels, and man, every single time, for the people that watched it, it just felt like Techie was right there to closing out, and they just lost.
Which I think is just a similar story as it's to Shroud X. It's funny that you bring that up. I think that they
stressful
are always
as hell.
In the
I guess that's why you don't do it all the time, huh?
Even against insane competition, even against things like 100 Thieves, they're just so close. They just can't push through it. And then yesterday, they looked insane. They were able to just clutch up always. We saw huge ultimates and game-winning.
Yeah, I didn't see the Shroud X series yesterday, but 3-0 against Nemesis.
Into today, there was a bunch
looks
of
like they fucking dog walked
it. Some of the, potentially the strongest side lock on the side of Techie and Shroud X. That conversation is almost across the board. Great talent there too.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, this is where the top and the pinnacle of North America lies. Techie XD has, I think, at this point, not inarguably,
I think Techie XD might be one of the teams I've watched the least. I've missed a lot of their series, so I actually don't know what to expect much from this team. Has anyone in here like been watching a lot of Techie? You guys give any like any hints as to who to look out for? Like who looks real good? Because this is probably the team I've watched the least. I've missed a lot of their games.
Guru that said that, so
yeah, I think so.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, this is Wolf's tournament to lose. It feels like.
Yeah, I mean, the team is very talented. I think Ad has also had like 5 out of 6 MVPs or something crazy like that, a disgusting backline. So their whole team, nothing to scoff at. They all
Kill
have
the shark.
ability.
I'd be very surprised if we see a
Jeff.
Jeff.
They mentioned they don't want to be considered an underdog as much. They want to be
Jeff
known
is
as a team that's strong.
Jeff has not looked great whenever we've seen it.
As they've shown up against a lot of these huge teams. As you see,
I mean, the only reason to run a Jeff right now is if
over here plays a mean
either you're trying a Sharknado, a Jeff Tornado, which has just been nerfed, or if they've like just banned out every support from you.
That were huge.
If they just go all in on support
bans. After
bans.
5-piece team just clutching up. Nuck is potentially the most versatile, if not, one of the strongest strategists in the entire game in that conversation as well. Impunity, a great Hulk, a ton. This entire the duelist line is even in the conversation for one of the best duelist combinations. This whole team is so strong.
Shroud has a really solid team, but they just haven't really looked like they've come together.
Just to match it. The biggest thing I think for them this patch is they've been figuring out this meta very well. I think it's been kind of to their strengths, right? We talked to Dongman. He said that in the interview, Vision's one of the best Namors in the world, if not the best. So he has a lot of confidence in him on the Namor. I think alongside him, Doom.
So expect to see some Hulk Namor popping out then, huh?
A lot of their game plans has revolved around him on that Star-Lord. I think him sort of leveling up on a Psylocke has been huge as well. So right now, I think they're peaking at the right time, but it's tough because they're going to be going against a tough team in Techie.
How's it been Beanie coming back from your travels?
Versus his signed roster in FlyQuest in the group stages, but it seems like over here in the official playoff stage, although they are at the same level currently, Techie and Ego Death at the same stage of the game.
I always found it took me a little bit to adjust back
and
when
really cement
I went
themselves as the
traveling
best unsigned team in the tournament so far.
and came back,
Yeah, and they are definitely in that conversation. So I like
Took me-
that point.
sometimes takes me a little bit to adjust back to,
but
I
like
guess,
said,
regular life, if you
they've
wanna
lost
call it
4
that.
against Shroud X with no map taken. So that is a tough look, but it goes back
know,
to
if
the
you can ever
conversation
call
of
any of
this has
my
been probably their biggest studying up.
life
I'm sure they
regular.
had nothing but eyes on this team, knowing it was coming, and just the issues that they've faced in the past. These are the kind of games you watch the tapes on, the games that you're struggling the most. You really want to see why did that happen, and then make the adjustments. So I'm seeing, the difficult side is I'm not quite sure if they have a coach. I don't believe they do, so the banning may be a little tricky, and we know how much of an advantage that can be. So
UK weather is different, man. Like, I don't care. I don't care if people come at me for this.
Absolutely. I think
UK weather is
we
super
hear it so
different.
many times. It's definitely a cliche, but to be the best, you got to beat the best. So right now, they just got to have to beat their
Mantis
their
is
current,
super good right now as well.
The team that currently has
Mantis is a really good
right?
hero
We've
to
seen the
learn.
same thing with Ego Death versus Envy. Obviously, Ego Death faltered. When it mattered most, they couldn't take down Envy, and it was a hard match.
I always really like Mantis just because,
for sure.
like,
and it's kind of like you said, the same thing you said it perfectly, Shiv.
For someone like me, I play very aggressive. I enjoy playing very aggressive. And Mantis just facilitates that so easy.
At their current pinnacle,
like, she's so you can just play in people's faces. She has crazy move speed buffs. You can just run people the fuck down.
As well. So it's not the same team we've seen when it was the first time they played against each other.
She was my first strategist.
Well throughout the tournament.
Yeah, I'm curious if we're going to see something like a strange band. Maybe somehow going after that Hulk or Namor. They did, Shroud X did have that conversation with feeling.
Yeah, I don't know what it is about England.
Anything, but we'll be able to pull
right?
out.
I don't know if it's like
today, but that
I don't
kind of
know,
stuff,
something to do with it being a small island.
Figured out.
So like something to do with the ocean and the waves and the currents or some shit that make it way worse in the UK. But man,
if you're writing a standard band,
it feels unbearable, doesn't it?
Yep, looking pretty standard
compared to anywhere else.
Human Torch getting removed as well for the side of Shroud X, getting rid of that on Techie XD side.
All right, here we go. Game 1.
You can't play that hero. We'll see if they want to focus more towards
so Emma Bans, Mag Prio, nothing too crazy. Torch band on both sides.
Actually, kind of very similar.
We're in Hell's Heaven, so it makes sense. Loki and Punisher
I think as a
ban
unit,
out.
I don't know how good they are on triple res. I think that they have like the talent to play the triple res compositions. They also have.
This is they just go straight Wolvie. Oh shit. Okay, they just go straight Wolvie. They don't give a shit.
Around the triple res composition, it's not just about the Star-Lord. It's about the whole team. So we'll see what they want to do.
They do not give a fuck.
Wolverine though, understanding how strong that hero is, like we've seen lately.
Punny ban?
Yeah, Wolverine is a menace, especially against the Vanguard.
They're gonna let Shroud have the punny if they want.
The Vanguard's out of the play if you don't have that
Psylocke.
or some sort of protection with a Loki crystal
is that
or something
tap?
to negate
is it
that
tap
tackle. It is. You're always on your heels and you're always saving cooldowns, and changing your style of play like that is so much value. And you always got to have eyes over your shoulder. It's terrifying to go against, especially at this level of play. And we just saw last map Cal with 20 final
but
hits
even so, Beanie, right? Like I use this example all the time, right?
We're going to domination.
I lived in Florida for a little bit. I went to stay with some friends and lived in Florida for about think about 4 or 5 months.
Shroud X. So we do have triple strategists.
I don't know if any of you have been to Florida here.
with
But
the
let
Adam
me tell you
Warlock
something.
available. But, you know, usually I think triple
That
strategy with
shit
Adam
is
Warlock
humid.
on Hell's Heaven
You walk
isn't
off,
necessarily
you
the
get
best map
off the
for it.
plane, you
Usually,
walk out of the
I feel like on
airport,
Domination Ship, the
and it's
number one
like a
comp that we're seeing a lot of,
disgusting
especially when
wall
Human
of
Torch is
just
banned, is that net Namor, right? It
humid
feels like Namor,
moistness
Hulk,
just
that
hits you.
tandem can be very good.
Like the
Also,
second you
know,
step
we've
out, you
seen
feel
how
it. It's
strong
like
that full
instant
dive
sweat,
can be with
right?
Black Panther and stuff.
It's
But,
fucking
you know, a lot of the
crazy.
good Black Panther players now
Like,
out of the
where
tournament,
I was
specifically
staying with some
myself, by a lot of
friends.
the good Black Panther players. I mean, like the only
No word of a
good
lie,
Black
it
Panther
would be
player
like
besides, like
30 to
Ryan
40
Giggs and stuff,
degrees
but,
every
you know,
day.
that's definitely a viable option here.
And then
Brandon's
between
did pop off
roughly
on Clint
anywhere
on there
from
in that
like
first
1 in
minute.
the
That was awesome
afternoon
to
to
watch.
like
Haven't seen it
5 in the
since, but you're
afternoon,
right. It definitely a
there
strong
would be a
Black Panther that is now
fucking
out
monsoon.
of the tournament.
And I don't mean just like a
Now
little
we're
bit of
gonna
light
get into
rain.
the
I mean
Psylocke
a
conversation.
fucking
Techie with one of the
torrential
strongest
downpour
Psylocks in
every
CAC
day.
and also playing a mean Punisher, so we will
And then it would
see
just
that.
go,
Look at these
it would go
bets
back
here.
to like
Techie
30
going
and 40 degree heat.
21%,
But then
obviously
suddenly you've
favored
got all this
heavily into
fucking
that recency
crazy
bias of the
humidity from
past
this
matches
monsoon
between
that
these
just
two teams.
happened. And it was
I
like
wanna
that
see what's
every
played,
day.
right? I
And
feel like
even that
that Namor stuff
was
can be,
not
can be
as bad
spot
as
on
the
for
UK.
Shroud X. I think that's
I
actually,
don't know
in my
why.
opinion, the best
I
thing
don't
in
know
this-
why.
in this
I don't know what it
meta.
is.
We'll see how Tap does in the Psylocke. I think it is good. Flankers especially, but without the Captain America, because that was
All right,
banned.
here we go.
That might impact Techie in the performance. Regardless,
Shroud
I do
X
feel
taking
like
early
on
pry up
Domination,
top.
We've seen so much good Namor
Doomed
play. It
is in
feels like it always
prime
wins.
position already.
We'll see how it pans out, though. Shroud X versus
Techie's
Techie
giving up a
beginning,
lot of
and I mean, both
space.
of these teams definitely want to win map number 1, because if they don't, that's a bad precipice moving forward. As both these teams, if they lose this series,
I think he
they
meant
are
to say
done out of the
precedent
Ignite
rather than
series.
precipice, but
Dongmin
we'll let him have
already
it.
on point, and with
I'm
the
not one to
team
point
Avery
out
gonna take that space right
vocal
back here with
mistakes,
Blur.
as I do it
That
all the
fastball
time.
special ready to be used if need
There's
be.
the
tackle
passive.
out just to buy some time. I don't believe the
Don
passive
goes back
is
in
popped
heels,
just
get
yet,
back in.
as the space is owned here by Techie around this natural
Look at
cover,
Tap.
and
Tap's
the
gonna
flank is
look.
not quite moving just yet.
Tap's in a
Doom
good spot.
with
No
the
one's seen him
throw,
yet.
Try to find something, but no, this is a decent map for Wolverine just due to the off angle. You can actually find an off map here if you tackle
And we
from
heard
the
them
right
talking
side,
about
which is
Vision,
very
right?
threatening, as we might see it right now.
They
No,
think Vision
not
is
able to
one
do
of the
so.
best
Vision,
Namors in the
great
world, if
focus
not the
there. Down
best.
goes
So
Avery, and we
expect
talk
to
about
see
the
a lot of
success
this
Namor
Hulk
and these
Namor
heroes that play
combo out from
aggressively
Shroud
and try to
X.
find early picks.
A challenge for any of you guys who've never watched a hero shooter before. By the way, now coming into the side, we'll talk about it later. Incoming aggressive
Nope,
play
dropping
by
that
Nook
ult
as well to
early.
keep the team sustained against odd with the copy, but they'll be missing one because Avery went down early.
Oh,
And
just
the web
straight
goes
flops
out.
it.
Infidel and Doomed. Two
That's
Dongmin on the
that's
Blur.
just a
Three
little bit of a
Dongmin
walk.
again onto Avery. A
Oh.
lot of Doctor Strange and their whole team goes down. A Shroud X
God damn,
with
what a right
3%
click.
and counting.
Definitely
Oof.
back to the original topic, like we've seen in terms of these first
Good
fights.
early
right,
take from
in the
Shroud
entire
X.
map, you
Early
can see
prio,
who's doing
they
the
get
most
the
damage.
percentage
If you're not
moving.
looking at just stats, in terms of old charge built, if this is your first time watching a hero shooter, Vision's building a very, very fast ultimate. Tap also doing the same thing. But I feel like the
Man,
constant
I might have to
presence of
sit
this
and
Namor
watch
is
some.
really annoying
I might have to
for
sit and
both of
watch
these
some
characters, for both Tap and
Vision
Avery. I think both of them
to
are
see
sort of
how to play
not
this
necessarily hard
Namor.
countered, but soft countered by Namor as
I
Vision's
played
just
quite a bit
pumping
of
out so much
Namor, but I
damage,
never
building so
feel
many
like I
whales.
get the
It
same
is farming
value.
up
You know,
Techie's
I always
Stratus
feel like
ultimates,
low
but
damage.
it's hard for Avery or Tap to purchase any sort of space.
Yeah, I really like the composition here from Shroud X to help against that Wolverine. You do have that invis, which is not matched.
Here goes the Agamotto over the top. Oh, huge from Dong.
From Dongmin finds a
But
few,
there's a
no
nice
value
Luna ult
off
to
the ultimate
keep everyone
Jachet
up.
does. Get mapped
Doomed
with
in the
all.
back though.
Doomed, gonna
Gets
find
double AD.
Avery, and
That's
nice
the
as
Loki
that.
gun. That's a
Building
big
up
pick.
now
There's
to that
another great
61. Doom
kidnap.
trying to get a second pick here. Dropping back there into
Oh,
the invisible boundary. The entire
Doomed
team
is just
falling as Doom
fucking
takes
rolling
out
them
Brew.
now.
Make that three. Impunity cleaning up Waffles here with an ult two.
And
But now
another
Techie will
great
be
team
on
fight
an
from
ult
Shroud
advantage in
X.
this
They
next
look
fight, but
really
60
solid.
on the ticker
They
here.
look really solid.
And I don't want to make any for sure statements or anything, as we have a little. Wait a minute, is that?
We have some ults though for Techie.
Is he looking for the wall
Wolverine,
there? Did you see that
Psylocke,
on
Blur,
the-
all three.
Okay, we might have to look at that later.
No support
That's
ults ready for
insane.
Shroud
If
X,
that's
so this
a
could be a
spot on
big
Wolverine to look
timing
through on that
window.
box, that's interesting.
If
Regardless,
they've
I
read
do
this
think
and they
that
know it, this could be a
Namor,
big timing
Hulk
window.
stuff feels like it's the meta on Domination, even with Human Torch.
And he's
being
gonna
available
chuck
at
in that
times.
Wolvie Envy, there he goes. He's looking for the target.
Special from Avery.
Doesn't quite hit it.
We go Avery trying to find some value in the back line. Misses the tackle there. Does have this last stand ready if need be. Going to push the front line directly.
That's
to the
a
back
nice
line.
stun.
That's how the combination works. And that's a setup ult here from Blur with the clobbering.
I don't think Avery was in place. There goes the flop. Lunar ult to keep everyone up. That was clutch. Doom still goes, and oh my god, Vision.
Wow, Shroud X really feels comfortable in this composition. This comp together is so fluid. All the ults go out for
Oh
tanking.
yeah, this is a dog walk for Shroud X.
Gonna take out Nuck. Shroud
They
X
look
gonna
so
use Fidel's
solid.
invisible boundary. Purity takes out Blur. There goes Brood as well. And this could be
Oh.
enough for them to win map 1.
I feel like these days it's tough to really say like a comp gap and stuff. By the way, as a potential touch comes through,
Man,
Ad just wants to
that
give it up.
was-
They want to go to the next
that
round.
wasn't even remotely
But
contested.
I think this is the first
That was
time
an
I
absolute
feel
cakewalk.
confident in saying that is a comp gap. I don't know. Like, it just felt like the Namor was so oppressive. The Hulk, I mean, the Hulk is always looking for tap. And
I mean, if
Infinity's
you
entire
know that they
job
want to play this
was to
Hulk
hunt
Namor,
down
like,
Tap, make sure that he was not comfortable. And
obviously,
then on the front line,
it's so
anchoring
difficult
was,
to draft, I think, in
Dongmin.
this current
And then,
meta,
you know,
right?
You had constant plays
There's
from
so
Doom, just
many
so
crazy
free on the
power
Wolverine.
picks
No eliminations found
in this current meta
onto
that it's
anybody
really hard
here
to
on
like ban
Shroud X.
everything out.
And to me, that's as one-sided as it gets, right, Shib?
Yeah, I'm with you. I mean, that was so fluid. Like I said, I think their comp is just
I
insane.
mean, especially
think
if
it's
you-
so difficult to
I
go
guess-
against. They have that invis to counter and
I guess
help
you
with
ban
the
out the
roll, which,
Hulk
yeah, you
rather
see
than the
over Blur
Namor if you
on
want to
the
take
you
this
know,
team
he's
away.
playing, the thing here,
Because
for the
the
reason
Hulk,
not getting tackled,
the Hulk's getting
although
double
he
value
is
here, right? If
now
you look
the
at what they're
ace,
running,
it's just not as much value as
they're
something
getting
like
the
a
Namor team
combination
up, but
with
they're
that
also
team
getting
up
the
with
double
Hulk and
value
Namor.
with the
It's just
Wolverine,
so
right?
much more there.
Because you've
Yes,
got
you
the
can throw,
fastball
but then
special with the
it does not
Wolverine,
help an
so you
additional
can just lob the
teammate, like
Wolverine
something
in
that
two.
happens with that
And
Hulk
they
Namor
used to
Gamma
save for
Squid
the
team up.
Wolverine, so they were pretty set on having that.
Absolutely. I think right now Tech is
So I
going to have to
wonder
look
if
at
you
things. And in
if
this
you
next
start to
round,
look
I mean,
towards
Namor
maybe
also
just
comes
banning
more
the
online,
Hulk,
right? You
which
have these
sounds
pillars to work
crazy.
off of. The map
But you've
moves
got to
up and
adapt to the
down, so
teams,
there's
right?
a lot of
And
variation
again,
that I think this
using the
Namor can take
TP to get
advantage
early
of.
prio
Meanwhile,
here.
really main change is
Dongmin
Avery
with an
over to
early
that Bucky.
Agamotto that could
We'll
be
see if it
super
pans out for them.
clutch.
Maybe that damage to the front
But
line
Tap
can
and
be a
Brute
lot,
also.
especially since
No
people will say
support
how
ults
Hulk
for Shroud X
can get
still.
hard countered by some
So this could be a
heroes.
big
We'll
go
see
from
if
Tap.
Infinity struggles
And
with
there we go.
Wolverine
Tap
on
just
that,
goes immediately, but look at that. Impunity's immediately in. Jumps on, gets that barrier, stacks everybody up, and then there's gone.
Did we just become best friends?
Funk, thank you for the follow. Thank you. I appreciate it very much.
Own the space. Dongmin up goes Brute, does not land. Again,
Now it's official.
These fights are so Impunity with a nice pick on Ad, and that's an early strat.
Oh, wait. Did they just stun?
Early strat line pick. You saw the block also coming through from
Wait, did
Vision
Impunity
with the
just stun
blessing.
Blur
So
out of
this
their
guy blocking that
thing up?
meteor
Because I
still
heard it go
kinda
off.
Coming back, those visions went down. That is removing a lot.
Here
of
goes the
movement.
Agamotto.
But here comes Dongmin with a
Doesn't
huge
get anyone,
Agamotto.
though.
Doesn't
Kind of a
hit
big
anybody.
whiff.
And the fights are
Avery
neutral
trying to
here.
get something
Holding on
going
to
with
that
the ult,
Luna
but
ultimate, just
no
keeping the
reset,
team
so...
healthy on point. Nobody
Oh, he
it
does
got
get
point
killed,
at
but
Avery, and
it's a
that's
bit
the
too
big
late for the
need. It
reset.
decided Techie, but it does get
Dong
matched.
takes him
And
out.
Down goes Avery from Dongman. These
There's the
trades
clubbering
back
time.
and forth.
Finally
Blur
finishes
now
off
finds
Dong.
another pick
Doom
on
survives
Dongman. Up in
just.
numbers, Techie.
But this is a good take from
As Doom
Techie.
goes down, Tap finally
Looks like Techie gonna get first
showcasing the
prio.
power of that Psylocke Blur onto Impunity, and again,
Thank you, Funk. I
Techie
appreciate it very
finally
much.
taking over point, and will the momentum shift they need it to?
Yeah, Avery's farming up those Kraken
I hope your
impacts
games
so
have been going
fast
okay.
onto that
I assume you've
damage
been,
from, onto the Hulk of Impunity.
I assume you've been playing some games while this has been going on.
Did he swap,
they went
swap
well.
back to Bruce? So we'll see how that impacts things. But regardless, yeah, I think this swap could enable Techie for sure. 14% on the board. Visions going down early was the biggest thing. Tap. That's
Look
a huge
at Tap,
pick to
got
find. Unfortunately,
another
Vision tried to go
ult,
for the
but-
block on the Meteor M, costing him his life afterwards as Tap found the follow through.
Oh, just go straight in. Does not give a shit, but they're already stacked.
Good job, Fidel. Great reaction time. Back to the point.
Oh,
The whole team goes and
Vision
down
just
goes
nails it.
Tap. Wow. Vision talking about being one of the
It's
strongest
really
heroes.
hard, I
Showcase
think, to
again,
play this
Dongman
Psylocke
on
right
the
now.
point, and they are up
You
two,
have to
trying get
play
this
it as a
point back early.
counter.
33%
Shit, sorry, guys.
is a bit, but
You
it's
have
not
to
enough
play it
to
as a
be that
counter. I
impactful.
don't
Goes
think
the
you can
whale.
play it as an
Down goes
initiating
Wolf's
ult.
Vision.
It never
Always landing
works.
those heavy as Nuck takes out Avery, and Shroud X will take this point back.
Yeah, I think based on what we've seen in terms of Namor's North America.
Oh, playing some Winter.
Block on both sides. Here he comes through. Here comes the strings through the portal. But as you can see, everybody's working on blocking, making sure you can body block those
So
people.
Shroud
coming to the
starts
point.
to get some
But I think it is a valid
percentage on
point
the
to say
board.
Vision
This is big.
Is probably the best Namor, one of the best Namors in North America besides like Delena and Rymazing. There's also a few other ones, but regardless, those have kind of been the standouts so far in the Ignite series. Now
4
for
ults to play
Shroud
with
X, they
either,
have
on
to be
either
able to
side, though.
accept that Namor whale, but he's
I
building
think
it so
we might
quickly.
see a bit of a
We'll see how
mega
Techie
dumping
responds
coming.
this upcoming fight with the Kraken Impact. They won last time this
Support
fight
ult.
had full ultimate charge.
One on either
Yeah,
side.
it's roughly even across the board here in terms of all charge.
So
Fidel will
get
back,
ready
and that
for a
will put
bit
them
of an
ahead
ult.
as
That's a
Ad
really
and
nice
Tap
stun
are
on
gonna be
Blur. I
low
think
in
Blur was
terms
looking
of
for
the
that
charge
thing
here.
ult.
So this fight likely going to go in Shroud's favor. At least odds are. Brute going to take this.
There
space
goes
early
Impunity. Huge freeze, though. He's kind of stuck in that lower corner.
And there's a nice tackle. The last stand
Doom
up from
tries to get the ult, but doesn't really get any value from, from it. They kind of stay in the Luna ult. There's the Agamotto. Avery again, just putting these ults like into the support ult. So, I mean, no one has gone down, and we just had like a fucking mega dump of 6 or so ults. And finally, Shradix started to get a couple of picks, but
losing 2 members of the team. I feel like Avery's playing this so well on the Bucky, but now everybody's grouping
again,
up. Again,
Tap tries the
Storm Dagger.
nice little pick on Vision actually in the back.
Right now they're able to come back through after
okay, Tap's gonna cook right now. Watch this.
There to clean up again.
Everyone's low. Tap can cook.
Yeah, Ad finds Dongman, Tap onto Fidel again. Techie is finding their way
But all
back
of this
onto
stall out
point,
time
but
is
will be able to
great.
get the charge back. 80%
Shroud
for the side of
X built
Shroud
a
X,
good
which is a
percentage
start
off the
here,
back
just
of
kinda
that.
stalling and holding and falling on that
80%.
point for as long as possible, but Techie in a good position here. We do have Vision who's ready to launch that whale, but that is about it as Avery will have Kraken.
Yeah, man, these fights go on.
Okay,
Tap's gonna follow
okay.
through after cooldowns used to stay alive. So right now,
Is the idea that
full
you want to get
advantage
everyone to
of the
captain,
Psylocke, but,
then you're going to get
before,
everyone
again, with this whale,
to
find eliminations through these
like
Stratus ultimates.
Centurion and then Lord, or is it just get everyone to
crystals,
captain?
but it's so hard, so much pressure coming through as well as you have final or last stand available. We'll see how they act. I mean, Avery with that with the Bucky ultimate, the Kraken impact could go big, but right now
It's gonna be
they're
big from
leaving Tap
Vision.
behind
Watch
right
out.
now on the flank, just kind of walking in. Nemo well ready to go.
He's got a whale.
Yeah, and again, they are
Avery
just getting
should
the
look
charge
to
up,
go now. There are
81%.
no
Doing a good job here.
supporters
This is what you need to see.
right now.
It's to
This
try
is
to
the
get this match
Avery's
tied
time
up
if he
for
wants
the
to
side
pop
of
off on
Techie,
this
who
winter.
pull again, and I like this switch over
But
from
do they
Avery
know that?
on
Are they
to
tracking the
Bucky,
old
who's getting a
timers?
ton of value here and does have that Kraken ready. We know how strong that could be, but Shroud X up in
Here
on
we go.
charge
Fidela's
here.
got one now,
They're
though.
gonna play quickly.
Doomed
Doom
again.
does, but do they get enough value? Vision gonna clean that up as Tap goes down, and that's a nice pick.
Here we go. Avery gets 2. Oh, what a huge Agamotto, though.
Do we see more? But Dongman gonna slow
Avery is popping off. Can he keep going? Oh, he gets another one. Oh, Avery's just smurfing it.
Avery showcasing that it's not over for the meta here.
Huge.
At 99%, and they're gonna have to teleport back quickly.
And they have to, and they have to come back through as well with that invisible boundary. But
Oh,
no, it's not there in time.
huge from Avery
Just a
to
little
take
bit
that
too late,
game.
But it just happens. The Hulk cannot stall for
Woof.
long enough. And maybe this is what we heard in those interviews when people were talking about how Hulk can get countered
1
by
for
certain
1.
heroes. Bucky seems to be that
1
right
for
now,
1.
Shib, man. So just what a play in general. That was just so clean by the sign of Tech EXD, right, man? I mean, that was beautiful from Avery, like you said, with the Kraken impacts. And they
Yeah, I don't quite know how they
I like the change in composition there.
how
I
they
think the
just
change from
held
Avery was
that and kept that
game-winning, or at
going,
least
honestly.
map winning on that point, as they did seem a lot
Avery
more
put
fluid,
in
a
a
lot more
huge amount of
patient in
work.
these team fights and not overcommitting, and always had an ult up. Besides one fight, which they still won with a pop off there from Avery, as we're gonna see Vision make that change too.
And I want to see how Shroud X reacts, right? It seems to be back and forth in terms of heroes, but, you know, domination, you
It's
really
kinda
have to, like,
interesting,
kinda lock your comp and build off of your ultimates.
I mean,
right now, those changes, we'll see if they'll sort of
I feel like
well, because,
Blur
you know,
gets
you
just
get rid of
extra
Avery
value
on
by
that
staying
Wolverine
on
from
this
the
thing,
previous map, so
right?
it does make
Into
sense
the
why you go over to
Wolverine
Groot now.
Winter Soldier. You
Don't
know,
have to
so much of
worry
their
about
kit
the
is
claws
based
in
on the
your face.
displacement that they can
You have to
offer.
do a Bucky
And Thing can
on
just
that
kind
Kraken
of
impact.
like sit on them.
Yeah,
you know?
we do see Doom. He's going to maintain that.
Much loves,
Wolverine. It's not
Beanie.
gonna
Enjoy
be
your
matched by Techie,
fishing.
who we're finding not as much success,
Thank you
and that's just
for
due to
hopping
Fidel
by.
on that invis, who's done a
I
great job
hope it's
countering
not too bad
ultimates there
for
with
you.
that invisible boundary, but we do see the reset again as the teams will hold on and go to point 3
So
for game 1.
I think that the
And this just
Thing
goes to show you
matchup
Techie,
is like
they
it's
want this
twofold.
W. They've done their
He's a
homework.
massive
Can they come
target, so it's
through as
quite
they are
easy to like
in
burst him
ult
down
advantage?
as someone like the Winter
Tap
Soldier,
poked
right?
out early.
Because you
Everybody's
can
sort of
just
playing back
keep
with these
pounding
hooks
him
and
without
visions,
displacement.
whiffing on both
Thing.
sides. Avery also looking for his own. Right?
Kind
He
of
was able to
similar
get
to
so many
Wolverine,
in the
but
previous
obviously,
round. We'll see if he does
you
it
know,
again. Last stand
you
also
don't get the
halfway
movement
through
to
for
dip in
Doom's
and
side.
out
Here
from
comes
it,
against
so
the butterfly
it
trying
can
to
kind
force
of go
out his
either
ultimate.
way.
Comes out a little bit late, trying to get maximum value out of this.
Impunity
also towards the
gets
point. They
Blur
able to
as we
find
talk
Blur.
about it, right?
Tap,
Blur
no,
goes
can't
down.
dash away. Fidel finds him. Nice job with the
And
physics.
now
to bring him back
Doom
in. Here
can
comes the
just
late meteor M from Brute.
enjoy.
Able to connect. I mean, everybody's faded away with the cloak. Nice job from them. to keep
Knowing that
everybody
there's no
healthy.
thing.
And up 2 members of their team.
And Blur
Shroud X
actually
certainly have the advantage
changes.
Here, Techie used Shredder's ultimate first one. Wolf comes back
He
through
changes to the
favorable.
strange.
Wow. Just yet, but oh my god, what a wall there.
Impunity on this
To block
group
off all of the
is
healing.
cooking.
The damage follow-up is there. The portal comes out late from Blur, so they'll have a chance to contest the point for a
Oh,
little longer.
Shroud
Tap's
X are
gonna go down
cooking
as
on
well.
this
He's
point.
made the swap over to Wolverine. Everybody
Good
else is going to go back to
swaps.
spawn now as
And
Techie
listen.
reset. Shroud take control of the point.
Taking a
Down
Groot
in
is
ults in the first fight.
fucking
Not only down in
ballsy.
ults, managing to find more picks,
Taking a
holding on,
Groot
being
into
patient,
this Wolverine
committing
is
again,
fucking ballsy.
Making sure that teleport doesn't get value, and then not overcommitting
bigger
ults, and
DPS
now
than
still being
Moon
up
DPR
3. That was a
man.
master class on defense there by Shroud X, who held on, being down in
Nemo?
ult.
Or Nemo.
Walking in now is Techie, right? They only have that copy from Odd Side. Shroud X are seating with nearly 5 ultimates as Fidel builds up that invisible boundary.
Yeah, Shroud X have a really good ult advantage here as well.
So they had to make a few swaps. And Avery, oh no.
Dude, every time I see a mag combo,
Vision
it's just...
created that opening.
Oh, it makes me want to throw up in my mouth.
Ultimates from Techie, probably just want to go for a fast reset, and that's tough because it was so efficient.
Oh, what a solo ult.
Caught out by Shrinking Prison as well. The follow-up is there from the Terror Cape, and it's 1 by 1 that Techie falls. As they have
oh, and what a hook as well.
Again, Tap has to dash away, but it's going to be so hard to live, able to barely live. Getting the
and Shroud X only used 1 ult.
And Techie nearly halfway.
That's crazy work. They have 4 left.
Yeah, and again,
they still have this crazy ult economy
fight.
advantage.
Techie XD's got to show up here, but Shroud X really well done. You can see just the experience and the confidence. They're playing really slow and patient because it doesn't matter if they take the fight first. Let them come to them. Try to find a pick instinctively with these walls here from Impunity.
Avery's building though. Avery's got it. Takes out Vision as well as a big pick. Oh, that would have been a great pick if he gets that.
But it does not come through as the bubble likely protected. We do go up here from Brute. Will this one
Can Brute get anybody? He does not.
Not able to stuff it, but there is that bond out to hold on.
And here we go. This is the ult dump.
Just trying to get to 100 or 99, and
Avery's popped it and not got a reset. That's big. Oh, and unfortunately, Dong doesn't get underneath that bridge.
That could have been terrifying.
Yeah,
Tap does get Dong.
The back line. Tap though with the Dance of Butterflies is as terrifying it looks like because he's
Tap going crazy though.
And we talked about how good this guy was on Psylocke before. He's been a little bit quiet in this map, but it's been hard for him to find his
it looks like Techie have found their footing a little bit.
Finally control that objective and push away Shroud X, who have ultimates ready to go.
Okay.
In the next fight, they have nothing.
They're not going to go down without a fight here, Techie.
I mean, Techie is now.
The question is, can they hold? They have Impunity and Vision with this Wombo combo ultimate and no support ults and no support ults that are close. So if they go, if they just fucking dog walk it and go for it, they could win this straight up. But they're going to have to be quick because Double AD is going to have an ult really fast here.
And then it will get launched here.
He's looking. There it is.
It just finds one. They crack an impact off. The crystals get burned out. Do they find enough? The reset does go
He's got a reset.
On a Loki clone, and that is the counteracting ability there of that crystal.
Oh!
Does give him another pick as Vision now
grabs him in the air.
Again, buying time, waiting out some of these cooldowns.
Oh, Vision is just going to go for this.
Out goes the bond, but it is
huge invisible. That just saves everybody.
As both cooldowns were used, so I think that actually
huge invisible.
Yeah, overlaid is not ideal.
Doom's going to try and go for it, but you don't really want to use this ult on the thing, right? Tap in the back line, but look at how well they pull together for that. Dong does go down, so that's a really big pick, though. He's going to look for it. There's the ultimate. Does he actually get? He does. That's a really nice pick on the right Loki. That's really hard to do. But Techie is still building. I mean,
but they're still looking to kind of fight this. They're sort of making it scrappy.
This is tough for Shroud. They still need to win this.
Come through, it slows down the thing. Has to jump back to his team, but they just.
And it's gonna come down to an end fight here. Look at Tap's positioning though. Vision with another ult. He's looking. There's the Lunar ult to keep everybody up. Fidel does have another invis. They're gonna look to drop. Oh no. Oh no. Oh, this is real bad for Shroud X. Dude, Techie have pulled this back somehow. Oh my god, Techie have pulled this back.
Wow.
Oh, incredible work from Techie.
Wow, you know what? I would not put money on it after having ult advantage there from Shroud X. They just did not find
I don't know how Shroud X didn't win that. Honestly, they had absolutely everything going for them.
Just holding on. Despite being down in ults in multiple fights, it just was all about that final retake. Once they got the point, they just never let it go. And
it's kind of hard to know if that was Shroud kind of throwing that a little bit, because they had a massive advantage going in.
Yeah, really, that switch to the Bucky was huge. I think Avery popped off. I think this guy is definitely a top-tier Bucky. Same thing with Vision, but I mean, just what a performance by him. Also tapped to really distract the backline. There was so much value found in that. So one quick swap, right? That's all that it took. I mean, Avery on Wolverine, round number
yeah,
one.
I mean, they kind of all in, right? They all in on this like tank busting idea.
Bucky has resulted
this
in the
Bucky
sign of
Wolverine,
Shroud
and
X sort
I
of
guess
not
Blur just did
panicking,
a
but
really good
figuring out
job
a
of like
solution,
standing
because
their
right now
ground.
that Bucky was doing way too much. And Avery, I think, I mean, he's definitely been sort of an unsung hero of this team of Tech TXT.
Damn,
definitely
crazy comeback from Techie.
Yeah, definitely known for the
Wild.
flying composition, but that switch to
That
Bucky
looked like
was
a
it.
like.
As soon
I
as
mean,
that
I thought they were
happened,
gonna
tides
dog walk
started
that.
turning
That
back in
looked
their
like
favors,
pretty
even the
simple
tides.
for
We did see a lot of this Namor, which
for
was
Shroud X,
switched
so
off
I
there
don't really know
towards
what
the
happened
end,
there.
but found a lot of value early on, just not able to get the the job done here on that map. So what a play here by Techie, who really showed up when they needed to, despite Shroud X looking dominant for the vast majority of those two maps.
Absolutely. I think this kind of comes back down to it. This was probably a more obvious version of how we see these teams practice. We see like a lot of teams just figure out, okay, this comp can't be played. Okay, this comp can, right? We saw with that Psylocke and alongside
It's so
the Wolverine,
scary, isn't it,
that
when a
Namor
Winter
comp
Soldier
really
gets going like
dismantled it.
this?
But once they swap to that Bucky,
It's so
it just feels like that
terrifying.
Hulk can't stay alive. Impunity was struggling, and then we see round number 3. They decided the real answer was to swap Visions back over to a Bucky on his own, and I think in that mirror we saw they were so close to figuring it out as well with Doomed on that Wolverine, but that reverse sweep, that sort of steady climb back from Techie after they swap tap.
Do you know what's interesting?
Onto that Bucky yet again, and they, despite I think was it Guru that said it,
weekend or even the start of these playoffs, we were talking about how Thing like we haven't seen a huge amount of Thing, and
kind of the same thing. There's so many good Bucky
Thing
players.
is
I feel like
has looked okay in certain circumstances, but not great overall. But now we're seeing a lot more Thing, and it looks really good.
Human Torch, but it looks even better, I think, on the Bucky.
It's kind of fell to the wayside against these like shield tanks and stuff, right? And how good these shield tanks have looked in general.
Was for Shroud X, so just a great switch.
I don't know, man.
Techie XD taking
it's starting to look
one.
better and better
Shroud X in a
these
position
comps.
it looked like they could have had it, but then faltering in that moment, which it has been the storyline.
So,
of them,
I don't know if we'll
but I
see
know they
more
have
of
the
it.
capabilities to get through and pull back a W and sweep this back, but we'll find out if they can do that right after this break.
All right. 1-0 Techie. His Punisher's kind of meta. Oh, yeah. I mean, as a Thing player myself, I think it's definitely a really tough matchup for Shotgun. The shotgun just fucking obliterates you, right? Because you're just a massive fucking target. It's like, it's nearly impossible to miss the Thing if you've got a shotgun, Hi, Mads. Welcome back. How you doing? Hela as well. I think Hela's pretty difficult to play into. Just because of the slow attack movement. Hela can just kite you out really easily. And obviously you don't really do anything to flyers, obviously the flyer meta makes it like really tough to place him like a Thing into, but no, Z10 went out today, unfortunately, Mads. They where are we? This is groups. Am I looking at the right thing? Yeah. They went out to Virtus Pro, unfortunately. Oh. Well. Okay. My live has been reported for drugs and alcohol, apparently. So I don't know what TikTok thinks I'm doing, but apparently my TikTok has been banned. Or my TikTok live has been restricted for drugs and alcohol use. I guess drinking my juice has caused some people to try and get me banned. Cool. Welcome back, Gabe. How the game's going? Yeah, first series was a bit of a wash. MV kind of fucking steamrolled them, to be honest. Ego Death just looked super lost. They let them have all the power picks and didn't really have any answers, so they got kind of rolled. And Techie just did a crazy comeback in game 1 to take game 1 off Shroud X. When Thing dominates the game, it's really hard to get the momentum. Yeah. I think the thing I find the hardest, I think, with Thing for me personally is like curbing aggression. Do you know what I mean? It's so easy to just like mega run into their backline, but then you've got no backup, you've got no support. So often I would just go super aggro, get in on their backline, do some work, and then I've got no one to jump to, and suddenly I'm super isolated. So like trying to curb it a little bit can be difficult.
Showing up map 1 and taking it from Shroud X. Will they proceed forward, or will
You're
Shroud X
20 and
bounce
2 in
back?
ranked. What the
Find out
actual
very
fuck
shortly as it
game?
now goes into Convoy or Convergence.
What
and
have you
choice
eaten and
to
drank
Shroud
today?
X.
Because I need
Yeah,
that.
we'll see where
Whatever
it
it
takes us,
is,
but,
I need
I mean, that's
that.
the biggest thing is that you winning a map off
'Cause
of
that
a team
is
that seemed to have
fucking
dominated you
outrageous.
So far. Like I think that's definitely huge for the momentum shift in terms of the confidence of this team to win a map off of Shroud-X, who has been very good against Techie XD, although it's been close and competitive every time. And this is what we're talking about with the ego.
Oh no,
situation.
Z10 have made
Like
money.
TXD, kind of proving not that it's tough. NB is a hard
so they
team
would
to
have
beat, don't get me
placed
wrong. But I think Techie XD, I think even though they didn't
like
get first blood
fifth,
versus a
so they will
top-tier
make
team in terms of the signed teams.
I mean, they've made 15 grand, I think.
The tournament,
No, they've made 20,000. They came fourth. So they made $20,000, which is not bad.
I think that they definitely have top-tier talent.
I mean, obviously, spread out between them, it doesn't amount to that much,
and
but
they're starting to branch into that conversation we had about a very strong composition of that divey, Cap and Psylocke composition with maybe even Torch. As we know, Avery can get up in the sky. Obviously, some of that stuff is getting banned out, but they're not afraid to pull that out.
to be honest, right? To be honest, Jamie, I don't know what's going on with TikTok, right?
Which has helped them with a ton of W's. But
In fact, I'm going to give you an example of this because I actually screenshotted it the other day because I thought it was so fucking ridiculous, right?
Honestly, a little bit of it has Shroud-X, who had alt advantage and just couldn't quite get a ton of value.
First is 70,000.
I think we're in for a
I actually screenshotted it because I thought it was so dumb. So for some reason, like anytime I try and make any comment on TikTok, it gets instantly removed. Like instantly. If it has even the slightest negative connotation, I get it insta removed. And then when I appeal, it gets insta rejected, right?
We'll see what they opt to do, right? We have that Ultron availability still here. Also, Loki.
I'm pretty sure I have some like I know I've got a dedicated hater on TikTok on YouTube who likes to report all of my videos and stuff.
That makes sense because when you look at Magneto, it does.
And I'm pretty sure they do the same on TikTok. I've no idea who it is, but I mean, they're pretty fucking dedicated. So my lives get restricted and stuff all the time because people just falsely report my stream for whatever. So I put this comment the other day, right? Someone had made some really stupid comment to like a woman's video or something. Oh, that's right. It was a singing video and it was a really well done like singing video. It was really beautiful voice. She did really well. And someone put, oh, if you like gave it 80% less effort, you might actually sound okay for once. So I was like, I mean, that's just a shitty comment, right, for them to put, right? Their comment was fine. My response was, why don't you give it a go? I would put a lot of money that you would sound like a blobfish getting poked by a hammerhead shark. At 80%, of course. Innocuous. There's nothing like horrible there, right? Just once again for you, just so you know, there's nothing like horrible or anything in this. I would put a lot of money that you would sound like a blobfish getting poked by a hammerhead shark. Is that abusive in any way? Is that like... That got instantly removed, and then I got a violation for violating community guidelines for that. Think of some of the comments that you see on TikTok videos, and I get that comment removed.
It is a new game, and Techie's really showcasing that they can pull
come on, man.
And the numbers are slightly heading back towards Techie, but still
fucking dumb as shit. So I don't know what TikTok's got against me. I don't know if it's because my content is like very adult focused and very 18 plus, and it just really doesn't like it. I tag all of my videos as 18 plus, so I don't know what what they want me to do more than that. Like, it's up to them to kind of whether they show that to people underage or not. I tag all of my videos as 18 plus. I don't know what more I can do, but apparently TikTok just fucking hates me. So there we are. Anyway, sorry, that was a proper fucking rant. Let's get into game 2.
We're going to see them play the Hello alongside the Bucky and with the
I'm drinking alone right now.
What
are you drinking, Mads?
Characters alongside Brute. So cool to see Techie play that.
Yeah, I don't know if we've seen much of that. I think Blur definitely has it in the bag, and Blur's not afraid to pull out things like Cap as well.
All right, here we go.
Press forward, but you know, I definitely.
So Techie, Avery's staying on this Winter Soldier. No surprise after we saw them pop the fuck off last time. And Blur's gonna go on this Cap. I didn't see the ban phase. I'm sorry. I should have been paying attention. I apologize to you all. I was going off on a tangent.
This is that angle I'm talking about. You see Doom taking that height in case
you see Vision taking this Punisher.
Off, and they can immediately drop them in that garbage bin that is that opening here on point 1. So smart idea, but it doesn't look like it came into fruition.
Yeah, but Blobfish, I don't know why Blobfish would be censored, but yeah, maybe.
Gonna find one on tap here and put Shroud X up on the D.
Did Fidel just get killed with the ice?
You know, as we're talking about the group
with the icicle.
No Wolverine right now. Doom aside another Wolverine play again. Grabs him, brings him back to the team. Dongman.
I mean, what? There's nothing you can do there if you're Brute, right?
Sort of on the back foot.
There's absolutely nothing you can do to that.
Also, when you're against that Groot and don't have your own Wolverine, so right now Techie having to figure things out. They have Blur now over to the Captain America.
So they got some mods to work with. Avery, AAD got theirs.
Ultimates because they have been built first for Shroud X.
Yeah, and it is at this point.
And we've got Nook and Vision, so we're gonna see this combo very shortly. Hi, KO. Hi. Welcome in, everyone. I'm so sorry. Okay, first off, thank you for the raid. Welcome in, everybody. It's lovely to have you. If this is your first time meeting me, I'm Nick. I'm a UK-based streamer, and we are currently watching Marvel Rivals. So we've been following this Marvel Rivals tournament, and this is kind of today and tomorrow are the last days of it, so we're getting towards the kind of finals and stuff now. So if you're interested in Rivals, feel free to stick around. If you don't give a shit about Rivals, that's totally okay. I will not hold it against you. Hi Vixie, hi Yank. I do have drops on, so if you do play Rivals, I have the exclusive Magic drops on. So if you just want to look and stick around, that's also totally okay. Hey up, I didn't know I wasn't following you, and I felt really bad. So I was mid-match, and I saw you alive on my other monitor, and I was like, huh, am I not following you? So that's when I went in and followed it. Sorry. Jesus. Did you guys coordinate that shit? Did you guys coordinate that shit? Poutine, thank you so much. I appreciate you guys. Holy shit, dicks. Thank you so very, very much. Do I do the whole spiel again? Do I? Hi guys. Okay, super short version. I'm Nick. Welcome in. I have exclusive drops on if you want to lurk. If you don't care about Marvel Rivals, that's totally okay. And we're currently watching pro Marvel Rivals games. So you guys are more than welcome to just hang out if you want. Do forgive me.